Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 5144 to chapter 5195. Everyone knew what Zhao Hai meant, so they followed suit. This made the honest Yalong speechless for a while. He stood there with a red face. Zhao Hai looked at Yalong's appearance and couldn't help but smile. He actually understood what Yalong meant. Last time, when they were dealing with the Yi sect, Yalong and the others also participated in the battle. However, at that time, they had hundreds of millions of people against tens of millions of people. They didn't put in much effort at all and the battle was already over. It was precisely because of this that Yalong said that they hadn't participated in any battle until now. Perhaps in their opinion, the previous incident couldn't be considered a battle at all. Zhao Hai looked at Yalong's appearance and couldn't help but smile. He then said, "Well, I promise you. This time, you will be the vanguard. Sit down." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yalong sat down happily. Zhao Hai looked at the wyvern and smiled faintly. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "All right, everyone should know what we're going to do now. This time, we're going to attack the Holy Gate's headquarters and destroy it in one fell swoop. I know that the Holy Gate still has a lot of disciples and even elites. However, this isn't a reason. What we want is to destroy the Holy Gate in one fell swoop. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai looked at the wyvern and smiled faintly. Everyone stood up at the same time and said in unison, "Yes, sect master. We understand." Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "The Holy Gate schemed against the Yi sect before. When their army didn't have so many losses, they told the people of the Yi sect that their losses were great and asked the Yi sect to send troops to help them. They hid those who didn't suffer any losses. So now, the number of the Holy Gate's army is actually a lot more than we thought. But this time, we won't be like before. This time, we are going to destroy the Holy Gate. Anyone who stands in our way will be our enemy and must be wiped out. Therefore, our target this time is only the Holy Gate's headquarters. Anyone who stands in our way will be crushed by us." Zhao Hai stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is my command." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai's command, everyone stood up. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "After the army is assembled, we will immediately set off for the Holy Gate's headquarters. I've been telling everyone that there's no need to rush, but this time is different. We must pay attention to speed. The army will set off tomorrow. If there are still people who haven't returned in time, we will set up a transmission formation on the large artifact and have them teleport directly to the large artifact. When we encounter an enemy, all the disciples will come down from the large artifact. The large artifact will be the first wave of attack, then the people of the sea race will follow behind the large artifact and charge forward." "Yalong, you said that you will be the vanguard. This is the vanguard. You people of the sea race will be huge when you revert to your original form. After the large artifact's charge, you will be the second wave. You don't have to care about others, you don't have to listen to orders. You just have to charge forward. Even if the large artifact stops, as long as there are enemies in front of you, you have to charge forward. Only when we break through the enemy's formation or when you all die in battle can you stop for me." Yalong nodded. Not only was he not afraid, but his face was also filled with excitement. Although the sea race had joined the sea exploring sect for some time, they didn't have much talent in battle formations. Therefore, it was impossible for them to carry out complicated missions. They liked missions like this the most. They didn't have to care about anything else, they just had to charge forward. This kind of mission was much easier. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, you will lead the cavalry this time. Your cavalry will follow behind the fishman race. Your task will be the same as well. Charge, all the enemies that are gathered together will be your target. Therefore, the large artifacts and the enemies that the fishman race haven't broken through will be your target. You will be the same as well. Just charge, don't worry about anything else, just charge forward." Ding Chunming nodded. The cavalry was one of the trump cards of the sea exploring sect. However, Zhao Hai rarely used it. This time, this trump card was going to be used. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Wen Hai and said, "The rest of the army will be led by you, Wen Hai. You only have one requirement, advance behind the cavalry. Therefore, those who are in front of you and those who are pointing their weapons at you are your enemies. As long as you don't flatten the holy gate, then you have to keep advancing. Understand? Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Understood? Yes, boss, I understand. Wen Wenhai had a serious expression as he saluted Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai had given such an order. This was also what they wanted to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go and prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will set off on time." Everyone nodded and then turned around and left. The next morning, after eating breakfast, everyone gathered outside. Zhao Hai also boarded the 10,000 sword ship. Then, the ship headed straight for the Holy Gate's headquarters. Wen Wenhai and the others were now standing by Zhao Hai's side, reporting the progress of the matter to Zhao Hai. Wen Wenhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, everything has been prepared. The disciples who weren't able to make it back in time are now on the large artifacts. They can now be directly transferred to the large artifacts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, very good. Go and take care of your disciples. If you encounter an enemy, just do as we said. If we don't meet any enemies along the way, then we'll wait for the Holy Gate to arrive before we attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." When Wenhai nodded, then the group left Zhao Hai's 10,000 sword ship. Each of them had their own 10,000 sword ship. This was because each of them had a lot of things to take care of. Because of this, they needed to have their own place to work. The speed of the Sea Exploring Sect's 10,000 sword ship was very fast. Moreover, this matter was too sudden. The Holy Gate didn't have time to react before the Blue Dragon Elder's army was forced to surrender. Moreover, their army was lured into the formation and then forced to surrender. Nobody managed to escape. Therefore, the Holy Gate didn't receive this news until a long time later. By the time they received the news, it was already too late to transfer their hidden army to the headquarters. However, the Holy Lord still did his best to transfer the army back. At the same time, he didn't hold back and directly dispatched the army to capture the family members of the Blue Dragon Elder and the other surrendered elders. Then he threw them to the front line and made them a suicide squad to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect's army. Of course, the Sea Exploring Sect's army hadn't arrived at the headquarters yet. However, the Holy Lord knew that the Sea Exploring Sect wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, they must be prepared in advance. The Holy Lord directly used a secret technique to place a restriction on the families of Elder Azure Dragon and the other elders. This restriction made it so that they couldn't transform into their human forms and could only reveal their true forms. At the same time, the Holy Lord placed a self-detonating formation on their bodies. If they didn't obey, then the formation would take their lives. Now, the Holy Lord hated the Blue Dragon Elder and the others to death. It was precisely because of the sudden surrender of the Blue Dragon Elder that they fell into such a passive situation. Now, their army hadn't been fully transferred back. Although there were still a lot of troops in the headquarters and there was a mountain guarding Great Array, these things didn't make them feel safe at all. The Sea Exploring Sect's Great Array was so powerful, and their array-breaking techniques were also very powerful. Therefore, the mountain guarding Great Array couldn't give them a sense of security at all. The army they had hidden previously was only about 300 million. Including the current army in the main hall, the total number was no more than 400 million. Now, the Holy Lord was desperately transferring troops from various parts of the Holy Gate. However, the number of troops that could fight in the Holy Gate was very small. Even if all the people who could fight were gathered, the Holy Gate's current military strength was only a little more than 500 million, less than 600 million. With these people, it was very difficult to stop the Sea Exploring Sect's army. For this reason, the Holy Lord had no choice but to bow his head and ask for help from the E sect. However, when the people of the E sect wanted to transfer troops to support, the Sea Exploring Sect, which had been entrenched in the East Sea, suddenly attacked. Although the number wasn't a lot, this made the people of the E sect not dare to act rashly. Now, the Holy Gate had no reinforcements. This gave the Holy Lord a headache. The more it was like this, the more he hated the Blue Dragon Elder and the others. Fortunately, he controlled his own elite army. He dispatched this army to capture the family members of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know the situation in the Holy Gate because the headquarters of the Holy Gate had already been heavily guarded. Therefore, he had no way to find out the situation in the headquarters of the Holy Gate. In the evening of the second day, Zhao Hai and the others had already arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Gate. Looking at the headquarters and the tall building in the headquarters, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Inform everyone to set up camp and set up all the arrays. Everyone in the array hall, start building arrays from here all the way to the Wolf Ivory Mountain. Set up all the arrays as soon as possible. Go." Xingfeng responded and immediately went to pass down the order. Following Zhao Hai's order, the entire Sea Exploring Sect's army moved. They first used large artifacts to build a line of defense between their camp and the headquarters of the Holy Gate. Then, they started to build arrays behind the line of defense. The people of the Sea Exploring Sect were already familiar with building arrays. Therefore, the arrays that they used to rest were quickly built. Then, the people of the array hall left the army and started to build arrays at the Wolf Ivory Mountain. However, they could only build the framework of the arrays first. They would only be able to build the arrays in the future when they had the opportunity. The Holy Lord stood at the top of the tall building of the Holy Gate, looking at the busy Scouring Sea Sect's camp outside. He could already see that the Scouring Sea Sect had sent at least 600 million people to attack them this time, or even more. This made the Holy Lord's mood even heavier. He suddenly realized that they really didn't have any advantage against the Scouring Sea Sect. They were even at a complete disadvantage. This made his mood even worse. At this time, the remaining elders also came to the Holy Lord's side. The Holy Lord didn't look at them, but said in a deep voice, "How is it? Have those people been dealt with?" Elder Snake said in a deep voice, "Yes, Holy Lord. Everything has been taken care of. The Soul Devourer powder has been planted in their bodies. Moreover, they have all been equipped with arrays. At the same time, they have also been fed Mad Beast pills. There won't be any problems." The Holy Lord nodded and said, "Good, that's good." The Blue Dragon and the others actually dared to surrender to the Scouring Sea Sect and even caused our Holy Gate's army to suffer heavy losses. Such a serious crime shouldn't be punished to appease the public's anger. Tomorrow, let them attack the Scouring Sea Sect's Great Array. As long as they reach the Scouring Sea Sect's Great Array, immediately let the arrays on their bodies explode. At that time, their poisonous blood will bring more casualties to the Scouring Sea Sect. I want to see what kind of expression the Blue Dragon and the others will have. Elder Snake's eyes flashed with a trace of unbearable expression. To be honest, they really couldn't bear it. In any case, the Blue Dragon and the others could be considered to have made a great contribution to the Holy Gate. Although they surrendered this time, Elder Snake and the others actually knew a little about why they surrendered. They had no choice but to surrender because their disciples were already trapped. Under such circumstances, using such a method to deal with their families was really too much. However, this matter was decided by the Holy Lord. They couldn't do anything about it, so they didn't say anything and just quietly listened to the Holy Lord's words. The Holy Lord didn't talk about this matter anymore. He said in a deep voice, "The E-Sect is entangled with the Sea Explorers. They won't be able to provide us with support in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, we can only rely on ourselves. Pass down the order. Tomorrow, all the disciples must fight to the death. If there is anyone who dares to flee, their entire family will be executed." Elder Snake and the others responded. Then, the Sacred Lord waved his hand, and Elder Snake and the others retreated. The Sacred Lord was still standing on the tall building, looking at the Sea Exploration Sect's camp. After Elder Snake and the others returned to their rooms, several elders gathered together. Elder Snake looked at the others and said, "Everyone, what do you think of this matter?" Elder Zhu said in a deep voice, "What else can we say? This matter was personally decided by the Holy Master. Who dares to say anything?" Elder Snake sighed and said, "I think everyone knows why the Blue Dragon Elder and the others surrendered. This matter really can't be blamed on them. Moreover, from the current situation, I'm afraid that our Holy Gate won't be able to escape this time. What plans does everyone have? Let's talk about it." When the few of them heard Elder Snake's words, they were stunned at first. Then, they looked at Elder Snake with sparkling eyes. From Elder Snake's words, they could tell that there was something different about it. Elder Snake looked at them and said, "You've seen it today. The Sea Exploring Sect's army should be more than 600 million. Moreover, the number of disciples who can fight in the headquarters doesn't exceed 400 million. In terms of military strength, we've suffered a big loss. Also, you shouldn't expect the Guardian formation to block the enemy's attack. It's impossible. The other party wouldn't give us such an opportunity. I heard that Zhao Hai's ability to break formations is stronger than his ability to build formations. As long as it's a formation, it wouldn't be able to stop him. In this case, it would be very difficult for us to defeat the Sea Exploring Sect." The other elders didn't speak, but they all stared at Elder Snake. Elder Snake looked at them and said, "I know what you're afraid of, and I also know that you're waiting for me to say those words. But I don't want to say it. I just want to say that I left a few people in Elder Azure Dragon's family without feeding them the Mad Beast pill in order to keep them sane. The Holy Lord wants them to eat the Mad Beast pill and then rush into the Sea Exploring Sect's formation before exploding. I want them to stay sane and contact Zhao Hai so that they won't die. At the same time, we can also see what kind of person Zhao Hai is. If he's a person worth relying on, then he will certainly find a way to save Elder Azure Dragon's family. If he's not worth relying on, then he won't save them. If he's worth surrendering to, then Elder Azure Dragon's family will tell Zhao Hai about my intentions. I think Zhao Hai should know what to do when the time comes." When the other elders heard Elder Snake's words, they were stunned at first. Then they immediately understood the meaning of Elder Snake's words and nodded. Elder Snake's approach was the safest. This way, not only could they find out what kind of person Zhao Hai was, they could also contact Zhao Hai without anyone noticing. It was really wonderful. Elder Snake glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "The surrender of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others is definitely not a simple matter. They must have thought of something and surrendered. It seems that they have lost confidence in the Holy Gate at that time. Zhao Hai shouldn't be so ruthless. Otherwise, he can control the Blue Dragon Elder and the others and then let them be the Suicide Squad to charge forward. This is the safest way." The few of them nodded. Elder Dog said in a deep voice, "Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Let's do it this way. We can't discuss it together for too long. Otherwise, the Holy Lord might find out. Now, the Holy Lord shouldn't be too reassured with us. We'll go back first and control our own people well. That's the most important thing." Elder Snake nodded and said, "Okay, everyone, please go. Success or failure will be clear." The few of them nodded and then turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. His camp was almost built now. Zhao Hai didn't plan to use this camp for a long time. They were now outside the Holy Gate. Tomorrow, they must take the Holy Gate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. But this night, there were flashes of white light in the Holy Gate's main hall. It was obvious that the Holy Gate was mobilizing an army to the main hall, ready to fight to the death. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai directly gathered the army of the Sea Exploring Sect. All the large artifacts were in front, followed by the Sea Race people, followed by the cavalry, and then the army of the Sea Exploring Sect. After the army was arranged, they slowly moved towards the Holy Gate's main hall. Inside the Holy Gate, the army began to gather. Then, under Zhao Hai's gaze, some crazy giant beasts were brought to the front of the Holy Gate's army. When he saw these giant beasts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression changed. He had seen these giant beasts before. They were very similar to the Blue Dragon Elder and the others in their true forms. When he saw this situation, Zhao Hai immediately understood that these were the family members of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had already lost their minds. Zhao Hai's expression was a little ugly. He really didn't expect that the Holy Lord of the Holy Gate would use such a method. Although the Sixth Saint's punishment for traitors was very severe, the status of elders like the Blue Dragon Elder wasn't ordinary. Punishing their family members would cause instability in the Holy Gate. Under such circumstances, the Holy Lord still did this. This was really surprising. But now, the problem was on their side. The Holy Lord's actions were equivalent to letting the family members of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others take the lead. Moreover, they had all lost their minds. How was he going to face these people? If he killed them, it would chill the hearts of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others. If he didn't kill them, his own sect's disciples would be in trouble. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Finally, with a thought, a golden book appeared in his hand. Then, he looked at the family members of the various elders who had lost their minds. With a calm expression, he said to Shen Kuan, pass down the order. Before I give the order, no one is to attack. Although Shen Kuan didn't quite understand, he still responded and immediately went to pass down the order. At this time, Zhao Hai flew out from the Sea Exploration Sect's great array. He looked in the direction of the Holy Gate and shouted, "Is the Holy Lord of the Holy Gate here? Zhao Hai of the Sea Exploration Sect is here. Can you please come out? I have nothing to say to you. Attack and kill them." The Holy Lord's voice suddenly sounded, but he didn't say anything to Zhao Hai. Instead, he directly gave the order to attack. When Zhao Hai heard the Holy Lord's words, not only was he not surprised, but he also smiled. Then, he saw the Holy Gate's disciples release the giant beasts that had gone crazy. As soon as the giant beasts were released, they rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. Their eyes were blood red, and it seemed like they had completely lost their minds. Zhao Hai opened the golden book and was about to make a move when he suddenly felt a spiritual consciousness sweep over him. Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately understood that someone wanted to communicate with him. He quickly connected with the spiritual consciousness, because he felt that the spiritual consciousness was coming from the crazy elders' families. Sure enough, when he connected with the spiritual consciousness, a voice immediately sounded, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, save us. We are the family of the various elders. We were forced to eat the mad beast pill by the people of the Holy Gate. At the same time, they planted a self-explosion array in our bodies and we ate the soul-devouring pill. After consuming this poison, it will form a soul-devouring poison in our bodies. If we self-destruct, the poisonous blood will splash on the Sea Exploration Sect's disciples. All the disciples who are drenched in the poisonous blood will be afflicted with the soul-devouring poison. Please save us, Sect Master Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai directly replied with his spiritual consciousness, "Okay, please don't worry. I will save you." The spiritual consciousness replied again, "Thank you, Sect Master Zhao Hai. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please attack the Holy Gate without worry." The remaining elders of the Holy Gate are also prepared to surrender, but because the Holy Lord is watching them too closely, they don't dare to move. Therefore, they can only wait. When Sect Master Zhao Hai attacks, they will cooperate. I was only able to talk to Sect Master Zhao Hai because they deliberately didn't feed the mad beast pill. Okay, I got it. Zhao Hai looked at the giant beasts that were getting closer and closer to him. It must be said that after becoming strong, the size of these beasts would also increase. Now that these giant beasts were charging towards him, it was truly astonishing. Zhao Hai looked at the giant beasts that were getting closer and closer to him. However, this was how battles between cultivators were. It didn't mean that you were invincible just because you were big. As long as the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect were strong enough, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill these beasts. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the golden book flipped. Then one by one, formations flew out of the book and covered the bodies of the beasts. Each formation covered a beast, but all of the beasts that were covered by the formations were frozen in place. Seeing this, Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure moved as he flew towards the Sea Exploring Sect. At the same time, the beasts that were restrained by the formation also flew towards the Sea Exploring Sect. Before long, Zhao Hai led the beasts into the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. On the other hand, the Holy Lord was watching Zhao Hai's situation from the back. When he saw Zhao Hai subduing the beasts, his expression couldn't help but change. However, when he saw Zhao Hai leading the beasts towards the Sea Exploring Sect's formation, his expression relaxed. At the same time, a cruel smile appeared on his face. After Zhao Hai led the beasts into the formation, the Holy Lord suddenly said, "Detonate the formations inside their bodies." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. A disciple beside him immediately nodded. Then he detonated the formations. However, after some time, there was no effect. The Holy Lord's expression couldn't help but change. He turned to the disciple and said, "What's going on? Why haven't you detonated them yet?" The disciple's expression turned ugly as he replied, "Sacred Lord, they have already been detonated." However, the formations didn't explode. It seems like it has something to do with the other party's formations. Upon hearing this, the Sacred Lord's expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and turned to look at Zhao Hai. With a face full of hatred, he said, "I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong." "Good, very good. Pass down the order, prepare for battle. No one is allowed to retreat. Anyone who retreats will die." The disciple complied and immediately went to pass down the order. The entire Sacred Gates army immediately gathered. Cold lights flashed in their eyes as they looked at the Sea Exploring Sect's army. Elder Snake and the others also looked at the Sea Exploring Sect's army with shining eyes. They knew that their plan had succeeded. Now, they were sure that the Blue Dragon Elder's family had already informed Zhao Hai. At the same time, they felt very lucky. Zhao Hai's methods were really changeable. They didn't expect him to use this method to rescue the Blue Dragon Elder's family. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai was really strong. Moreover, he was sincerely thinking for the Blue Dragon Elder's family. Surrendering to such a person wasn't a loss. However, they still couldn't let the Sacred Lord know their plan. Therefore, they all put on a look of desperation to fight the Sea Exploring Sect's army. They led their own elites and got into formation. When Zhao Hai brought the giant beasts back to the Sea Exploring Sect's formation, he immediately shouted, "Pass down the order, attack." Xingfeng complied and immediately passed down the order. As soon as the order was passed down, the entire Sea Exploring Sect's army began to move. Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about the Blue Dragon Elder's family. He flew to the front of the army and went straight to the Sacred Gate's protective array. Zhao Hai held the green jade compass and calculated quickly. As his hand moved, a few beams of energy shot out. The next moment, the Sacred Gate's protective array was completely deactivated. As soon as the Sacred Gate's great protective array was deactivated, the Sea Exploring Sect's large artifacts rushed into the Sacred Gate. The disciples of the Sacred Gate seemed to have expected this, so they weren't affected. They stood there with their artifacts and stared at the Sea Exploring Sect's great protective array. The Sea Exploring Sect's large array directly attacked the Sacred Gate. Just as Zhao Hai had said, they first used their large artifacts to charge. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to take down the Sacred Gate's main gate in one fell swoop. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. The large artifacts naturally charged at full power. Once these large artifacts charged at full power, the impact was very strong. The Sacred Gate's disciples simply couldn't withstand it. As soon as the Sacred Gate's Supreme Elders saw this situation, they immediately took action, wanting to block the Sea Exploring Sect's large artifacts. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them the opportunity. The Sea Exploring Sect had many Supreme Elders. Naturally, he wouldn't let them succeed so easily. With a wave of his hand, the Sea Exploring Sect's Supreme Elders directly charged towards the Sacred Gate's Supreme Elders. The Holy Gate's Supreme Elder experts were blocked by the Scouring Sea Sect's Supreme Elder experts. Naturally, there was no way for them to block the Scouring Sea Sect's large-scale artifact. The Scouring Sea Sect's large-scale artifact directly rushed into the Holy Gate's grand array. At this time, Elder Snake and the others who were in the Sacred Gate's large array immediately led their elite troops and landed on the ground. Then, they ran to the side, making it clear that they weren't going to participate in the battle. Their sudden change caught the other disciples of the Holy Gate off guard. Even the Holy Master didn't expect Elder Snake and the others to betray him at the last minute. This shocked him greatly. However, he was enraged. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his disciples to charge towards Elder Snake and the others. However, it was already too late. All the large artifacts of the Scouring Sea Sect had rushed into the large array of the Holy Gate's disciples. The large array of the Holy Gate's disciples was torn apart. One must know that the large artifacts of the Scouring Sea Sect were all Myriad Swords ships. These Myriad Swords ships could extend two sharp blades like wings at critical moments. When these two sharp blades swept across, many of the Holy Gate's disciples were directly swept to death. Then, the Sea Tribe's army rushed in. Although the Devil Race's physique was huge, it was still a little lacking compared to the Sea Tribe's. The Sea Tribe's physique was even bigger. Each of them was incomparably huge. Some of them weren't even smaller than the sea exploring sect's large artifacts. When they rushed in, the already scattered Sacred Gate's large array became even more scattered. No one could stop them at all. By the time the Sea Tribe's large array rushed in, the Sacred Gate's large array had already been broken into pieces. However, they still had to face the elite cavalry of the Sea Exploring sect. When the cavalry rushed in, the Sacred Gate's large array was almost non-existent. Then, the Sea Exploring sect's army followed behind the cavalry and rushed in. All the Sacred Gate's disciples in front of them were all beheaded on the spot. The Sacred Master stood there and watched the battle below. When the Sea Exploring sect's large artifacts charged in, the Sacred Master was already dumbfounded. He always thought that the Blue Dragon Elder and the others were just talking about the amazing combat strength of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples. However, now he knew that this wasn't the case at all. The combat strength of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples was indeed amazing. Their large array was broken in just one confrontation. Of course, this was also related to the appearance of a traitor. However, the strength of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples was really amazing. The Sacred Master thought that with their hundreds of millions of troops, even if they couldn't count on the mountain-protecting Great Array, they could still hold off the Sea Exploring sect's army for a few days. However, he didn't expect that the battle would end so quickly. The Sacred Master's heart turned cold. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. The Sacred Gate also had many Supreme Elder level experts. However, the Sea Exploring sect had been nurtured for many years. After comprehending the Tao character personally written by Zhao Hai at Tao Comprehension Mountain, the number of Supreme Elder level experts in the sect was also very high. Therefore, the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't suffer any losses when facing the Sacred Master, especially when it came to Supreme Elders. Zhao Hai didn't directly participate in the battle. After breaking the Sacred Gate's mountain-protecting Great Array, Zhao Hai stood there and watched the battle. Shunquang and Che Rong were also by his side. The two of them didn't participate in the battle because there were too many Supreme Elder level experts in the Sea Exploring sect. There was no need for them to take action. Now that Zhao Hai saw the situation below, he knew that the Sacred Gate wouldn't be able to make any waves. Zhao Hai also relaxed. Then he turned his head and looked at the Sacred Master's direction. He saw that the Sacred Master was staring blankly at the battlefield as if he was completely dumbfounded. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just calmly looked at the Sacred Master and the others. After a while, he said, "Sacred Master, your Sacred Master's defeat has been decided. From now on, the Sacred Gate will become history. Do you have anything to say?" The Sacred Master recovered from his daze after hearing Zhao Hai's words. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "Zhao Hai, you are really powerful. I admire you. However, it's impossible for me to surrender to you. Do you have the guts to fight me?" Zhao Hai looked at the Holy Lord. He now admired the Holy Lord. At this time, the Holy Lord didn't want to surrender. Instead, he wanted to fight. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and said, "All right, I want to see how strong the Holy Lord is." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." The Sacred Master coldly snorted and said, "You will know." After he said that, his body moved and directly flew up. After he flew up, his body also underwent a huge change. His body kept growing and finally became a huge golden crow. This golden crow actually had 3 legs. When Zhao Hai saw this golden crow, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the Sacred Master to be a golden crow. Things like the golden crow also existed in legends and had a very high status. However, in the legends, they weren't called golden crows. Instead, they were called golden crows. The 3-legged golden crow was considered to be the sun. Of course, Zhao Hai was sure that the Sacred Master wasn't a real 3-legged golden crow. At most, he could be considered a golden crow with some golden crow bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here and be the Sacred Gate's patriarch. The golden crow that the Sacred Master had turned into looked at Zhao Hai. Then, he let out a long cry and directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. On his golden feathers, there were already spots of fire. Then, the fire became more and more intense. Finally, his entire body was wrapped in fire and became a huge fireball. Zhao Hai looked at the huge fireball and said, "You use fire? Okay, then I'll use fire to play with you." After saying that, Zhao Hai's body moved. A huge shadow slowly appeared outside his body. Then, the shadow became more and more solid. Finally, it became a huge giant. This giant was about 300 meters tall and looked very strong. He was wearing the same clothes as Zhao Hai and his face was exactly the same as Zhao Hai's. Then, spots of fire suddenly appeared on the giant's body. Finally, the giant turned into a huge flaming man. Then, the flaming man directly collided with the golden crow. The two of them rolled in the air and fought. Below, the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect were still attacking. However, the disciples of the Sacred Gate were no longer in the mood to fight, especially when they saw that Elder Snake and the others had surrendered. Many disciples of the Sacred Gate had also surrendered. Of course, the elite battle team controlled by the Sacred Master didn't surrender. Instead, they kept fighting with the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect. It must be said that the strength of the people in this battle team was really good. The disciples of the Sea Exploration sect wanted to destroy them several times but failed. At this time, Ding Chunming returned with the cavalry and directly charged at the disciples. The people of the sea race also began to attack these people. The people of the battle formation were finally scattered. This way, the disciples of the Sea Exploration sect could naturally deal with them easily. As for the other ordinary disciples of the Holy Gate, when they saw this situation, they didn't resist anymore. Many of them surrendered directly. Those who didn't surrender were the stubborn ones, and they were quickly eliminated. The war in the Holy Gate ended very quickly. From the beginning to the end of the war, a total of 4 hours had passed. In such a short period of time, hundreds of millions of troops were completely defeated. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, the Flaming Man and the Divine Crow were still fighting. Nobody could get close to the two of them, not even the Supreme Elders. This was because they discovered that if they wanted to get close to the two of them, they would be forced back by the heat waves. The heat waves were too hot and contained traces of law power. They simply didn't dare to get close. Because of this, they could only watch. After some time, several golden runes suddenly appeared on the Flaming Man's body. Then these runes hit the Divine Crow's body. The Divine Crow let out a mournful cry as its body couldn't help but sway. At this time, the Flaming Man seized this opportunity and grabbed the Divine Crow's neck. Then he exerted his strength and twisted the Divine Crow's head. When the Divine Crow's head fell to the ground, the battlefield quieted down. The flames on the Fiery Man and the Divine Crow slowly disappeared as well. Finally, only a giant was left standing between the heavens and the earth. He was holding a huge 3-legged Divine Crow's corpse in his hand. He looked like a god. The Blue Dragon Elder stood in front of Zhao Hai with a very complicated expression. It had been 10 days since Zhao Hai and the others attacked the Holy Gate's main hall. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai directly sent out an army and wiped out all the resistance forces in the entire Holy Gate. Of course, he didn't let the Blue Dragon Elder stay idle. He sent someone to call the Blue Dragon Elder and the others over and let them follow the army. First, he let the Blue Dragon Elder and the others persuade the other party to surrender. If the other party surrendered, that would be the best. If they didn't surrender, then it would be a pity. If they didn't surrender, then they wouldn't surrender. It was precisely because of this that they were able to quell all the resistance forces in the Holy Gate in 10 days. They had even stationed the army at the border of the Will sect. It looked like they could send troops to attack the Will sect at any time. This caused the Will sect to be shocked. They had no choice but to station their troops at the border to guard against them. Now that the Blue Dragon Elder and the others were finally done with their work, they returned to the main hall of the Holy Gate to see Zhao Hai. But this time, Zhao Hai first summoned the Blue Dragon Elder alone. The others were still waiting outside. The reason why the Blue Dragon Elder's expression was so complicated now was because he didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to face Zhao Hai. Should he say that he hated Zhao Hai? Indeed, a little. The Holy Gate was their sect, but now it was destroyed by Zhao Hai. They should hate Zhao Hai. But to say that he was grateful to Zhao Hai, he was a little bit because Zhao Hai saved his family. When he found out what kind of treatment his family had received, he was very surprised and angry. But these were no longer important because the Holy Lord was dead, and his family had been rescued by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai not only cured the poison of the mad beast pill in his family, but also cured the poison of the soul-devouring pill in his family. One must know that these two poisons, no matter which one it was, were said to be incurable. The mad beast pill was a kind of poison that could directly stimulate a person's brain. People who ate this poison would immediately go crazy and eventually go crazy. There was no antidote. The soul-devouring pill was the same. This was a kind of poison that could turn a person into a poisonous person. It could be said that it had no benefits for cultivators at all. Moreover, it was used on people's souls. As long as a cultivator was poisoned by this poison, then this cultivator could only rely on constantly sucking other people's souls as food to survive. Otherwise, only death would await them. The most important thing was that this poison would spread throughout the cultivator's body. If the cultivator's blood splashed onto someone, then that person would also be poisoned. Therefore, this poison was really very powerful and was known as an absolute poison. These two poisons were also classified as highly confidential in the Holy Gate. They were poisons that wouldn't be used because there was no antidote and they were too poisonous. Therefore, no one in the Holy Gate had ever used these two poisons. Only when dealing with people would they use the mad beast pill. As for the soul-devouring pill, it had never been used. But this time, the Holy Lord actually planted these two poisons on the Azure Dragon Elder's family. It can be said that the Holy Lord hated the Azure Dragon Elder to the core. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then the Azure Dragon Elder's family would have died. These two kinds of absolute poisons were easily neutralized in Zhao Hai's hands. This made the Blue Dragon Elder even more surprised at Zhao Hai's strength. At the same time, they were also very grateful to Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this gratitude and some hatred that made the Blue Dragon Elder look at Zhao Hai with very complicated eyes. His heart was now like a bottle of mixed feelings, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, all kinds of feelings. Zhao Hai looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and said in a deep voice, "Blue Dragon, now that the Holy Gate has been destroyed by me, although there are still some sporadic resistance, it's no longer a problem. In a few days, it should be completely resolved. I will also remove the ban on the original Holy Gate disciples in the Chicken Heart Ridge. I hope they can be a disciple of the Scouring Sea sect with peace of mind. In this regard, I still need you to work hard. I am going to let you be the Hall Master of the Holy Gate branch of our Scouring Sea sect. However, the Vermilion Bird Elder and a few others will be transferred to the Sword Spirit world as the Deputy Hall Masters of other branches to learn the rules of the Scouring Sea sect. At the same time, I will send some people to be the Deputy Hall Masters of the Holy Gate branch. Most of the disciples of the Holy Gate will also be transferred to the Sword Spirit world to join other branches. After the E-sect is destroyed, some disciples will stay and become the new disciples of the Holy Gate branch. This has always been the rule of our Scouring Sea sect." The Blue Dragon Elder naturally wouldn't have any objections. He immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I will follow the sect master's instructions. I have no objections." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, it's good that you don't have any objections. Then it's decided. In the future, the Holy Gate branch will depend on you. Now, you should know the rules of the Scouring Sea sect. Remember, don't betray the Scouring Sea sect. I will kill all those who betray the Scouring Sea sect. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, sect master," the Blue Dragon Elder said in a deep voice. Zhao Hai nodded, then he opened his mouth and said, "All right, call them in. I'll instruct them to make some preparations." The Blue Dragon Elder complied and called the others in. However, Elder E and the others weren't among them. They were all elders of the Holy Gate. This is for your own good. You are all elders of the Holy Sect, so you have deep roots here. If you stay here, then you might have thoughts that you shouldn't have. When the time comes, I would have no choice but to kill you. Therefore, you will be transferred to the main hall to become a vice hall master or an elder of the main hall. After you learn enough rules, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to hall master. Do you have any objections?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm going to transfer you to the main hall to become a vice hall master or an elder of the main hall. Once you have learned enough rules, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to hall master. Do you have any objections? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm going to transfer you to the main hall to become a vice hall master or an elder of the main hall. Once you have learned enough rules, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to hall master. Several people replied in unison, yes, we will listen to sect master's arrangements. They weren't fools and understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. The Holy Gate could become a branch, but because they were elders of the Holy Gate, their families had a huge influence here. If they all stayed here, the Holy Gate would slowly become a country within a country. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. If that really happened, Zhao Hai would deal with them. Therefore, in order to prevent that day from happening, they had to leave this place and go to other places. However, their status wouldn't change. Just like what Zhao Hai had said, this would be beneficial to them. Of course, they knew this, so they naturally wouldn't object. Anyway, now that the Saint Gate had disappeared, there was no need for them to stay here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, however, this mobilization will still take some time. In the next period of time, we will have two main tasks. First, pacify the entire Holy Gate as soon as possible. Therefore, there will be no resistance within the Holy Gate. You won't need to worry too much about this matter. After all, this is the Holy Gate, so there might be some things that are inconvenient for you to deal with. Therefore, you can just hand it over to others. The second task is to stabilize the Holy Gate and prepare to attack the Will sect. Stabilizing the Holy Gate will involve three aspects. First, we will establish a huge formation that covers the entire Holy Gate. This is a must. Second, we will move the ordinary disciples of the Holy Gate to the Sword Spirit world, and from there, we will migrate to the Holy Gate. At the same time, we will liberate all the human slaves in the Holy Gate. In the future, they will be regarded as outer disciples of the Exploring Sea sect. If they have good talent, they can also be accepted as disciples of the Exploring Sea sect. Third, we will organize the army and prepare to deal with the Will sect. What I want is the entire demon spirit world, not the Holy Gate's territory. Although Yilong and the others have already surrendered, they still haven't given up on their evil intentions. Yilong also wants to secretly contact the Will sect. However, I haven't made a move on him yet. In the face of absolute strength, his little tricks are nothing to worry about. It won't be too late to deal with him later. However, this time, your people will also participate in the attack on the Will sect. This will require you to control them. At present, there are many disciples of the Holy Gate who haven't adapted to their identity as disciples of the Exploring Sea sect, so you need to manage them. Second, you need to work hard to make them understand that they are now disciples of the Exploring Sea sect, not disciples of the Holy Gate. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others responded at the same time. They really admired Zhao Hai's management ability. From this point, they could see Zhao Hai's management ability. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said in a deep voice, today, I am telling you these things so that you know what to do. Because today, the focus of our work will revolve around these few points. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting with all the elders to specifically assign tasks. Your task is not light. There may be some Holy Gate disciples who haven't turned the corner yet, but I hope that you can make them turn the corner. In this way, I will also save a lot of effort. If there is really someone who dares to have any other thoughts when I deal with the E-sect, then don't blame me for being impolite. I am not a murderous person, but I have never been lenient when it comes to killing. Tell those disciples that once they have entered my Exploring Sea sect, don't even think about betraying us. No one can betray us after entering my Exploring Sea sect. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others responded at the same time. They didn't notice that their bodies had bent down. They didn't even dare to breathe. This situation didn't happen when they faced the Holy Lord. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others had been following the Holy Lord since the day they became the four Holy Elders. The Holy Lord's temper wasn't very good, but they were very afraid of the Holy Lord. Although they generally wouldn't speak in front of the Holy Lord, they really weren't afraid of the Holy Lord in their hearts. But now, when facing Zhao Hai, they were really afraid. They were very clear that Zhao Hai didn't speak, nor did he speak loudly. Although he didn't scold them, and although he didn't get angry, it was this kind of plain tone that made them feel frightened. This was because they knew that they must not do what Zhao Hai said. Otherwise, there was only one end, death. The Exploration Sea sect was like a huge machine. After devouring the behemoth that was the Holy Gate, it began to operate at full strength. Firstly, it wanted to digest this behemoth. Secondly, it wanted to make full preparations to deal with the E sect. Obviously, the people of the E sect also knew this, so after the Exploration Sea sect destroyed the Holy Gate, they also took action to prepare to deal with the Exploration Sea sect. First, they attacked the army of the Exploration Sea sect at the border of the two sections. However, they did not succeed and were repelled by the army of the Exploration Sea sect. Then, they prepared to attack the army of the Exploration Sea sect that stayed in the East Sea. In the end, they did not succeed. They were repelled by the fierce Tiger Taoist master with the power of the array. Only then did the E sect give up. However, the Exploration Sea sect did not counterattack. Instead, they focused on digesting the territory they had obtained. There were still some resistance forces in the Holy Gate. Not only did they want to eliminate all these resistance forces, but they also wanted to digest some of the secret realms of the Holy Gate. As soon as the Holy Gate fell, some of the secret realms of the Holy Gate became the base camp of some Holy Gate disciples who rebelled against the Exploration Sea sect. They thought that by relying on these secret realms, they could deal with the Exploration Sea sect for a while. However, they did not expect that Zhao Hai was there. When the disciples entered and exited the secret realms, the location of the secret realms was exposed. Then, the army of the Exploration Sea sect directly marched over and seized all the secret realms. As time passed, the Holy Gate had been completely digested by the Exploration Sea sect. All the secret realms had been seized, but the Exploration Sea sect still did not make a move against the E sect. This was because they were building a large array that covered the entire E sect. Just 3 months after the Exploration Sea sect defeated the Holy Gate, the large array was finally completed. The plan of the Exploration Sea sect to annex the Holy Gate was also completed. The entire Holy Gate had been completely integrated into the Exploration Sea sect. Now, although some of the disciples of the Holy Gate had not been transferred to the Sword Spirit world, some of them had been assigned to the various battle teams of the Exploration Sea sect. After the integration, they had completely joined those battle teams and became members of those battle teams. Although these disciples of the Holy Gate were not used to their identity change at first, they slowly got used to it. This was because the treatment of the Exploration Sea sect was really good. Even if it was wartime, they could consult the elders at any time. Moreover, they could get a lot of benefits every month. Therefore, these disciples of the Holy Gate felt that joining the Exploration Sea sect was the right decision. This was the Holy Gate disciples of the Holy Gate. This was the effect that Zhao Hai wanted. After joining the Exploration Sea sect, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others also understood the horror of the Exploration Sea sect. Therefore, they had now completely become members of the Exploration Sea sect. No one was thinking about how to restore the Holy Gate. Zhao Hai's plan for the Holy Gate was very successful. He made use of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others. The disciples of the Holy Gate obeyed the Blue Dragon Elder and the others. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others had completely surrendered to the Holy Gate. These disciples naturally would not have any resentment towards the Holy Gate. In addition to these, Zhao Hai also made use of the E sect. He made use of the hatred of the Holy Gate for the E sect and successfully transferred the hatred of the Holy Gate disciples towards the Exploration Sea sect. The Holy Gate disciples hated the Exploration Sea sect. However, after becoming a disciple of the Exploration Sea sect, the Exploration Sea sect was really good to them. It was better than how the Holy Gate treated them. Moreover, whether it was in cultivation or in life, the Exploration Sea sect would take good care of them. This made the Holy Gate disciples feel that they were valued like never before. The hatred in their hearts towards the Exploration Sea sect also slowly disappeared. After all, they were now disciples of the Exploration Sea sect. This was an undeniable fact. Subsequently, the Exploration Sea sect began to publicize the hatred between the Holy Gate and the E sect. This also made the Holy Gate disciples remember the hatred between them and the E sect. To be honest, the hatred between them and the E sect was almost impossible to resolve. This was because they had been fighting for too long. The hatred between the two sides had accumulated over time and had reached a level that had penetrated deep into their bones and even into their souls. It was not easy to resolve it. Previously, they could still unite in the name of righteousness to deal with the Exploration C sect. But now, the Holy Gate's disciples had become the people of the Exploration C sect. Naturally, they wouldn't think of dealing with the Exploration C sect anymore. In this way, their hatred was transferred to the E sect, successfully resolving the internal conflict of the Exploration C sect. After 3 months of development, the Holy Gate's disciples had also completely seen the true face of the Exploration C sect. Now, the Holy Gate's disciples liked to think of themselves as members of the Exploration C sect. This was because their life in the Exploration C sect was too good. 3 months later, they also began to prepare to attack the E sect. On this day, Zhao Hai called all the elders over. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I think everyone knows why I called everyone here today. We are preparing to attack the E sect." Everyone's face was filled with joy. Even Elder Blue Dragon and the others were the same. They had been fighting with the E sect for many years, and their hatred was as deep as the sea. If they could really destroy the E sect in their hands, that would be the best. Although the Holy Gate was now gone, no matter what, they had participated in the operation to destroy the E sect. This made them very happy. Zhao Hai glanced at them, then smiled slightly and said, "This time, I called everyone here not only to talk about the E sect, but also to introduce a person to everyone. Qing Feng, come and meet everyone." A voice responded. Then, he stood up and bowed to everyone. This person looked to be in his 40s. He had a gentle face, but his figure wasn't very tall. He wasn't very handsome, but his temperament was really good. He gave people a feeling of gentleness and elegance. Elder Blue Dragon and the others looked at this person strangely. They always felt that there was something very special about this person that gave them a very familiar feeling. Zhao Hai glanced at Elder Blue Dragon and the others, then smiled slightly and said, "This is also an acquaintance of everyone. He is the original patriarch of the Formation-Breaking Beast clan. Now, they have changed their name to the 9 Black Turtle clan. He is Qing Feng." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Blue Dragon and the others stared. They didn't think that this person would turn out to be the patriarch of the Formation-Breaking Beast clan, Qing Feng. Qing Feng also smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist to everyone and sat down. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Qing Feng is now the Vice Hall Master of the Formation Hall. His talent in formations is the strongest I have ever seen. Not only did he learn our sea exploring sex formations at the fastest speed, he also improved several formations. Now, the 9 Black Turtle clan has joined our formation hall. This time, he was transferred to deal with the E sect." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone became curious. They didn't know how Qing Feng would deal with the E sect. Even if Qing Feng was very powerful in the field of formations, he wouldn't be able to help in such an occasion. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Qing Feng has recently researched a special formation called the 9 Profound Wind Thunder Formation. This formation uses him as the eye of the formation, supplemented by formation discs and flags. Because of this, the formation is very flexible and can be moved. It can be said that as long as this formation is arranged, it would be a huge and mobile formation. Not only can it attack, but it can also defend. Because of this, I called him over. With him, we would have a moving camp." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Qing Feng has been researching a special formation called the 9 Profound Wind Thunder Formation. This formation uses him as the eye of the formation, making it very flexible and mobile." Everyone was an expert, so when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood Qing Feng's strength. Using himself as the core of the formation, supplemented by formation plates and flags, he can arrange a large formation. This was indeed very powerful. On the other hand, the Blue Dragon Elder and the others' expressions were somewhat complicated. This was because the Formation-Breaking Beast clan had been suppressed by the Holy Gate for many years. In the end, the Formation-Breaking Beast clan was on the verge of extinction. The Holy Gate had never paid attention to the Formation-Breaking Beast clan. They didn't expect that the Formation-Breaking Beast clan would be valued so much in the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then smiled. Then he said to Qing Fang, your performance in the formation hall has been very good recently. Today, I want to reward you with two things. Come and get them. When Qing Fang heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly stood up and walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he saluted Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, my 9 Black Turtle clan was saved by you. Back then, I swore that my 9 Black Turtle clan would be your slaves for generations to come. How could I dare to ask for Master's reward? Master, please take back your reward. Starting from today, you can follow Chen Ming and call me young master. But even if you become my servant, you still need to be rewarded. Here, this is the 8 trigram sword chi formation that I used before. Although it's a sword chi formation, it's still a formation. I'll give it to you. Also, this is the void condensing techniques cultivation method as well as some of the formations that I researched. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, I'm very happy that you have such intentions. Later on, you will be my servant, as well as your 9 black turtles. Starting today, you can follow Chen Ming and call me young master. But even if you become my servant, you still need to be rewarded. After hearing Zhao Hai, a lot of people in the hall had envious expressions on their faces. Qing Fang was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually accept them. Moreover, he even gave him the 8 trigram sword chi formation as well as the void formation technique. These were very precious things. Now that Zhao Hai gave them to him, Qing Fang became even more excited. With a plop, Qing Fang directly knelt on the ground and received the things that Zhao Hai handed over. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Thank you young master for your reward. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Alright, get up. In the future, work hard. Qing Fang nodded, then he stood up and returned to the formation. At the same time, Ding Chunming looked at Qing Fang with a hint of intimacy. Ding Chunming was very clear that in the future, Qing Fang and the others would be like him, becoming Zhao Hai's servants. Others might be envious of their status, but they didn't know that the benefits were too great. In the future, they would know how much benefits the 9 black turtles would get from being Zhao Hai's servants. After accepting Qing Fang as a servant, this matter was considered resolved. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others and said in a deep voice, Well, Qing Fang's matter is settled. In the future, the 9 black turtle clan will be my servants. Now, let's talk about how to deal with the Yi sect. When they heard Zhao Hai say this, everyone was stunned at first. Then, they were all shocked and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that the Yi sect is now fully prepared to attack the Yi sect. So, if we want to attack the Yi sect, we must also be prepared. Everyone, if you have any ideas, let's hear them. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then, when Wen Hai spoke first, Boss, I think we can attack the Yi sect from the East Sea. Now, the army of the Yi sect is concentrated at the border of the 2 sections. If we attack from the East Sea, we should be able to achieve a miraculous effect. Most importantly, if we attack from the East Sea, we can use the array there. The array in the East Sea has been built for a very long time, so it can be used. Everyone nodded. Attacking from the East Sea was indeed a very good choice, but the final decision still depended on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the Blue Dragon Elder and said, Blue Dragon, you and the people of the Yi sect have been fighting for a long time. You should also know the tricks of the Yi sect. Tell me, what should we do next? The Blue Dragon Elder quickly stood up and cupped his fist at Zhao Hai, Sect Master, attacking from the East Sea is indeed a good choice, but those guys of the Yi sect are not easy to deal with. Although they have concentrated their army at the border of the 2 sects, there are still a lot of good things in their sect. They also have artifacts that can be compared with the 12 sacred beasts of our holy gate. I am a little worried about this. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, This is indeed a problem. It's impossible for the Yi sect to not think of a way that we can think of. The last time we attacked them from the East Sea, it's impossible for them not to guard against this. Therefore, attacking them from the East Sea is also a problem. Everyone was silent for a moment. They also felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. Attacking from the East Sea was really too simple. As long as the people of the Yi sect had a little brain, they would be able to think of it. Although this method was good, it didn't necessarily work. Ding Chunming thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I have an idea. I remember that Long and the others had also surrendered to our sea exploring sect. However, it seems like they didn't really want to surrender. Otherwise, the sect master wouldn't have stopped them from participating in this event. I think it's better if we use them and spread the news that we're going to attack the Eastern Sea. Moreover, we'll be going all out. If the sect gets this news, then they might just transfer their army to the Eastern Sea. As long as they transfer their army, then we'll immediately attack the sect from the border. When the time comes, they wouldn't be able to resist." When Ding Chunming said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he nodded and said, "Good, Chunming's idea is good. However, I have been neglecting Long and the others. Moreover, they have already sent news to the sect several times. If I suddenly tell them the news, I'm afraid that they will be suspicious. This matter needs to be carefully planned." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone was stunned. Then when Wenhai's expression changed as he said, "Boss, Long really dares to contact the people of the sect? Does he not want to live anymore?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's not the first time he contacted them. However, the news that he sent back wouldn't be particularly important. You don't need to care about it. However, if we want to use them to send the news, it would be a bit difficult." When Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Boss, if that's the case, we can make use of this Long. We can't let Long know that we are going to attack the sect from the East Sea. We have to let Long think that they had inquired about it from many sides before finally finding out about it. This way, this information will seem to be hard to come by, and he will be even less suspicious." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Yes, this is a good idea. Alright, I'll arrange for people to do this. Now, let's talk about attacking the sect." At this point, he paused for a moment, then looked at everyone and said, "This method of creating a diversion is indeed useful. We can transfer the army of the sect away, but it's impossible for the sect to not be prepared at all. Therefore, we must really transfer the army to the Eastern Sea. However, we don't need to transfer too many troops. At the border between the two sects, the number of troops must not be small. If the people of the sect transfer troops to the Eastern Sea and we attack from the border between the two sects, the sect may return to rescue them. At that time, our feint attack at the Eastern Sea will immediately become the main attack. Then, we will attack from the Eastern Sea with full force. When we attack from the East Sea, the sect and the sect will be at the same time." Everyone quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, everyone couldn't help but show a trace of admiration. To be able to perfect this plan in such a short period of time was really something that they couldn't compare with. Zhao Hai glanced at everyone and then said, "When you were making plans to deal with the sect, you actually forgot a very important step. That is, the number of people in our Exploration Sea sect. Previously, when our Exploration Sea sect was fighting with them, we only had a little more than 700 million people. But now, the number of combat-capable disciples in our Exploration Sea sect has exceeded 1 billion. As for the sect, the number of combat-capable disciples is only about 1 billion. Because they have suffered a lot of losses before, plus the fact that we have captured 300 million of their disciples, their number of disciples is only about 1 billion, which isn't a lot. Therefore, we can deal with them with ease and don't have to worry about the lack of military strength." As soon as they heard what Zhao Hai said, everyone understood what was going on. Yes, if they were to talk about military strength, their military strength was indeed more than that of the sect. They originally had more than 70,000 disciples. Now, with the addition of the disciples of the Holy Gate and the Fishmen, their total number had reached more than 1.3 billion. The number of disciples of the sect was a lot more than that of the sect. Now, they can use their superior military strength to deal with the sect. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and smiled faintly. "Alright, all of you go and prepare. I will let the dragon pass the news back to the sect in the near future. Everyone should be prepared. Right now, there are about 100 million disciples in the East Sea. 600 million disciples will be transferred to the East Sea, so the number of disciples in the East Sea will reach 700 million. Long, you and the Fishmen will go to the East Sea. The East Sea's formation is mainly water-based, After you go there, you can rely on the formation to exert greater power. So in the future, if the East Sea becomes the main area of attack, then you will be the main force. Yalong stood up excitedly and responded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he sat down again and said, "The rest of the people will stay here at the border of the two sections. But after a while, you will take those disciples and leave in batches. Of course, you won't go to the East Sea, but you will have to hide. The people of the East sect will think that we have transferred all our forces to the East Sea, but at the same time, we will leave some people here at the border of the two sections. We have to pretend that although our people have been transferred, we still have to make you think that we haven't. That is to say, your people have really left, but you have to pretend that they haven't left. Even if the people of the East sect are there, they will think that we have really transferred our troops to the East Sea, so they won't suspect us." Everyone responded in unison. They were almost confused by Zhao Hai's words. First, they pretended to be transferred, but in fact, they were hiding. The people at the border had obviously been transferred, but they had to pretend that they hadn't. In the eyes of others, this was completely superfluous. Then, wouldn't it be fine if you didn't transfer them? In fact, this was where Zhao Hai was clever. He transferred the people away, so that there weren't many people at the border, but at the same time, he pretended that they hadn't been transferred. This way, even if the people of the East sect were to investigate, they would only find out that the people at the border had indeed been transferred. The reason why they had to pretend that they hadn't been transferred was to make the people of the East sect think that they wanted to use this method to confuse them. This was because the feeling on the battlefield was like this. You have clearly transferred people away, but you have to pretend that you haven't. So, under normal circumstances, when the enemy sees this, they won't suspect you. If you transferred your people away, but the enemy immediately discovered it, then the enemy would be suspicious. We are still gathering here, but you suddenly transferred everyone away. Are you trying to scare me? As soon as they became suspicious, they might discover the plan. Therefore, Zhao Hai used such a scheme to make the enemy think that Zhao Hai had really transferred people away and was really going to attack from the East Sea. Zhao Hai glanced at them, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, go back and prepare. As long as you are ready, we can move. Go." Everyone responded, then turned and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai asked Wen Hai to stay and let him select some people to carry out their plan. They wanted to let Yilong know that they were transferring troops to the East Sea. At that time, Yilong would tell the news to the East sect. At that time, the East sect would transfer troops to the East Sea, and their plan would be successful. Yilong had been quite aggrieved recently. He and the Blue Dragon Elder were forced to surrender by Zhao Hai. Although the Blue Dragon Elder was the first to surrender, he was the first to surrender. At that time, he also thought that Zhao Hai might send troops to the Holy Gate, and it would be in a short time. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Gate would be defeated so quickly and be taken down by Zhao Hai. After the Holy Gate was taken down, Yilong and the others watched Zhao Hai use various means to deal with the people of the Holy Gate. In just a few months, the Holy Gate was merged into the Sea Exploring sect. The disciples of the Holy Gate who were captured with them had long been released, but they still stayed in the Chicken Heart Ridge. Those disciples still had their cultivation sealed. These days made Yilong feel very uncomfortable. But fortunately, he was able to contact the sect and report the situation from time to time. The sect also told him not to act rashly. It would be best if he could only report the situation back to the sect at the most critical moment. Yilong felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he was able to contact the sect and report the situation back to the sect. Although Yilong also thought the same, he could clearly feel that Zhao Hai didn't attach great importance to them. Zhao Hai was even on guard against them. If something happens in the Sea Exploring sect, then they wouldn't participate. Therefore, it wasn't easy to obtain information. Fortunately, Yilong had another source of information, which was the outer disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. To put it bluntly, they were actually ordinary people. The reason why these ordinary people came here was because they needed to work here and grow crops. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about Yilong. On the other hand, these ordinary people didn't have much vigilance. Because of this, many of the disciples of the East sect had their cultivation sealed. Therefore, these ordinary people also liked to chat with the disciples of the East sect. In the beginning, Yilong didn't care about this. But later on, he slowly discovered that although these ordinary people had low cultivation and strength, they were very well informed. They actually knew all the information about the sea exploring sect. This made Yilong very happy. He immediately made some disciples of the sect deliberately contact these ordinary people to learn more about the sea exploring sect. It was only later that he found out that those seemingly ordinary people had descendants in their families who were disciples of the sea exploring sect. Some of them had even become elders. It was no wonder that they were so well informed. He had also used this method to gather a lot of information. It had been more than 3 months since the destruction of the Holy Gate by the Scouring Sea sect. However, the Scouring Sea sect hadn't sent any troops against the Holy Gate. This made Yilong very anxious. The reason why he was so anxious was to get the news as soon as possible so that he could leave the Scouring Sea sect as soon as possible. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. But it was useless for him to be anxious. He couldn't decide what the sea exploring sect wanted to do. So he could only wait. The more he waited, the more anxious he became. Now, he couldn't wait for the sea exploring sect to attack the sect tomorrow. At this time, he finally received news from a disciple that the sea exploring sect was about to send troops to the sect. Moreover, this time, the sea exploring sect was going to go all out. They must take down the sect in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this news, Yilong couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately asked the disciples to inquire about the sea exploring sect's intention to send troops to the sect. The more detailed the better. Naturally, this inquiry must be done carefully. They mustn't let people know that they were deliberately inquiring about this news. But later on, the disciples reported that there was no need to look around. Now, the entire sea exploring sect knew that the sea exploring sect was going to send troops to the sect. You don't need to inquire about anything. As long as you listen, you'll hear all kinds of news. Although some of these news were true and some were false, one thing was certain, and that was that the sea exploring sect was going to send troops to the sect. After confirming this news, Yilong couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately called Yi and Yi to his room. He wanted to discuss with them and see if they could proceed with the next step of their plan. Both of you, have you received the news that the Exploration Sea sect is about to attack our sect? Yes, the news is spreading everywhere now. It's hard not to know. But I think it's time for them to take action. After all, the Exploration Sea sect has been controlling the Holy Gate for so long. It's about time for them to take action. Well, I also know about this news. Some time ago, I inadvertently heard someone mention that this time, the Exploration Sea sect is preparing to make a move at the East Sea and directly attack our sect from there. This is because our defense at the East Sea is relatively weak. As for the border, because of the years of war between us and the Holy Gate, the fortifications are very good. Therefore, it will be very difficult to attack from here. Therefore, they decided to attack from the East Sea. Old Snake, where did you get this news from? Is it accurate? There should be no problem. This news wasn't heard by others. It was inadvertently mentioned by a few outer disciples of the Exploration Sea sect when they were chatting. Moreover, it wasn't mentioned under normal circumstances. It was mentioned when two people were quarreling. One of them was provoked by the other, so he mentioned this news. You should also know that the outer disciples of the Exploration Sea sect sometimes compete with each other. They are not competing on anything else but the speed of the news. So, I heard it. If this is the case, then this news may be true. But, it does make sense. Now that the sect's army is concentrated at the border, there aren't many people in the East Sea. If the Exploration Sea sect transfers their army to the East Sea and suddenly attacks us, the consequences will be unimaginable. I think we should report this news to the sect and let them prepare early. Otherwise, we may suffer a big loss. No hurry. Even if the Exploration Sea sect wants to send troops, it's impossible for them to do it so quickly. They will definitely prepare the army first and then send the troops. We can use this time to confirm this news. Alright, then let's go back. Tell the disciples to pay more attention to this news. If it's true, then report it immediately. We also have to prepare to leave this place. As for the disciples who stayed here, we can't take care of them for the time being. We can only wait for an opportunity to save them in the future. Okay, then we'll go back first. How about this, 3 days? We only have 3 days to gather information. After 3 days, whether there is any news about this or not, we have to report this news to the sect. After all, the sect needs time to prepare. At worst, we can just tell the people in the sect that this news is not confirmed and let them confirm it themselves. Alright, let's do that. You guys go back first. We'll gather again in 3 days to see if there's any news about this. 3 days later, in Elder Yilong's room, Elder Yilong looked at the other 2 elders and said, "How is it? Is there any news about this on the internet?" Both of them shook their heads. One of them said, "There's no news about this. The person who spread this news has disappeared in the past few days. Do you think this news is fake?" "No, now I'm even more certain that this news is true. If the Sea Exploring sect really carries out this plan, then they must keep it a secret. Therefore, the person who spread this news will definitely be punished. You guys don't have this news. I've heard some news about this, but it's very little. But at least I can be sure that the Sea Exploring sect may really attack our sect from the East Sea. What do we do now? Do we directly report this news to the sect?" "Report it. After reporting this news to the sect, we'll find a way to leave. We can't wait any longer. If we really wait until the war between the Sea Exploring sect and the sect, then it'll be too late for us to go back. Moreover, once the war starts, the sect will need people. We can go back and help. If we go back too late, then it'll be useless. Alright, then let's hurry up. But it's better to let the sect confirm this news. If the Sea Exploring sect doesn't attack from the East Sea, then we'll have committed a big sin. Rest assured, I'll explain it clearly. It's a pity that we haven't found a way to break the restriction on the disciples. Otherwise, we can take all of them away. Don't think too much. Take care of yourself first. Let's report this news to the sect. Then we'll immediately find an opportunity to leave. I don't want to stay here any longer. Alright, let's get ready. It's time to leave." After Yi and Yi left Yilong's room, Yilong immediately walked out of his room. Then he went outside where the commoners lived and took out a small teleportation formation. Then he took out a jade slip and inputted some information into it. Then he placed the jade slip on the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, the jade slip disappeared into the teleportation formation. The reason why Yilong wanted to use the transmission formation in a place where ordinary people lived was because he didn't want others to know that he was the one who used the transmission formation. This was because when a transmission formation was used, there would be energy fluctuations. If someone were to discover the energy fluctuations of the transmission formation in his room, then they would naturally suspect him. Yilong was very careful when doing things. In the following 2 days, they had been observing and planning to leave the Chicken Heart Ridge and find an opportunity to return to the Yi sect. If they wanted to leave the Chicken Heart Ridge, it wouldn't be difficult. Now that they could use the transmission formation, leaving the Chicken Heart Ridge wouldn't be a problem. But in fact, this wasn't the case. There was a very special restriction in the Chicken Heart Ridge. Here, you can use a small transmission formation to send messages, but you can't use a portable transmission formation to leave. A small transmission formation and a portable transmission formation were different. The weight and volume of the items transported were different. A portable transmission formation can generally transport about 3 people, but a small transmission formation can't even transport 1 person. In the Chicken Heart Ridge, you can use a small transmission formation, but you can't use a portable transmission formation. If you want to leave, you can only use a large transmission formation. Yilong was very clear about his identity. If he left now, he was afraid that he would be discovered. When that time comes, they wouldn't be able to leave. Therefore, if Yilong wanted to leave, he could only leave the Chicken Heart Ridge and go outside. This way, he could use a portable transmission formation to leave. After observing for 2 days, he discovered that the Sea Exploring sect didn't strengthen the Chicken Heart Ridge's defenses. This made Yilong feel relieved. In the past few months, he had been observing the Chicken Heart Ridge's defenses. He had found a way to leave the Chicken Heart Ridge that was impossible to be discovered. As long as they wait until the evening, when everyone went to rest, they could leave. He had repeatedly scouted the path and found that there was no one around. As long as they leave the Chicken Heart Ridge, they can directly return to the Yi sect. That night, Yilong, Yishi, and Yi left their rooms. It was now the second half of the night, the time when people were sleeping soundly. It was also the best time for them to leave. The three carefully walked out of the Chicken Heart Ridge. They didn't fly, they couldn't fly. In the Chicken Heart Ridge, the gravity formation would be turned on at night. Nobody could fly. Therefore, they could only walk out of the Chicken Heart Ridge. From the route that they had chosen in advance, they slowly left the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line until they arrived outside the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive line. They weren't discovered by anyone, which made the three of them feel relieved. In their opinion, as long as they move forward, they can leave this place and return to the Yi sect. After walking for a while, they felt the pressure on their bodies lighten. The gravity formation of the Chicken Heart Ridge had disappeared. Upon feeling the disappearance of the gravity, the three let out a long breath. Their faces were filled with joy. They knew that they had finally left the range of the Chicken Heart Ridge's defensive formation. They could finally use a portable transmission formation to leave. Yilong immediately took out a portable teleportation array. Then, he turned to look at the defensive line of Heart Ridge and said, "Just you wait. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely come back and rescue those disciples." I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity." A voice was suddenly heard. This made Yilong and the others stare. Yilong immediately activated the portable transmission formation. However, the transmission formation didn't respond at all. Then the surroundings lit up. Yilong discovered that they were surrounded. Seeing the person standing in front of them, Yilong's expression couldn't help but change. He received the portable transmission formation and looked at the person and said, "Zhao Hai, I didn't expect you to come in person." Right, the person who surrounded them was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Yilong and said, "I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Even now, you still want to return to the Yi sect. My sea exploring sect has been so good to you, yet you don't seem to have seen it. To be honest, you have disappointed me." "Humph. Even if you are good to us, what's the use? You are still outsiders. You are still the enemy of the Yi sect. I'm afraid that your loyalty has been misplaced. You have already surrendered before, making you a member of the sea exploring sect. Now that you want to betray us, it's tantamount to betraying the sea exploring sect. Our sea exploring sect has never been polite to traitors. Do you want to die or do you want me to send you on your way? Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. You can't win against the Yi sect. You are doomed to fail. You will certainly fail." Zhao Hai looked at Yilong with a strange expression. After a while, he smiled and said, "The reason why you said that is because you sent the information back to the Yi sect, right? Didn't the information say that we will concentrate all our forces in the East Sea and attack the Yi sect from there?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yilong's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he immediately said, "How did you know? Did you do it on purpose?" "You're right. I did it on purpose." "You're right, I did it on purpose." Zhao Hai calmly looked at Yilong and said, "From the very beginning, you didn't really want to surrender to our sea exploring sect. You've been in contact with the Yi sect many times, selling information about our sea exploring sect. Do you think that I didn't know? Do you think that those outer disciples didn't know about your plans? You underestimated them too much. Therefore, after knowing about this matter, I had them tell you the information that I wanted you to know." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He looked at Yilong and the others and smiled coldly. "By now, your information should have been sent back to the Yi sect, right? Moreover, we're about to attack the Yi sect. I think that the Yi sect will certainly transfer their army to the East Sea. When the time comes, we can attack the Yi sect from the border. How about it? Isn't this plan perfect?" Yilong's complexion was ashen as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Despicable, you despicable villain." Zhao Hai looked at Yilong's appearance and smiled faintly. "Despicable? I don't think there's anything despicable about it. We're at war, after all. In war, there's nothing we can't do. Besides, you're the one who started this scheme. If the people had sincerely pledged their allegiance to the sea exploring sect, we wouldn't have been able to carry out this plan, right? Yilong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You won't succeed. Your sea exploring sect wants to control the monster spirit realm and enslave the monster race. It's impossible. You can't do it." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Can't do it? That's not necessarily true. There's one thing that you're wrong about. I've never thought of enslaving the monster race. In my sea exploring sect, all races are equal." Yilong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You've said so much, but it's all nonsense. Today, let me have a good taste of your skills. Zhao Hai, I want to see what you're capable of." Zhao Hai looked at Yilong's appearance and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Didn't you experience it last time? You still want to experience it now? Alright, then I'll let you know how powerful I am." After saying that, Zhao Hai was about to make a move. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Father, let me fight this round. He dared to speak rudely to you, I must teach him a lesson." When Zhao Hai heard Che Rong's voice, he froze for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll let you fight this round. With his status, he really isn't worth my time." When Yilong heard Zhao Hai and Che Rong's words, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you despicable person. You don't need to be so pretentious. Just you wait. After I kill him, it won't be too late to settle accounts with you." Che Rong directly flew out. He looked at Yilong and sneered, "You want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Come, let me see what your true form is." Yilong looked up to the sky and roared. Then he turned into a giant python. This python had a sharp horn on its head and was covered in scales. Its entire body was black and looked very powerful. Che Rong looked at Yilong and sneered, "So it's just a small snake. How boring." Although he said so, his whole body started to move. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on his peak. This shadow slowly solidified and finally turned into a giant. This giant was completely black and had a metallic luster. However, its appearance was exactly the same as Che Rong's. Then the giant opened its eyes and coldly looked at Yilong. Then it let out a roar and sent a punch towards Yilong. This punch looked very simple, like a straight punch. It didn't seem to have any special characteristics. It also didn't have any changes. Anyone could make such a simple punch and dodge it. However, Yilong didn't think so. When Yilong saw Che Rong's punch, his eyes shrunk. Then he looked up to the sky and tore. His body moved forward like a snake as he welcomed the giant's punch. It seems like he was determined to fight the giant head-on. If an ignorant person were to see this, they would certainly think that Yilong was a fool. He was a snake-like beast. Fighting head-on wasn't his strong suit. There was no need for him to fight the giant head-on. However, those who were knowledgeable understood that Yilong had no choice but to fight Che Rong head-on. This was because although Che Rong's fist technique looked very simple, its aura was very powerful. If Yilong wanted to dodge this punch, he would be completely suppressed by Che Rong's aura. When that happens, Yilong would only be able to passively take a beating. Aura wasn't something that a weak disciple would be able to feel. However, if a true expert were to be suppressed by the opponent's aura, then the consequences would be very serious. Because of this, Yilong chose to fight Che Rong head-on. He would rather fight Che Rong head-on than be suppressed by Che Rong's aura. Boom! With a loud bang, the intent dragon's head and the giant's fist collided. The giant's body turned illusory for a moment before returning to its corporeal state. As for the intent dragon, it was sent flying back a distance. At this moment, the giant quickly stepped forward and clenched his fists before he punched Yilong. This time, his fists were like the horns of a mad bull as they collided with Yilong's body. Yilong's body moved and twisted strangely. It was like a noodle as it wrapped itself around the giant's body. Then, Yilong's body suddenly tightened and strangled the giant. This was a common killer move used by snakes, strangle. As long as a snake managed to strangle its prey, it would be hard for them to escape death. Now, Yilong was using the same move. He opened his mouth and bit the giant's body. After being strangled, the giant roared and his body shook. Yilong felt that he was strangling an Iron Man. Moreover, this Iron Man had a huge vibration force. Yilong couldn't wrap his body around the giant and was shaken away. Then, the giant stretched out his hand and grabbed Yilong's head. Yilong's other hand went straight for Yilong's head. Yilong also felt the danger. He swung his long tail and swept the giant's body. The giant's body staggered, but his hand didn't stop as he continued to hit Yilong's head. Yilong's tail didn't stop as it continued to whip the giant. Now, the two of them didn't have any moves. It was as if they were fighting instinctively. However, this kind of battle was even more tragic. After some time, Yilong's tail finally stopped moving. It was like a belt as it hung softly in the giant's hand. At this time, the giant grabbed Yilong's head and roared. The giant's body shrank and turned into Che Rong. Yilong's body also fell to the ground. At this time, Yilong's head was completely smashed. His skull was shattered and his brain was splattered. He couldn't be more dead. However, Che Rong's current situation wasn't very good. His face was pale and there was a trace of blood on his mouth. It seems like his injuries weren't light. Zhao Hai looked at Che Rong and nodded, "Not bad, you've made some progress. However, your fighting style is still a bit stupid. Remember not to fight recklessly in the future." Then Zhao Hai's hand moved as a white light hit Che Rong's body. Che Rong's complexion immediately improved. Then Che Rong cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, adoptive father." Then he turned around and walked behind Zhao Hai. At this time, Xinquang also stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Adoptive father, leave the two of them to me." Zhao Hai looked at Xinquang, then he smiled faintly and said, "You can deal with one of them. Leave the other one to Miss Dragon. He's been calling me for a long time and wants to participate in the battle. I'll leave one of them to him. Miss Dragon, come out. I'll leave the snake to you." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a huge snake head emerged from the ground. Then the Mist Dragon drilled out of the ground and turned into its human form. It cupped its fist and said, "Father, I'm finally in charge of this battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Father, I'm finally in charge." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Kid, you've already reached the Supreme Elder rank. It's time for you to join the battle. Go." Fog Dragon answered happily. He then turned to look at Elder Intent Snake and said in a deep voice, "Come, your opponent is me." Then Xinquang looked at Elder Yi and said, "You come as well. This time, your opponent is me." Elder Yi and Elder Yi looked at Xinquang and Mist Dragon and knew that their strength wasn't inferior to Che Rong. Their expressions were ugly. However, they also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't let them live this time. Therefore, they looked at each other and then nodded. Then the two of them transformed into their true forms and rushed towards Xinquang and Mist Dragon. Seeing that the two didn't give in, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, you have some backbone." Hee. If the two of them gave in, then Zhao Hai would look down on them. But since they didn't give in, Zhao Hai had a higher opinion of them. It can be seen that the two weren't fools. This was because in this situation, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them live. If they gave in, then it would only lower their status. It would be better for them to die in a dignified manner. Mist Dragon's figure moved, then he transformed into his true form and rushed towards Yi. Although he had just comprehended the power of law, his bloodline was very strong. Therefore, after comprehending the power of law, his strength improved very quickly. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't worry about letting him fight. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have let him fight. After all, beast cultivators like Elder Yi and Elder Yi had experienced hundreds of battles. Moreover, they had been supreme elders for many years. If someone wasn't strong enough to fight, then they would only die. Zhao Hai didn't want Mist Dragon to die. Therefore, if Mist Dragon wasn't strong enough, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have let him fight. On the other hand, Xinquang was already facing Elder Yi. Elder Yi's enlightened being was a huge immortal crane. It had white feathers and a red head, looking very majestic. Now that Elder Yi was going to meet Xinquang, Xinquang was using one technique after another to attack Elder Yi. These techniques weren't ordinary techniques, they were all techniques that contained force, just like the moves of a martial art. In the beginning, Elder Yi didn't know how powerful Xinquang's techniques were. He only thought of them as ordinary techniques. However, he didn't expect that after being hit, the force would actually drill into his body. This made him startled. After neutralizing the force, he no longer dared to look down on these techniques. Boom. 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 After a series of loud noises, the whole world became quiet. Then two figures stood in the sky. Both of them were slightly injured, but it wasn't a big deal. As for the corpses of the two giant beasts, they had already fallen to the ground. Two white lights shone on the two, and their injuries were instantly healed. The two quickly turned their heads to Zhao Hai and bowed. "Thank you, father." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, very good. Have a good rest. We'll have a big battle in a few days." The two nodded. Then Miss Dragon's figure moved and drilled into the ground. At the same time, Xianxia returned to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others and said, "All right, let's go back. The traitors have been eliminated. The next step is to deal with the Yi sect. Get ready." Everyone responded and then turned around and left. The people of the Yi sect also received a letter from Yilong. After receiving the letter, they immediately sent people to verify the contents of the letter. Soon, they discovered that there weren't many troops of the Exploration Sea sect at the border of the two sections. When they saw this situation, the people of the Yi sect immediately thought of a way to attack the Holy Gates territory and make the Exploration Sea sect retreat from the East Sea. In their opinion, this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. They could attack the Holy Gates territory and burn the flames of war to the Holy Gates territory. At the same time, they could make the Exploration Sea sect retreat. Unfortunately, as soon as they attacked the Holy Gates territory, they discovered that they were facing the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. They had already experienced how strong the Sea Exploring Sect's formation was. Back in the Eastern Sea, they had tried many times to push the Sea Exploring Sect's people back into the sea. However, they didn't succeed even once. Because of the Sea Exploring Sect's formation, they couldn't break the formation and attack the ordinary disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect. Therefore, they naturally couldn't push the Sea Exploring Sect back into the sea. After discovering that their plan didn't succeed, the people of the Yi sect began to dispatch troops to the East Sea, preparing to block the attack of the Exploring Sea sect there. When Zhao Hai's Mind sect attacked the Holy Gates territory, he didn't show up. He wanted to give the Mind sect a feeling that he had already gone to the East Sea. Sure enough, the Mind sect had mobilized their troops. Although the people of the Yi sect felt that it was strange that Yilong and the other two elders didn't come back, Yilong was still in the territory of the Sea Exploring Sect. It was inevitable that something might have happened. Moreover, they also knew that Yilong wouldn't open a small transmission formation except for sending them letters. He was afraid of being discovered. Therefore, they weren't too worried when Yilong and the others didn't come back. Just when the army of the Yi sect hadn't been fully mobilized to the East Sea, the army of the Sea Exploring Sect suddenly attacked. This time, the attack wasn't 100 million people. The number of people was obviously a lot more. This made the people of the Yi sect more convinced of the information sent by Yilong. They believed that the Sea Exploring Sect would definitely attack them in the East Sea. Therefore, they immediately accelerated the deployment of troops. It was also because they accelerated the deployment of troops that the army of the Sea Exploring Sect was pushed back. The army of the Sea Exploring Sect retreated to the East Sea. The two sides confronted each other outside the East Sea branch. When the fierce dragon Taoist who had been in charge of the East Sea saw this situation, he immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. He told Zhao Hai that the army of the Yi sect had all arrived in the East Sea. Zhao Hai could act now. After Zhao Hai heard the words of the fierce dragon Taoist priest, he directly dispatched troops from the border of the two sects and went straight to the Yi sect. This time, although his troops weren't a lot, their strength wasn't weak. In addition to the Fishman race and the cavalry, most of the main forces were here. In addition to the disciples of the Bu family, the attack power of their troops was very strong. Zhao Hai suddenly dispatched troops from the border of the two sects. This was completely beyond the expectations of the Yi sect. Although the Yi sect left 100 million troops at the border of the two sects, these troops couldn't stop the hundreds of millions of troops of the Sea Exploring Sect. The army of the Exploring sect went all out and quickly broke through the defensive line of the E sect. The people of the E sect immediately realized that they had been fooled. They immediately called back their troops from the East Sea. At the same time, they started conscripting troops in order to block the army of the Exploring sect. But just when they had just called back their troops from the East Sea to block the army of the Exploring sect, the Exploring sect suddenly sent troops from the East Sea. This time, the number of troops sent was also very large. They defeated the army of the E sect in the East Sea and then went straight to the E sect. This sudden blow made the people of the E sect stunned. They really didn't understand how the Exploring sect did it. Where did they get so many troops from? They could actually fight on two fronts and break through their army at the same time. This made them feel very surprised. However, the people of the E sect weren't idiots. They immediately discovered that although the Exploring sect was fighting on two fronts, no matter which front, their troops weren't as many as the E sect. However, they could still resist the E sect for a period of time. In this case, the Exploring sect could fight on two fronts. It was impossible for the E sect to take down one side in a short time, but the other side could use this time to advance to their hinterland. After discovering this situation, the sect master of the E sect immediately decided to go to war personally. At the same time, he brought along the 12 magical artifacts of the E sect and went directly to the front line. This time, they had to deal with the army that was attacking from the Holy Gate. It could be said that this time, the people of the E sect had already put in a lot of effort. They had arranged 300 million troops to defend the East Sea. Moreover, the sect master had given a death order. Even if these people all died in battle, they couldn't let the people of the Exploring sect take a step forward. Such an order made the disciples of the E sect go crazy. They were completely fighting with their lives on the line. Even if they were going to die, they would first self-destruct and not leave a complete corpse. This kind of fighting method also gave the people of the Exploring sect a headache. Although they had the elite cavalry of the Exploring sect in the East Sea, it was precisely because these cavalry were the elites of the entire Exploring sect that they would feel heartache if they lost one. It was precisely because of this that the E sect's method of fighting with their lives on the line really stumped them. Whether it was the fierce Tiger Taoist or Ding Chunming, no one wanted to exchange their lives with the people of the E sect. On the front line of the East Sea, they blocked the attack of the Exploring sect. As for the front line of the Holy Gate, the sect master had also personally arrived at the front line. Now, Zhao Hai's army had already advanced a few thousand miles from the border between the two gates. However, the army of the E sect also blocked in front of the army of the Exploring sect. The sect master of the E sect stood in his own army and looked at the army of the Exploring sect on the opposite side. He said in a deep voice, "Is there still no news of Elder Long and the others?" Elder Hu, who was standing beside him, shook his head and said, "No, including Yi Shi and Yi He, we can't contact them. It seems that they have come with bad luck. I know Elder Long. It is impossible for him to betray our E sect. It seems that they have already been killed. Sect master, what should we do now?" The army of the Exploring sect is advancing very steadily. They actually have a large formation that can move forward. When this large formation moves forward, their army will also move forward. We can't break that large formation, so we can only let them continue to advance. This time, I've already brought the 12 form sacred artifacts. It's time for them to do their best for the survival of E sect. Next time, if Exploration sect attacks again, we'll directly send the 12 form sacred artifacts to attack the army of Exploration sect. If the 12 form sacred artifacts can't hold on, then let them explode. Ihu responded and didn't say anything. Although the 12 form sacred tools of the E sect were called sacred tools, they were different from the 12 sacred beast tools of the Holy Gate. After years of propaganda, the 12 sacred beast tools of the Holy Gate had already become incomparably sacred. The symbolic meaning was greater than the practical meaning. On the other hand, the 12 form sacred tools of the E sect weren't so sacred. They were just 12 incomparably powerful instruments. Moreover, these 20 form sacred tools weren't refined by the elders of the E sect. Instead, the elders left behind their last wishes before they died. They asked the people of the sect to refine their bodies into 12 sacred tools after their death. Therefore, these two things were completely different. What was even more different was that although the 12 form sacred tools of the East sect were called 12, the number of 12 form sacred tools of the Holy Gate was much more than the 12 sacred beast tools of the Holy Gate. However, they generally only used 12 of them. This was because the consumption of the 12 form sacred tools was very large. The most important thing was that after many years of exploration, their 12 form sacred tools could be arranged into a simple array called the 12 starlight array. Using the 12 form sacred tools to arrange this array would make the power of the 12 sacred tools even greater. Therefore, their 12 form sacred tools were really different from the 12 sacred beast tools of the Holy Gate. However, no one knew that the East sect had many 12 form sacred tools. This was the top secret of the sect. Other than a few elders and the sect master, no one knew about it. They didn't want others to know that they had so many sacred tools. One reason was to keep it a secret. They didn't want others to know about their strength. Another reason was that they didn't want the ordinary disciples in the sect to know that the elders of their sect had all been refined into sacred tools after they passed away. Therefore, these sacred tools had been kept in secret. But now that it had reached the point where the survival of the entire sect was at stake, the sect master couldn't care so much. This time, he brought a large number of sacred tools to deal with the Exploration C sect. However, they still released 12 sacred tools. First, it was to test the waters. Second, it was also because there weren't many people who could use these sacred tools. The consumption of these sacred tools was really large. At this time, Zhao Hai was also standing in the Exploration C sect's array. He quietly looked at the array of the E sect. He now knew that the sect master of the E sect was here, but he didn't care. He just looked at the array of the E sect and said to Wen Wenhai, who was standing by the side, "Wenhai, I heard that the East Sea is in trouble? Are the people there blocked?" Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "Yes, the people there are blocked. The people of the E sect seem to have gone crazy. All of them are using moves that use life for life. Moreover, they were injured and afraid that they might not be able to escape, or that they were about to die, so they directly self-destructed. These guys really don't want to live anymore. In this case, we really can't do anything to them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Tell Daoist Fierce Tiger and the others not to rush to attack. It seems that the people of the East sect want to concentrate their forces first and repel us. Then they will turn to deal with the East Sea. This won't be easy to fight." "Right, what about the arrays in the back?" Zhao Hai said that the arrays in the back were the arrays of their battle territory. They began to arrange arrays in the areas they occupied. This was also a method of pushing and attacking layer by layer. When Wenhai said in a deep voice, "The time is too short. Only a framework has been built. I'm afraid it's not enough to use. If the E sect really wants to attack with all their strength this time, I'm afraid it will be really troublesome. The most important thing is that these guys from the Holy Gate have extraordinary combat power. I heard that they have the same 12 form sacred artifact as the Holy Gate. This is the most troublesome part. If they really use the 12 form sacred artifact, I'm afraid that the array of the Qing Feng won't be able to withstand it." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "You mean, the people of the East sect will self-destruct those sacred artifacts?" When Wenhai nodded and said, "Yes, the people of the Holy Gate can self-destruct their sacred artifact." What's so strange about the people of the East sect self-destructing their sacred artifact? However, I don't know much about the 12 form sacred artifact of the East sect. I think it's better to call the Blue Dragon and ask them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Well, call the Blue Dragon over. I'll ask him about the 12 form sacred artifact. What exactly are these 12 form sacred artifacts? Are they really that powerful?" When Wenhai responded and then issued an order to call the Blue Dragon Elder to Zhao Hai's flagship. As soon as the Blue Dragon arrived on Zhao Hai's flagship, he immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings to the sect master. I wonder if the sect master has any instructions for summoning me?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Blue Dragon, I want to ask you, how much do you know about the 12 form sacred artifact of the E sect?" As soon as the Blue Dragon heard Zhao Hai say this, he immediately said, replying to the sect master, the 12-form sacred artifact of the E-sect is refined from the 12 sacred beast artifacts of the Holy Gate. However, we don't know their specific refining method. We only know that their 12-form sacred artifact is not as powerful as our 12 sacred beast artifacts, but it's not much worse. By the way, their 12-form sacred artifact seems to be able to form a set of array formations. If you let them form an array formation, the power will be even greater. Oh? They can also form an array formation? Then why didn't the 12 sacred beast artifacts of your Holy Gate form an array formation? Replying to the sect master, the status of the 12 sacred beast artifacts of our Holy Gate is too high in the hearts of our clansmen. Usually, there is no way to pick them up for practice, so there is no way to form an array formation. I heard that the 12-form sacred artifact of the E-sect can be taken out for practice. Later, they added a few arrays on the 12-form sacred artifact, so it can form an array formation when used. This array formation seems to be called the 12 Starlight Array. Its power is really great. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have saved us. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't take long for the strength of the E-sect to surpass you." When the Blue Dragon Elder heard Zhao Hai say this, he couldn't help but feel very puzzled. He looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion, not knowing what Zhao Hai meant by this. Zhao Hai looked at the Azure Dragon Elder and said, "The E-sect dares to use a 12-form sacred artifact for training. In other words, they only regard the 12-form sacred artifact as an artifact, unlike the Holy Gate, which regards it as a symbol. They might be able to make 12-form sacred artifacts, but I don't know if they have made any now. Think about it, if they really make 12-form sacred artifacts, then would your Holy Gate still be their opponent?" Zhao Hai looked at the Azure Dragon Elder's expression and said, "The E-sect dared to use 12-form sacred artifacts for training." The Blue Dragon Elder was stunned, and then his face changed. He said in a deep voice, This is impossible, right? Will they? They don't have the chance to make too many sacred tools." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "If they have ambition, even if the sacred tools they make are not as strong as the sacred beast tools of your Holy Gate, it is still very useful, isn't it?" The Blue Dragon Elder didn't speak anymore. He knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. If the E-sect really made a lot of sacred beast tools, then they really might suppress their Holy Gate in strength. Zhao Hai didn't care about the thoughts of the Blue Dragon Elder. Instead, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Holy Gate. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that the E-sect is really going all out this time. Let's see what they will do. Inform Chun Ming and the others. Even if they can't move forward now, they have to use the fastest speed to build the array there for me." Xing Feng immediately responded and then went to pass the order. After passing the order, Zhao Hai looked in the direction of the E-sect and said in a deep voice, "The sect master of the E-sect is here. Let's see what he wants to do. We will retreat first and set up camp. We will not attack now. We will change from attack to defense." Everyone responded and immediately went to make arrangements. One must know that the place where they were now was a plain. There was no danger to defend, so they could only camp on the flat ground. The place where the E-sect was located was a hilly area. Although it was not a dangerous place, it was much better than where they were when it came to camping. When the sect master of the E-sect saw the people of the Sea Exploring sect suddenly retreating and setting up camp, he was stunned. Then he frowned and thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Pass the order. We will also rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will attack the camp of the Sea Exploring sect. This time, we must defeat the army of the Sea Exploring sect at all costs." Elder Long responded and immediately went to make arrangements. The sect master glanced at the camp of the Sea Exploring sect, then turned around and returned to their camp. The day passed by quickly. On the second day, the sect master gathered the army of the E-sect and directly rushed towards the camp of the Sea Exploring sect. However, this time, the people of the Sea Exploring sect didn't come out to meet the enemy. Instead, they put on an appearance of wanting to defend their camp. This made the people of the E-sect very surprised. They didn't know why the Sea Exploring sect changed their attitude today. However, regardless of whether the Sea Exploring sect came out or not, they would still attack. The army of the E-sect quickly arrived 10 li away from the camp of the Sea Exploring sect. Now, the army of the E-sect was about 900 million people. Moreover, they were personally led by the sect master. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. However, the army of the sea exploring sect wasn't small. Therefore, they weren't afraid of him. The cultivators of the sea exploring sect were all prepared for battle. At this time, a voice came from the formation of the East sect, sect master of the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai. Can you please come out? When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but smile. Then, his figure moved and flew up. Shun Kuang and Che Rong followed by his side. After Zhao Hai flew up, he looked at the direction of the East sect and saw a person standing on the head of a flood dragon. He should be the sect master of the East sect. Zhao Hai smiled and cupped his fist towards the sect master of the East sect. Zhao Hai greets the sect master. May I know why the sect master summoned me? The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Sect master of the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai. You don't have to play dumb anymore. What's the point of playing dumb at this point? Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said in a deep voice, I'm not playing dumb. I just want to know why you're looking for me. The current situation is very obvious. In the demon spirit world, if there's Yuri sect, there won't be our sea exploring sect. If there's our sea exploring sect, there won't be Yuri sect. At this time, we should be enemies and should fight. I don't know why you want to see me now. What do you want to say? The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. Although we fell for your trick this time, it's impossible for you to swallow the East sect in one gulp. The hundreds of millions of disciples of our East sect won't agree. When the time comes, I will make sure that half of your sea exploring sect's people will die before reaching the East sect's headquarters. Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said in a deep voice, okay, then I want to see if you have that ability. After saying that, Zhao Hai went straight into the formation and disappeared. The sect master of the East sect glanced at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. Then, he said in a deep voice, release the 12 sacred artifacts. Immediately, a disciple responded. Then, they directly released the 12 sacred artifacts. As soon as these 12 sacred artifacts came out, they rushed straight towards the sea exploring sect. The 12 sacred weapons mentioned by the East sect were actually the same sacred weapons as their 12 elders. They were the dragon, tiger, ape, horse, pheasant, chicken, eagle, bear, snake, harrier, swallow, bird terrace, and so on. The 12 sacred weapons were the dragon, tiger, ape, horse, boar, chicken, eagle, bear, snake, harrier, swallow, bird terrace, etc. Here, it's important to focus on the bird. This bird was actually a falcon, a smaller falcon. It was also called an eagle in some places. Therefore, it was also a kind of eagle. However, it was more flexible than an eagle. The 12 sacred artifacts were very large. As soon as they were released, they immediately rushed towards the sea exploring sect's army. While they were flying, they slowly formed a formation. This formation was very strange. It looked like an ordinary square formation. However, at the center of this square formation, a fog was slowly rising. Then the square formation slowly disappeared, leaving behind only a group of starlight. This group of starlight was constantly flashing and changing. It looked very mysterious. At this time, the blue dragon elder arrived at Zhao Hai's side. He looked at the floating starlight and said, this is the 12th starlight formation of the East sect. This formation is very powerful. There's a real formation in the void, a real formation in the void. There's life and death. It has infinite changes. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Qing Feng and said, Qing Feng, you go and meet them. Remember, just go and learn. Don't go all out against them. You still haven't reached great success in the Dao formation. It's not worth it to go all out against them. Qing Feng nodded. Then his figure moved and flew out of the sea exploring sect's formation. Then, a lot of formation flags and discs flew out from his body. Then his figure moved and transformed into his body. He directly entered the formation and rushed forward. His target was the starlight formation. Very quickly, the two large arrays collided. The starlight array charged straight into the green square array. At the same time, the green square array began to change. Golden chains suddenly appeared within the green square array. The starlight and the chain collided directly. Then, there was a burst of sound of energy overflowing in all directions. Bursts of explosions came from the place of collision. At this time, Qing Feng's large array began to shake. One of the chains was directly broken by the starlight. Then Qing Feng's figure suddenly flew out of the formation and returned to the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. Then he arrived at Zhao Hai's side and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, their formation is very powerful. It seems to be able to draw upon the power of the stars. It's very powerful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let me see how powerful their star power is." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew up. Then a golden book appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then a group of formations appeared on the golden book. After these formations appeared, they immediately attacked the starlight formation. The starlight formation shook after being attacked by the formations. However, it still managed to reach the front of the Sea Exploring Sect's camp. The Sea Exploring Sect's camp also had a large formation. When the starlight formation collided with the formation, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Then the starlight formation actually broke through the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he nodded and said, "This starlight formation should be a formation that uses stars to attack, break, defend, and trap the enemy. Moreover, this formation has a lot of changes, it wouldn't be easy to break it. If you want to break this formation, then you need to understand that it absorbs power from stars. This isn't easy to do. Unfortunately, they met me today. When it comes to using star power, they aren't my opponent. Let me see which stars they are absorbing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, this starlight formation is a formation that uses stars to attack, break, defend, and trap the enemy." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved and countless starlight appeared above his head. These starlight resonated with the spiritual qi inside his body, as if responding to Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and said, "Found it." After he said that, the countless starlight above Zhao Hai's head suddenly formed a nebula. Inside the nebula, 12 very bright stars suddenly appeared. As these 12 stars lit up, the starlight of the East Sect's starlight formation slowly dimmed. Then after being attacked by the Sea Exploring Sect's formation, the starlight disappeared, revealing the 12 sacred artifacts. When the 12 sacred artifacts appeared, the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect had a target. They immediately rushed towards the 12 sacred artifacts. The strength of the 12 sacred artifacts wasn't bad. Although they didn't have the starlight formation, they still rushed towards the Sea Exploring Sect's camp and killed a lot of disciples. However, they were also injured. At this moment, the 12 sacred artifacts suddenly exploded. They actually blew themselves up. The explosion of the 12 sacred artifacts wasn't small. Many disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect were killed and injured. Even the formation of the Sea Exploring Sect's camp was shaken by the explosion, showing signs of instability. The Sect master, who had been observing the situation of the Sea Exploring Sect's camp, saw this and loudly said, "Charge! Charge into the Sea Exploring Sect's formation and fight them to the death." After he said that, he turned to the elders beside him and said, "Release the sacred artifacts again. Be sure to destroy the formation of their camp. Once we destroy their formation, we can beat them back." The elders responded and released the 12 sacred artifacts once again. They rushed towards the Sea Exploring Sect's army. The disciples of the East Sect also formed a formation and rushed towards the Sea Exploring Sect's army. Looking at the army of the East Sect, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, you have some skills. Well, let me see if you have such strength today." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Form up to meet the enemy. Activate all the arrays in the camp." Everyone responded in unison and immediately went to prepare. The disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect could be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles. Therefore, although the battle was about to come, no one felt afraid. All of them were looking at the army of the East Sect. Just as the 12 sacred artifacts released by the East Sect were about to reach the front of the army of the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "The target is the 12 sacred artifacts. Attack with flying swords." Following Zhao Hai's order, countless flying swords flew out of the Sea Exploring Sect's array and attacked the 12 sacred artifacts. However, the 12 sacred artifacts formed a starlight array at this time. The flying swords attack didn't have much impact on them. After 2 waves of flying swords, the 12 sacred artifacts were about 2 miles away from the army of the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai then said, "Medium technique, attack." Unlike the flying sword attack was more like a physical attack and relied on the flying sword to carry out the attack. However, the magic attack was an energy attack. Energy attacks had a greater impact on the arrays. Moreover, the medium technique of the Scouring Sea sect was very powerful. Therefore, the starlight array formed by the 12 sacred artifacts was directly broken by the magic attack. Although the 12 sacred artifacts still managed to reach the camp of the Scouring Sea sect and self-destructed, it didn't cause too much damage to the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. On the contrary, the magic array of the camp directly exploded and couldn't be used anymore. Although the 12 sacred artifacts still managed to reach the camp of the Scouring Sea sect and exploded, it didn't cause too much damage to the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect. The array formation in the camp was only a temporary one. It was impossible for it to withstand too much energy, so it was directly blown apart. As soon as the array of the Sea Exploring sect's camp exploded, the disciples of the E sect cheered and directly rushed forward. Obviously, they felt that their opportunity had come. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this attack was going to be fruitless. He immediately said, "Therefore, this disciple will gradually retreat. Leave the large artifacts behind to cover our retreat." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Following Zhao Hai's order, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect began to retreat slowly. All the large artifacts were left behind. Then, the energy cannons on the large artifacts began to attack the army of the E sect. When the army of the E sect got closer, all the myriad sword ships of the Sea Exploring sect were disassembled and directly turned into flying swords, slashing straight towards the army of the E sect. The E sect's army obviously knew about this, so their defense was pretty good. To be honest, the E sect's array formation was a little better than the Holy Gates. The disciples of the Holy Gate believed in their own strength more. However, because the E sect was established later, they were lagging behind the Holy Gate in all aspects. Therefore, they had to rely more on arrays to help them fight against the Holy Gate. Therefore, the development of their array formation was actually better than the E sect's. In this way, the disciples had more options. They could rely on their own arrays to defend against the attacks of the flying swords of the Exploring the Sea sect. But even so, their speed had to slow down. However, the sect master of the E sect was not disappointed. What he wanted was to make the army of the Sea Exploring sect retreat, not to annihilate the army of the Sea Exploring sect. In fact, he couldn't do it. Moreover, if he really wanted to annihilate the army of the Sea Exploring sect, the price he would have to pay was not something he could afford. Therefore, he just wanted to repel the army of the Sea Exploring sect. After repelling the army of the Sea Exploring sect, he would then repel the other side. This was the plan of the sect master of the E sect. His plan was successful. Now, the number of troops of the Sea Exploring sect here was not as large as the army of the E sect. In order to not let the disciples have too many casualties, Zhao Hai did not fight with the army of the E sect. He chose to retreat. Although the army of the E sect did not rush up to kill them, they had been following behind them. In the end, Zhao Hai and the others retreated to the territory of the Holy Gate. Only then did the army of the E sect stop. However, after the army of the E sect stopped, they left a large number of troops at the junction of the two sects to defend against the army of the Sea Exploring sect. Obviously, they would not retreat easily this time. Then, the sect master of the E sect directly led the rest of the army to the East Sea. Obviously, he wanted to repel the army of the Sea Exploring sect in the East Sea. But this time, it was not so easy. Although Zhao Hai had been retreating from the E sect to the Holy Gate, their speed of retreat was not fast. It had been very slow. This also delayed the army of the E sect for 7 days. It took them 7 days to retreat from the E sect to the junction of the two sections. After the E sect arrived at the junction of the two sects, they set up a defense for a few days. Then, they transferred troops to the East Sea. In this way, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the army of the sea exploring sect in the East Sea had not stopped. They kept attacking the army of the East sect. The 300 million troops of the East sect also went all out to block the army of the sea exploring sect. But they did not know that although the army of the sea exploring sect had been attacking them, their real work had not stopped. That was to establish the array in the area that they had occupied. Moreover, when Zhao Hai retreated, he also sent all the people of the Magic Array Hall to the East Sea to help establish the array. Even Zhao Hai went to the East Sea. They used this half a month to establish a large array in the East Sea. This large array was completely connected to the large array of the sea exploring sect. Although this large array was not yet fully completed, it could still exert 80% of the power of the large array. This was enough. The power of 80% of the sea exploring sect's large array was not something that the people of the East sect could break. Even if they blew up all their sacred tools, they still could not break the large array of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not worried at all. Therefore, when the sect master of the East sect led the army to the East Sea, the army of the sea exploring sect no longer attacked them. Instead, they hid in the large array and began to defend. The sect master of the East sect was unaware of this. When he saw that the army of the sea exploring sect was no longer attacking, he thought that the people of the sea exploring sect were afraid of their arrival. However, he did not immediately attack. This was because the army of the sea exploring sect had occupied a favorable terrain. It would not be easy for them to attack. When the sect master arrived at the tent, he called Elder Yibao, who was in charge of this place, and said, "Elder Yibao, what's the situation here?" Yibao replying to the sect master, "We have been desperately resisting the attack of the sea exploring sect these past few days. We have lost half of our 300 million disciples. But in any case, we managed to block the attack of the sea exploring sect. Moreover, the losses of the sea exploring sect aren't necessarily less than ours. But now, the sea exploring sect is no longer attacking us. It might be because they saw that our reinforcements have arrived." The sect master nodded and said, "Good, well done. I want to thank you all. If you hadn't risked your lives to block the sea exploring sect's attack, we wouldn't have been able to repel them." Yibao replied, "This is what we should do. The sect is in trouble. If we don't go all out now, when will we be able to?" The sect master nodded, then he said, "How strong are the disciples of the sea exploring sect?" One group is the sea exploring sect's cavalry. They don't have a lot of people, only about 10 to 20 million. However, their fighting strength is very formidable. They wear full body armor and ride a type of beast. Their attack power is very strong and their speed is very fast. The other group is an army composed of sea beasts. These sea beasts are very huge, have amazing defensive strength, and are very strong. They have caused a lot of casualties to us. If our disciples want to injure these beasts, they can only rely on self-detonation." When the sect master heard Yibao, his expression turned gloomy. He nodded and said, "It seems like the people of the sea exploring sect aren't easy to deal with. I wonder how the defenses of the sea exploring sect's camp are right now." Yibao shook his head and said, "I don't know. In the past few days, the sea exploring sect has been on the offensive while we have been on the defensive. We have no way to attack their camp. Therefore, I don't know how their formations are doing." The sect master nodded and said, "All right, let's give it a try tomorrow. Let's have a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll attack the sea exploring sect." Yibao replied, "Yes, sect master. I'll immediately make arrangements." The sect master nodded and waved his hand. Yibao immediately went to make arrangements. The sect master also went to make arrangements. Tomorrow, he would command the army to attack the Exploration Sea sect's camp. He wanted to see if he could repel the Exploration Sea sect's army. To be honest, the sect master was very tired these past few days. He didn't expect the sea exploring sect to be this strong. Although they repelled the sea exploring sect's attack on the other side, the sea exploring sect's main force didn't suffer a lot of losses. Moreover, they could only drive the sea exploring sect back to the Holy Gate's territory. It was impossible for them to attack the Holy Gate. This was because they didn't have the ability to break the formations of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, they couldn't attack the Holy Gate. Repelling the sea exploring sect was already very good. On the other hand, they still had to face the Sea Exploring Sect's army in the East Sea. There were even elites from the Sea Exploring Sect here. If they couldn't defeat the Sea Exploring Sect, then the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking about this, the sect master couldn't help but sigh. He didn't have much confidence in resisting the Sea Exploring Sect's attack. This was because even the Holy Gates couldn't resist the Sea Exploring Sect's attack. Therefore, it would be even more difficult for the sect to resist the Sea Exploring Sect's attack. However, they had no choice but to resist. To be honest, the sect master of the East Sect looked down on the people of the Holy Gate. In his opinion, the people of the Holy Gate were usually arrogant when facing them. However, when facing the Exploration Sea Sect, they all went soft and surrendered in the end. The Exploration Sea Sect even dealt with hundreds of millions of people. In the face of this situation, the sect master really looked down on them. In his opinion, the East Sect would never have such a person. While the sect master of the East Sect was preparing to attack the Exploration Sea Sect tomorrow, Zhao Hai was also sitting in their camp. Opposite him was Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, Ding Chunming, Yalong, and some other elders. Zhao Hai looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and said, "Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, you have been commanding the battle here for the past few days. Tell me, what do you think?" Taoist priest Fierce Tiger nodded and said, "Sect master, I have an idea. Can we use the method that Taisher used last time to hurt these guys of the East Sect in one fell swoop? We can even directly destroy the East Sect." When Zhao Hai heard Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, he was stunned for a moment. Then he thought about it and nodded, "This is a good idea. Chunming, what do you think?" Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, "Now that the array in the East Sea is basically completed, we can exert 80% of the array's power. Moreover, we have also installed the Astral Wind Array Talisman. If we really use this method, it's feasible. However, the East Sect has a lot of sacred tools. These sacred tools are very powerful. If we really fight them, it's really hard to say what will happen in the end. However, I think that if the people of the East Sect are really willing to blow up all their sacred tools, even if they can't escape, most of them will be able to escape. In that case, although we will hurt them badly, we won't be able to deal with them like how we dealt with the Holy Gate. I'm afraid that we will have to fight in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is absolutely possible. Those guys of the East Sect will definitely explode their sacred tools. The number of sacred tools that they have exploded isn't just one or two. Even their disciples will self-destruct. However, if we really do this, we can really hurt the East Sect's bones and severely damage their morale. As long as we can damage the morale of the East Sect, then it would be great." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger said, "Sect master, then you agree with us?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I agree. Why wouldn't I agree? We have to conquer the monster spirit realm as soon as possible. After conquering the monster spirit realm, we still have other realms to conquer." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with some puzzlement. Zhao Hai looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and said, "Taoist priest, you don't know, but I think Chunming should know. We all ascended from the lower realm. When we were in the lower realm, in addition to contacting the sword spirit realm, we also knew the coordinates of the magical spirit realm. We also contacted the people of the magical spirit realm, but it wasn't very pleasant. In the end, they were also repelled by us. In other words, we have the coordinates of the magical spirit realm in our hands. As long as we conquer the monster spirit realm, then the next step is to conquer the magical spirit realm. You should know that the magical spirit realm separated much later than the sword spirit realm and the demon spirit realm." Magical spirit realm? Sect master, do you really have the coordinates of the magical spirit realm? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger couldn't help but become excited. As an old member of the sword spirit realm, he naturally knew what the magical spirit realm was. The two realms didn't separate for a long time. At the same time, the information about the magical spirit realm wasn't completely lost. Because of this, a lot of people in the sword spirit realm still knew about the magical spirit realm. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say that they had the coordinates of the magical spirit realm and that they were going to conquer it, the Taoist priest Fierce Tiger couldn't help but be happy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we have the coordinates of the spiritual realm. As long as we destroy the demon spirit realm and completely digest it, our next target would be the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm, and the demon spirit realm were originally one realm. I want to wait until one day in the future when we can reunite these three realms and form the sword spirit realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Then he suddenly stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "This Fierce Tiger is willing to follow the sect master and reunite the three realms." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, I won't leave you out. Go and make the arrangements. I think that once the sect's army arrives, they will attack us soon. We need to be prepared. Acting must be done to the fullest." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger nodded and went to prepare. He now had a more ambitious goal, so he was particularly excited. Early the next morning, the sect's army began to gather. They were ready to attack the sea exploring sect at any time. As soon as he saw this, Zhao Hai also knew the sect's plan. It seems that the sect wanted to drive him out of their territory. But this time it wouldn't be so easy for them to do so. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Ding Chunming stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and said, "How is it? Are you ready?" Taoist priest Fierce Tiger nodded and said, "Yes, sect master. We're ready. This time, we're defending. We can't be too fake. Therefore, the cavalry and the fishmen will still be dispatched. But when the enemy's army presses on us, we'll still retreat. We'll wait until they're deep in our formation before we deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wyvern and said, "Wyvern, this time, I want to see you act. You better act well. If you don't act well and the enemy doesn't fall for it, I won't let you go." Wyvern quickly replied, "Sect master can rest assured. I promise that I'll act well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sect's army and said, "If you want to retreat, then retreat a little more. But don't retreat too fast, because that's not our style. We need to be like the other team. Retreat slowly, but don't panic. We need to make the enemy think that they've forced us to retreat and not really defeated us. If we retreat too quickly, then they'll be suspicious. Don't arouse their suspicions. We need to make them think that we're retreating because we don't want to go all out against them." Everyone agreed in unison. At this time, the sect's army began to slowly move forward. At the same time, they once again released 12 sacred artifacts. Just like before, there were only 12 of them. They formed the Starlight Formation and attacked the Sea Exploring Sect's formation. Zhao Hai looked at the sect's direction and couldn't help but smile. These guys from the sect are really interesting. They really think that they can be invincible in the world just by relying on a set of tactics. Don't they know that there's a way to break any tactics? Taoist Master Fierce Tiger said in a deep voice, "Other than this tactic, the sect has no other tactics. In terms of numbers, the sect army opposite us is actually smaller than us. They left their army at the border of the two sects, so they can only use this method, as well as the method of going all out to force us to retreat. They also know that we don't want to go all out with them, so they used this method to deal with us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not that we don't dare to go all out, it's that we don't want to go all out. We can obviously use a small price to destroy them. Why do we have to go all out against them? Are the lives of our disciples worthless? So we don't have to worry, we just have to take it slow." Taoist Tiger nodded and said, "Sect Master is right. We really don't need to go all out against them. Even if it takes a little more time, it doesn't matter. In any case, we can deal with them sooner or later. There's no need to deal with them in a short period of time and cause too many casualties. That wouldn't be good for us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll control the formation. Don't let them know that I'm here. Make them think that I'm not here. Also, make them think that our formation is just an ordinary one. Only then will they attack us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't let them know that I'm here." Taoist Tiger nodded, then he left Zhao Hai's flagship and went to the front to command. In fact, Zhao Hai's flagship was no different from other warships. So as long as he doesn't want the sect to know that he's here, it's impossible for them to know that he's here. The sect master of the sect stood on a giant beast and looked at the sea exploration sect. When he saw that the one commanding the front line was Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he let the elders control the 12 sacred artifacts and directly rushed into the army of the Sea Exploration sect. It didn't take long before the 12 sacred artifacts were attacked by the probing sea school. This time, the probing sea school's attacks were all mediating magical arts. Moreover, there were a lot of them. The starlight formation formed by the 12 sacred artifacts began to shake. After 2 rounds of magical arts, it was finally broken. However, at this time, the 12-form sacred artifact had already arrived in front of the Sea Exploring School's camp. Although the Sea Exploring School's camp immediately sent out rows of flying swords to attack the 12-form sacred artifact, the defensive strength of the 12-form sacred artifact was very astonishing. Despite being attacked by the Sea Exploring School, it still managed to reach the camp. The Sea Exploring School's camp also reacted. The disciples immediately began to attack the 12-form sacred artifact. However, all of them were long-range attacks. Nobody attacked the 12-form sacred artifact in close range. This was because they knew that the weapon would explode. Sure enough, when the 12 sacred artifacts were seriously injured, they all self-destructed. The Sea Exploring Sect's formation also shook a few times. However, it still managed to withstand the self-destruction of the sacred artifacts. The sect master of the E-School ordered someone to release another set of 12-form sacred artifacts. Using the same method, he finally charged into the Sea Exploring Sect's camp and self-destructed. This time, the Sea Exploring Sect's camp managed to hold on. In the end, he released another set of sacred artifacts. Only then was the defensive array of the Sea Exploring Sect's camp destroyed. When the defensive formation of the Sea Exploring Sect's camp was broken, the sect master of the E-Sect immediately ordered the E-Sect's army to attack the Sea Exploring Sect's army. He even released another set of 12 sacred artifacts and rushed to the front, followed by the E-Sect's army. However, this time, the Sea Exploring Sect's army didn't retreat. When the 12 sacred artifacts rushed out, they took action. A large group of cavalry rushed out from the Sea Exploring Sect's army and met the 12 sacred artifacts head-on. They began to attack the 12 sacred artifacts with flying swords and spells from a distance away. When the E-Sect saw the Sea Exploring Sect's actions, the sect master of the E-Sect knew that the Sea Exploring Sect's people wanted to destroy the 12 sacred artifacts before they got close to their camp. They didn't want the 12 sacred artifacts to impact their formation. However, the sect master of the E-Sect smiled when he saw this. He felt that the Sea Exploring Sect had made a stupid move this time. They used this method to prevent the 12 sacred artifacts from getting close to their formation. However, because of the entanglement of the cavalry and the 12 sacred artifacts, the Sea Exploring Sect's army couldn't attack the E-Sect's army with all their might. This way, the E-Sect's army could rush to the front of the Sea Exploring Sect's army and fight with them. In that case, the casualties of the Sea Exploring Sect's army would only be greater. This would only be beneficial to the E-Sect. Sure enough, as he had expected, although the cavalry of the Sea Exploring Sect had blocked the 12-form sacred weapon, the army of the E-Sect had seized the opportunity to rush to a place very close to the camp of the Sea Exploring Sect. At this time, the people of the Sea Exploring Sect realized that they had made a mistake. Their army began to slowly retreat, while their cavalry and the people of the Sea Clan that Elder Yibao had mentioned stayed behind to cover the rear. This was the first time that the sect master of the E-Sect saw the combat strength of the Sea Clan's cavalry and the Sea Clan. Regarding the impact of the Sea Exploring Sect's cavalry, Zhao Hai had a new understanding. The Sea Exploring Sect's cavalry were equipped with several types of weapons. The first type of weapon was a long spear, allowing them to attack while riding on the back of a beast. The second type of weapon was a flying sword, allowing them to attack from a distance. The third type of weapon was a shield. It was a defensive shield that could fly outside and help the cavalry block the enemy's attacks. The fourth type of weapon was the Sea Exploring Sect's medium technique. Zhao Hai hadn't heard about this technique before, but he didn't know how it was made. The only thing he knew was that it was very powerful. It was precisely because of these weapons that the Sea Exploring Sect's cavalry had a very strong combat power. Their charging power was even more astonishing. Among the disciples of the E-Sect, only some races with powerful strength and strong defense were able to withstand the impact of these cavalry. The other races were all unable to do so. This also gave the sect master of the E-sect the idea of forming such an army. In addition to the cavalry, the combat strength of the Sea clan's people also opened the eyes of the E-sect's sect master. Their physique was really big. Some of the Holy Gate's disciples were already very big. The Sea clan's physique was even bigger, stronger, and stronger. The E-sect's disciples would be at a disadvantage if they fought against them. It was precisely because of this that even though the Sea exploring sect's army was retreating, they didn't dare to chase too closely. This made the sect master of the E-sect very helpless. He was very clear that if the Sea exploring sect's people were allowed to retreat smoothly, they would definitely come back again. However, he didn't have any good ideas. He couldn't let his disciples rush to their deaths. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the E-sect's army behind them and said, "How many days have they been following us?" Daoist Master Fierce Tiger immediately replied, "It's been 3 days. It's about time. Sect Master, we can make our move now. We can't let them follow us anymore, it's useless." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We can make our move now. This distance is very suitable. Order the army to stop retreating and get into formation." Daoist Master Ferocious Tiger responded and immediately passed down the order. The army of the Sea exploring sect stopped right away. When they had retreated, their formation hadn't been messed up. Therefore, the moment they stopped, the entire army quickly got into battle formation. Such a change in the Sea exploration sect made the people of the E-sect very surprised. They thought that the army of the Sea exploration sect would return to their original defensive line like the other army. They didn't expect that they would stop here. Could it be that they want to counterattack? Thinking of this, the army of the E-sect also stopped. The sect master looked at the army of the Sea exploring sect with a puzzled expression. At this moment, he saw a large artifact flying out of the Sea exploring sect's army and stopping in the middle of the formation. On this large artifact, the sect master saw a person. This person was Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the sect master stared blankly. Then his heart sank. He didn't know when Zhao Hai arrived in the army of the Sea exploring sect. But in any case, now that he was in the army, it meant that the army of the Sea exploring sect would take action. The sect master immediately said, "Everyone, be on guard. Get ready to fight at any time." At this moment, Zhao Hai smiled at the sect master of the E-sect. Then he moved his hand and took out a disc. Then he tapped on the disc and put it away. The sect master didn't know what Zhao Hai meant by this. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. This whistle wasn't made by a person, but a sound that would only be heard when a strong wind was about to blow. Upon hearing this sound, the sect master couldn't help but be stunned. Then his face couldn't help but change. He thought of a possibility. If this possibility was true, then their army would be finished. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind attacked the entire army of the E-sect. This gust of wind was everywhere, and all of them were like knives blowing towards them. Some of the disciples of the E-sect who weren't used to defense didn't even have time to react. They were directly blown into a cloud of blood mist by this gust of wind. In the end, they completely disappeared into the air. This sudden change caused the entire army of the E-sect to be in chaos. They immediately activated their defensive items, but in the end, they found that it was useless. Whether it was the energy shield of the formation or the defensive artifacts, as long as they were activated, they would be completely blown away by the gust of wind in a few breaths. This gust of wind was too strong. The sect master of the E-sect was now pale. He finally understood that they had fallen into the trap of the Scouring the Sea sect from the very beginning. The Scouring the Sea sect wasn't retreating at all. Instead, they were luring them into their formation and then using the formation to attack them. The people of the E-sect had heard of this kind of formation that could produce astral winds. Their last army of 300 million was still locked up in the Scouring the Sea sect. The reason why the army failed was that they fell into the Scouring the Sea sect's astral wind formation. They were trapped by the astral winds of the Scouring the Sea sect and had to surrender in the end. Now, they had fallen into the Scouring the Sea sect's formation again. Moreover, it was the astral wind formation. What should they do? Break the formation? There was no way to break the formation. Should they organize everyone to resist the astral winds together? It was useless. the astral winds were everywhere. Everyone was being attacked. They had no way to organize at all. What should they do? Should they also surrender? No, absolutely not. They must not surrender. The sect master of the E-sect glanced around. Then, with a move of his hand, a row of 12 sacred tools appeared in front of him. Then, these sacred tools directly exploded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk all of the saint items exploded, and the surrounding astral winds paused for a moment. The sect master immediately used this opportunity to shout, "All disciples, listen up. Everyone near you, immediately form a group and retreat. All elders, listen up. If you have a Dharma item, release it. Once you release it, immediately self-detonate. Even saint items are the same. Everyone, retreat with all your might. Hurry. Everyone, retreat." As soon as his voice fell, the astral winds blew again. However, the disciples of the E-sect understood what to do. They immediately gathered together and advanced forward. At the same time, all the disciples took out all the things that could self-destruct and began to detonate them. They desperately rushed back, hoping that they could rush out of the Scouring the Sea-sect's formation, run back to the E-sect, and leave this place of death. The reason for the formation of a formation was to use some symbols between heaven and earth to change the force field between heaven and earth. The force field and energy between heaven and earth would be concentrated in these symbols. This was the formation of a formation. The energy in this formation would become very different due to the different symbols. However, the energy and force field in a formation were generally very stable. This stability did not mean that it was not threatening. In fact, some energy and force fields were very violent, just like the astral winds in the Scouring the Sea-sect's formation. However, although these astral winds were violent, they were actually in a very stable state. If they were not stable, they would explode directly in the end. The main reason why the explosion of the sacred tools could stop the astral winds was that the destruction of the sacred tools would directly affect the change of the force field. Once the force field changed, the astral winds would naturally disappear. However, the formation of the Scouring the Sea-sect was very powerful. Even if the force field changed for a period of time, it would be corrected by the powerful force field of the Scouring the Sea-sect's formation. The astral winds would be restored once again. Now, the people of the E-sect were relying on this method to temporarily change the force field of the formation. In this way, they would temporarily not be attacked by the astral winds and could withdraw from the Scouring the Sea-sect's formation. However, the people of the E-sect were not the same as the disciples of the Scouring the Sea-sect. Each of the disciples of the Scouring the Sea-sect would carry a lot of artifacts and various formations. If they were trapped in such an environment, even if their artifacts and formations self-destructed, they would still be able to hold on for a long time. However, this was not the case for the disciples of the E-sect. Although the disciples of the E-sect had some artifacts and formations, the number was very small. Therefore, they had no choice but to gather together. A small number of people would release their artifacts and formations and then detonate them. Once they were safe for a period of time, they would immediately run. When the astral winds hit again, they would detonate their artifacts and then run again. But even so, it was very difficult for them to escape from the territory of the Scouring the Sea-sect. After all, they had already gone too deep into the territory. They had been following the army of the Scouring the Sea-sect for 3 days. Even if the army of the Scouring the Sea-sect didn't advance quickly, they had still traveled a long distance in 3 days. It was almost impossible for them to leave in a short time. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had been following behind. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at the appearance of the people of the E-sect and said, "Sect Master, are we not going to make a move now? As long as we make a move, we can make them stay." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't make a move now. The hearts of the people of the E-sect have yet to disperse. Moreover, we don't know how many artifacts the E-sect has. If we make a move, they will detonate their artifacts. This will also bring us danger. Therefore, we can't make a move." Taoist Master Fierce Tiger said in a deep voice, "But Sect Master, if we don't make a move, they will run away, especially the Sect Master of the E-sect. If he runs away, when he returns to the E-sect, we will have to fight with them. That way, we will lose even more disciples." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. After this failure, they will only have the army that is confronting Wen Hai and the others. When the time comes, they won't be able to make any waves. Moreover, after this failure, almost all of the defending troops in the East Sea will be lost. When the time comes, we can just send troops to attack the Yi sect. When the time comes, the Yi sect will be finished." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai say this, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't speak anymore. He also felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. The artifacts of the Yi sect were really powerful. If they were to fight with the people of the Yi sect, their artifacts would suddenly explode. Even they might be injured or even killed. Therefore, it was right for them not to make a move now. Letting the array consume the Yi sect's artifacts would also reduce their strength. Then, they would slowly deal with them. But now, the people of the Yi sect didn't have time to think so much. Their disciples were dying every moment. Some of the disciples who didn't have artifacts to explode could only rely on their own bodies to resist the astral winds. If they couldn't resist the astral winds, then they would naturally die. The astral winds wouldn't be polite. Those disciples who couldn't resist were all turned into ashes. The sect master of the Yi sect was also very anxious. He knew that the longer they stayed in the astral winds, the more dangerous it would be. He wanted to rush out immediately, but he was very clear that he couldn't do it. This was a trap that was carefully arranged by the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, the people of the Sea Exploring sect were very patient. They made the Yi sect follow them for 3 days before activating the trap. They didn't want the Yi sect to go out, so it wouldn't be easy for them to go out. Fortunately, the sect master came out this time because he was determined to fight the Sea Exploring sect to the death. Therefore, he brought along all the good things that the Yi sect had accumulated. Now, he began to order them to self-detonate one by one. These things weren't necessarily sacred artifacts. There were also artifacts, arrays, crystals, and other things that contained energy. As long as these things exploded, they would produce a powerful force that would stop the astral winds. Then, they would be able to run a bit further. Now, he only hoped that he could escape from the Sea Exploring sect's formation before he ran out of things. That way, they would still have a chance to survive. The sect master of the Yi sect felt his body lighten. The astral wind that made him feel a little suffocated suddenly disappeared. He was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood that he had come out of the Exploration Sea sect's formation. At that moment, the sect master of the Yi sect had a feeling of coming back from the dead. He felt an unprecedented joy, but this joy only lasted for a moment. Then he recovered his calmness. He turned his head and glanced at his side. He found that there were some people following him. These people were all elders of the Yi sect. Some of them were still injured, but in any case, they came out alive. Looking to the side, he found that the number of Yi sect's disciples who had escaped from the formation was too small. When they entered the formation, there were more than 600 million disciples. But now, less than 100 million disciples had escaped. Although there were still disciples escaping from the formation, the number was really not much. Seeing this situation, the sect master of the Yi sect couldn't help but feel sad. He was very clear that these disciples were all of their disciples. Even if there were more, there wouldn't be much left. The sect master was very clear that they had been defeated this time. Moreover, they had been defeated very thoroughly. Although some of them had escaped, it was actually not much different from being wiped out. At the thought of this, the sect master immediately cheered up. He was very clear that now was not the time to be sad. They were not fully recovered yet. The people of the Exploration Sea sect were still following behind them. Although he didn't know why the people of the Exploration Sea sect didn't attack them when they were attacked by the astral wind, he knew that the people of the Exploration Sea sect must still be watching from behind. He didn't think that the people of the Exploration Sea sect were also affected by the astral wind, so they didn't attack them. He believed that the people of the Exploration Sea sect must have completely controlled this astral wind. In other words, the people of the Exploration Sea sect could attack them in the astral wind. But the people of the Exploration Sea sect didn't say so. Why didn't they do so? The sect master didn't know, but he knew that they were not safe now. The sect master immediately shouted, "Therefore, disciples, gather here." Be careful of the sea exploring sect's attacks. The disciples of the E sect, who had just escaped from the Great Formation, were stunned when they heard the sect master's words. Then, their complexion changed. They quickly moved closer to the sect master. They were very clear that the sect master was right. They were not safe now. They could be attacked by the people of the sea exploring sect at any time. If that was the case, then they would be in danger. When the people of the E sect gathered together, there were still some disciples who escaped from the formation. However, the number of people who escaped was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, the total number of people who escaped from the formation was about 100 million. After that, no one escaped from the formation. It was clear at a glance that all of them died in the formation. The sect master of the E sect looked at the sea exploring sect's formation with cold eyes. At this time, they saw the army of the sea exploring sect slowly flying out of the formation. The sect master looked at the army of the sea exploring sect. He knew that they were no match for the sea exploring sect. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he shouted, "Zhao Hai, I will definitely get my revenge today. Just you wait." Zhao Hai looked at the sect master, then he said, "All right, I'll wait." The sect master looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he said, "Let's go. Withdraw to the main hall." Then he turned around and flew towards the E sect's main hall. Zhao Hai looked at the direction where the sect master went. Then he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone has worked hard these days. Let's have a good rest. Tomorrow, the army will begin to advance towards the E sect's main hall." Fierce Tiger and Ding Chunming both nodded, then they immediately went to make arrangements. Now that the astral winds in the sea exploring sect's formation had completely disappeared, the disciples weren't affected at all. After a good rest, the army of the sea exploring sect began to advance towards the E sect the next day. The sect master of the E sect took the disciples and directly returned to the main hall. As soon as the sect master returned to the E sect's headquarters, he immediately sent a letter to Elder Hu, telling him to lead the army back to the headquarters. Now that the border between the two sects was defended, there was no longer any meaning to them. Therefore, they must return to the headquarters and fight the sea exploring sect to the death. In fact, everyone in the E sect understood that they were finished. They couldn't be an opponent of the sea exploring sect. Whether it was in terms of numbers or preparation, they couldn't be an opponent of the sea exploring sect. If they were to fight the sea exploring sect, only death would await them. However, no one said anything. Everyone was ready to fight to the death. After Zhao Hai knew that Yihu's army had retreated, he immediately had Wen Hai lead the army straight into the E sect's territory. The two armies were like two sharp swords, directly stabbing into the main hall of the E sect. Soon, the two armies arrived outside the main hall of the E sect. The main hall of the E sect was located on the Cloud Mist Peak. The Cloud Mist Peak was located at the intersection of two mountains. The terrain was very dangerous and the mountain was very high. Moreover, after many years of operation, the level of defense here was very good. The mountain protecting formation and various defensive facilities were very complete. Zhao Hai stood on a 10,000 sword ship and looked at the Cloud Mist Peak. He said in a deep voice, "This is really a good place. No wonder the E sect chose this place as their main hall. It's easy to defend and hard to attack." Everyone also nodded. The E sect had managed this place very well. Not only was there a mountain protecting formation, there were also various kinds of traps and arrays. There were also cannons. It could be said that the whole mountain was a huge war fortress. Moreover, Zhao Hai also found that the mountain was also equipped with array talismans. In other words, ordinary techniques would not work on this mountain. The main hall of the Holy Gate didn't have this ability. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the fact that the main hall of the Holy Gate had never been attacked. The main hall of the Holy Gate had never been attacked since the day it was built. Therefore, they had never thought of establishing a strict defense system. In their opinion, they didn't need to build a defense system at all. They were the Holy Gate. That was the main hall of the Holy Gate. Who could attack the main hall of the Holy Gate? It was because of this confidence that they didn't establish a defense system in the main hall. In the end, Zhao Hai and the others took down the main hall of the Holy Gate in one fell swoop. However, the E sect was different. The main hall of the Yi sect was originally a branch of the Holy Gate. After the Yi sect and the Holy Gate fell out, there were several times when the army of the Holy Gate almost attacked the main hall of the Yi sect. It was because of this that the people of the Yi sect had a deep sense of crisis. It was also because of this sense of crisis that the main hall of the Yi sect was built like this. When Wenhai was also beside Zhao Hai, he said in a deep voice, "Boss, how are we going to fight here? It seems that if we want to take down this place, we have to plan well." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Take it slow. I plan to talk to the people of the Yi sect first to see if they can surrender. If they can surrender, then it's naturally good. If they don't surrender, then it's not too late to fight." When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Wenhai and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Boss, how can the people of the Yi sect surrender? You see, they would rather commit suicide than surrender." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "That was then and this is now. The Yi sect didn't surrender before because they thought that they still had the strength to fight with us. Now that they no longer have the strength to fight with us, what else can they do if they don't surrender?" Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Boss, who are you going to talk to the Yi sect?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's me. You won't be able to show our sincerity if you go. Only I will go." Wenhai and the others all had an expression of as expected. Obviously, they had already guessed that Zhao Hai would go in person, but they shook their heads at the same time. Wenhai said, "Boss, no, absolutely not. This is too dangerous. What if the people of the Yi sect are unfavorable to you? We can't take this risk. I think we should let other disciples go and test it out. What do you think?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, it's not appropriate for anyone to go. It's most appropriate for me to go in person. How about this? Chunming, Ding Tian, Tai Shi, Shuizhi, Xiaosu, and Sharong, the 6 of them will follow me. The others don't need to follow." When he heard Zhao Hai say this, Wenhai didn't say anything. Zhao Hai's strength was the strongest in the entire Exploring Sea sect. With Ding Chunming and the others, there really wouldn't be any danger. Even if the people of the Yi sect wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, the few of them would be enough to turn the Yi sect upside down. Seeing that when Wenhai didn't open his mouth, Zhao Hai continued, "All right, then this matter is settled. Call Ding Tian and the others over, we'll start tomorrow." Everyone complied, then they went to prepare for the operation. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai took Ding Chunming and the others on a 10,000 swords ship and flew straight towards the Cloud Mist Peak. The people of the Cloud Mist Peak naturally saw Zhao Hai's group. When they saw that there was only one 10,000 swords ship, they didn't sound the alarm. They also knew that they must be the emissaries sent by the Exploring Sea sect. There was a saying that when 2 armies fought, the emissaries wouldn't be killed. Therefore, they didn't need to directly make a move against the emissaries of the Exploring Sea sect. The people of the Yi sect still had this little bit of grace. Therefore, when Zhao Hai's 10,000 swords ship flew towards the Cloud Mist Peak, they didn't suffer any attacks. When the 10,000 swords ship arrived at the Cloud Mist Peak, a row of large monsters flew out from the Cloud Mist Peak and greeted the 10,000 swords ship. Seeing those large monsters coming to greet them, Zhao Hai stopped the 10,000 swords ship. When those large monsters arrived about 100 meters away from the 10,000 swords ship, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Exploring Sea Sect's Zhao Hai is here to seek an audience with the Yi sect's sect master." When they heard Zhao Hai's name, the people of the Yi sect couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect that the person who came would actually be Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's status was there. Even if they were enemies, they didn't dare to neglect and would give Zhao Hai enough respect. Therefore, the leader of the Yi sect immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings to Sect Master Zhao Hai. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please wait a moment. I will immediately report to the Sect Master." After he finished speaking, he gestured to the person beside him to immediately send a letter to the Sect Master. The Sect Master of the Yi sect sat in his room and looked at the 2 people in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai came in person. Why do you think he came?" The 2 people standing in front of him were naturally Yi Hu and Yi Bao. When they heard the sect master's words, they said almost at the same time, "To persuade us to surrender." The sect master also nodded and said, "That's right." He came to persuade us to surrender. What do you think I should say? Ihu said in a deep voice, Sect Master, let's invite him in first. Zhao Hai came in person to persuade us to surrender. No matter what, it shows their sincerity. I think it's better to meet him. Yibao also nodded. The sect master nodded and said, I've already sent people to invite him in. I want to see what Zhao Hai has to say. Ihu said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would dare to come to our sect at this time. Isn't he afraid that we will make him stay here? The sect master said in a deep voice, he shouldn't be afraid because his strength is there. To be honest, I don't know how strong Zhao Hai is. But I'm sure that if we really go against him, I'm afraid we won't have a good time. Ihu nodded and said in a low voice, I heard that the Holy Sect's Holy Master was killed by Zhao Hai. It can be seen that his strength is indeed very strong. Since he dared to come, he should be very confident in his strength. Let's listen to what he has to say first. If he doesn't go too far, I don't think we need to fight with him. The sect master nodded. At this time, a voice came from outside, Explore the C-Sect's sect master, Zhao Hai has arrived. The sect master of the E-Sect stood up and said in a deep voice, Invite sect master Zhao Hai in. The person outside the door responded and then the door was pushed open. Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and the others in from outside. The sect leader looked at Ding Chunming and the others and couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, It seems like sect leader Zhao Hai is really afraid that we will harm you. You actually brought so many experts with you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can't help it. I didn't want to bring people, but if I didn't bring them, then I wouldn't be able to come. In order to show my sincerity, I had no choice but to bring them. Sect master, please don't laugh at me. The sect master of the E-Sect really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would answer like this. His words just now had some sarcasm, but he didn't expect that Zhao Hai didn't care at all. This really surprised him and made him admire Zhao Hai. He looked deeply at Zhao Hai and then said in a deep voice, Although we are opponents, I am also very impressed by Sect Master Zhao Hai's demeanor. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please take a seat. At this time, the disciples of the E-Sect had already placed some chairs in the Sect Master's room and invited Zhao Hai and the others to sit down. Zhao Hai also didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking them, he sat down directly. The sect master of the E-Sect looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, I don't know why sect master Zhao Hai is here today. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, persuading us to surrender. The sect master of the E-Sect asked this question even though he already knew the answer. However, Zhao Hai directly answered. This time, it was beyond the sect master's expectations. He thought that Zhao Hai would do something else and finally change the topic to persuading them to surrender. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would go straight to the topic. This really surprised him. The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Sect master Zhao Hai is really straightforward. But do you think that we will surrender to you now? Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said in a deep voice, Yes, I think so. Now, the number of combat-capable disciples of the E-Sect doesn't exceed 700 million. However, the number of combat-capable disciples of our exploring C-Sect has exceeded 1.5 billion. No matter from which aspect, we have the advantage. If the E-Sect really wants to fight to the death with us, then the losses of our exploring C-Sect may be great. However, I'm afraid that the E-Sect will be destroyed. Destroying the E-Sect isn't what I really want. What I want to do is to let the E-Sect join our exploring C-Sect and make our exploring C-Sect more powerful. At the same time, because of the strength of our exploring C-Sect, it can drive everyone to become stronger. The exploring C-Sect has been like this step by step. We are composed of countless forces, so I think that the E-Sect joining our exploring C-Sect is most appropriate. It's much better than fighting to the death like now. The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, I don't think that our E-Sect joining the exploring C-Sect will bring any benefits to us. If the E-Sect joins the exploring C-Sect, will it still be the E-Sect? Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said, What is the E-Sect? Whether the E-Sect existed or not was not in the form of a sect. Instead, it depended on the inheritance of the E-Sect. If the inheritance of the E-Sect was passed down, then it was the true E-Sect. If the inheritance could not be passed down, then the sect would naturally cease to exist. Joining our sea exploring sect, the inheritance of the sect could still be passed down. What was wrong with that? Furthermore, if they join our sea exploring sect, their cultivation will improve, and they will receive even more cultivation resources. Isn't that even better? When the time comes, they will become stronger and stronger. And when they become stronger, the sea exploring sect will also become stronger. Our sea exploring sect is based on people. We hope that our disciples will become stronger. Therefore, we give our disciples the most suitable cultivation methods, the most suitable cultivation materials, and the most suitable teachers. Isn't all of this for their own good? The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Sect master Zhao Hai really knows how to talk. However, if we join the Exploring Sea sect, then we will have to listen to other people's orders. What if the Exploring Sea sect's disciples look down on us? Can we even resist them?" Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said in a deep voice, "If sect master says so, then it's not for the inheritance of the sect, but for the power in your hands. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. But to be honest, if sect master really wants some power, then you should join our Exploring Sea sect. The current situation is very obvious. If you join the Exploring Sea sect, then all of you will be able to survive. Moreover, according to the customs of our Exploring Sea sect, sect master will also become a hall master of our sect. In our sect, the hall masters have great power. If you don't join our Exploring Sea sect, then you will be eliminated by our Exploring Sea sect." The sect master really didn't know what to say now. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Sect master Zhao Hai's mouth is really good. I really admire it. However, does sect master Zhao Hai really think that you can eliminate our sect? The defense of our sect's headquarters is very strong. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to eliminate our sect, right?" Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said, "It won't be easy. But sect master shouldn't underestimate the strength of our Exploring Sea sect. What if we don't directly attack the Cloud Mist Peak, but instead arrange a formation around it? We can arrange a huge formation around the Cloud Mist Peak and then use the power of this formation to constantly attack the Cloud Mist Peak. I don't know how long the Cloud Mist Peak can last. What if we arrange a formation with astral winds? Then how long can the Cloud Mist Peak last? Also, the entire demon spirit world has been taken over by our Exploring Sea sect. You don't have any materials now. In this case, what can you use to fight against us? We don't even need to attack. I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to disperse by yourselves." When the sect master heard Zhao Hai's words, his face couldn't help but change. He really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would come up with such a way to deal with them. Just like what Zhao Hai said, if they were really covered by a formation with astral winds, how long can they last? This was really hard to say. But what was certain was that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said, "Sect master, the reason why I came to persuade the sect to surrender is because I don't want both sides to suffer too many casualties. You have been fighting with us for more than a day or two. You should be very clear that the lives of our disciples are very important to the Sea Exploring sect. Obviously, we didn't need to retreat, but in order to reduce unnecessary losses, we retreated. This time, I came here for the same reason. I don't want the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to suffer too many casualties. If the sect can join our Sea Exploring sect, then there won't be any more battles between us. When the time comes, whether it is the disciples of the sect or the Sea Exploring sect, then there won't be any more casualties between us. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Wouldn't that be better?" The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What sect master Zhao Hai said is really good, but I still don't believe it. Are you saying that you won't deal with us if we join the Exploring Sea sect? How do I know that you won't settle accounts with us? Most importantly, all the cultivators in the demon spirit realm are demon cultivators, while your Sea Exploring sect is made up of human cultivators. If we join your Sea Exploring sect, what will you do if you discriminate against us?" Zhao Hai looked at the sect master and said, "Who said that our Exploring Sea sect is made up of human cultivators? Let's not talk about the people of the Holy Gate who joined the Exploring Sea sect. Even before we entered the demon spirit realm, there were also demon cultivators in our Exploring Sea sect. Strictly speaking, they were also considered demon cultivators. They lived very well in our Exploring Sea sect. No one discriminated against them. Our Exploring Sea sect doesn't discriminate against any race of cultivators. Just like the formation-breaking beast clan of the Holy Gate. I think you've heard that they were discriminated against by the people of the Holy Gate when they were in the Holy Gate. They were almost exterminated. Later on, the Holy Gate forced them to attack our Exploring Sea sect, wanting to send them to their deaths. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender to us. We helped them rescue their children from the Holy Gate. Now, the formation-breaking beast clan has become a member of our Exploring Sea sect. Moreover, they have also joined our magic array hall. Because they are very talented in magic arrays, the patriarch of the formation-breaking beast clan is now the deputy hall master of our magic array hall. How can I discriminate against them? As the saying goes, the sea can accommodate all rivers. Our Exploring Sea sect has such magnanimity and magnanimity. That's why we have the strength we have today. The sect master naturally knew about the formation-breaking beast clan. However, he didn't know that the formation-breaking beast clan had actually surrendered to the Exploring Sea sect and that their patriarch had become the deputy hall master of the Exploring Sea sect's magic array hall. To be honest, he was a little tempted now. Although he couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces when he had been defeated by the Exploring Sea sect's array formation, all the disciples of his sect had retreated to the Cloud Mist Mountain. When the Exploring Sea sect's army arrived at the foot of the Cloud Mist Mountain, he realized that his hatred was meaningless. If he continued to fight to the death with the Exploring Sea sect because of this hatred, the remaining disciples would still die. It was really difficult for him to decide whether to let the remaining disciples die for the sake of revenge or to let the remaining disciples live. At this moment, Xianxia personally came to persuade him to surrender. Putting aside how many experts Xianxia had brought with him, in his opinion, if they really wanted to keep Xianxia on the Cloud Mist Peak, it would be impossible for Xianxia and the people behind him to leave the Cloud Mist Peak. This was enough to show Xianxia's sincerity. As Xianxia had said, the Exploring Sea sect attached great importance to the lives of its disciples. Otherwise, they wouldn't have immediately retreated when they saw them going all out. Joining such a sect was actually a good thing for their disciples. The only problem now was that the Exploring Sea sect had killed so many disciples of the E sect. Would the ordinary disciples of the E sect be willing to join the Exploring Sea sect? What if they don't want to join the Exploring Sea sect? What if they don't want to join the Exploring Sea sect? At that time, even if he wanted to join the Exploring Sea sect, he was afraid that those disciples wouldn't agree. If those disciples agreed to join the Exploring Sea sect on the surface and returned after joining the Exploring Sea sect, it might affect the status of others in the Exploring Sea sect. It might even affect the entire E sect's people who surrendered. This was what the sect master was most worried about. Hatred could sometimes make people lose their minds. However, he was the sect master. He couldn't just live for hatred. He even had to put down his hatred and live for those who were still alive. This was what he should do. But it wasn't easy to make this decision. Seeing that the sect master hadn't spoken for a long time, Xianxia couldn't help but say, "Sect master, you don't need to rush to answer me. I know that making a decision isn't easy. How about this, we'll go back today and come back 5 days later. When the time comes, I hope that the sect master can give us an answer. If the sect master thinks that our sea exploring sect isn't worthy of your allegiance, then I'll leave without saying anything. When the time comes, we'll meet on the battlefield. If the sect master thinks that our sea exploring sect is worthy of your allegiance, then I'll welcome you with open arms. What do you think? What do you think?" The sect master of the E sect looked at Xianxia. He finally knew where Xianxia was the most powerful. It wasn't his strength, his ability to command the battle, nor his wisdom, but his ability to see through people's hearts. His ability to see through people's hearts was too strong. He seemed to know what you were thinking and would say the most appropriate words at the most appropriate time. Such a person was too powerful, too terrifying. However, he still nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as sect master Xianxia says. 5 days later, I'll give you an answer." "Ihu, see the guests out." Xianxia led Ding Chunming and the others back to the sea exploring sect's camp. Wenhai and the others immediately welcomed them as they followed Zhao Hai back to the main tent. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I'll give the sect 5 days. After 5 days, I'll go and listen to their news. If they surrender to us, then everything will be fine. If they don't, then we won't be polite and will begin our attack. Qing Feng, your people from the Magic Array Hall should start setting up formations outside Cloud Mist Peak. These formations should be able to cover the entire demon spirit realm, so start building them now." Qing Feng stood up and nodded. Zhao Hai had already told them about this matter. He wanted to set up a large formation that can cover the entire demon spirit realm. Now, it's finally time to do it. Zhao Hai turned his head to Wenhai and said, "Wenhai, you should also prepare for battle. Let the disciples have a good rest. We'll know the result in 5 days." Wenhai also nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Now that the demon spirit realm is basically under our control, only the sect is left. But we can't relax. The sect still has more than 700 million disciples. Moreover, they also occupy a favorable terrain. We have to prepare for battle. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded and said, "Yes, sect master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "Go and rest. Arrange for the disciples to rest, but pay attention. Don't let the sect take advantage of you. Rest is rest, but you must not relax your vigilance." Everyone nodded, then they stood up and saluted Zhao Hai before turning and leaving. After they left, Zhao Hai looked at the distant cloud peak and said, "I hope you can surrender. Otherwise, I'm afraid more people will die." Then he sighed and returned to his tent to rest. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I hope you can surrender. Otherwise, I'm afraid more people will die." At this time, the sect was also in a meeting. After Zhao Hai left, the sect master gathered all the elders in the meeting room. After everyone sat down, the sect master looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone already knows that Zhao Hai just came. As for why he came, I think everyone should know. He didn't come to persuade us to surrender. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't hide it and directly said that he came to persuade us to surrender. He said very clearly that he didn't want to see too many casualties in the sea exploring sect. He also didn't want to see our sect die, so he directly came to persuade us to surrender. What do you all think about this matter?" Upon hearing the sect master, everyone went silent. After all, they weren't ordinary people, they were all cultivators. They hated the sea exploring sect, but they knew that if they continued to fight, then they would definitely lose. This was because they were now surrounded by 2 armies. If they continued to fight, then they wouldn't have a good ending. However, they were still unwilling to surrender because they still had hatred in their hearts. The sect master looked at everyone, then he turned to Yihu and said, "Yihu, tell them what Zhao Hai said. If we really want to fight, how will he attack us?" Yihu understood the sect master's meaning, so he naturally knew what to say. He looked at everyone and saw that they were looking at him. Then he said, "Zhao Hai said that if we continue to fight, then he won't let the sea exploring sect attack us directly. Instead, he will set up a large formation outside the Cloud Mist Peak and surround us. Then he will activate the formation and use the astral winds to attack us." Upon hearing Yihu, the faces of the people of the sect changed. Then they looked at each other. Then one of the elders said, "Sect master? Is this true? Zhao Hai really said that? Is he really going to set up a large formation to deal with us?" The sect master nodded and said, "Yes, I think that the sea exploring sect also has the ability to do so. When they fought us in the East Sea, it took them more than 10 days to build a large formation behind us. That formation is very large. In the end, we were lured into the formation and suffered heavy losses. From this point alone, we can see how powerful they are. Moreover, the Holy Gates territory is now covered by their formation. In fact, we sent people to investigate the Holy Gates territory, but almost no one came back. Those who managed to escape said that not long after they entered the Holy Gates territory, they were attacked by the enemy's formation. One must know that they were scattered and not in the same place. In other words, the sea exploring sect has covered the Holy Gates territory with formations. Therefore, it wouldn't be difficult for them to make a formation to cover the Cloud Mist Peak. so it wouldn't be difficult for them to set up a formation to cover the entire cloud mist peak. Upon hearing the sect master's words, everyone went silent. They were very clear that the sea exploring sect had the ability to do so. If they really did so, then the consequences would be very serious. Upon thinking of this, several people looked at each other. Then one of them said, "Sect master, what do you think?" The sect master looked at them and said, "Zhao Hai said that after 5 days, he will come to listen to our letter and see how we respond. If we agree to join the sea exploring sect, then everything will be fine. If we don't, then it will be time for war." I don't think his words are a threat. It's impossible for him to let our sect continue to exist. For them, the threat is too great. Everyone nodded. Then the sect master continued, "I want to hear everyone's opinion on how to decide. My opinion is to preserve our sect's inheritance. If we continue to fight with the sea exploring sect, then we will die. If we die, then our sect's inheritance will be severed. Therefore, my opinion is to join the sea exploring sect. Although we have enmity with the sea exploring sect, they are still our enemy. If we were in their position, then I'm afraid we would be even more ruthless than the sea exploring sect. We can't blame the sea exploring sect. We are all cultivators, we should help them pursue the great Tao. What we should do is to seek our own path." Everyone was silent for a while. After a while, an elder let out a long breath and said, "Sect master is right. We can put down our hatred. We should look forward. We know that if we continue to fight, we will die. If we continue to fight, then we will be courting death." I agree with the sect master. When everyone heard this, they were silent for a moment before they agreed with the sect master. In other words, they all agreed to join the sea exploring sect. When the sect master saw their reactions, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Good, very good. If everyone agrees, then there's one more thing for everyone to do. The main thing is to do some work for the other disciples. We can't let them hold a grudge against the sea exploring sect. If they don't hold a grudge against us after we join the sea exploring sect, then we'll be out of luck. Does everyone understand?" The sect master nodded and said, "All right." Does everyone understand? Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Sect master can rest assured. We understand. The sect master nodded and said, 5 days later, I will give Zhao Hai an answer. Everyone, use these 5 days to communicate with the other disciples and listen to their opinions. Go. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. However, the sect master left Yi Hu and Yi Bao behind. The sect master looked at the two and sighed, "I now understand the feelings of the blue dragon and the others. When the blue dragon and the others surrendered, I looked down on them and thought that they were spineless. But now that I have to make a decision, I know that it's not easy to decide the life and death of hundreds of millions of people." Yi Hu and Yi Bao looked at the sect master and agreed, "Sect master, you did the right thing. In the future, people will give you a fair evaluation." The sect master shook his head and then said in a deep voice, "No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. I don't even know whether the decision this time was correct or not. But no matter what we are doing now is indeed allowing the hundreds of millions of disciples of our sect to survive. This is enough." Yi Hu and Yi Bao really didn't know what to say. They could deeply feel the sect master's impatience in this matter. It must be said that in the entire sect, the one who didn't want to surrender the most was him. He was the sect master of the sect, and his words were absolute. But in the sea exploring sect, he was at most a hall master. There were people above him controlling everything. Nobody would want to live such a life. But in order to let the hundreds of millions of disciples of the sect live, he finally decided to surrender. He was really a person worthy of admiration. The sect master didn't care about what they were thinking. He looked at them and said, "You two can leave. Pay attention to appeasing the disciples. Don't make any trouble." Yi Hu and Yi Bao nodded. Then they gave a salute to the sect master and turned around to leave. After they left, the sect master sighed and returned to his room. In the next few days, the elders of the sect had been looking for the disciples in charge to talk about surrendering to the sea exploring sect. Just like what the sect master said, there were still many disciples who didn't want to surrender. They would rather go all out against the sea exploring sect. But after the elders' analysis, they also knew that if they continued to fight against the sea exploring sect, then they wouldn't be fighting with their lives on the line. It was precisely because of this that the disciples slowly stopped saying that they didn't want to surrender. After all, they were cultivators, and they didn't want to die. The sect master was also observing these disciples. He discovered that among these disciples, a large number of them didn't want to fight. This was because they knew that fighting would only lead to death. So now that the elders said that they wanted to surrender to the sea exploring sect, although these disciples said a few words on the surface, they were actually very happy in their hearts. Looking at their appearance, the sect master finally realized that his decision was correct. He didn't know that there were so many disciples who didn't want to fight anymore. Moreover, such disciples accounted for the majority. If he really decided to fight, then these disciples would surrender on their own. Thinking of this, the sect master couldn't help but sigh. But at the same time, he was completely relieved. As long as the majority of the disciples agreed to surrender, then it would be fine. Zhao Hai stood on the myriad sword ship and looked at the sect master who was standing on a giant beast in the distance. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems like I'll be able to get some good news today." The sect master looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Sect master of the E sect, Bai Jiyun, greets sect master Zhao Hai. On behalf of the entire E sect, I have decided that from today onwards, the E sect will officially merge with the Scouring Sea sect and become a member of the Scouring Sea sect." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jiyun and smiled faintly. "All right, on behalf of the entire Scouring Sea sect, I welcome you to join us. From today onwards, there will be no more wars in the demon spirit world." After that, Zhao Hai smiled at Bai Jiyun and said, "Sect Master Bai, please come to my ship. Let's discuss the future of the E sect together." Bai Jiyun nodded and led some of the elders of the E sect to Zhao Hai's myriad sword ship. Then the group entered the E sect's mountain city and arrived at the conference hall. In the conference hall, Zhao Hai sat on the main seat while Bai Jiyun and the others sat below. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Today, the E sect has officially joined our Scouring Sea sect. I'm very happy. From today onwards, there will be no more wars in the demon spirit world. The demon spirit world will be at peace." Everyone clapped their hands. They also knew that this wasn't the main point, so they quickly stopped and waited for Zhao Hai to continue. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Since the E sect has joined the Scouring Sea sect, it will be reformed according to the rules of the Scouring Sea sect. Sect Master Bai, you might not be able to follow the rules of the Scouring Sea sect, so I'll explain it to you. After the E sect joins the Scouring Sea sect, it will become a branch of the Scouring Sea sect. You will be the Hall Master. However, 2/3 of the E sect's disciples will be transferred out and replaced by disciples from other branches of the Scouring Sea sect. Only 1/3 of the original elders of the E sect will be left behind. Elders from other branches of the Scouring Sea sect will be transferred to the E sect to help you manage the E sect. At the same time, you must learn how to manage the E sect according to the Scouring Sea sect's rules." Bai Jiyun stood up and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. "This is the sect master's order." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. I've already said that in the future, you will still be the Hall Master of the E sect branch. In our Exploring Sea sect, the Hall Master's authority is very great. Now, in the demon spirit world, I'm going to set up several branches. The first is the Spirit Wind Island branch. You people in the demon spirit world may not know this, but the Spirit Wind Island is just outside. It has been protected by a large formation, so you don't know that it has been conquered by us and has become our Spirit Wind Island branch. The second is to set up several branches in the Sea of the Demon Spirit world. These branches will be managed by the Sea Race. Of course, they will also be managed by the disciples of our Exploring Sea sect. Moreover, in the Demon Spirit world, the original Holy Gate will be divided into 3 branches, namely the Chicken Heart Ridge branch, the Wolf Fong Mountain branch, and the Holy Gate branch. The E sect will also be divided into 2 branches, namely the E sect branch and the Eastern Sea branch. Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone shook their heads. In fact, Bai Jiyun was already very surprised. Although Zhao Hai's decision seemed to weaken their strength, it wasn't a kind of protection for them. If their disciples weren't divided and the territory of the E sect was not divided into 2 branches, then it might be a lack of trust in them. He was waiting for them to make a mistake and then deal with them. Now that Zhao Hai has weakened the strength of the Yi sect, even if the people of the Yi sect wanted to rebel, it would be impossible for them to do so. This was actually good for them. The last hope in their hearts had been extinguished, and they could be at ease as the disciples of the exploring Sea sect. It was precisely because of this that Bai Zhiyun naturally wouldn't object. On the contrary, he felt that Zhao Hai's decision was actually very good. At the very least, it meant that Zhao Hai sincerely hoped that the Yi sect would join the exploring Sea sect instead of wanting to deal with the Yi sect. The Blue Dragon Elder also didn't object. The exploring Sea sect's punishment for the Yi sect was the same as the punishment for the holy sects. From this point, it could be seen that this was indeed the rule of the exploring Sea sect, so he was relieved. When Zhao Hai saw that no one objected, he went on to say, "In each branch, you must establish an academy. Each branch will build a suitable location in the area under your jurisdiction. Then, you will establish several academies. Strive to let all disciples enter the academy to study. The disciples of each academy must be completely unified. Do you understand?" Everyone agreed in unison. Bai Zhiyun and the Blue Dragon didn't know much about the exploring Sea sect's academies, but at this time, they couldn't object. Zhao Hai glanced at everyone and then said in a deep voice, "Blue Dragon, Bai Zhiyun, you may not know that attacking the monster spirit realm wasn't our first goal. I, Zhao Hai, ascended to the sword spirit realm from the lower realm. Before ascending, we actually came into contact with another realm in addition to the sword spirit realm. This realm is also an upper realm. It's a spiritual realm separate from the sword spirit realm. We have the coordinates of the spiritual realm here. So our next goal is the spiritual realm." Blue Dragon and Bai Zhiyun didn't know about this. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say this, they felt strange. They didn't think that their goal would be another realm. This really surprised them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "But right now, we need to push back our attack on the spirit realm. First, we need to build up the demon spirit realm. This is the most important thing. I don't want to send troops to attack other realms before the demon spirit realm is fully developed. We need to make ourselves comfortable first. Once we're comfortable, then we'll attack the enemy. This has always been the motto of the Sea Exploring sect." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, "Therefore, the Sea Exploring sect's next priority is to rebuild the monster spirit realm. Once the monster spirit realm recovers its strength, then we'll decide whether to attack the monster spirit realm or not." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Because of this, the Sea Exploring sect will focus on rebuilding the monster spirit realm." Everyone didn't say anything, but their eyes shined as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "All right, I won't say anything else. Today is the day that the Yi sect merged with the exploring Sea sect. This is the day that the monster spirit realm welcomed. We should celebrate. Wen Hai, go inform Laura and the others to send us some wine. Today, we'll drink to our heart's content." Everyone cheered before they immediately went to prepare. However, Bai Zhiyun and Blue Dragon didn't expect such an event. They weren't used to it. As long as you don't violate the sect's rules, the sect wouldn't impose too many restrictions on you. You will slowly come to understand. Today, let's go out and have a good drink with the other disciples. We were enemies before, but from now on, we're friends. We're fellow disciples of the same sect. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be surprised. Our Sea Exploring sect's management of disciples is actually very loose. As long as you don't violate the sect's rules, the sect won't impose too many restrictions." When Bai Zhiyun and Blue Dragon heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they understood that Zhao Hai did this in order for the disciples to get in touch with each other. Everyone would drink and chat while forgetting about their past hatred. After understanding this point, Bai Zhiyun immediately stood up and said, "Sect Master, Ari sect has a lot of food. I'll have people prepare it immediately. Moreover, Ari sect also has a lot of good wine. I'll have people prepare it." Blue Dragon also immediately said, "Sect Master, we also have a lot of good wine. I'll have people prepare it." Obviously, they understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but the food you make might not be as good as ours." You might not know this, but the disciples of the Exploring Sea sect don't bring pills when they go out. Instead, they bring food. Moreover, these foods have been improved by my wife, Meg. It's very good for the disciples' cultivation. You'll know about it later. Today, we'll have a good meal. Let's go. The two nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. Now, the disciples of the Exploring Sea sect were very happy. They didn't have to fight anymore. Instead, they could all have a drink. Naturally, they were happy. On the other hand, the disciples of the East sect were somewhat at a loss. A few days ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now, they were sitting together drinking and eating meat. This made them feel very uncomfortable. However, with the appearance of the Blue Dragon Elder, the disciples slowly relaxed. They also began to get in touch with the disciples of the Exploring Sea sect. The disciples of the Exploring Sea sect had already done this once or twice. They were already used to this situation. After all, the Exploring Sea sect had conquered a lot of sects along the way. Therefore, they were very experienced. They took the initiative to get in touch with the disciples of the E sect. They chatted with them and drank with them. This way, the atmosphere slowly became better. The disciples of the E sect were also beast cultivators. Beast cultivators were actually beast cultivators. Beast cultivators had the blood of the beast race flowing in their bones, and the beast race generally respected the strong. Cultivators also respected the strong. Therefore, it was hard to say how much hatred the disciples of the E sect had towards the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. They were cultivators, so they were very clear about how strong the other party was. It was precisely because of this that although they had some hatred towards the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, they also had a trace of admiration towards them. Now that the disciples of the E sect had come into contact with them, they discovered that the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect also had a side that was easy to talk to. They also had a cute side. They were very sincere, which made the disciples of the E sect feel very surprised. But no matter what, this meeting was very successful. Both sides had deepened their understanding of each other. Moreover, the hatred in their hearts had also disappeared. This made Zhao Hai and the others very happy. It was very troublesome for the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to hold a grudge against them. Now, with their performance, Zhao Hai and the others could finally move on to the next step of their plan. The next step of Zhao Hai's plan was to annex the entire E sect, completely digesting them and turning them into members of the Sea Exploring sect. Zhao Hai was very clear that the E sect and the Sacred sect were very different from the other sects they conquered in the Sword Spirit realm. In the Sword Spirit realm, the other sects they conquered were all of the human race. No matter what, they were all of the same race. Even if they were defeated, they would still retain their inheritance. Therefore, it was only natural for them to surrender. On the other hand, the Sacred sect and the E sect in the Monster Spirit realm were all beast cultivators. Even if they surrendered after being conquered, they would still regard themselves as beast cultivators and not as human race. The gap between races was very big. Therefore, this problem must be solved, otherwise, it would become a problem. In order to make the beast cultivators truly become members of the Sea Exploring sect, the first step was to make their hatred slowly disappear. Some people said that time could dilute everything. This saying was true. Sometimes, hatred would slowly disappear with time. People were always forgetful. Of course, there was also the possibility that some people's hatred would become deeper and deeper as time passed. However, such people were in the minority. As long as the majority of people could forget their hatred and truly become members of the Sea Exploring sect, it would be enough. Therefore, after the E sect celebrated for a day, the Sea Exploring sect began to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the Monster Spirit realm from the second day onwards. Halls, academies, all kinds of treatment, artifacts, cultivation methods, and the rules of the Sea Exploring sect began to be fully integrated into the Monster Spirit realm. The Monster Spirit realm's people were completely familiar with the Sea Exploring sect, understand it, and follow the rules of the Sea Exploring sect. Zhao Hai was now in the Monster Spirit realm. He wouldn't leave the Monster Spirit realm before completely transforming the Monster Spirit realm into a realm of the Sea Exploring sect. In fact, the transformation of the Monster Spirit realm by the Sea Exploring sect was going very smoothly. Some monster cultivators were indeed disgusted with the sea exploring sect from the very beginning. Some even viewed them as enemies. However, as they came into contact with the sea exploring sect, they discovered that everything the sea exploring sect did was for their own good. Their lives were also slowly changing. This made the monster race slowly accept the people of the sea exploring sect, especially the ordinary monster cultivators. Wu Luan was very forgetful at any time. He was different from those in high positions. This was because even though they would lose a lot in the war, they would still lose a lot compared to those in high positions. At the same time, they wouldn't feel as emotional as those in high positions. What they needed was to survive. Whether it was for themselves, for their families, or for their descendants, they had to survive. Moreover, they had to make themselves, their families, and their descendants live a better life. This was their pursuit. One shouldn't think that this pursuit was too low or too simple. The ability of ordinary people was there. Was it possible for them to pursue becoming an emperor? If the world was in chaos, then they might still pursue their unrealistic dreams. However, most people would only become skeletons on the path to becoming an emperor. And in this time of peace, becoming an emperor was even more impossible. It would only make them die faster. Therefore, their pursuit was to make their lives better and their families better. This pursuit would become a motivation for them. It would make them forget their hatred and allow them to burst forth with greater strength. This was the case for ordinary beast cultivators in the demon spirit world. They wanted to live, they wanted their families to live a better life. The various rules of the sea exploring sect were the foundation for them and their families to live a better life. Therefore, they would naturally forget their hatred and fully support the sea exploring sect. However, beast cultivators also had a characteristic, and that was their strength. Before they reached the metamorphosis stage, they would always be in their beast form. This would have a lot of restrictions on them, making them unable to do a lot of things. Some beast cultivators might even stay in their beast form for the rest of their lives. In the past, whether it was the Holy Gates or the East sect, for these weak beast cultivators who couldn't metamorphose, they were generally in a state of freedom. Only some big clans would gather their disciples who couldn't metamorphose and manage them. Other people didn't have such ability. But now, with the sea exploring sect, everything was different. The other people in the sea exploring sect might not know much about beast cultivators, but Zhao Hai was very clear about it. He was very clear about what beast cultivators were and how to make them better. It didn't take long before the sea exploring sect began to distribute pills to the disciples. These pills were called transformation pills. After eating these pills, even if they weren't strong enough, they would still be able to transform. For the demons, this was a good thing. After transforming, they can go to the academy to study. This would allow them to increase their strength even faster. For example, the Thunderhawk clan, who didn't want to metamorphose, slowly began to do so. This was because they discovered that once they were in the sea exploring sect, it would be more convenient for them to do anything. In terms of eating, it would be very convenient for them to eat. The food provided by the sea exploring sect was filled with spiritual qi. After eating these things, they wouldn't need to eat pills anymore. In fact, it would be even better than eating pills. But if they were to eat these foods in their beast form, it would be very inconvenient and unsightly. Therefore, it was better for them to metamorphose. However, the sea exploring sect didn't have any mandatory rules in this regard. All demon disciples could choose. If they wanted to transform, then they could. If they didn't want to, then it didn't matter. No one would look down on them. The beast cultivators were very satisfied with the rules of the sea exploring sect. There were a lot of beast cultivators who didn't want to metamorphose. There were even some beast cultivators who could metamorphose but didn't like it. Therefore, they kept their beast form. This was also possible, the sea exploring sect wouldn't be able to see them. Even some beast cultivators who were treated as tools by the beast cultivators were now liberated. For example, the giant turtles and other giant beasts weren't that big. But because they were raised by the beast men, their intelligence was sealed. Then they were given medicine to make their bodies bigger. But they weren't allowed to metamorphose. Slowly, they became tools. But in the sea exploring sect, such beast cultivators didn't exist. Although the sea exploring sect would eat some beast cultivators, these beast cultivators were specially raised for meat. They didn't have intelligence, they were just beasts. Sealing the intelligence of beast cultivators and treating them as if they didn't have intelligence was something that the sea exploring sect wouldn't do. In addition to the metamorphosis pill, the sea exploring sect would also test the beast cultivators. They would check their talent, assign them cultivation methods, and give them corresponding cultivation plans. All of these were done by the sea exploring sect. However, they weren't very fast in this regard. This was because beast cultivators and human cultivators were very different. In the past, the sea exploring sect didn't have any experience in this regard. Because of this, it was quite difficult to assign suitable cultivation methods to the beast cultivators. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others had obtained the cultivation methods of the Holy Gate and the Will sect. They had also collected a lot of data. A complete set of data on the beast cultivators was about to be completed. As long as this set of data was completed, the sea exploring sect would be able to create records for the beast cultivators and give them cultivation methods and materials that were most suitable for them. At the same time, the sea exploring sect allowed the beast cultivators to experience the life of a cultivator. This was also an important reason why the beast cultivators were able to metamorphose. Because of this, the demon race knew that those who could transform could live in beautiful houses. They could also use all kinds of formation tools. Because of this, when they turn on the tap, there would be water in their rooms. They could also take a hot bath at any time. All of this made the demon race understand that they had to transform. Although they could live in such houses, there would be a lot of inconveniences if they didn't transform. This was also the first time that the beast cultivators saw how strong the sea exploring sect's formations were. The beast cultivators were able to use formations in all aspects of their lives. This was something that the beast cultivators didn't expect. What made them feel even more incredulous was that the formations that the sea exploring sect set up could cover the entire plane. Take the beast spirit realm for example. The formation set up by the sea exploring sect almost covered the entire beast spirit realm. This was really beyond their expectations. It can be said that after joining the sea exploring sect, the beast cultivators found that their lives were changing. Moreover, it was an earth-shaking change. Their lives became better than they expected. The beast cultivators never thought that their lives would become better. In the past, many of them couldn't metamorphose. Those who couldn't metamorphose wouldn't be recognized by the Holy Gate and the Will sect. They would only be released into the wild, even if they had spiritual wisdom. But now it was different. Now they would not be released into the wild. They could eat form transformation pills, learn how to plant spirit fields, and do other jobs. All of these could make their lives better. Clearly they could make their lives better, so why would they be like wild beasts and go out into the wild to find food for themselves? Because of this, many low-level beast cultivators were eager to metamorphose. Those who didn't want to metamorphose were those with high cultivation. Because of this, they began to be pretentious and didn't want to metamorphose. However, nobody would say anything about it. Sometimes, subtle influence was a way of change. Thunderous change was also a way of change. The sea exploring sect couldn't use a few years or decades to slowly change the way of life of the beast spirit realm. They wanted to use thunderous methods to make the people of the beast spirit realm understand that there was another way of life in this world. This way, the ordinary beast cultivators would accept the sea exploring sect. In addition to changing the way of life of the ordinary beast cultivators, the sea exploring sect also wanted to make them understand that there was another way of cultivation in this world. In the past, the Holy Gate and the sect taught their disciples in a similar way to the sects of the sword spirit realm. When the strength of the disciples was weak, they would regularly send some mentors to teach them about cultivation. But if the disciples wanted to cultivate, they could only rely on themselves to comprehend. This was a very slow way of cultivation. This was because some people had low perception while others had high perception. However, this didn't mean that those with high perception would have good talent. Perception was perception, while cultivation talent was cultivation talent. These two things couldn't be confused. Because of this, a lot of disciples were buried. However, the sea exploring sect's teaching method was different. They taught without discrimination. If one's perception wasn't good, then it didn't matter. You can ask the teacher at any time and the teacher will patiently teach you until you understand. Moreover, they will also create a file for you, letting you know your current cultivation progress, what cultivation method is most suitable for you, what cultivation materials you need the most, and so on. Everything will be arranged for you. This method was something that the beast cultivators of the beast spirit realm didn't even think about. But regardless of whether they had thought about it or not, this was how the people of the sea exploring sect cultivated. The beast cultivators also needed to learn how to adapt. In the beginning, they weren't used to it. They needed to know their current cultivation level, what cultivation method they used, how they used to cultivate, what kind of pills they used, and what kind of treasures they obtained. All of these were recorded. This made them feel as if they were being seen from the inside out. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, they understood that all the disciples of the sea exploring sect were like this. Moreover, if you don't do this, then it would affect your future cultivation. Although they didn't quite understand, they still did as they were told. Because of this, they quickly understood why the sea exploring sect said this. This was because after they reported their situation, the next month, someone immediately came to them and asked about their cultivation progress. At the same time, they would also inspect them and give them suggestions. They would have them change their cultivation methods, adjust their cultivation materials, and even give them some suggestions. This made them completely understand that the things they recorded before were for this purpose. They were tailor-made cultivation plans for them. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. But now, they were able to do it. This made them very excited. The sea scouring sect's actions were very effective. In just 3 months, all the beast cultivators who joined the sea scouring sect sped up their cultivation speed. Their strength also increased a lot. 3 months of cultivation was even better than 3 years of cultivation. This was something they hadn't expected. At the same time, these beast cultivators felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the sea scouring sect, as well as a sense of belonging. Niaoping was a beast cultivator of the Green Ox clan. The Green Ox clan was an important branch of the Ox clan. They had 2 characteristics that made them different from other Ox clans. First, they only had 1 horn on their head. Second, their skin was green, and there wasn't much hair on it. Of course, this was referring to their body. The Green Ox clan was famous for their great strength and strong defense, especially their horns. They were born with a kind of attribute, which was the earth attribute. They could use all kinds of earth attribute techniques. They were also very famous in the entire Ox clan. However, the Green Ox clan wasn't a rhinoceros. They were a kind of single-horned ox, which was different from the rhinoceros. Their strength was very powerful. They were also one of the best in the Ox clan. Niaoping was the same as the other members of the Ox clan. They weren't very smart, but their strength was very powerful. They were one of the main fighting races in the demon race. However, it was precisely because they weren't very smart that they didn't get a high status. The highest status of the Ox clan was only the 12 zodiac elders of the Holy Gate. In the Mind sect, their status wasn't high either. There wasn't even a member of the Ox clan among the 12 zodiac elders. The main reason for this situation was that when the Ox clan followed the Mind sect to leave the Holy Gate, some of their experts had died in battle. This also caused a gap in their inheritance. Therefore, there weren't many experts in the Ox clan. It was precisely because of this that the Ox clan didn't have a high status. But even so, in the Mind sect, no race dared to look down on the Ox clan. This was because although they didn't have a strong expert, the strength of the Ox clan was generally very good. Moreover, the Ox clan was very stubborn. If they thought that you were their enemy, then they would fight with you until the end. Logically speaking, the Ox tribe and the sea exploring sect were also enemies. They should be fighting the sea exploring sect to the end. However, this wasn't the case. One must know that the Ox tribe and the sea exploring sect weren't enemies. The enemy of the sea exploring sect was the E sect. The Ox tribe was just a part of the E sect, not because they had enmity with the sea exploring sect. The members of the Ox clan were very clear about this distinction. In their view, the enemy of the E sect was not their enemy. However, as a member of the E sect, they would help the E sect to deal with the enemy. However, it was impossible for them to treat the other party as a life-and-death enemy of the Ox clan. Niu Ping was the same. He had joined the battle against the Sea Exploration sect quite late. He had only joined the battle after Bai Zhiyun had personally led the troops. They had won the first battle because they had forced the Sea Exploration sect to retreat. They had forced the Sea Exploration sect to retreat to the Holy Gate. That was a victory. In fact, Niu Ping somewhat looked down on the Sea Exploring sect at that time. As soon as they saw the arrival of the army of the Sea Exploring sect, the Sea Exploring sect retreated without a fight. This really made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, they had suffered a big loss in the second battle. The people of the Sea Exploring sect had directly deceived them into entering their great formation. Niu Ping looked at the people around him. One by one, they were blown into a bloody mist by the astral winds. He had relied on his super strong defensive ability to escape this disaster. This also gave him a new understanding of the combat strength of the Sea Exploring sect's disciples. Niu Ping didn't mean to look down on the Sea Exploring sect. He thought that the Sea Exploring sect didn't rely on their own strength to defeat them. In fact, he didn't think so. Now, the Ox clan had an idea. They respected those who could use formations well, could create new techniques, could refine pills, and could refine tools. Such technical talents and knowledgeable people were very valued in the Ox clan. This was because the Ox clan had discovered that they had suffered losses because they didn't have any talents in this area. Therefore, the Ox clan had always wanted to cultivate talents in this area. However, due to the innate talent of their race, they didn't have any talents in this area. This was the most distressing thing for the Ox clan. The more this was the case, the more they valued such people. Therefore, when Niu Ping discovered that the people of the Sea Exploring sect could eliminate hundreds of millions of their people with just a formation, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt incomparable admiration. Therefore, when he learned that the E sect had surrendered to the Sea Exploring sect, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was very happy. Moreover, he directly told the Ox clan how powerful the Sea Exploring sect was in terms of formations. Finally, he told the Ox clan that they could select smart children from the Ox clan to study formations in the Sea Exploring sect. It can be said that learning formations, alchemy, and refining techniques had become the obsession of the Ox clan. It was precisely because of this that the Ox clan didn't oppose joining the Sea Exploring sect. Afterward, the people of the Sea Exploring sect began to ask about Niu Ping's cultivation and wanted to establish a file for him. Niu Ping was different from other cultivators. He wouldn't hide his true strength from the other party. This was because he now considered himself a member of the Sea Exploring sect. Naturally, he could tell the other party about his strength. After explaining his strength to the other party, he looked at the person from the Sea Exploring sect and said, "Senior brother, I'd like to ask if I can learn array formation techniques?" When the Sea Exploring sect disciple heard Niu Ping, he stared blankly. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother is too polite. You're stronger than me, so I should be the one calling you senior brother." "Senior brother, you want to learn formations? That's not a problem. In fact, our Sea Exploring sect allows our disciples to learn other things outside of cultivation. For example, Dharma array techniques, alchemy techniques, tool refining techniques, talisman crafting techniques, and so on. If you learn them well, or if you have any innovations in these techniques, the sect will reward you." When Niu Ping heard this, he couldn't help but be excited. He said, "Is what junior brother said true? Can I really learn the art of arrays?" The disciple nodded and said, "Yes, anyone can learn formations. This is the sect's rule. But junior brother, I don't have any talent in formations. Can I really learn formations?" "I won't hide it from junior brother, I've studied formations before. But the teachers who taught me thought that I didn't have any talent for it, so they didn't let me study it. Can I still learn formations like this?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "That's right. This is also possible. Even if senior brother doesn't have any talent in formations and can't research new formations, senior brother can still learn some basic formations. I don't expect you to have a great development in formations, but at the very least, you should still be able to learn how to set up and use formations." "Good, that's great. Junior brother, when can I learn the art of spirit arrays?" Where can I learn them? The sea exploring sect's disciple was stunned by Niu Ping's appearance. He looked at Niu Ping and said, "Senior brother, please forgive my rudeness. I can see that senior brother's stature is very sturdy. It's most suitable for body cultivation. May I know why senior brother wants to learn formations?" When Niu Ping heard this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Junior brother, you don't know, but I'm from the Oxen clan. Because of our innate stupidity, our status in the demon race has always been low. Moreover, we're always looked down upon. In recent years, we've always wanted to learn formations, but no one was willing to teach us. Because of this, we've been very distressed. Now that we heard that the sect will teach us formations, I think our clan will be very happy. I've already told the patriarch that the clan will send some smart children to learn formations from an early age." The sea exploring sect's disciple stared for a moment, then he said, "So that's how it is. Senior brother, then junior brother will advise you that if your clan doesn't have talent in formations, then you shouldn't learn formations. The sect has a rule that you can learn formations, but if you don't have talent in this area, then you can only do it as a hobby. You mustn't waste your time on it. We are cultivators, and we still prioritize cultivation. I can see that senior brother's stature is the best candidate for body cultivation. Look at Elder Ding Chunming, who's by the sect master's side. He doesn't have much research on formations, he only knows how to use them. He's also a body cultivator. But in the entire sea exploring sect, besides the sect master, no one can compare to him in terms of strength. He's still one of the top experts in the sect master's #1 bodyguard, and the captain of the sea exploring sect's cavalry. He has a high position and is respected by everyone. Therefore, senior brother, if you really don't have talent in formations, then there's no need to learn them. As long as you work hard and become as strong as Elder Ding, then no one would dare to look down on you." When Niu Ping heard the sea exploring sect's disciple, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the sea exploring sect's disciples and said, "Really? As long as we're strong, they won't look down on us?" The disciple couldn't help but smile. He looked at Niu Ping and said, "Of course, senior brother, we're all cultivators. Cultivators compete in strength. Whether it's formation techniques, alchemy techniques, or refining techniques, all of them are for the sake of increasing our strength. If we're not strong enough, then it's useless to learn anything. As long as we're strong enough, then we don't need to worry about anything. Take you as an example, if you have the strength of a supreme elder, then you don't need to learn formation techniques at all. This is because you'll have a large number of disciples following you on your first mission. At that time, there will be people who know formations, alchemy, and refining tools. You can order them around as you please, so you don't have to worry about anything. Therefore, I think that senior brothers should find a suitable cultivation method to improve your strength. Of course, senior brothers, you can also learn formation techniques, alchemy techniques, refining tools, and talisman techniques. You can learn all of these, but don't waste too much time on them. The most important thing is to improve your strength." Niu Ping nodded and said, "Of course, senior brothers, we're all cultivators." Niu Ping nodded repeatedly as he listened. He felt that what he said was very reasonable. Were the Ox race really stupid? No, they weren't stupid at all. Their cultivation talent was actually very good. It's just that they were a little one-track minded. Whatever they did, they would always choose a path and continue to walk down it. For them, this was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Their advantage was because they were likely to succeed. Because if they continued to walk down a path, even if this path was wrong, they might still succeed in the end. This was because along the way, they would constantly discover their own mistakes and find the reason for their failure. This way, they would slowly succeed. His weakness was that after they had embarked on one path, they might not find any other paths. Perhaps in their eyes, there was only one path. The reason why the Ox race hadn't produced any strong experts in the past few years was because their inheritance had been broken once. During the war between the East sect and the Holy Gate, the experts of the East sect had all died in battle. This caused their inheritance to be broken. Not only did the East sect not help them restore their inheritance, they also suppressed the Ox race to a certain extent. Therefore, the Ox race didn't have any experts to speak for them. Naturally, their status wasn't high. But even so, no one dared to underestimate them. After all, the strength of their entire race was there. Therefore, the status of the Ox race in the East sect was very awkward. The Ox race in the East sect didn't have any way to produce strong experts in their own race. They thought that it was because they didn't know anything else. Therefore, they wholeheartedly wanted to learn the art of arrays. This actually led them to embark on a wrong path. If they continued to walk down this path, they might take a lot of detours. However, the disciple of the Sea Exploring sect was different. When he talked to Niu Ping, he immediately discovered the problem. Therefore, he directly talked to Niu Ping and used Ding Chunming as an example. Niu Ping wasn't stupid, he just didn't understand the situation. Now that he heard the disciple of the Sea Exploring sect, he felt that what the other party said was very reasonable. The disciple of the Sea Exploring sect looked at the Ox race and said, "Senior brother Niu, our Sea Exploring sect has countless cultivation methods. You will certainly be able to find the most suitable cultivation method for you. When the time comes, the strength of your race will increase greatly. It would be great if you can produce a few supreme elders. At that time, no one would dare to look down on you. But if you want to learn about arrays, then that's fine. But I think that you shouldn't put your main energy in learning about arrays, instead, you should focus on cultivation. You can learn about arrays, but don't put your heart and soul into it. Otherwise, you would be putting the cart before the horse." Niu Ping nodded. The Sea Exploring sect disciple continued, "Senior brother Niu, the reason why I'm asking you these questions today is to help you create a file and find the most suitable cultivation method for you. In the future, the experts of the sect will customize a cultivation method for you. If you follow that method, I believe that your strength will quickly increase. Moreover, the sect will also check the cultivation method and materials that you've been given every month to see if your cultivation progress is the same as the sect's estimate. If your cultivation progress is the same as the sect's estimate, then you can study arrays, alchemy, and so on. But if your cultivation progress is slow, then the sect will absolutely not allow you to study arrays. Everything in the sect is still based on cultivation. Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand?" As soon as Niu Ping heard this, he nodded and said, "I understand. What you mean is that I can learn whatever I want, but I can't neglect my cultivation. If I neglect my cultivation, then I won't be able to learn anything, right?" "Yes, that's what I mean. Therefore, senior brother, please pay attention to this. The disciples of your sect should also pay attention to this point. They should prioritize their strength and cultivation." "Thank you, junior brother. I'll remember this. I'll write a letter to the patriarch and tell him about this situation. I really have to thank junior brother today. If junior brother didn't tell me this, then I might still be thinking about learning about arrays. Senior brother, you're being too courteous. This is what I should do. After all, this is what I'm supposed to do. The sect master has said that it is our greatest contribution to improve the strength of the Sea Exploring sect disciples. Senior brother, I'll take my leave now. I still have to go to the other senior brothers to compile the statistics. Junior brother, you can go and do your work. When you're done, you must come and find me. At that time I, Niu Ping, will definitely treat you to a good drink." "Right, I still don't know junior brother's name. I won't be able to find you in the future." "Ha ha ha, senior brother is too polite. My name is Xianxia. If senior brother wants to find me in the future, please go to the archives. Goodbye." After saying that, Xianxia turned and left. After Xianxia left, Niu Ping pondered for a moment in his room. Then, he immediately walked towards the transmission array. The Ox tribe had their own area of residence, which was the Oxhead Mountain Plain. It sounded strange. It was clearly called the Oxhead Mountain, so why was there a plain? In fact, it wasn't strange at all. There was a basin with a mountain called the Oxhead Mountain. Below the mountain was a large plain, which was naturally called the Oxhead Mountain Plain. To be honest, the Oxhead Mountain Plain really had a story. The Oxhead Mountain Plain wasn't originally the territory of the Ox tribe. In the Oxhead Mountain Plain lived a very special kind of demon beast called the Jackal Beast. It was a very powerful demon beast. Its combat strength was very strong, its bite force was amazing, and its defense was also very strong. The most important thing was that there were a lot of jackals. Moreover, they knew how to cooperate in battle, which made them very difficult to deal with. And for some reason, these jackals didn't have any intelligence. They couldn't be considered a member of the demon race. They were a kind of demon beast, but they occupied such a large area. However, because the number of jackals was astonishing, and some of them could even fly, no race was willing to provoke them. Naturally, the sect also knew about this place. In order to suppress the Ox tribe, they sealed the Ox tribe's territory here. Moreover, they also said that this place would be the Ox tribe's territory for generations. No one would dare to snatch it. Even the sect's master had no right to let the Ox tribe leave their territory. On the surface, this seemed to be a good thing. Such a large piece of land was all theirs. With such a large piece of land, it would be too easy for the Ox tribe to develop. Moreover, they would have a place to live for generations to come. This was definitely a good thing. But in fact, it wasn't the case at all. Because of the existence of the jackal beast, this place was almost equivalent to a dead land. If the Ox tribe went there, even if they didn't die, they would almost die. It could be seen how serious the sect's suppression of the Ox tribe was. The reason why the sect suppressed the Ox clan was because the Ox clan had a great enmity with the sect master of the sect at that time. Therefore, the sect master of the sect wanted to suppress the Ox clan wholeheartedly, and even hoped that the Ox clan would die out. At that time, the cow people had a very hard time. They moved to the plains of the Oxhead Mountains and began to fight for space with the jackals. After nearly 100 years of war, more than half of the cow people died. Only then did they manage to exterminate the jackals and truly occupy the plains of the Oxhead Mountains. They have been living there ever since, until today. It was also because of the war with the jackal guy that they suffered too many losses, so the Ox tribe's inheritance had a problem. That was why there were no experts. However, in any case, the Ox clan had their own territory. They had also recovered well over the years. Moreover, the Ox clan wasn't stupid. They knew very well that the reason why they were in this situation today was because of the sect master of the sect. Therefore, their sect also belonged to a relatively different existence. Their relationship with the sect master of the sect was not very good. However, the Oxhead Mountain Plain still had everything that should be there. Naturally, there was also a transmission formation. Niao Ping now wanted to take the transmission formation and return to the Oxhead Mountain Plains. He wanted to tell the patriarch what Shushushing told him and see what the patriarch would say. Currently, the sect's transmission formation wasn't very busy. Because the people of the Sea Exploring sect were here, they didn't really need the transmission formation. Therefore, Niao Ping quickly took the transmission formation and returned to the Oxhead Mountain Plains. The Oxhead Mountain Plains produced all kinds of low-grade herbs and grains. There were also a lot of Ox tribesmen here. However, most of the Ox tribesmen lived on the Oxhead Mountain while the plains below were used for farming. In the Oxhead Mountain, there was a Oxhead village. Although it was called a village, it was actually a huge stone city. Most of the Ox tribesmen lived here. In the middle of this city, there was a large transmission formation plaza. Niao Ping appeared on this transmission formation plaza. As soon as he appeared on the plaza, some people immediately recognized him. One of the Ox tribesmen who was guarding the transmission formation quickly said, "Brother Ping, you're back. Why did you come back at this time? Did something happen?" Niao Ping was very famous among the Ox tribesmen. His strength was very strong among the younger generation. He was called one of the Ox tribe's stars of hope. Niao Ping nodded to the person and said, "I'm looking for the patriarch." "Is the patriarch in the village?" The person quickly replied, "Yes. The Ox tribe is in the main hall of the village. They're currently discussing matters with the elders. Brother Ping, you should go." Niao Ping nodded, then he went straight to the stronghold in the city. The Ox race's architectural style leaned towards the rough side. The entire stronghold was made of stone. It looked very sturdy, but it was also very rough. However, it had a different kind of beauty. In the middle of the city, there was a village. This was the core of the Ox tribe. The patriarch and the elders lived there. Niao Ping directly went to the village. Because he was one of the Ox tribe stars of hope, he was allowed to live in the village. Because of this, he was very familiar with the place. There were 2 guards in front of the village. When the 2 guards saw Niu Ping, they gave him a salute and said, "Brother Ping, you're back." Niu Ping nodded and said, "All right, I'm looking for the patriarch." The 2 guards nodded and didn't stop him. The rules of the ox race weren't very strict. Because of this, Niu Ping was able to directly enter the main hall of the stronghold. This hall was where the patriarch and the elders would discuss matters. Niu Ping went directly to the front of the hall and then turned to the 2 guards standing in front of the hall and said, "Please inform the patriarch that Niu Ping has something important to discuss." The oxman nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Ping. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform the patriarch." Then he turned around and walked towards the hall. The hall of the ox race was very simple. One couldn't see anything inside. There was only a chair with an old oxman sitting in the middle. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone knows that Niu Ping has returned. Although we lost a lot of disciples, the E sect has surrendered to the Sea Exploring sect. This is a good thing for the ox race. Now, we can learn formation techniques from the Sea Exploring sect. Does anyone have anything to say?" Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. One of the Ox tribe elders said, "Patriarch, this is a good thing, a very good thing. We can finally learn about formations. Once we learn these things, let's see who would still dare to look down on us." Another elder also said, "Right, the E sect has been pressuring us with this matter. Once we learn it, I want to see who would dare to look down on us." However, there was also an elder whose expression wasn't very good. He looked at the patriarch and said, "Patriarch, how will the Sea Exploring sect teach us? You should know that even the smart children of the clan are slower than others when it comes to formations. If the Sea Exploring sect isn't good, then I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to learn it." At this time, a guard came in and cupped his fist to the patriarch and said, "Patriarch, Niu Ping has returned. He said that he has something important to tell you." When the patriarch heard the guard, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Why did he come back? What's the matter? Quick, let him in." The guard immediately ran out and let Niu Ping in. When Niu Ping entered the hall, he immediately gave the patriarch and the other elders a salute and said, "I've seen the patriarch and the other elders." The elders nodded. Then the patriarch looked at Niu Ping and said, "Niu Ping, what's going on? Why are you back? But what happened? Could it be that the Sea Exploring sect no longer teaches us the art of formations?" The other elders were also looking at Niu Ping. They were also very concerned about this matter. In fact, for so many years, the people of the E sect had been pressuring them with this matter, which made them very angry. Slowly, the idea of learning the formation technique had become the obsession of the entire Ox clan. Therefore, the patriarch and several elders were very nervous. Niu Ping shook his head and said, "No, patriarch, there's new information. I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly in the letter, so I came back personally. Today, a disciple of the Sea Exploring sect came to help me establish a file. I asked the disciple about the matter of us learning about arrays. What the disciple said makes sense, so I came back to report it to the patriarch." The patriarch was stunned, and then he said in a low voice, "What did that disciple say? Tell me in detail." Niu Ping nodded and then told the patriarch about the conversation between him and Xianxia. After he finished, Niu Ping said, "Patriarch, I think what Xianxia said is right. We should focus our attention on cultivation. We can't spend too much energy on formations." For so many years, the people of the E sect have been talking about formations, alchemy, and refining techniques, but they have never mentioned anything about strength. In fact, whether it's the 12 elders or the 5 elders, their races are full of experts, each stronger than the other. If we, the Ox clan, had a few supreme elders, maybe the situation would be completely different. The patriarch and several elders quietly listened to Niu Ping's words. They weren't fools. In fact, aside from having a one-track mind, the Ox clan weren't stupid. In the entire demon race, only the Ox clan's medicinal herbs were the best. Planting medicinal herbs was also a technical method. If they were really stupid, then it would be impossible for them to grow good medicinal herbs. Therefore, they weren't stupid at all. It's just that when they think about things, they always like to think about one thing and not think about other ways. Therefore, as soon as the patriarch and several elders heard Niu Ping's words, they immediately understood what Niu Ping meant. The patriarch looked at Niu Ping and said, "Niu Ping, what you mean is that the people of the Yi sect are deliberately diverting our attention. They deliberately don't want us to focus on cultivation. They want us to learn array formations so that our strength will never improve." They weren't fools. It's just that they didn't think about this before. Now that they were enlightened by Shu, they immediately thought of this point. This made the faces of several people turn ugly. Niu Ping glanced at the patriarch and the others and said in a deep voice, "I think so. Otherwise, there is really no other explanation. Why have the people of the Yi sect been using these things to suppress us for so many years, but never mention our strength? Is our strength really so strong that it is invincible? Therefore, I think that they don't want our strength to change. They want us to waste our time on these things." Bang! The patriarch forcefully slapped the armrest of his chair and loudly said, "That's right, it must be like this. These bastards, they don't want us to become stronger, so they used this trick. These bastards, the overall strength of our ox race is already very strong. If we have a few supreme elders, then we would be even stronger. When the time comes, our status would be higher, nobody would dare to laugh at us. In order to prevent us from becoming stronger, they actually used this trick. It's too infuriating. This is really infuriating." The other elders were the same. They were so angry that they were glaring at each other. The Ox clan had such a characteristic. Once they thought that it was like this, then it would be like this. Now, they thought that the people of the Yi sect wanted to deal with them. There was no other reason. Therefore, they were all very angry. The patriarch said, "We can't just let this matter go. We have to make it clear to those bastards of the Yi sect." Niu Ping quickly said, "Patriarch, now it's not the people of the Yi sect who have the final say, but the people of the Exploration Sea sect. We can't talk to them. That won't do. Although the Yi sect has joined the Exploration Sea sect, isn't Bai Jian still the hall master of the Yi sect branch? Won't we still be under his control in the future? Absolutely not. If we are still under his control, we don't know how much we will suffer from his anger. I will never agree. I will go to the sect master now. I want to make it clear to him that our Ox clan is definitely not under the Yi sect. We will definitely not be under their control. Niu Ping, take me to the Cloud Mist Peak immediately. Is Sect Master Zhao Hai there?" Niu Ping quickly said, "Yes, Sect Master Zhao Hai is there. Recently, Sect Master Zhao Hai has been there because he wants to watch the Yi sect and let them transfer 1/3 of their disciples away." "That's good. Let's go and tell Sect Master Zhao Hai that we would rather transfer away than stay here. Let's go now." Niu Ping had no choice but to lead the patriarch and several elders out of the stronghold. They went outside and got on the transmission formation. Then the group went directly to the Cloud Mist Peak. The one who was watching the formation on the Cloud Mist Peak was now a disciple of the Exploration Sea sect. When he saw so many people coming, the disciple was stunned. However, he still politely cupped his fist and said, "Are you new to the Cloud Mist Peak? How come I haven't seen you before?" Niu Ping knew the rules, so he immediately went forward and cupped his fist towards the disciple. "Junior brother, we're from the Ox tribe. This is our patriarch, and these are the elders of our tribe. We have an important matter to discuss with the sect lord, can we?" Niu Ping nodded and said. When the person heard Niu Ping, he was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Of course, there's no problem. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go and report to the sect master. Someone will come and pick you up." After he said that, he invited Niu Ping and the patriarch to the side and asked them to sit down. Then he took out a communication formation and directly sent it over. Before long, a person appeared on the formation. Niu Ping knew that this person was one of Zhao Hai's guards. He was also Zhao Hai's adopted son. His status was very high. The disciple guarding the formation immediately cupped his fists towards that person and said, "Elder Che Rong, the leader of the Ox clan and a few of their elders are with me right now. They wish to see the sect master. Please help me pass the message." Che Rong nodded and said, all right. Ask them to wait for a while. I'll tell father. After he said that, the person left. However, the formation was still there. It was clear that he was going to report this. Before long, Che Rong appeared on the communication formation again. He said to the person, father agreed. Send someone to bring the Ox clan's patriarch and the others to my father's study. The disciple immediately nodded. Then he found someone to bring Niu Ping and the others to Zhao Hai's study. There were a lot of people gathered in Zhao Hai's study. Wen Wenhai, Ding Chunming, and the others were present. However, Bai Zhiyun and the Blue Dragon weren't present. After Zhao Hai heard Che Rong's report, he had people send Niu Ping and the others over. Wen Wenhai had followed Zhao Hai for the longest time. He understood Zhao Hai very well. He knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to let the Yi sect and the Holy Gate maintain their strength. The Sword Spirit World was about the same size as the Demon Spirit World. However, there were many branches in the Sword Spirit World and the Demon Spirit World. The difference was too big. Because of this, Zhao Hai would definitely separate the Holy Gate and Yi sect's branches in the future, turning them into countless small branches. This might be an opportunity. Therefore, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, isn't it too hasty to deal with them now? When Zhao Hai heard Wen Wenhai's words, he knew that Wen Wenhai understood his meaning. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, let's talk about it later. I've heard that the Ox tribe isn't very well received in the Yi sect. If we can't do it, then we'll just have to move them away. Let's see what their intentions are this time. When Wen Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He also wanted to see what the Ox tribe's intentions were. If the Ox tribe didn't have such intentions, then wouldn't their efforts have been in vain? Before long, the Ox tribe arrived at Zhao Hai's study. Upon entering, they saw Zhao Hai and Wen Wenhai. Fortunately, Niu Ping recognized Zhao Hai. He immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, we have seen the sect lord. The patriarch and the others also saluted and said, we have seen the sect lord. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, there's no need to be so polite. Sit down. You're the first patriarch of the demon race to see me. Hee, why did you come to see me? The Ox tribe patriarch didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. However, he liked Zhao Hai's character more. He immediately stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Niu Gang has seen the sect lord. Sect lord, we came this time to ask the sect lord to bring our Ox tribe out of the Yi sect's territory. We don't want to be under the control of the Yi sect's branch, nor do we want to be under Bai Zhiyun's control. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he opened his mouth and said, tell me, why don't you want to be under Bai Zhiyun's control? Didn't Bai Zhiyun treat you well? Niu Gung gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, the relationship between our Ox clan and the Sect Master of the Yi sect has always been bad. We have to start from the very beginning when the Yi sect was first established. At that time, there were many clans that wanted to break away from the Holy Gate. Among them, our Ox clan and the White Flood Dragon clan were the main ones. Because the strength of our two clans was the strongest at that time, the relationship between our two clans wasn't very good. Our Ox clan and the White Flood Dragon clan have always been enemies, so our relationship wasn't bad. Zhao Hai nodded and gestured for Niu Gang to continue. Niu Gang continued, but at that time, we still wanted to leave the Holy Gate. Later on, the White Flood Dragon Patriarch came to us and persuaded us to leave the Holy Gate and establish the current Yi sect. Although we didn't like them, because we had the same goal, we agreed. But after the Yi sect was established, the Holy Gate launched a large-scale attack. We fought with the Holy Gate many times, but in the end, we were schemed against by the White Flood Dragon clan. That was the territory of the White Flood Dragon clan. Our Ox clan and the White Flood Dragon clan can never be friends, so I asked the Patriarch to transfer us to another place. We don't want to be schemed against by them. Niu Gang nodded and said, but at that time, we still wanted to leave the Holy Gate. Later on, the White Flood Dragon clan came to us and persuaded us to leave the Holy Gate together with them and establish the current Yi sect. Although we didn't like them, because we had the same goal, we agreed. But after the Yi sect was established, the Holy Gate launched a large-scale attack. We fought with the Holy Gate many times, but in the end, we were schemed against by the White Flood Dragon clan. That was the territory of the White Flood Dragon clan. Our Ox clan and the White Flood Dragon clan can never be friends, so I asked the patriarch to transfer us to another place. We don't want to be schemed against by them. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Geng. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. The people of the Yi sect would actually attack the Ox tribesmen. Moreover, under such attacks, the Ox tribesmen were still able to survive tenaciously. This wasn't an easy feat when Wen Hai and the others also didn't think that the Ox tribesmen would be suppressed for so many years. Moreover, they even used such insidious means. This was really beyond their expectations. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Geng and said, "Niu Geng, are you telling the truth?" "Every word is true. Sect Master can investigate it at will. If there is a lie, then Sect Master can use my entire Ox tribesmen to pay with their lives." Zhao was slightly moved. He looked at Niu Geng and nodded. "Well, if it's true, then I will definitely give you a good treatment. Che Rong, take them to the next room to rest." Niu Geng nodded. Niu Geng smiled. Che Rong complied, then he went to Niu Geng's side and said, "Patriarch Ox, please come with me." Niu Geng and the others gave a salute to Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. After Niu Geng left, Zhao Hai said, "Have Bai Jiyun come here. I want to ask him personally." Sheng Feng immediately complied, then he went to find Bai Jiyun. Inside Zhao Hai's study, Wen Hai and the others were also present. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jiyun and said, "Bai Jiyun, I want to know what's going on with the Ox tribesmen of the Yi sect. Tell me the truth." In the end, the Ox clan and the Jackals fought for more than 100 years before occupying the Ox Head Mountain Plains. In recent years, they have recovered very quickly. Although there are no Supreme Elder level experts in the clan, the strength of the entire clan is very strong. There are also a few Supreme Elder level experts who have not comprehended the power of law. However, Sect Master also knows that Supreme Elder level experts who have not comprehended the power of law cannot be regarded as Supreme Elder level experts. However, they have never forgotten their hatred towards us. In order to prevent their clan from developing, we used a method to distract the Ox clan and let them study magic formations, alchemy, refining, and other things. Although it can be said that the Ox clan's cultivation talent is good, in these aspects, they have no talent at all. If they learn these things, they will not cultivate seriously and their strength will not improve. As long as their strength is not high enough to fight against us, then the Yi sect will always be safe. But now that this is the Yi sect's branch hall, we naturally will not suppress them. Sect Master, please rest assured. Bai Jiyun nodded his head and said, "The Ox clan has always been an enemy of our White Flood Dragon clan. Although the Ox clan's cultivation talent is good, in these aspects, they have no talent at all. If they learn these things, they will not cultivate seriously and their strength will not improve. As long as their strength is not high enough to fight against us, then the Yi sect will always be safe. But now that this is the Yi sect's branch hall, we naturally will not suppress them. Sect Master, please rest assured." Bai Jiyun nodded his head and said, "The Ox clan has always been an enemy of our White Flood Dragon clan. Although the Ox clan's cultivation talent is good, in these aspects, they have no talent at all. When they learn these things, they will not cultivate seriously and their strength will not improve. As long as their strength is not high enough to fight against us, then the Yi sect will always be safe. But now that this is the Yi sect's branch hall, we naturally will not suppress them." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are telling the truth. However, the Ox tribesmen have just come to see me. They also said that they will definitely not be under the control of the Yi sect's branch. Now, the sovereign has not yet figured out how to deal with them. How about this, their Ox Head Mountain Plains will be set up as a branch. For the time being, it will not be under your control. I will send people from the sect to the Ox Head Mountain Plains to build that branch and build an academy there. You don't have to worry about the matters of the Ox Head Mountain Plains in the future, okay?" "Yes, Sovereign. Sovereign's decision is really good. Otherwise, the Ox Head Mountain Plains will be a big problem in the future. If they are always under our control, they may rebel in the future. The Ox tribesmen are all one-track minded. Once they have decided on something, no one can change it. Now that they don't need us to manage them, they may not hate us in the future." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jiyun. He found that even Bai Zhiyun's eyes were filled with joy. It didn't seem like he was pretending to be happy. In other words, he was really happy? But was this possible? This was clearly weakening his authority. Would he really be happy? In fact, Bai Zhiyun was really happy. He wasn't the original him anymore. He was the sovereign of the Yi sect, so no matter how he dealt with the Ox tribesmen, no one would say anything. Although he was the hall master of the Yi sect, there were still a lot of people from the sea exploring sect in the branch. These people also had a lot of power. If he wanted to use underhanded means to deal with the Ox tribesmen, these people would intervene. If he couldn't use underhanded means to deal with the Ox tribesmen, then in the future, if the Ox tribesmen were to become stronger, then they would certainly come to deal with him. At that time, it would be considered a rebellion. Even if the Ox tribesmen were to be destroyed by them, as the hall master, he would still have a lot of responsibility. When the time comes, he might even be punished. Now that Zhao Hai had made the Ox tribesmen a separate branch, it would save him a lot of trouble. If the Ox tribesmen were to cause trouble in the future, then it wouldn't be his responsibility. It would be a lie to say that Bai Zhiyun didn't have any thoughts when he just surrendered. How could a person who had been in a high position for a long time not have any thoughts? But after seeing the series of actions of the sea exploring sect, the little calculations in his heart disappeared. The sea exploring sect first transferred 2/3 of the disciples and elders of the Yi sect to other branches. Then, they supplemented the same number of disciples and elders. Although Bai Zhiyun had a lot of power as the hall master, there were also deputy hall masters and elders to check and balance him. These deputy hall masters and elders were all sent by the sea exploring sect. It was impossible for them to be loyal to Bai Zhiyun. Therefore, even if Bai Zhiyun had any thoughts, he put them all away. He was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to threaten the sea exploring sect. If he had any thoughts, then only death would await him. It was precisely because of this that Bai Zhiyun now understood that it would be better for him to be a hall master with peace of mind. After deciding to be a hall master of the sea exploring sect, his thoughts also changed. He naturally didn't want to take care of a troublesome race like the Ox tribe. It just so happened that this time, the Ox tribe came to make trouble again. In addition, Zhao Hai said that he wanted to send the Ox tribe out. Bai Zhiyun directly agreed and was very happy. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun's appearance and was somewhat surprised. He really didn't think that Bai Zhiyun would be so happy. However, he didn't say anything. Whether he was really happy or just pretending to be happy, he would slowly know. Therefore, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Well, then it's decided. Hall Master Bai, you can go and do your own things. Let the Yi sect's branch get on the right track as soon as possible." Bai Zhiyun nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After he left, Zhao Hai turned to Wen Hai and said, "Wen Hai, do you think he's really happy or just pretending?" Wen Hai looked at the direction where Bai Zhiyun left and said, "I really can't see it now. But if I were him, I would be very happy." When he was the sect master, he could still suppress the Ox race. But now that he's no longer the sect master, it's impossible for him to suppress the Ox race. If he continues to manage the Ox race, then it would be even more troublesome. Now that he doesn't need to manage the Ox race, of course he would be happy. But boss, you have to deal with the Ox race properly. These people seem to be very talented. If we can capture them, then they would be a good fighting force. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the Ox tribe is really good. I actually like their character. Little Rong, go and call Ox Terrier and the others in." Che Rong nodded, then he turned around and walked outside. Before long, he brought Ox Terrier and the others in. Zhao Hai looked at Bull Terrier and the others and said, "Bull Terrier, I already know about what you've said before. I've also carefully considered your request. You might not know about the rules of our sea exploring sect. In our sea exploring sect, if you're from the same race or were originally from the same branch, then you'll have to be separated. Just like the Yi sect, 2/3 of the Yi sect's disciples have already been transferred away. If you want to leave the Yi sect, then there's only one way, and that is to join another branch. But if you do that, then 2/3 of your people will be transferred away. Do you agree?" Bull Terrier nodded. "Do you agree?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ox Terrier couldn't help but stare. Then his face revealed a difficult expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, we Ox tribesmen have always been living together. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get used to being separated. Sect Master, is there any other way? Zhao Hai was waiting for these words, so he opened his mouth and said, There's only one way, and that is to become my servants. Although you'll still be part of the Sea Exploring sect, you'll still be my servants. If you agree, then your people can still live in Bullhead Mountain. However, you have to swear that your people will be loyal to me for generations and become my servants. Are you willing to do so? Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. Upon hearing this, the ox beast men couldn't help but stare. Just as Niu Geng was about to say something, Niu Ping opened his mouth and said, Sect Master, we agree. The ox beast men are willing to serve the sect master for generations to come. When Ox Terrier heard Niu Ping, he couldn't help but stare. Although he didn't understand why Niu Ping suddenly said this, he believed that Niu Ping must have his reasons. Although he couldn't ask Niu Ping anything right now, he still chose to believe Niu Ping. He believed that Niu Ping wouldn't harm them. Therefore, he also said, Yes, Sect Master. We agree. The Ox tribesmen will be your servants for generations and will never betray you. Good. Ha ha ha. Remember what you said today. You can go back. In the future, the Oxhead Mountain will be your fiefdom. After some time, the sect will send people there to help you manage the Ox tribesmen. At the same time, we'll build a college there. Go. Thank you, Sect Master. Niu Geng led the Ox people back to the fort. Along the way, Niu Geng didn't ask Niu Ping why he agreed to be Zhao Hai's servant. But when they entered the fort's meeting hall, Niu Geng looked at Niu Ping and said, Niu Ping, why did you agree to be the sect master's servant? What do you think? Niu Ping looked at Niu Geng and the other elders of the Ox race and said, Elders, I'm really doing this for the good of our Ox race. Don't think that becoming the sect lord's servant is a shameful thing. In fact, there are countless people in the sect who want to become the sect lord's servant. However, they haven't had the opportunity to do so. There are a lot of benefits to becoming the sect lord's servant. Take Ding Chunming as an example, he's the sect lord's servant. He has always called the sect lord his young master. Now, he's already a supreme elder. Moreover, the sect lord has a lot of servants in the sect. Each of them has obtained a lot of benefits and are highly regarded wherever they go. Also, I heard that the formation-breaking beast clan of the Holy Gate has also become the sect lord's servant. I heard that when everyone heard this news, they were very envious of the sect lord. Therefore, we should be happy that the sect lord is accepting us as his servants. This is definitely good news for us. When Niu Geng heard Niu Ping, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Is it really as good as you say? Niu Ping said in a deep voice, It's true. This matter has spread throughout the entire Sea Exploring sect. Trust me, becoming the sect master's servant is only beneficial to our Ox tribe. Niu Geng nodded, then he said, Forget it, it's useless to talk about this now. Whether we agree or not, we've already sworn to become the sect lord's servants. We can't go back on our vows. In the future, the Ox race will be the sect lord's servants. We will be loyal to the sect lord. Pass on my words. Then Niu Geng said, From now on, our Oxhead Mountain Plains will be the territory of the Ox tribe. Nobody will be able to control us. For us, this is good news. Let's spread this news so that everyone can be happy. Niu Geng nodded and said, Don't worry. Everyone responded. For them, this was really good news. Although they controlled the Oxhead Mountain Plain before, there was still a sect lord above them. Now, this place was their fief, and Zhao Hai personally gave it to them. Naturally, they were very happy. Then Niu Geng looked at Niu Ping and said, Niu Ping, the sect lord said that he would build an academy for us and send people to help us manage the Ox race. What's going on? Does the sect lord want to directly manage the Ox race? Moreover, the management style of the Sea Exploring sect is different from the management style of our tribe. Therefore, the sect master said that he would send people to help us manage the Ox tribe. He might also hope that the management style of the Ox tribe would be the same as the management style of the Sea Exploring sect. But in general, the establishment of the academy is very beneficial for us. Not only can we learn cultivation methods, but we can also learn a lot of other things. We can learn everything that we wanted to learn in the academy. Niao Ping nodded and said, the academy is a place where every branch of the sea exploring sect will be built. Once the academy is built, all the children will enter the academy to study. The academy teaches a lot of things, such as cultivation methods, refining tools, formations, talismans, and spells. As long as it's something that cultivators want to learn, the academy will teach them. Moreover, the management style of the sea exploring sect is different from the management style of our tribe. Really? There are such benefits? Good, that's great. I wonder when the sect lord will build an academy for us. If the sect lord says so, then it will definitely be built. After the academy is built, I will definitely go to the academy to study. Not only will I learn about cultivation, but I will also learn about formations. Niao Ping said. Niao Gan looked at Niao Ping and asked, Niao Ping, didn't you say that the most important thing now is to improve our strength? Then why do you still want to learn about formations? Patriarch, although the most important thing is to improve your strength, the art of arrays is also very important. Moreover, in the academy, you will also be taught the art of arrays. As long as you don't neglect your cultivation, the art of arrays is also a must for you to learn. Otherwise, if you need to use arrays in the future and you don't even know how to arrange them, wouldn't that be very troublesome? Niao Gan nodded and said, right, it seems like I need to learn about these things. Alright, go tell the other clansmen that we, the oxen, will be the servants of the great ancestor from now on. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. The oxen were honest, they were also very united. If it weren't for their unity, then they would have already been eliminated. They were very united and very obedient to the patriarch. Because of this, the oxen didn't oppose the patriarch's decision. They actually became Zhao Hai's servants. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. He also didn't think that things would be this simple. 10 days after Niao Gan and the others returned from the Cloud Mist Peak, the Sea Exploring Sect suddenly sent people over. This time, the Sea Exploring Sect sent a team of 1,000 people. The leader of this team was unexpectedly Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai personally came to Niao Do Mountain, Niao Gan immediately led the oxen elders to greet Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Niao Gan and the others immediately knelt down and said, "Oxen greet the Lord." When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he stared for a moment before he waved his hand and said, "Get up and become my servants." "There's no need for this. You can call me young master from now on, there's no need to kneel down." Niao Gan nodded, then he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai before he said, "Young master, why did you come personally? Do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't. This time, I came to bring some people to help you manage the Oxen tribe as well as to establish the academy. At the same time, I also wanted to see how the oxen live." Niao Gan quickly said, "Young master, let's go to the hall and talk. As for the others, I'll have them take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Go and arrange a place for them to live. These elders will help you manage your people in the future. But for now, they need to learn and see if you need any help. At the same time, they need to learn how to manage the Sea Exploring Sect. Once you've learned everything, they will leave. As for the others, they will be the teachers of the newly built academy. In the future, the children of the Ox race will go to the academy to learn. Understood?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Do you understand?" Niao Gan nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I've already given the order." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Niao Gan and the others to the Oxen tribe's hall. Along the way, Zhao Hai looked at the buildings of the Oxen tribe. After sitting down, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Oxen tribe's development is quite good. You should have a lot of people, right?" Niao Gan replied, "Yes, young master. Right now, our Ox tribe has a population of more than 40 million. We have close to 20 million capable warriors. Among them, 7 million are men, and the remaining 8 million are women." When Zhao Hai heard Niao Gan, he stared, then he said, "Oh? How strong are the women of your oxen?" Niao Gan replied, "They aren't any worse than the men. Their strength is also very high. Actually, they are about the same as the men." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, your development is very good. This Oxhead Plain is also very big. In the future, I'll make this place our sea exploring sect's main food production area, spirit wine production area, and medicinal herbs production area. I'll teach you about these aspects. You can take your time to learn, there's no need to rush. Nyogon replied, yes, young master. Young master, I've already prepared some food and wine. Does young master want to have some food and wine first? Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, let's go eat something. I've heard that the food of your oxen tribe is very good. I'll have a good taste. Nyogon quickly led Zhao Hai and the other human elders to the dining hall. The dining hall was very big, and the food and wine were also served. The food and wine of the oxen tribe were just like their people. They were very large in quantity and looked very crude. However, when eaten, they had a different flavor. After eating, Zhao Hai looked around the Oxhead Plain. Then he gave some instructions to Nyogon and the others before leaving. However, the people who followed Zhao Hai stayed behind. After Zhao Hai left, Nyogon invited the leaders of the people who followed Zhao Hai to the hall to see if they had any instructions. The leader of these people was called Li Mingxing. He was an elder of the sea exploring sect. This time, he was called out by Zhao Hai to come to the Oxen tribe and help Nyogon manage the tribe. At the same time, he would be the dean of the academy. Naturally, Li Mingxing knew that the Oxen tribe's position in Zhao Hai's heart wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have personally come to the Oxen tribe. Therefore, he was very polite to Nyogon. Looking at Nyo Kang's courteous manner, he hurriedly said, Chief Nyo, you don't have to be so courteous. In the future, you will still be the leader of the Ox clan. I am only here to assist you. The Ox clan is a servant clan of the patriarch. Other than yourselves, only the patriarch can manage your Ox clan. We cannot manage you, so we can only assist you. Patriarch Nyo, you don't have to be so courteous. However, the patriarch has instructed us to build the academy. In the future, I will be the dean of the academy. And now, the Ox clan has two important matters. First, building the academy. Second, reorganizing the entire Oxhead mountain plain. Niujia nodded, then he looked at Li Mingxing and said, Elderly, I know about the construction of the academy. But what do you mean by reorganizing and improving the Oxhead mountain plains? What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand, please explain. Li Mingxing smiled and said, it's like this. Almost all the land in our sea exploring sect has been improved. After the improvement, we can plant ordinary spiritual rice and harvest it in about a month. It's the same for medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs that originally took a few years to mature can mature in a year. The sect master wants us to improve the Oxhead mountain plain into this. Upon hearing Li Mingxing, Niu Gang couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Li Mingxing with excitement and said, Elder Li, you're saying that the fields of the sea exploring sect can be harvested once a month? Is this true? Li Mingxing nodded and said, of course. All the fields in the sea exploring sect are like this. Otherwise, the sect wouldn't have so few pills. Now, when the disciples of the sect go out for training, they usually bring the sect's food instead of pills. Then can the land here also become like this? Is it really possible? So you don't have to worry. First, we need to build the school. Second, we need to improve the land. Building the school is actually very simple. As long as there is a big enough place, the location is fine. The most important thing is to let all the children of the ox race come to school. If there is a ready-made place, it is also fine. But improving the land is a bit troublesome and will take a long time. So this can't be rushed. The academy is easy to handle. There's a small city next to the main city. There aren't many people living there, so I can have them move away and empty the small city. That small city was originally the first city built by the Terran race, but because it was too small, people couldn't live there anymore, so they built this big city. Now, only a few people are still living in that small city. Originally, we wanted to tear it down, but because of the Terran race's loyalty to the Terran race, we decided to keep it. Now, we can use it as an academy. If there's anything that needs to be changed, just tell me and I'll have them do it. So if there's anything I can do, I'll have them change it. When Li Mingxing heard Niu Gang, he stared. Then he said, alright, I'll take a look and see what needs to be improved. However, if there are too many children, they will have to live there. Every month, they will have to go home to accompany their families. They will have to live in Xuelu's place. Niao Gang waved his hand and said, "That's up to you. When they return home is up to you. You're the dean of the academy. Since the young master wants you to manage the academy, we'll naturally support you." When Li Mingxing heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. He cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks for Patriarch Niu's trust. Rest assured, I will certainly teach those children well." Oxen nodded and said, "All right, I believe you. Now, let's talk about land improvement. What do you need? Is there anything we need to do?" When Li Mingxing heard Bull Terrier, he couldn't help but smile and said, "There are a lot of things that need to be prepared. First of all, we need the 5-element grass as well as various formations. Because of this, I said that the most important thing is to build the academy. After the academy is built, the Ox tribesmen would need to learn some spells and formations before they can begin to improve the land. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, I'll take you to the old city." Then Bull Terrier didn't wait for Li Mingxing to respond before he led him out. Li Mingxing looked at Bull Terrier's appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he followed Bull Terrier to the old city. The old city wasn't far from the Ox tribe's new city. It wouldn't take long to get there on foot, and flying would be even faster. The old city was more solid than the new city. It was built with large stones. Because of this, although there were some old people living here, their main job was to clean the old city and maintain it. The old city was originally inhabited by people, so there were still many houses that could be used. There was also a transmission formation plaza as well as a meeting hall. This was a miniature version of the Ox tribe city. Li Mingxing was very satisfied. However, there were still some places in the city that needed to be rebuilt. For example, if the old city was to be turned into an academy, then there would need to be large classrooms, libraries, canteens, dormitories, testing areas, and so on. All of these places needed to be rebuilt. Li Mingxing was originally worried that Bull Terrier wouldn't be willing to rebuild the old city. After all, this place was built by the Ox tribesmen's ancestors. If Bull Terrier didn't allow it to be rebuilt, then it would be very troublesome. After all, there were a lot of Ox tribesmen who wanted to go to school. The Ox tribe was a large race. With tens of millions of people gathered together, naturally there would be a lot of children. If the place was too small, then there would be no way to teach these children. Moreover, Li Mingxing also felt that the number of teachers he had was a bit small. Fortunately, Zhao Hai said that they were only here for construction. They would send more people in the future, so Li Mingxing felt relieved. However, what made Li Mingxing surprised was that Bull Terrier didn't oppose the rebuilding of the old city. Moreover, he asked Li Mingxing how he wanted the old city to be rebuilt. Then Bull Terrier immediately called the Ox tribesmen over and had them immediately start rebuilding according to Li Mingxing's plan. This made Li Mingxing very surprised. However, no matter what, Bull Terrier fully supported Li Mingxing. And with the Ox tribesmen helping him, the speed of the reconstruction was very fast. In about half a month, the old city was completely rebuilt. During this time, Zhao Hai also sent a lot of disciples from the sea exploring sect to be teachers. After the reconstruction of the old city was completed, Bull Terrier directly sent the Ox tribesmen's children to the academy. Naturally, these children didn't have the ability to transform. However, Li Mingxing and the others had already prepared the form transformation pills. As long as they eat the form transformation pills, they would be able to transform into human form. However, because these children had just entered the academy, they still needed time to adapt. Because of this, Li Mingxing and the others only taught them some simple things, such as how to read. However, they weren't idle either. At the same time, they also taught the Ox tribesmen some spells and formations. After teaching the Ox tribesmen spells and formations, Li Mingxing felt like he was going crazy. Spells were a bit better. Although the Ox tribesmen weren't very good at using other spells, they were very proficient in earth element spells. Additionally, Li Mingxing was teaching them some basic spells of other elements. Because of this, although the Ox tribesmen were a bit slow to learn, they were still able to do well. However, when Li Mingxing began to teach the oxen how to use formations, he felt his heart ache. In order for the oxen to learn how to use formations, they must first learn how to use talismans. The sea exploring sect's formations were very profound, and the number of talismans they had was also very large. On the other hand, the oxen didn't have any talent in formations. Just making them learn how to use a single talisman was enough to make Li Mingxing feel that he was better off dead than alive. The oxen learned this and forgot about that. Learning 3 talismans was already considered a success. At this point, Li Mingxing didn't dare to imagine how long it would take for the oxen to learn how to use talismans, and how much time it would take for them to learn how to arrange formations. Li Mingxing simply didn't dare to imagine. In the end, Li Mingxing had no other choice but to report this matter to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard about this matter, he also went to the academy to take a look. After seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. He really didn't know what to do. The ox tribesman's learning speed was too slow. In the end, Zhao Hai had no other choice but to pick out some of the simplest and most commonly used talismans and have Li Mingxing teach the ox tribesman. After the ox tribesman learned these talismans, Li Mingxing began to teach them how to set up ordinary formations. While teaching them how to set up formations, Li Mingxing also had them learn 1 or 2 talismans every day. After Li Mingxing taught the ox tribesmen for a month, the ox tribesmen were finally able to recognize a few hundred talismans. This was because their learning speed was faster in the later stages. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to recognize 100 talismans. After teaching them the most commonly used and basic talismans, Li Mingxing prepared to teach them how to set up formations. Zhao Hai also said that he would teach them the simplest and most common formations. Because of this, Li Mingxing began to teach the ox tribesmen how to set up formations. However, this teaching made Li Mingxing feel like he was going crazy. In his opinion, the ox tribesmen just couldn't learn the simplest formations. It was like a person who learned all the strokes, but if you ask them to write a word, they wouldn't be able to understand it. This kind of feeling would make a person collapse. Fortunately, Li Mingxing also knew that this was their current task. They didn't need to be anxious, they just needed to teach them slowly. Sooner or later, they would be able to teach them. If they couldn't learn in 1 day, then they would take 2 days. If they couldn't learn in 2 days, then they would take 3 days. If they couldn't learn in 3 days, then they would take 5 days. If they couldn't learn in 5 days, then they would take 10 days. At this time, Li Mingxing discovered a problem. He discovered that the ox tribesmen's learning speed was much faster than the adults. While the children learned how to read, they also learned a lot of talismans. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. This made Li Mingxing even happier. He was now more confident in teaching these children. Li Mingxing was teaching the ox tribesmen about formations. He was already going crazy. What he didn't know was that the ox tribesmen were also going crazy. They didn't understand why they weren't slow when it came to other things. Why were they so slow when it came to formations? They couldn't learn anything, they would forget everything they learned. Now, they could only learn a few hundred formations. When it was time for them to learn formations, they wouldn't be able to do it. Niao Ping was the most distressed one among them. He had always been regarded as a genius of the ox tribe. And indeed, with his age, he had already reached the void returning realm. There weren't many people with such strength in the ox tribe. Moreover, he was able to learn things very quickly. This was also the reason why he was called the ox tribe's star of hope. But now, when he started learning about formations, he was completely dumbfounded. He had clearly learned the talismans on the first day, but on the second day, he had already forgotten most of it. This feeling was driving him crazy. When he finally learned a few hundred talismans and started learning how to set up formations, he discovered that his brain seemed to have turned into paste. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. During the day, he finished learning at school. At night, when he returned to his home, he still had to continue learning. He had to set up formations according to the diagrams in the books. He couldn't do it properly, this made him frustrated like never before. Today, he returned from the academy and took out the jade slip given to him by the academy. He carefully looked at the array diagram inside the jade slip. Then, he took out some array symbols that he made himself and practiced non-stop. What he was practicing now was the simplest spirit formation array. But even so, he still hadn't succeeded in setting it up. This made him very vexed. At this time, his father also returned home. Because his father was getting old, he no longer went to school. He was now busy leveling the fields and preparing to improve him. When his father saw him fiddling with the talismans, he said, "Little Ping, how is it? Did you learn it?" Hearing his father say this, Niao Ping felt even more depressed. He lowered his head and said to his father, "Father, I don't know why, but I just can't learn how to set up formations. I don't know what's going on either. Not only me, but everyone who went with me also hasn't been able to set it up successfully. They're clearly setting it up according to the diagrams, but they still can't learn it. I don't know what's going on either. Father, do you think I'm stupid?" When his father heard this, he couldn't help but stare, then he shook his head and said, "Who said you're stupid? You're the smartest youth of the ox race, how could you be stupid? Maybe you just haven't been enlightened yet. How about this, I'll call your grandfather over tomorrow. Our ox race has a method of tattooing something that you can't learn, then you'll be able to learn it in the future. Currently, there are very few ox race people who have tattoos. Actually, in the past, almost everyone in the ox race had tattoos. Tattoos are the most important symbol of the ox race. Tomorrow, I'll have your grandfather tattoo this formation on your body, then you'll definitely be able to learn it." When Niao Ping heard his father, he stared for a moment before his eyes lit up. "All right, father, then I'll have grandfather tattoo me tomorrow. I'm really out of ideas right now. I've been studying for so many days, but I still haven't learned it. If Zero can use this method to learn how to set up formations, then that would be great." Niao Ping's father smiled and said, "If your grandfather knew about this, he would be very happy. There are fewer and fewer people in the tribe getting tattoos now. He's afraid that one day, his art would be lost. But you have to remember, when we get tattoos, we have to transform into our true form. Come back early tomorrow, I'll have your grandfather prepare some blue fish blood for you." Niao Ping's father smiled and said, "All right." Niao Ping nodded. Although he didn't get tattoos anymore, he still knew about this rule of the ox race. The ox race's tattoos were generally made with herbs and blue fish blood. The tattoos would stay on their bodies. Moreover, when they were in their true form, the tattoos would be somewhat distorted. But after using blue fish blood, a tattoo would appear on the corresponding position. Moreover, it wouldn't change shape. Blue fish was a special kind of fish found in a river in the Oxhead Mountains. This fish couldn't be eaten because it had too many bones and also because its meat was poisonous. Because of this, there were a lot of these fish in the river. Later on, it was used as a tattoo material for the ox tribesmen. In those years, the number of blue fish in the river was a lot less compared to now. This was because at that time every ox tribesman had a tattoo. They treated it as a form of culture. Even if they didn't tattoo words, they would still tattoo some patterns. But now, there were very few ox tribesmen who had tattoos. This was because the ox tribesmen were always laughed at by the other races. Because of this, very few ox tribesmen had tattoos now. Niao Ping's grandfather was a tattoo artist among the ox tribesmen. Originally, this profession was very respected. Because of this, Niao Ping's grandfather's status in the ox tribesmen was very high. But later on, the ox tribesmen stopped tattooing. Because of this, Niao Ping's grandfather had nothing to do. Niao Ping's grandfather lived with the old master. His daily task was to clean the old city. At this time, Niao Ping's grandfather still lived in the old city. Although the old city was changed into an academy, old people like Niao Ping's grandfather didn't leave. The academy arranged some work for them, but it wasn't very tiring. Most of the work was for them to take care of the children. Niao Ping's grandfather was very happy now. Today, Niao Ping's grandfather was very happy. This was because Niao Ping's father went to his grandfather and asked him to give him a tattoo. Niao Ping's grandfather arrived at Niao Ping's house early in the morning and brought all the things needed for the tattoo. After school, Niao Ping saw his grandfather. His grandfather looked very old and had a lot of wrinkles on his face. However, he was still tall and his waist was straight. His body was covered with tattoos and looked very mysterious. Niao Ping's relationship with his grandfather was very good. When he was young, his grandfather often taught him martial arts. It wasn't until Niao Ping became an elder that his grandfather moved to the old city. His main job was to clean the old city. However, as long as Niu Ping was at home, he would still visit his grandfather. However, because Niu Ping was very busy these days, he didn't go to see his grandfather. Seeing his grandfather today, Niu Ping was very happy. He went to the old man and gave him a salute. Then he said loudly, "Grandfather, why didn't you come home for a long time? I've missed you." Niu Ping's grandfather was very tall. Although he had a lot of wrinkles on his face, he looked very energetic. He looked at Niu Ping and laughed, "You young people are studying hard every day. Do you think that we old men have nothing to do? Those brats are very naughty. Sometimes, the teachers in the academy are too busy and they have to rely on us old fellows. When would I have the time to come back? I heard from your father that you want a tattoo. My good grandson, why did you think of getting a tattoo? I thought you didn't want to get a tattoo in the past." When Niu Ping heard his grandfather, his expression couldn't help but turn bitter. He said to his grandfather, "Grandfather, you know that what I'm learning right now is the art of formations. It's to prepare for our future farming. However, this art of formations is really too difficult to learn. We don't have any talent. We've been trying to learn it, but we still haven't been able to do it. Up until now, we haven't even been able to arrange a simple formation. I heard from my father that as long as I have a formation engraved on my body, then I would be able to learn the art of formations. Therefore, I wanted to ask you to help me engrave that formation onto my body." When Niu Ping's grandfather heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "Your good grandson actually has something that he can't learn? However, what your father said is true. The ancestors of our ox tribe have already passed down a message. Tattoos are the inheritance of our ox tribe. Many of our inheritances are passed down through tattoos. Moreover, there's also a saying that if there's something that we don't know, as long as we have a tattoo on our body, then we'll be able to learn it. Today, grandfather brought the tools over, I'll tattoo you on your body. See if you can learn this formation technique." Niu Ping nodded and said, "All right, grandfather. Let's eat first. After eating, you can tattoo me." Niu Ping's grandfather also nodded and said, "All right, let's eat. We'll have more energy after eating. This tattoo can't be stopped. It needs to be done in one go. If we stop halfway, then we won't be able to do it." Niu Ping nodded, then together with his father, he led his grandfather to eat. Niu Ping's family didn't have many people. His grandmother had already passed away, but his mother was still alive. At the same time, he also had 2 disciples. However, they were still young and were currently studying in the academy. Therefore, when it was time to eat, only the 4 of them were present. While eating, Niu Ping's grandfather looked at Niu Ping and said, "Good grandson, I heard that the sect master has invited people to improve the Oxhead Mountain Plains. He said that the Oxhead Mountain Plains would be able to harvest some spirit rice in a month. Is this true?" Without waiting for Niu Ping's reply, Niu Ping's father replied, "Father, it's true. The teachers in the academy have already improved several pieces of land in the plains. It's really fast. After planting the spirit rice, it would only take a short time for it to grow. It wouldn't be a problem for it to mature in about a month. With these improved lands, it would be easy to harvest 10 times a year." "Oh? Is this really the case? Then we don't have to worry about food in the future? By the way, won't the land be affected?" "No, father. The spirit rice mainly absorbs spirit chi. It must be planted with the 5 elements grass. This way, not only will it not damage the fertility of the land, but it will also make the land into a spirit field. It's very magical." "That's good. It seems that the good days of my ox clan are coming." "Yes, father. The good days of our ox clan are coming." The reason why Niu Ping's father said this was because when they were in the mind sect, they were really unhappy. Every year, the mind sect would ask them to hand over a lot of food. So at this time, although there were countless fertile lands in the Oxhead Mountain Plains, because they handed over too much food every year, they didn't have much left. It was just enough to survive. The reason why they had to hand over so much food was because the people of the mind sect said that if they didn't hand over the food, they would be punished and their fiefdom would be taken back. Because of this, they had to hand over a lot of food every year, which made their lives very tight. If it weren't for the strength of the Ox clan, then the Mind sect would have already thought of a way to take away the Oxhead mountain plains. Both sides were afraid of each other, which was why until now. Now that they had returned to the sea exploring sect, they might be able to harvest 10 crops a year in the future. This meant that they would be able to produce 10 times more food than before. For them, this was a very good thing. They would have a lot more food to spare. After the meal, Niao Ping's grandfather took Niao Ping outside. Then he took out the things that he used to tattoo people. There were all kinds of pens, a small bottle of potion, and all kinds of needles. These needles weren't made of metal, but of bone. These bone needles were made of fish bones and were soaked in a special potion. They were very hard and easy to use. Niao Ping's grandfather took Niao Ping outside. Niao Ping's grandfather placed all of these things in an exquisite leather bag. Now, he took them out one by one. Then he turned to Niao Ping and said, "Good grandson, show your true form. Give me the formation that you want to pierce." Niao Ping's grandfather nodded. Niao Ping nodded. Then he took out a jade slip and gave it to Niao Ping's grandfather. Then he turned into a one-horned green ox. After he turned into a one-horned green ox, his body became 2 times bigger. His height exceeded 20 meters and his height exceeded 10 meters. Niao Ping's grandfather nodded. Then he took out a jade slip and used a spiritual force to probe it. Then he sent out the formation that Niao Ping wanted to tattoo. Niao Ping wanted to tattoo a formation. This formation was the simplest formation among all the formations. However, this formation had a lot of the most basic formation runes. These formation runes were the most commonly used formation runes. Because of this, Niao Ping chose this formation rune. After Niao Ping's grandfather looked at the formation rune, he took out a pen and began to draw on Niao Ping's body. In the end, he drew a formation rune on Niao Ping's body. Some people might wonder why Niao Ping's grandfather could draw an array according to an array diagram, but Niao Ping couldn't use an array talisman to set up an array diagram. In fact, this principle was very simple. You can follow a blueprint and make another blueprint. But can you build a house according to the blueprint? This didn't seem to be easy. In fact, the reason was the same. Don't think that you can make a formation rune just because you have a formation rune. That wasn't an easy thing to do. If a formation rune was that simple, then everyone could become a formation expert. Niao Ping's grandfather was just drawing a formation rune. Because of this, he was able to draw a formation rune. Actually, it could only be considered a formation rune and not a formation rune. Niao Ping's grandfather nodded in satisfaction when he found that there were no mistakes in the drawing. He put down the jade slip in his hand and looked at the drawing carefully. Then, he picked up the bone needle, dipped it in the potion, and pierced it into Niao Ping's body. The reason why their bone needles were specially made was because the skin of the oxen had very good defensive capabilities. Ordinary needles simply couldn't pierce it. Only these bone needles could. Moreover, these bone needles were hollow. After absorbing the potion would directly enter the skin, leaving behind a tattoo. Niao Ping's grandfather's grandfather was very skilled. The needle in his hand moved quickly as he outlined the formation rune bit by bit. Niao Ping's parents were watching from the side. Although they had tattoos on their bodies, there weren't many of them, only a few. In fact, there weren't many oxen in their generation who had tattoos. Because of this, they hadn't seen anyone with tattoos for many years. And now that their son was tattooed, they were very concerned. They were afraid that something bad would happen. Fortunately, Niao Ping's grandfather's skill was very good. After piercing the last needle, Niao Ping's grandfather put away the bone needle in his hand and let out a long breath. Although this formation wasn't very complicated, it still took him 3 hours to complete it. After piercing the formation, Niao Ping's grandfather looked at Niao Ping and discovered that Niao Ping had already fallen asleep. Niao Ping's grandfather looked at Niao Ping. Niao Ping's grandfather couldn't help but chuckle. This wasn't Niao Ping's fault. The ox tribe had thick skin and flesh. Such a tattoo was nothing to them. Therefore, it was normal for him to fall asleep. Niao Ping's grandfather didn't get angry. Instead, he took out some water and washed the formation on Niao Ping's body. Then he looked at the formation on Niao Ping's body and nodded. There was nothing wrong with the formation, it was perfect. Niu Ping's father also looked at the formation on Niu Ping's body. Actually, he had also learned how to tattoo. However, he wasn't very good at it. Moreover, he hadn't practiced for many years. Therefore, he didn't dare to give Niu Ping a tattoo. Otherwise, Niu Ping's grandfather wouldn't have needed to do it. However, he still had his eyesight. After looking at Niu Ping's tattoo, he couldn't help but turn to Niu Ping's grandfather and say, "Father, I didn't think that after so many years, you still haven't given up on your craft." Amazing. Niu Ping's grandfather snorted and said, "Of course. This is a craft unique to the Ox tribe. How could I give it up? You should also practice. Don't lose your craft when you reach your age." Niu Ping's father smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. If this method really works, then you'll be busy in the future. Moreover, I'm afraid that the tattoos of the Ox tribe will become famous again." Niu Ping's grandfather's eyes lit up. Then he shook his head and sighed, "It's not easy, it's not easy. Although this tattoo can help us remember things that we can't remember, it can also give us wisdom. However, very few people believe in it. Sigh, it's a pity." When Niu Ping's father saw how sad his father was, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he sighed and said, "Father, you must be tired. Go and rest. I think this kid won't be able to wake up until tomorrow." Niu Ping's grandfather looked at Niu Ping, who was sleeping soundly, then he smiled faintly and said, "This kid didn't disgrace me. Looking at his figure, his strength will certainly be extraordinary. He will have a bright future. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Let him sleep well." Then he turned around and went back to his room to sleep. Niu Ping's parents glanced at Niu Ping and ignored him. They went back to their room to rest. For the demon clan, it was not a big deal to sleep outside in their true form. They did not care at all. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Niu Ping woke up early. When he woke up, he realized that he was sleeping outside. He was stunned at first, then he immediately understood what was going on. Then he stood up abruptly. With a shake of his body, he turned into his human form. Then he couldn't help but feel around to see if he could remember the formation or not. This feeling made him stare. He discovered that he was able to recall the formation very clearly. This discovery made him stare, then he immediately jumped up in excitement. Then he moved his hand and took out a bunch of talismans. These talismans were all made of wood. Even if they could be arranged into a formation, it wouldn't be very powerful. They were just for practice. After Niu Ping took out the talismans, he quickly arranged a formation on the ground. Then he poured some energy into the formation. Then the formation lit up and a formation appeared. However, this formation wasn't very big, it was less than a meter in size. But when Niu Ping saw this formation, his eyes lit up. Then he laughed. Niu Ping's smile also alarmed his grandfather and parents. The three of them came out of the room and saw the formation in front of Niu Ping. They stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. Niu Ping's grandfather immediately said, "My good grandson, did you arrange this? Did you finally learn how to make formations?" Niu Ping quickly said, "Yes, Grandpa, it's true. I've really learned how to use formations." "Ha ha ha, that's great." Niu Ping's grandfather looked at Niu Ping before his gaze finally fell on Niu Ping's arm. The tattoo that Niu Ping's grandfather gave him was on Niu Ping's arm. Looking at it now, a small formation was imprinted on Niu Ping's arm. Although it was small, it was still clearly visible. Niu Ping followed his grandfather's gaze and saw the small formation. His eyes lit up, then he poured his spiritual energy into the formation. Then he felt the formation on his arm light up. Then his spiritual energy entered the formation. Then a layer of formation appeared on his body. This change made Niu Ping's family stare. Then all of them stared blankly at Niu Ping's arm. Niu Ping also stared blankly at the situation. After some time, he let out a strange cry and said, "It can actually be used, it can actually be used. Amazing, really amazing." Niu Ping's grandfather's eyes lit up as well. Then he looked at Niu Ping and said, "Good grandson, how did you think of sending your spiritual energy into the formation? What's going on?" Niu Ping replied, "I just wanted to give it a try." I wanted to see if my spiritual energy would flush out the potion. I didn't expect this to happen. Before he could finish speaking, his grandfather slapped his head. Then he looked at Niu Ping and said, "Kid, what did you say? How could my potion lose its color? It was passed down by our ox tribe's ancestors. I think you're asking for a beating." When Niu Ping heard his grandfather, he knew that he had said something wrong. He quickly said, "Grandpa, don't be angry. This is my first time getting a tattoo. I'm just curious." "Grandpa, I can't say any more. I have to go to the academy immediately and tell the dean about this. The dean is already going crazy trying to educate us about formations." When Niu Ping's grandfather heard this, he couldn't help but be curious and said, "Will your dean listen to you?" Niu Ping smiled and said, "He will definitely listen. Moreover, if this matter isn't handled well, it might even alert the sect master. You just wait and see." Then Niu Ping didn't eat at home, he directly flew towards the academy. Before long, Niu Ping arrived at the academy and directly went to find Li Mingxing. Li Mingxing had been holding a grudge recently. The ox tribe's ability to learn formations was really giving him a headache. He really didn't know what to do. At this time, Niu Ping suddenly rushed into his room. Li Mingxing was currently eating breakfast. When he saw Niu Ping come in, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, "Niu Ping, why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Do you want to eat together?" Niu Ping didn't say anything. Instead, he moved his hand and took out a bunch of talismans. Then, he quickly formed a boundary array on the ground. Then, he injected a trace of spirit into the array to activate it. When Li Mingxing saw the formation on the ground, he couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and walked towards the formation. After looking at it carefully, he nodded and said, "Good, very good. Although there's no breakthrough in this formation, it's still quite good." "Good, very good. Niu Ping, it seems like you've been enlightened." Niu Ping looked at Li Mingxing and said, "Dean, I've been practicing this formation for the past few days, but I couldn't learn it." "Dean, the reason why I was able to learn this formation was because of the tattoo my grandfather gave me yesterday. Look." Li Mingxing nodded and said, "Yes." After saying that, Niu Ping flashed his arm, revealing the tattoo that was only the size of a fingernail. Li Mingxing looked at Niu Ping and said, "Tattoo? Let me take a look." After he said that, Li Mingxing carefully looked at the tattoo on Niu Ping's body. Although the tattoo was very small, Li Mingxing still recognized it. It was the formation. Li Mingxing turned to Niu Ping and said, "What's going on? Could it be that you can learn this formation after getting this tattoo?" Niu Ping nodded and said, "Yes, it's just like that. Actually, this is a tradition of the ox tribe. In the past, everyone in the ox tribe had tattoos. This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. It's said that this method can allow us to learn things that we couldn't learn before and remember things that we couldn't remember before. But in recent years, because of the ridicule of the other tribes, the number of tattoos on our tribe has been decreasing. My grandfather used to be a tattooist, and because I couldn't learn this formation, I asked my grandfather to help me tattoo a formation on my body. I didn't expect that I would be able to remember it today. Dean, do you think this method can be promoted? So that the ox tribesmen in the academy can learn it?" Li Mingxing said, "We still need to experiment to know. How about this, you learn another formation today. Then when you go back, ask your grandfather to tattoo this formation on your body. See if you can remember it. If you can, then it means that this method is useful. Then I'll report it to the sect master and ask him to make a decision." Niu Ping said, "Yes, Dean." "Dean, when do you think we should start learning?" Li Mingxing said, "Learn it now. Let's go, I'll teach you an offensive formation. Come, follow me to the classroom." Niu Ping nodded. Then Li Mingxing led Niu Ping to an empty classroom and began to teach Niu Ping formations. Today, Li Mingxing decided to teach Niu Ping alone. This was because he wanted to see if Niu Ping's method was useful. If it was, then that would be great. Then the problem of the ox tribe learning formations would be solved in an instant. What Li Mingxing taught Niu Ping this time wasn't a formation, but a more complex offensive formation. This offensive formation was actually a relatively common offensive formation. It was the wind blade technique. The Ox tribesmen were generally of the earth attribute. Even if they could use wind attribute techniques, they would still need a long time to prepare. Because of this, the Ox tribesmen rarely used other attribute techniques. Today, Li Mingxing wanted Niu Ping to give it a try. If Niu Ping could really learn this formation, then it would mean that his method was useful. Niu Ping's grandfather received the bone needle and looked at Niu Ping. Then he smiled faintly and said, "What's the use of looking at me like that? If you have the time, you might as well go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, if you can remember this formation, then it means that you've learned it. If you can't remember it, then it means that you haven't learned it. What's the use of staring at me like that?" Niu Ping was a little embarrassed as he said, "Grandfather, I'm too excited to sleep. I'm worried that this method won't work, but I also think that it will." Niu Ping's grandfather looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's very normal for you to have this kind of reaction. This matter is very important to the ox race. Therefore, it's normal for you to have this kind of reaction. However, you still need to sleep. Don't think about these things. Whether it works or not, you'll know tomorrow." Niu Ping nodded and said, "Yes, grandfather. Rest assured, I understand what you mean." Niu Ping's grandfather nodded and didn't say anything. He believed that Niu Ping would understand. He wanted Niu Ping to understand that in the face of a big event, one must remain calm. And Niu Ping clearly understood this point. Niu Ping returned to his human form and returned to his room. He lay on his bed, but he still couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It was midnight before he fell asleep in a daze. However, his sleep wasn't very peaceful. The next morning, when Niu Ping woke up, he found that it was already quite late. He immediately sat up from his bed and tried to recall what happened yesterday. Soon, his eyes lit up. Then he moved his body and took out the talismans. He quickly arranged a formation on the ground. After a while, he activated the formation. A small wind blade shot out from the formation. However, because the formation was made of wood, the wind blade's power was very small. Even if it hit Niu Ping's body, it didn't leave any scars. However, this meant that his method was indeed useful. Seeing that the formation was effective, Niu Ping couldn't help but laugh. Then he sent his spiritual energy into the wind blade formation. Another wind blade was shot out. This time, the wind blade was much more powerful than the one he arranged. It left a deep mark on the wall of their house. This made Niu Ping even happier. He didn't say anything as he ran out. After leaving the room, he flew directly towards the academy. Before long, he arrived at Li Mingxing's courtyard. Upon arriving at Li Mingxing's courtyard, Niu Ping saw Li Mingxing standing outside. Li Mingxing was walking around in circles, looking very nervous. Upon seeing Niu Ping, Li Mingxing immediately said, "Niu Ping, you're here. How is it?" Niu Ping laughed and said, "Good, very good. The effect is very good. I remember yesterday's wind blade formation and I can arrange it. I can even use the wind blade formation on my body. Dean, it's useful. This method is really useful." When Li Mingxing heard Niu Ping's words, he used his right fist to hit his left palm and loudly said, "Good, very good, it's good that it's useful. You wait, I'll immediately tell this news to the sect master and ask him to make a decision." After saying that, he turned around and ran into the room. Niu Ping didn't say anything as he followed Li Mingxing into the room. As soon as Li Mingxing entered the room, he immediately took out a communication formation and sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Just as the formation was connected, Che Rong appeared. Che Rong looked at Li Mingxing and said, "Elder Li, what's the matter?" Li Mingxing nodded. Li Mingxing immediately replied, "Elder Che, I have something important to tell the sect master. It's about the Ox tribe. Please help me inform him, this matter is very important." Che Rong looked at Li Mingxing and saw that he was very anxious. He nodded and said, "All right, wait a moment. I'll immediately inform adoptive father." Then he turned around and left. Before long, Li Mingxing returned to the formation and said, "Elder Li, I'll take you to see adoptive father. If there's anything, you can tell him yourself." Li Mingxing nodded, then he felt Che Rong take the formation and walk to the side. Before long, they arrived at another room. Che Rong was sitting in the room, holding a jade slip and looking at it. It was unknown what he was looking at, but he seemed to be very serious. Che Rong placed the formation in front of Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Adoptive father, elderly has arrived." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Li Mingxing and said, "Mingxing, what's the matter? How is the Ox tribe's study of formations going? Are they still learning so slowly?" Li Mingxing immediately said, "Sect leader, this is what I want to talk to you about. Niao Ping has discovered a method that can increase the speed at which the Ox tribesmen learn spirit designs. It can even be faster than normal people. I want to spread this method on a large scale." When Zhao Hai heard Li Mingxing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Li Mingxing and said, "Is that so? There's such a method? Then tell me, what is it?" Li Mingxing nodded and said, "Yes, sect master. Let Niao Ping talk to you." "Niao Ping, you talk to the sect master." Niao Ping nodded. Then he went to Li Mingxing's seat and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "I've seen the young master." Zhao Hai looked at Niao Ping and said, "Niao Ping is also here. Tell me, what method did you use to make the Ox tribe learn formations faster than ordinary people? This makes me very curious." Niao Ping nodded and said, "You're right." Niao Ping quickly replied, "Yes, young master. It's like this. Before, I was very distressed because I couldn't learn formations. Then my father thought of a method and asked my grandfather to." Niao Ping explained his method to Zhao Hai in detail. When Zhao Hai heard Niao Ping's words, he stared. Then he looked at Niao Ping and said, "Is what you said true? Is it really like this?" Niao Ping replied, "Yes, I only have 2 formations on my body. However, these 2 formations can be used on my body. Young master, take a look." After saying that, Niao Ping raised his arm and released a wind blade. Then, he raised his arm and a barrier appeared on his body. When Zhao Hai saw this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "Good, good. You wait there, I'll go and take a look." Niao Ping and Li Mingxing nodded. Then Zhao Hai cut off the formation. Li Mingxing received the formation, then he looked at Niao Ping and said, "Niao Ping, now that you've found this method, your Ox tribe will become stronger. The sect master will certainly pay more attention to you." Niao Ping smiled and said, "We are the young master's servants. It's good that we're strong. We can do things for the young master. If we're weak, then wouldn't we lose face for the young master?" Li Mingxing smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you can think this way. You don't know how many people in the sect are envious of your tribe." While Niao Ping was talking, a shadow flashed from the academy and a person appeared in the courtyard. The 2 stared and saw that it was Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would come this quickly. They thought that even if Zhao Hai wanted to come, he would have to wait for some time. They didn't think that he would arrive so quickly. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and said, "You 2 are here. Let's go in and talk." The 2 nodded and welcomed Zhao Hai into the room. When they arrived, Zhao Hai sat down. Then he looked at the 2 and said, "You 2 also sit down." The 2 nodded and then sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Niao Ping and said, "Niao Ping, is your method really that useful?" Niao Ping nodded and said, "Yes, young master. This method is very useful. In 2 days, I used this method to learn 2 formations. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to report it to the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It's very interesting. If this method is successful, then you Ox tribesmen can really learn formations. Alright, let's go to the courtyard. Niao Ping, you transform into your true form and I'll take a look." Niao Ping nodded, then he stood up and went to the courtyard with Zhao Hai and Li Mingxing. Li Mingxing's courtyard wasn't small. When Niao Ping transformed into his true form, Zhao Hai looked at the 2 tattoos on Niao Ping's arm and nodded. Then he patted Niao Ping's body and said, "Alright, transform into your human form." Niao Ping nodded before he transformed back into his human form. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, transform into your human form." Zhao Hai said, "It seems like this has something to do with your Ox tribesman's talent. Niao Ping, take me to see your grandfather. I want to see the potion he uses." Niao Ping nodded, then he led Zhao Hai to the door. While walking forward, Niao Ping turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, my grandfather lives in the academy. He usually looks after the children. Because of this, you can see him at the east gate of the academy. He's there looking after the gate." Before long, the three arrived at the east gate of the academy. From afar, they could see an old ox tribesman standing there, looking at the children in the academy with a smile on his face. This old ox tribesman's body was covered with tattoos. These tattoos looked very mysterious and beautiful. However, when paired with his body, he gave off a ferocious feeling. But at this time, his eyes were filled with love as he looked at the children who were playing. The academy wasn't very strict when it came to teaching children. It was mainly focused on laying down the foundation, so they wouldn't be too tired. Every day, they would be given a lot of time to play. Because of this, one could see a lot of children playing in the academy. However, playing was just playing, they couldn't put down their cultivation. Zhao Hai and the others had already made several games. Not only were the children willing to play these games, they were also able to train them. When the old man saw the three, he immediately greeted them. First, he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the old man and smiled, "Old man, do you know me? I don't think I've seen you before." The old man smiled and said, "Young master hasn't seen me before. Last time, when young master came, I saw you from afar." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Niao Ping also gave his grandfather a salute. After the two saluted, Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Old man, can you show me the potion that you used to make your tattoos? I want to see what kind of potion it is that has such a miraculous ability to allow Niao Ping to learn 2 arrays in 2 days. You have to know that even an array master can't compare to him at such a learning speed." The old man immediately replied, "Yes, young master, please take a look. The tools for the tattoo are all here." Then the old man took out his bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai opened the bag and carefully looked inside. Then he took out the bottle of potion and poured out some of it. After smelling it, he nodded and said, "It's actually made from ordinary herbs and animal blood. It's very interesting. I didn't expect it to have such an effect. How about this, old man, I want you to go home tonight and tattoo the talismans on Niao Ping's body. I want to see if he can remember them or not. If he can, then this method can be used by the entire ox tribe." The old man quickly replied, "Yes, young master. Then I'll go home and prepare it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the old man and said, "Old man, you can rest. Niao Ping, come with me." Niao Ping nodded and bowed to the old man. Then he turned around and left with Zhao Hai. Soon, the three arrived at Li Mingxing's room. Zhao Hai looked at Niao Ping and said, "Niao Ping, how about this, you review the talismans that you've learned before, but you don't need to learn the ones that you haven't learned before. But for those talismans, you still need to have your grandfather tattoo them on your body. Tomorrow, when you wake up, you can see if you can learn the ones that you haven't learned before. If you can learn them through this method, then this method is really amazing. If you can't learn them through this method, then it proves that this method is just a way to deepen your memory. When the time comes, I'll tailor a suitable learning method for you ox tribesmen. Alright, you can go back first, I'll see the results tomorrow." Niao Ping nodded and bowed to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After Niao Ping left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Li Mingxing and said, "Tomorrow, I'll take a look at Niao Ping's results before making a decision. If this method is just to deepen one's memory, then I'll see if it can be used on other beasts as well as us humans. If it can be used, then I'll see if other methods can be used as well. If the experiment is successful, then this method would be a great help to the sea exploring sect." Li Mingxing nodded and said, "Right, I didn't think that there would be such a method. If this method is really useful, then it would be really amazing. Sect Lord, I remember that the ox tribesmen of the Holy Gate didn't use this method, right? It seems like they rarely tattoo themselves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This matter is really strange. We need to study it carefully." Zhao Hai was really curious about this method of the ox tribe. He wanted to know if this method could really strengthen one's memory. If it was true, then this method would be very useful. Although the ordinary cultivators of the sea exploring sect had learned some body cultivation techniques, their bodies weren't very strong. If they could inscribe some defensive formations on their bodies, then it would definitely be a good thing for them. This would greatly increase their defensive strength. Moreover, for some body cultivators, this was also a good thing. They could inscribe formations on their bodies. If these formations were to be activated, then their might would be great. It could also be used as a surprise attack. This was equivalent to giving body cultivators an additional means of attack. Naturally, this was just an idea. Zhao Hai wanted to see if this method could make the Ox tribe remember everything that was inscribed on their skin. Or if they could only remember things that they had already learned. If they could remember everything that was inscribed on their skin, then this would be their innate ability. If this method was used on other races, then it wouldn't have any effect. However, if this method could only strengthen their memory, then it might be able to be popularized. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the second possibility was more likely. In other words, this method could only strengthen one's memory. Why did Zhao Hai think this way? It was because when he looked at the potions before, he discovered that these potions might have some effect, but the effect wasn't very big. These potions should only be able to slightly stimulate the brain. However, it would be impossible for people to remember everything that was inscribed on their skin. One of the reasons why these potions were able to make the Ox tribe remember everything that was inscribed on their skin was because they had already memorized these things. However, these things were stored deep in their memories. If they didn't dig deep into their memories, then they wouldn't be able to remember these things. And this kind of potion was used to stimulate certain things. It stimulated some of the things that were hidden deep in their memories and made them remember it in their brain. This way, people would remember these things. The reason why they needed to be inscribed on their skin was because the Ox tribe's defensive strength was very strong. Some body cultivators didn't only need to cultivate their muscles, bones, and meridians. Of course, the skin needed to be cultivated as well. It was just like cultivating the iron Buddha lotus body. Through the skin, one could slowly absorb the iron element into one's body. The same was true for the Ox tribe. Their skin was their first layer of defense, it was very tough. However, this didn't mean that their skin wasn't sensitive. In fact, their skin was also very sensitive. They could feel the direction of an enemy's attack through their skin. Then they would naturally react and defend themselves. Ordinary body cultivators were also like this. Because of this, their skin was very sensitive. This wasn't to say that a person's defense was strong. It was mainly because their skin couldn't feel anything. If they couldn't feel anything, then they would have already been killed. Because his skin could not feel anything, it was impossible for him to sense the direction and strength of the enemy's attack through his skin. Thus, he had no way to better mobilize the spirit chi in his body to defend himself. Only death awaited him. If body cultivators said that their skin could defend, then they definitely didn't just rely on their skin for defense. They relied more on their spiritual chi. Their skin was tougher than other people's, but if they only relied on their skin for defense, then they would definitely be courting death. They cultivated their skin to make it tougher and more sensitive. The enemy's attack hadn't yet arrived, but their skin could already feel the enemy's strength and killing intent. This way, their spiritual chi would react and move to the place where the enemy attacked, helping their skin to defend. This was true skin defense. And since their skin was sensitive, under the stimulation of the potion, it would form a stimulating signal that was greater than 1 + 1. Using this signal to stimulate their brain would naturally remember the stimulation. This would become a memory signal that would be stored in their brain. This should be the reason why the Ox tribesmen were able to remember the formation when they tattooed it on their skin. Naturally, all of this was only Zhao Hai's speculation. Because of this, he had Niu Ping do some experiments tonight. If Niu Ping only remembered what he had learned, then it would mean that Zhao Hai's speculation was correct. If he didn't succeed, then it would mean that his speculation was wrong. The reason why the Ox tribesmen could remember these things was because of their innate talent. Naturally, this method wouldn't be able to be popularized. Because of this, everything would only be known the next day. The next morning, Niu Ping arrived at Li Mingxing's courtyard early in the morning. Zhao Hai and Li Mingxing were already up. Moreover, they had already eaten breakfast and were sitting in the room drinking tea. Li Mingxing was currently reporting to Zhao Hai about the Ox tribesman's situation. After listening to Li Mingxing's report, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. This was because the Oxhead Mountains land was very good. The Ox Beastmen were very diligent in taking care of this land. Because of this, improving the land here was relatively easy. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. At this time, Niao Ping ran in from the outside. As soon as he ran in, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, last night, my grandfather tattooed all the runes on my body. When I woke up this morning, I discovered that I can remember all the runes that I've learned. As for the runes that I haven't learned before, I can't remember them." Zhao Hai nodded. "Today, you'll learn from Li Mingxing. You'll learn all the runes that you haven't learned before. Tomorrow, you'll see if you can remember them. If you can, then that would be great. If you can't, then I'll have to ask your grandfather to inscribe some runes for you." Zhao Hai nodded. Niao Ping nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I'll do it now." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Li Mingxing and said, "You stay here and teach Niao Ping. I'll go out and look for a suitable place. I'll leave a character here so that the Ox tribesmen can comprehend the power of laws as soon as possible." When Niao Ping heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand what was going on, but Li Mingxing understood. His eyes shined as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he happily said, "Thank you, sect master. Will the sect master still write this character?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, I still want to write this character. As long as this character is present, then everyone will be able to comprehend the power of laws faster. Alright, you stay here and teach him. I'll go look for Niao Gang." Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he flew out of Li Mingxing's room to look for Niao Gang. After Zhao Hai left, Niao Ping looked at Li Mingxing and said, "Dean Li, what does the young master mean by leaving a character? You seem to be very happy." Li Mingxing looked at Niao Ping and said, "Niao Ping, your Ox tribesmen are really going to prosper. Do you know what the character left behind by the sect master represents? In the entire Sword Spirit boundary, the sect master has only left behind a Dao character in our sea exploring sect Sky City. Everyone who wants to comprehend the power of laws must go to the foot of the mountain to comprehend the Dao character. This way, they can comprehend the power of laws as soon as possible. This time, the sect master has left behind a Dao character on the Oxhead Mountain. This way, it will be much easier for the Oxhead race to comprehend the power of laws in the future. You can go to the Oxhead Mountain and look at the Dao character left behind by the sect master to comprehend the power of laws. When the time comes, the Oxhead race will have a lot of supreme elders. Perhaps, the Oxhead race will become the #1 race in the demon spirit boundary." When Niao Ping heard Li Mingxing, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately understood what Li Mingxing meant. One must know that the Ox tribesmen had a problem with their inheritance. Although they had a lot of experts, none of them had been able to comprehend the power of laws. This was the most painful thing for the Ox tribesmen. If they could really comprehend the power of laws, then it would be great. Niao Ping looked at Li Mingxing and said, "Really? Is it really that magical?" Li Mingxing nodded and said, "It's true, it's absolutely true. In the future, your Ox tribesmen will prosper." Niao Ping laughed happily. Just as he was about to run out and tell the others the good news, Li Mingxing stopped him. Zhao Hai was already looking for Niao Gang. Naturally, there was no need for Niao Ping to tell them the good news. It wouldn't take long for the Ox tribesmen to hear the good news. When Niao Ping heard Li Mingxing, he didn't go out. However, his face was still filled with excitement. Li Mingxing looked at him and smiled faintly. To be honest, after interacting with the Ox tribesmen for some time, Li Mingxing had fallen in love with them. They were simple, honest, and kind. If they recognized you as their friend, then no matter what you do, they would fully support you. Such people were very rare in the cultivation realm. Li Mingxing also understood why Zhao Hai valued the Ox tribesmen so much. Their hearts were pure, and such a race was worthy of being valued. Although the sea exploring sect didn't have too much intrigue, everyone was doing things according to Zhao Hai's wishes. Moreover, the rules of the sect were very strict. Even if you want to harm someone, you still need to be careful. Otherwise, if you were to be found out, then you would suffer a fate worse than death. However, such a situation wouldn't happen in the sect. If there was an unresolvable enmity between the two, then they could just go to another branch. The sect was so big that they might not see each other for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the people in the sect wouldn't do anything to kill their enemies. After all, it would be better for them to cultivate for a period of time and become stronger. If they were stronger than their enemies, then wouldn't it be better for them to salute them every time they met? Wouldn't it be better for them to be stronger than their enemies and have their enemies salute them every time they meet? Wouldn't it be better for them to do so? Zhao Hai arrived at Niu Gang's courtyard. Niu Gang already knew that Zhao Hai was coming. Yesterday, he went to visit Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai said that he would come today, Niu Gang was already waiting for him at home. Now that he saw Zhao Hai arrive, Niu Gang immediately greeted him. Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you're here. Please come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Niu Gang, I came today because I want to ask you something. Do you know that there's a place in the Oxhead Mountain where the walls are flat? I want to leave a word on it." When Niu Gang heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he immediately replying to the sect lord, "There really is such a place. It's called the Ox Furrow. It's a valley, but the walls of the valley are very flat. It should meet the requirements of the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then take me to the valley." Niu Gang nodded, then he led Zhao Hai towards the valley. Before long, the two arrived at the valley. This valley only had one entrance and three sides of the cliff. The cliff was very flat, just like a real wall. Most importantly, there was a large open space in the valley where many people could stand. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Niu Gang and said, "This place is good. Today, I want to leave the word Dao here. I will leave the power of law in this word. Later on, when you reach the Dao refinement or Dao fusion stage, you can come here to comprehend the word. You can comprehend the power of law earlier. When the time comes, your ox race will have some experts who can comprehend the power of law." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Niu Gang stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, is what you said true? Can it really help the ox race comprehend the power of law?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. If you want to comprehend the power of law in the future, you can come here to comprehend the word Dao. I'll write it now. Tomorrow, you can bring people here to comprehend it." Niu Gang nodded. Bull Terrier nodded excitedly. Zhao looked at him and smiled. Then he took out a pen. This pen was actually the pen that came with the golden book, so it was very suitable for Zhao Hai to use it to write. Zhao Hai stood in front of the mountain wall and slowly closed his eyes. However, his aura was getting stronger and stronger. After a while, Zhao Hai's aura reached its peak. Niu Gang felt that Zhao Hai seemed to be separated from the world. Although he was still tall, he gave off an indomitable feeling. People couldn't help but want to worship him. This feeling was so strong that Niu Gang couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship Zhao Hai. At this time, the pen in Zhao Hai's hand moved. The movement of the pen was very slow, as if each stroke could move the entire world. This was indeed the case. When Zhao Hai smiled, thunder rumbled in the sky. At the same time, dark clouds covered the entire valley. From time to time, snakes of lightning could be seen flashing in the dark clouds. When Zhao Hai's first stroke fell, a bolt of lightning struck directly. It was as if it didn't want Zhao Hai to write this word. However, Zhao Hai wasn't affected at all. His pen fell steadily. Then, with each stroke, a bolt of lightning fell. When Zhao Hai finished writing the last stroke, the entire Oxhead Mountain shook twice. Finally, the word Dao flashed with a golden light and pierced the sky. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and put away his pen. His head was already sweating. He didn't think that it would take so much effort to write a word. However, he was very satisfied. This word was the most satisfying he had written so far. He had integrated all the power of law into this word. It can be said that this word was a masterpiece. It was the best work he could write at this time. After resting for a while, Zhao Hai landed beside Niu Gang. Niu Gang was still kneeling on the ground with his head on the ground. Zhao Hai landed beside Niu Gang and said, "All right, Niu Gang, stand up. Tomorrow, you will bring the experts of your clan to comprehend this word. Niu Geng responded and stood up. However, he didn't dare to look at the word Dao. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Geng and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Niu Geng?" Niu Geng replied, "Young master, I can't look at the word right now. If I look at it, then I won't be able to do anything. I'll look at it tomorrow." When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what Niu Geng meant. Niu Geng's strength was already formidable, he was just short of comprehending the power of laws. What he lacked at this point was stimulation, and Zhao Hai's Dao character was precisely that stimulation. Niu Geng said that he didn't dare look at the Dao character. This was because when he saw the character, he couldn't help but be fascinated by it. Because of this, he didn't dare look at it. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Alright, then I'll let those people comprehend it tomorrow. Go and tell them about your clan's matters. Also, select some people to comprehend the word tomorrow." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Niu Geng nodded. Then he didn't wait for Zhao Hai as he flew towards his clan. He couldn't wait to comprehend the word. When Zhao Hai saw Niu Geng's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. Then he slowly flew back to the Ox clan. However, he didn't look for Niu Geng. Instead, he went to Li Mingxing's room and watched Li Mingxing teach Niu Ping the runes. After watching for a while, he saw that Niu Ping was very serious. Zhao Hai felt relieved and returned to his room. Then he opened the communication formation and asked Wen Hai about the sea exploring sect's transformation of the monster spirit realm. After Niu Geng returned to the clan, he immediately summoned all the elders of the clan. Then he told them about Zhao Hai's word. Then he selected some people who were strong enough but had yet to comprehend the power of law and had them follow him to the valley tomorrow to comprehend the power of law. As for the others, Niu Geng had them stay in the clan and manage the clan's affairs. The Ox clan was now a large clan. They had a lot of things to deal with every day. Therefore, if the human patriarch Niu Geng wasn't present, then other people would have to help him manage the Ox clan. Otherwise, there would be problems. The day passed by just like that. The next morning, after Niu Geng and the others received their things, they immediately went to the valley. When the elders of the Ox tribe saw the Dao character, they couldn't help but be fascinated as they began to comprehend it. At this time, Niu Ping came to Li Mingxing's room with a happy expression on his face. He told Li Mingxing that he remembered all the runes that he learned yesterday, so he didn't need to ask his grandfather to tattoo him anymore. After hearing this news, Zhao Hai was also very happy. He said, "It seems like our sea exploring sect has a better way to learn runes. But Niu Ping, you don't need to tattoo anything on your body right now. I need to go back and study it. I need to see what's going on. At the same time, I need to come up with a perfect method so that you can learn more things." Niu Geng nodded. Then Zhao Hai left the Ox clan and returned to Misty Mountain. But he only said a few words before returning to the Sword Spirit World and Sky City. He needed to study the Ox clan's situation with Laura and the others. Others wouldn't be able to do it. After arriving at Sky City, Zhao Hai told Laura and the others about the Ox clan's situation. Laura and the others were very curious, so they immediately went to the space. Then Zhao Hai entered the results of his research into Nong Jian's computer. After that, they began to study it together. They wanted to find the most suitable method for the Ox clan as well as the sea exploring sect. They also wanted to know how to fully utilize this method. At the same time, Zhao Hai also wanted to know if this method could be used on other methods. If it could, then it would be very good. However, after several days of research, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that although this method could be used on formations, it couldn't be used on other methods. For example, if you use a spell on your body, then you wouldn't be able to use the runes to cast the spell. If other methods couldn't be used, then it could only be used on formations. This was much simpler. As long as one could calculate how to use this method on formations, then they would be able to maximize the power of the formations. After some calculations, Zhao Hai discovered that using this method on the Ox race was different from using it on ordinary disciples of the sea exploring sect. The Ox race were very slow when it came to studying formations. Because of this, they would need to learn the formation runes first before engraving the formation runes on their bodies. Then they would need to engrave the formation runes on their bodies. This way, they would be able to display their greatest might. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do with the formation runes. Instead, they would need to engrave the formation runes on their bodies. This way, they would be able to display their greatest might. On the other hand, ordinary cultivators were different. Ordinary cultivators weren't as slow. They could learn the formation runes, how to use formations, and some taboos. Therefore, they would only need to inscribe some powerful formations on their bodies. The reason why ordinary cultivators and the Ox clan were differentiated was because of the size of their skin. After the Ox clan transformed into their true form, their skin area would be very large. They would be 20 meters long, Mago. How large would their skin area be? As for a cultivator, how large would their skin area be? There was no way to compare this. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to differentiate the Ox clan from ordinary cultivators. However, Zhao Hai wasn't ready to immediately use this method on his disciples. He still had a problem that he hadn't overcome yet, and that was the problem of formations. Formations were undoubtedly a way to display the greatest power of a formation. However, formations were generally materialized using the void condensing technique. Smelling it on the skin was something that Zhao Hai had never encountered before. This was a difficult problem. Formations were different from formations. Formations could be flat, and if you use some special materials to draw it on the ground, the formation could also be operated. However, formations were different. Formations were generally three-dimensional and were divided into layers. Whether it was a formation made from real formations or a formation made from void condensation, they all had one thing in common, and that was that a formation was made from multiple formations stacked on top of each other. Stacking multiple magic formations required a certain amount of space. If you want to stack them on a flat surface, then it wouldn't be possible. You would need space to do so. On the other hand, it was impossible to stab multiple layers of magic formations on a person's skin. This was impossible because the layers of magic formations needed to be distinct. However, in order for a magic formation to display its greatest power, it needed to be formed into a formation group. This was very important, and because of this, Zhao Hai had a headache. Tattoos couldn't form a formation group on a person's skin. However, the greatest power of a magic formation was to form a formation group. This was a contradiction, and also the most troublesome part. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were currently researching how to stab a formation group on a person's skin. They had tried a lot of methods. Just like a person's skin, it was actually divided into several layers. If you stab a magic formation on a layer, then you would be able to form a formation group. This method was something that only Zhao Hai could do, other tattoo masters wouldn't be able to do it. Because of this method simply couldn't be used. But besides this method, there weren't any other good methods. Zhao Hai and the others also tried to use different potions to stab layers of tattoos. However, this method didn't work. Different potions were used in the same place, which would hurt the skin. Moreover, because of the influence of the potions, the magic formation group would be mixed together, destroying the original magic formation group. Because of this method couldn't be used at all. Besides these two methods, the other methods were even more useless. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. If you only stab a magic formation on a person's body, then it would be feasible. However, this method of tattooing wouldn't be very useful. Zhao Hai didn't want to use this method, so they were now in a predicament. Laura and the others were also having headaches. Although cultivators can use their spatial equipment to carry a lot of magic formations, these magic formations weren't placed on their bodies. This was an essential difference. If you have a magic formation on your body, then it would be like carrying a sword on your back. But if you have a magic formation on your body, then it would be like an organ on your body. If you have a sword on your back, then you would need to unsheath your sword in order to kill your enemy. But if you're facing an enemy, then you can just throw a punch, you don't need to draw your sword at all. This was the difference between tattooing magic formations and having a magic formation on your body. It can be said that tattooing magic formations were a last resort that the sea exploring sect prepared for their disciples. If an enemy attacks you, then you wouldn't have the time to take out your artifact to defend yourself. But at this time, you can activate the magic formation with your spiritual chi and use the magic formation to block the enemy's attack. This was the use of tattooing magic formations. But if you can't use tattooing magic formations as a group, then the magic formation's power would be too weak. This didn't mean that a single magic formation would be weak. In fact, there were some magic formations that were very powerful. However, the area of these magic formations was very large. The amount of energy needed to activate them was also very large. Most importantly, the activation time would be very long. But a group of magic formations was different. A group of magic formations was composed of multiple magic formations. Moreover, these magic formations were a combination. As long as one magic formation was activated, the entire group would be activated in an instant. Moreover, the amount of energy required was very small. Because of this feature, the void condensing technique was still usable. However, there weren't a lot of people who used it. This was because they didn't have a way to effectively combine their magic formations. This wasn't because the power of a group of magic formations was small. Therefore, tattooing magic formations on a person's skin was better done using a group of magic formations instead of a single magic formation. However, the problem now was that there was no way to tattoo a group of magic formations on a person's skin. This was the most difficult thing to do. Laura and the others also didn't have a good solution. Zhao Hai thought about it for a few days. After many deductions, he finally came up with a method. This method was to create a group of magic formations that were similar to each other. For example, if you want to use a group of 10 magic formations, then there would be some magic formations that were similar to each other. Therefore, you need to think of a way to do this. Stacking these magic formations together would allow several magic formations to use the same magic formation. However, this wouldn't affect the use of the magic formations as well as the use of the group of magic formations. In other words, a group of 10 magic formations could be used individually or as a group of 10 magic formations. When using a group of magic formations, you would need to add more spiritual chi to the stacked magic formations. Some people might think that 10 magic formations were useless. In the past, when Zhao Hai was in the lower realm, he used hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of magic formations to form a group of magic formations. This way, the magic formations would be able to display their greatest might. However, don't forget that at that time, Zhao Hai was also using magic formations in the lower realm. Magic formations and magic formations were completely different, their might couldn't be compared. After many experiments, Zhao Hai discovered that more magic formations wasn't necessarily better. Too many magic formations would also affect the activation speed of the group. Magic formations were good because their energy level was low, so their activation speed would be faster. But for the magic formations that Zhao Hai and the others were using, their energy level was higher, so their activation speed was limited. If the time was too long, then the activation speed might fail. Needless to say, the activation speed of a group of magic formations was even more important. If there were too many magic formations, then the activation speed of the group would be even slower, or even directly fail. After many experiments by Zhao Hai and the others, they discovered that the number of magic formations in a group was 5, 8, or 12. This was the optimal number. This way, the power of the magic formations could be displayed to the maximum, or even several times, or even dozens of times. Moreover, this wouldn't affect the activation speed of the group of magic formations. 5 magic formations were generally based on the 5 elements. 8 magic formations were based on the 8 trigrams. 12 magic formations were based on the stars. Naturally, this also included 9 magic formations, which were based on the 9 palaces. However, these magic formations were relatively rare, and to be honest, their might wasn't very ideal. Ever since Zhao Hai came up with the idea of reusing magic formations, they began to experiment. 5, 8, and 12 magic formations were used as the core. They wanted to find the most suitable 5, 8, and 12 magic formations. Among these magic formations, there must be some magic formations that were the same. It would be best if most of the magic formations were the same. Even if the magic formations weren't as powerful, they still needed to find a magic formation that could be used on people. If other formation masters were to do this, then they would go crazy. This was because the number of formations that Zhao Hai and the others had researched was more than hundreds of millions. To find the most suitable formation group for all of these formations and have so many requirements, it was truly crazy. Most people wouldn't be able to form a formation group even if they worked for a lifetime. However, Zhao Hai was different. Not to mention that he had a lot of biological brains, he also had a lot of computers. Using these computers to find the right combination was naturally a lot easier. Therefore, after Zhao Hai used the computers to deduce that the method of sharing magic formations was feasible, the rest was easy. They just needed to find the most suitable magic formation. Zhao Hai and the others spent more than 10 days to find several thousand formations. Most of these formations had 5 formations, while the least had 12 formations. The formations that didn't have 12 formations were also the most powerful. But the formations that didn't have 12 formations were also the most powerful. After finding these magic formations, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be honest, looking for these things was very tiring. Zhao Hai was also feeling very tired. No matter what, the method had been found. The disciples of the Sea Exploring sect now had another method. This was a good thing. Don't underestimate these formations. Among these formations, there were offensive formations, defensive formations, enchantments, detoxification formations, and even detoxification formations. There were all kinds of strange formations, but the might of each formation talisman wasn't small. After finally solving the magic formations, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he led Laura and the others out of the space. First, they went to Sky City to deal with the matters of the Sea Exploring sect. After that, Zhao Hai returned to the monster spirit realm and went directly to the Ox tribe. At this time, only a few people knew about the Green Thorn formation. Because of this, the people of the Sea Exploring sect didn't know about it. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Ox tribe, the one who greeted him was actually Niu Geng. What made Zhao Hai happy was that after 20 days, Niu Geng had already comprehended the power of laws. This made Zhao Hai very happy. He didn't expect Niu Geng to be able to comprehend the power of laws. When Niu Geng saw Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but become excited. He immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Hai and loudly said, "On behalf of the Ox tribe, Niu Geng thanks the young master for his kindness." The other Ox tribesmen who came with Niu Geng also knelt down in front of Zhao Hai. Their eyes were filled with tears of gratitude. Zhao Hai quickly waved his hand and helped Niu Geng and the others up as he said, "All right, there's no need to be polite. You're all my servants. Increasing your strength is the same as increasing my own strength. There's nothing wrong with that. Tell me, how are you doing? I can see that you've already comprehended the power of laws, right?" Niu Geng gratefully replied, "Yes, young master. It's not just me, our Niu Feng also had 20 people who comprehended the power of laws. We really have to thank the young master." When Zhao Hai heard Bull Terrier, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the Ox tribe to have so many people who have comprehended the power of formations. More than 20 people, this number wasn't small. One must know that it has only been 20 days. If they were given more time, then the number of people who have comprehended the power of laws would certainly be more. Zero's performance was very good. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Geng and said, "Good. I didn't think that your Ox tribe would have such great potential. Good, very good. Work hard. In the future, your Ox tribe will certainly become a powerful tribe." Niu Geng's expression turned serious as he said, "Our Ox tribe has been the young master's servants for generations. If the young master wants us to live, then we'll live. If the young master wants us to die, then we'll die. Rest assured, young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say that. You're my servants, so I won't let you die so easily. Right, Bull Terrier, I'll make it clear to you that the valley that I wrote isn't just for your people. In the future, if people from other races come to the demon spirit realm to comprehend the Tao, you can't stop them. In any case, they are still people of the Sea Exploring sect. Their improvement in strength is also beneficial to me. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Niu Geng replied, "Yes, I understand. Young master can rest assured. If people come here to comprehend the Tao in the future, then I won't stop them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Even if people from the Yi sect come, you can't stop them. Whatever grudges you had before, that's all in the past. Now that you're all people of the Sea Exploring sect, you're all my subordinates. I don't want any conflicts between you. If I find out that you're having a conflict, then don't blame me for being impolite. Niugung quickly replied, yes, young master can rest assured. I know what to do. I won't lose face for the young master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, there's one more thing that you need to remember. The Tao character that I wrote has my own consciousness. If one day, something happens to the character, such as the character glowing or being damaged, you need to tell me immediately. This means that the demon spirit realm is in trouble. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, don't worry. When Niugung heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, yes, I understand. Young master can rest assured. I'll pay attention to the Tao character. If there's anything different, I'll tell you immediately. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, go, go. Right, tell Niu Ping to come to Li Mingxing's courtyard and find me. I have something to tell him. Niugung nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai also turned around and flew towards Li Mingxing's courtyard. Li Mingxing already knew that Zhao Hai had arrived, so he was waiting for Zhao Hai in the courtyard. It wasn't that he didn't want to greet Zhao Hai, but because he knew that today, the Ox tribe had a lot of supreme elders who had comprehended laws. When they see Zhao Hai, they would certainly have a lot to talk about. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to go at this time. Therefore, he didn't go and instead waited for Zhao Hai in front of his courtyard. He knew that Zhao Hai came this time for the matter of the Azure Tattoo formation. Therefore, he decided to wait for Zhao Hai in his courtyard. Sure enough, before long, Zhao Hai arrived in front of Li Mingxing's courtyard. Li Mingxing quickly gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, I've seen the sect master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and led Li Mingxing into the courtyard. Just as the two sat down in the room, Niu Ping entered the courtyard from outside. Then he ran straight into the room and gave Zhao Hai a salute, I have seen the young master. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Ping. Niu Ping looked a bit listless compared to 2 days ago, but it seemed like there was nothing wrong. Looking at his appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Niu Ping, what happened? Did you not sleep well? Niu Ping smiled bitterly and said, yes, young master. I didn't sleep well, I just thought about it. Zhao Hai chuckled, then he looked at Niu Ping and said, how's your study these past few days? You didn't go there to study, right? If you miss your study because of this, then I won't forgive you. Niu Ping shook his head and said, I've learned, but the results aren't very good. Besides the 2 formations, I still can't arrange the other formations. However, my memory of the formations is very solid. Niu Ping, I won't lie to you, I don't know if this method will work or if it's suitable for your race. But after studying it for a few days, I think that this method is the most suitable for your race. Therefore, I decided to use you as an experiment. You need to understand that in the next few days, I'll need to inscribe a lot of things on your body. If this method doesn't work, then you can't inscribe too many formations on your body in the future. This will have a big impact on your body. Do you want to do it? Niu Ping nodded and said, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know if this method will work or not. But after studying it for a few days, I think that this method is most suitable for your race. Therefore, I decided to use you as an experiment. So I'll do it. Niu Ping didn't even think about it before he said, I'll do it, young master. As long as it can improve the strength of the Ox tribe, I'm willing to do anything. Young master, tell me what to do, I'll do it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'm very happy to hear you say that. This is your study plan. Mingxing, this is the study plan that I prepared for Niu Ping. You should take a look at it as well. As long as it succeeds, then we'll teach the Ox tribesmen this way. Then Zhao Hai took out 2 jade slips and handed one over to Niu Ping and the other to Li Mingxing. The two nodded and took the jade strips. In fact, the contents of the 2 jade strips were the same. Zhao Hai wanted them to look at the contents of the jade strips together so that they could be prepared. There wasn't much content in the jade slip. It was nothing more than Niu Ping's training plan. It first taught Niu Ping some methods of setting up spirit arrays, some taboos, some requirements for setting up spirit arrays, and so on. Actually, Li Mingxing had already taught Niu Ping these things before. However, Niu Ping didn't learn them at all. Now, Li Mingxing wanted to teach him again. Moreover, the jade strip also indicated that teaching wasn't enough. Niu Ping also wanted his grandfather to tattoo these things on his body. After learning all of these, Zhao Hai would teach them how to set up spirit arrays. However, this would depend on whether Niu Ping could learn it or not. If Niu Ping can learn it, then that would be the best. If he can't, then there's no need to learn this. Instead, Zhao Hai would have to tattoo spirit arrays on Niu Ping's body. Niu Ping would have to choose some spirit arrays according to his cultivation. Naturally, if they learn how to set up spirit arrays, then they wouldn't have to tattoo ordinary spirit arrays on their bodies. They would have to tattoo spirit arrays on their bodies. This was very important. When Li Mingxing saw Zhao Hai's training plan, he knew that Zhao Hai was very diligent in this matter. Li Mingxing put down the jade slip and said to Zhao Hai, "Sect Master, rest assured. I'll definitely teach Niu Ping well." At this time, Niu Ping also finished reading the jade slip. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, rest assured. I'll definitely study hard and learn how to set up spirit arrays." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "After some time, I'll send some people to the Oxhead Mountain Plain to improve the land. This is very important for the sea exploring sect. In the future, this place will be the main source of food for the sea exploring sect. Moreover, we'll also need to improve some places on the Oxhead Mountain in order to grow medicinal herbs. When the time comes, it will be very lively. I hope that you can learn as soon as possible. As long as you learn well, you'll be able to help a lot in improving the land." Niu Ping's expression turned solemn, then he said, "Yes. Young master, rest assured. I'll certainly learn well and be able to help the young master." Zhao Hai looked at Niu Ping and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "All right, it's good that you have this intention. Go. Starting tomorrow, you'll be studying under Li Mingxing. I'll be in the monster spirit realm for some time. If you have any problems, you can come and look for me." The two nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked out of the room. Then he used the transmission formation to leave. In the next few days, Niu Ping studied while having his grandfather tattoo his body. After 7 days, he finally learned how to set up spirit arrays, how to set them up, as well as some taboos. At the same time, he tattooed all of them on his body. Niu Ping had already memorized all of these things. Then Li Mingxing began to teach him how to set up spirit arrays. He didn't know if it was because he had memorized all of these things or because of other reasons, but in any case, Niu Ping was able to learn how to set up spirit arrays very quickly. Upon seeing this, Li Mingxing immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai, informing him of Niu Ping's situation. This was also Zhao Hai's order. After the results were out, Li Mingxing was to immediately inform him. After receiving the news, Zhao Hai immediately went to Oxhead Mountain to check Niu Ping's progress. After checking, Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, very good. It seems like this method is feasible. Mingxing, this method can be promoted to the entire ox race." Niu Ping nodded and said, "Good." Li Mingxing nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "Alchemy, refining, and talisman techniques can also be tested. Let's see how it goes. I've thought about this method before, but it's very successful. You can have the ox tribe try it first. If it's feasible, then we can try to popularize it. If it doesn't work, then forget about it. But remember, the children must not be allowed to use this method. They must wait until they reach adulthood before using this method." Li Mingxing nodded. But he was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Sect Lord, why don't you let the children use this method? If we use these methods on those children, won't they be able to learn these things earlier?" Zhao Hai replied, "There are 2 reasons. One is because they are still children. Their brains are still at their best. Even if they don't use this method, they would still be able to learn a lot of things. Using this method is a bit of a shortcut, so it's better to let them learn on their own. The other reason is that they are still young. Even if they transform into their true form, they wouldn't be that old. Tattooing them at this time, even if they grow up, the tattoos wouldn't change shape, but the tattoos would become bigger. This would take up too much of their skin, making them less tattooed. Do you understand? Do you understand? Li Mingxing understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, sect lord, I know what to do. I'll teach the children well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Niu Ping and said, "Niu Ping, let's go. Come with me to see Niu Gang. If you want to promote this method, then you must tell Niu Gang." Niu Ping nodded, then he led Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai led Niu Ping and Niu Ping to the stronghold. Niu Gang was currently in the stronghold's conference hall dealing with some matters of the ox race. Although he knew that Zhao Hai had arrived, Zhao Hai didn't let the ox race go to Li Mingxing. Because of this, Niu Gang didn't follow Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai arrived at the conference hall, Niu Gang immediately led the ox race's elders to greet him. Zhao Hai waved his hand and entered the hall. Then he sat on the main seat and said to Niu Gang, take a seat. Niu Gang and the others nodded before they sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Gang and the others, then he said, "Aren't you a bit strange? Why do I always come to the ox tribe these days? Why do I come so frequently?" Niu Gang and the others stared, then Niu Gang stood up and said, "Young master, we don't think that way. Our ox race is your servant race. This place belongs to the young master. You can come whenever you want." Zhao Hai waved his hand and had Niu Gang sit down. Then he said, "What you said is nice. But I came to the ox race because of something. Moreover, it's very important. It's about the ox race's study of formations." When Niu Gang heard Zhao Hai, he quickly stood up and said, "Young master, it's not that we don't study hard. It's just that we don't have the talent for it. We've been studying very hard, but we still can't learn it." The other ox race elders nodded. They looked at Zhao Hai with nervous expressions. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would punish them. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "There's no need to be nervous. I'm not blaming you. I'm just telling you about this matter. I've already solved this matter. Moreover, I've experimented on Niu Ping. The results are very good. Niu Ping has already learned how to arrange formations." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Bull Terrier and the others stared, then they turned to Niu Ping. Niu Ping looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Niu Ping immediately stood up and explained everything to Bull Terrier in detail. Finally, he said, "Patriarch, I've already started to arrange some simple formations. If I study for a while, I believe that I can make more complicated formations. But I still can't make them too complicated. But it should be enough. Patriarch, the young master said that all of us can use this method. All adult bulls can learn this method. In the future, we can also use it as a defensive formation." Niu Gang was stunned as he listened to Niu Ping. To be honest, there weren't many of the oxen in their generation who had tattoos. He never thought that the most traditional tattoos of the oxen would have this kind of benefit. This was really too shocking. Niu Gang didn't think that the tattoos of the oxen would have this kind of benefit. The ox tribesmen weren't good at technical things. This was the consensus of all demon races. Because of this, although the ox tribesmen produced a lot of food every year, their lives weren't very good. Fortunately, they were demon races. When they cultivate, they needed less materials compared to humans. Otherwise, their lives would be even more difficult. A large part of the cattle's annual grain harvest had to be handed over to the Yi sect. Although they could freely dispose of the rest, they couldn't just eat grain every day and not use other things. However, they could only use grain to exchange for other things. In this way, other people would raise the price or suppress the price of their grain. In this way, they could only use grain to exchange for other things. They could only use grain to exchange for other things. In this way, other people would raise the price or suppress the price of their grain. Because of this, the ox tribesmen were very interested in technical things. However, the ox tribesmen didn't have any talent for technical things. Because of this, they couldn't learn anything. Now that they heard Niu Ping say that Zhao Hai had helped them find a way to let the ox tribesmen learn formations, they might even be able to learn alchemy, refining, and even making talismans. For the ox tribesmen, this was very good news. Niu Gang looked at Zhao Hai with excitement and said, "Young master, is what Niu Ping said true? Can we really learn the art of array formation? By using tattoos? Niu Ping has already learned it. Moreover, I'm going to promote this method to the entire Sea Exploring sect so that everyone can learn it. So Niu Kung, from today onwards, you can take good care of your tattooists. Moreover, you need to train more tattooists. These people would be very useful to the Sea Exploring sect." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "Niu Kung, I'm going to introduce this method to the entire Sea Exploring sect. Niu Kung, from today onwards, you can take good care of your tattooists." Niu Gang suddenly stood up, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, rest assured, I'll do a good job. Young master, if I can't train a group of tattooists, then I'll take my head to see you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so serious. You just need to pay attention to this aspect. I won't be using the tattooists right now, I need to make some preparations first." Bull Terrier nodded, then Zhao Hai turned to Bull Terrier and said, "But Bull Terrier, I'll tell you this. You mustn't let your children get tattoos. At the very least, you have to wait until they reach adulthood before you can teach them tattoos. Now that our Sea Exploring sect's cultivation methods have been handed over to the academy will also teach them some cultivation methods. Once they grow up, then they can get tattoos. I've already told Li Mingxing about this matter, so you don't have to give them tattoos first. If I find out, then I'll deal with you." Niu Gang quickly replied, "Yes, young master, rest assured. I certainly won't let the children get tattoos." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Niu Ping and said, "Niu Ping, you'll have to come with me. This time, I'll choose a few formations to inscribe on your body. This will strengthen your defense as well as your attack. When the time comes, you can choose your own formations. Later on, I'll slowly perfect these formations and form a system. I'll inscribe formations according to each person's situation. At the same time, there are strict requirements for the tattooist. Therefore, this time, I'll have to talk to your grandfather about it." Niu Ping nodded, then he turned to Niu Ping and said, "Niu Ping, you'll have to come with me." Niu Ping nodded and said, "Yes, I'll follow the young master's instructions." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Bull Terrier and said, "Bull Terrier, there's one more thing that you need to pay attention to. It's the blue fish that you use to make your tattoo potions. The blood of these fish is an important material for making potions, so you might need to use it in the future. You need to pay attention to this and see if you can breed these blue fish. You can't just catch them, otherwise, sooner or later, all of them would be gone. You need to think of a way to breed these blue fish first. Moreover, you need to establish a large-scale breeding operation. I can have the fishmen help you and give you some ideas. If you have any needs, you can also tell them. But you need to hurry up with the breeding of these blue fish. Also, you need to plant the other herbs needed to make the tattoo potions. But I don't think those herbs are very expensive, so you can slowly expand the scale. There's no need to worry about this, the most important thing right now is the blue fish, understood?" Niu Gang nodded and said, "Yes, young master, rest assured. I'll do a good job." Actually, we also had this idea in the past. Later on, because we had fewer and fewer tattoos, we slowly put this matter aside. Now that we can do it again, it shouldn't be too difficult. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, it's good that you have experience. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you and Li Mingxing. I'll discuss it with Li Mingxing. He used to be a deputy hall master of the Sea Exploring sect. This time, I sent him here. Niu Ping, come with me." Niu Ping nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. Niu Gang and the others accompanied Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai and Niu Ping went to Li Mingxing's room and asked someone to invite Niu Ping's grandfather. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai turned to Niu Ping and said, "Niu Ping, you can see that you belong to the realm of body cultivators. You mainly rely on your body to attack. Moreover, you can inscribe a lot of formations on your body. I'm going to inscribe 5 formations on your body. Of these 5 formations, 2 are for defense, 2 are for attack, and the last one is to increase your speed. After inscribing these formations, you need to practice and adapt yourself to these formations as soon as possible. This will improve your fighting strength. Do you understand?" Niao Ping nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. Do you understand? Niao Ping nodded and said, yes, young master can rest assured. I'll study hard. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, here are the formations I've chosen for you. Old man, take a look and tattoo these formations on Niao Ping's body. There are also some things you need to pay attention to. You can't be careless with these formations. If you make a mistake, then you'll have a lot of trouble. Niao Ping's grandfather nodded. Then he received the jade slip that Zhao Hai handed to him. After seeing the contents of the jade slip, his expression changed slightly. This was because the contents of the jade slip were very complicated. Even if he wanted to tattoo it, it would take him a few days. But after a while, his complexion slowly recovered. He was very confident in his craft, he believed that he could do it. Therefore, he put the jade slip away and said to Zhao Hai, young master, please rest assured, I will definitely do a good job. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I've already told Bull Terrier about this matter. In the future, your ox tribe might need a lot of tattooists. When the time comes, you need to teach them. In the future, not only your ox tribe, but also the entire sea exploring sect would need tattoos. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you. Bull Terrier nodded, then he said, don't worry. When Niao Ping's grandfather heard Zhao Hai, he stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Then he said, many thanks to the young master. As long as our ox tribe's tattoo skills can be passed down, then I'll be very happy. Many thanks to the young master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, there's no need to be polite. Alright, you and Niao Ping can go back. Remember, don't worry about the tattoo. You must follow the instructions written on the jade slip. After they left, Zhao Hai turned to Li Mingxing and said, Mingxing, when you cooperate with the ox tribe, you need to pay attention to your methods. These fellows' tempers aren't very good, and their personalities are too straightforward. There are some things that you can't directly talk to them about, and you can't force them to do it. Do you understand what I mean? Li Mingxing nodded, then he turned to Li Mingxing and said, Mingxing, when you cooperate with the ox tribe, you need to pay attention to your methods. These fellows' tempers aren't very good. Li Mingxing smiled and said, yes. Sect Lord, rest assured, I understand. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Li Mingxing. Li Mingxing's strength wasn't bad. Most importantly, Li Mingxing's temperament was very good. Moreover, he was very resourceful and flexible. This was the reason why Zhao Hai sent Li Mingxing to the ox tribe. Zhao Hai already knew about the ox tribe's fighting strength. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was so concerned about the ox tribe. For Zhao Hai, the ox tribe's fighting strength was very good. Because of this, what Zhao Hai needed to do now was to make the ox tribe better and stronger. In the future, they would become a big help to him. After dealing with the matters that needed to be dealt with, Zhao Hai returned to Cloud Mist Peak. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai told Laura about the ox tribe. At the same time, he used his status as the sect lord to order all the disciples of the sea exploring sect to learn body cultivation techniques. Those who have already learned it before were to practice it. Those who haven't learned it before were to learn it immediately. Although the disciples of the sea exploring sect didn't understand Zhao Hai's order, they still followed Zhao Hai's order. Because of this, all the disciples of the sea exploring sect began to learn body cultivation techniques. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to prepare for the future tattoos on their bodies. When he was inside the space, Zhao Hai had already calculated that if the body cultivation techniques weren't up to standard, then the tattoos wouldn't be able to display their usefulness. One's strength wasn't bad, but if the body cultivation technique wasn't up to standard, then the skin wouldn't be tough enough. Moreover, the sensitivity of the skin to spiritual qi wouldn't be enough. Even if the body was tattooed with a formation, it wouldn't be able to display its usefulness. Why were talismans divided into several types? The lowest grade was the talisman made of paper, and its power was also the weakest. It was because the talisman made of paper had a limited amount of spirit energy. If you injected too much spirit energy into it, it would burn on its own. It was simply useless. Zhao Hai wanted people to practice body cultivation in order to temper their skin. At the same time, the skin needed to be tempered by spiritual qi. Finally, it would be able to withstand the effects of the formation. But the ox tribe didn't need to worry about this problem. They were beast cultivators, and regardless of whether they were willing or not, they still needed to practice body cultivation. Because of this, their skin had already met the requirements and could be tattooed. However, human cultivators couldn't do this. They needed to practice body cultivation techniques before they could get tattooed. Otherwise, they might hurt themselves. After talking with Laura, Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and Bai Jiyun to his study. After they sat down, Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "The improvements in the demon spirit realm are almost complete. Later on, the demon spirit realm will be on the right track. We can develop with peace of mind." "Jiyun, I want to ask you, have you been to the ice field to the north of the Yi sect?" When Wen Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Bai Jiyun's expression changed. He immediately stood up and said, "Sect Master, we have been to the ice field. But later on, it became a forbidden area. Nobody went there anymore." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He thought that they hadn't been there. He didn't expect them to really have been there. He looked at Bai Jiyun and asked, "What happened?" Bai Jiyun replied, "It's very dangerous there." It's not that the environment is dangerous, it's just that people who have been there will lose their minds. Almost everyone who has been there will go crazy after coming out. It's very strange. We still don't know why, but one thing is certain, it's very dangerous. When Zhao Hai heard Bai Jiyun, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Bai Jiyun and said, "Crazy? What kind of crazy?" Bai Jiyun said in a deep voice, "According to the historical records left behind by some sects, the people who came back from there would form a small gang in their own sect. The people who joined such gangs would become extremely greedy. As long as they saw something, they would try to snatch it. For this, they would not hesitate to kill and set fire to it. There were even some people who wanted to rebel, which was very serious. The most terrifying thing was that the strength of these people who joined the gangs would improve tremendously. Back then, Ari sect was deeply harmed by it, and even the Holy Gate suffered from it. Later, we had no choice but to directly kill all of them. During that period of time, our Holy Gate and Yi sect had a comprehensive ceasefire in order to deal with this matter. At the same time, our two sects suffered heavy losses." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "There's such a thing? This really makes me curious. I really want to know what's going on there." Bai Jiyun quickly replied, "Sect Master, you can't. That place is too dangerous. Ari sect and the Holy Gate have already made it a forbidden area. Nobody is allowed to enter there. If someone is found to have entered, they would immediately be killed on the spot. They wouldn't be allowed to live." Zhao Hai became even more curious. He asked, "Then how do you know that those people went to the ice field?" Bai Jiyun solemnly said, "Sect Master, we really do know. We left a race in the ice field to monitor the ice field. Even when we were fighting, we didn't send that race over." "Oh? What race is it?" Bai Jiyun replied with a deep voice, "It's the giant deer tribe. The giant deer tribe's fighting strength is formidable, their strength is incomparable. Most importantly, the giant deer tribe's thoughts are very simple. Therefore, we sent them over. The giant deer tribe lives a life isolated from the rest of the world. Aside from occasionally coming in contact with us to exchange for supplies, they rarely come out of the ice field. In fact, the area they live in is just the edge of the ice field." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How come I haven't heard you mention this before?" Bai Jiyun smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Master, I didn't mean to hide this from you. I really forgot about this matter. If Sect Master didn't mention this matter, I would have forgotten about him. Because there's almost no news about him, we really forgot about him." Bai Jiyun smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Master, I really didn't mean to hide this from you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It seems like there's something in the ice field. Otherwise, it wouldn't cause people to go crazy for no reason. If I have time, I must go and take a look." Bai Jiyun anxiously replied, "Sect Master, you can't. It's too dangerous. We've sent some supreme elders to the ice field before, but when they came back, they behaved normally. However, it didn't take long before they started to form their own factions and were killed by us. Sect Master, even supreme elders would be affected. You absolutely can't go. If something happens to you, then the sea exploring sect would be finished. Sect master, please reconsider. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, Zhiyun, there's no need to be agitated. Listen to what I have to say. Take a seat. Bai Zhiyun sat down and looked at Zhao Hai. Obviously, he still wanted to say something. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun's expression and smiled faintly. The matter in the ice field will be solved sooner or later. Do you think that it's fine as long as you don't let people in? That's impossible. Therefore, I'll still go in the future. But rest assured, I dare say that it won't affect me. You don't need to worry about this. When Bai Zhiyun heard Zhao Hai, he didn't know what to say. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, Sect Master, you must be suspecting that there's something special in the ice field. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhiyun understood that what he said was nonsense. If there wasn't something special in the ice field, it would be impossible for it to affect people's minds. Therefore, what he said was basically nonsense. Zhao Hai didn't blame him. Instead, he said, whether there's something special in the ice field or not, we have to figure it out. Otherwise, it will always be a hidden danger. After Bai Zhiyun stopped talking, Zhao Hai continued, what we need to do now is to accumulate some strength and prepare to attack the spirit realm. But before that, we need to deal with the origin ice field first. If we can't deal with the origin ice field, then we might end up in trouble. Bai Zhiyun nodded, then Zhao Hai said, all right. When Wen Hai nodded and said, boss is right. This matter must be dealt with. Otherwise, it might become a hidden danger. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, but there hasn't been any problems in the ice field for so many years. I think that there won't be any problems in the ice field for a while. We can wait for a while before going to take a look. When Wen Hai and Bai Zhiyun nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun and said, recently, everything has been going smoothly in the Esex branch. With you and the blue dragon here, there shouldn't be any problems in the spirit realm. Therefore, I can rest assured. However, I will still stay here for a few days and wait for news from the Ox clan. Once the Ox clan's matter is settled, I'll return to the Sword Spirit realm to take a look. When Wen Hai was puzzled, boss, what's going on with the Ox clan? Did you go to the Ox clan several times recently? Could it be that something went wrong there? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, it's a good thing that the Ox tribe didn't have any trouble. You should know that the Ox tribe simply can't learn formations. When Li Mingxing was teaching them formations, he was already going crazy. But recently, he found a way to solve this problem. Moreover, this method can be promoted throughout the sect. Therefore, I'm just waiting for this news. As long as this news is confirmed, then there's nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Wen Hai and Bai Zhifei knew that the Ox clan was learning formations. Before this, Li Mingxing had sent a letter to Zhao Hai more than once. He told Zhao Hai that the Ox clan wasn't suitable for learning formations at all. He said that Li Mingxing was going crazy. At that time, this matter was treated as a joke for a long time. They didn't expect that the matter would be solved now. Moreover, it can be promoted throughout the sect. This was something that both of them didn't expect. Bai Zhifei had a look of disbelief as he said, is what the sect master said true? Did the Ox clan really learn formations? And it can be promoted throughout the sect? How is this possible? The people of the Ox tribe have never had much talent in technical matters. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Zhifei, do you know that the Ox clan has tattoos? In the past, the Ox clan liked tattoos very much. When Bai Zhifei heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he nodded and said, right, there is indeed such a thing. The cow people are very fond of tattoos. The younger cow people don't have tattoos anymore, but the older cow people have tattoos all over their bodies. They look very scary. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's right. The cow people are very fond of tattoos. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the solution lies in the tattoos. Although the Ox tribesmen can't learn how to use formations, as long as they learn how to use formations and then tattoo them on their skin, they would be able to remember what they learned. They can even directly tattoo the formation on their skin, allowing them to use the formation directly. This is very magical. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Bai Zhifei and Wen Wenhai stared at Zhao Hai. They felt that Zhao Hai's words were like a fantasy story. How could someone learn something just by having it tattooed on their skin? It can't be used directly? Could it be that the formations tattooed on the skin can be used directly? How is this possible? Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. At first, I didn't believe it. But later on, I believed it. Niao Ping has two formations tattooed on his body. These formations can be used directly on his body. I haven't been here these past few days because I went back to Sky City to study this situation. I've already made some formations that can be tattooed on people's bodies to strengthen the defenses of the Sea Exploring Sect's disciples. I'm planning to promote this method in the sect station. In the future, all disciples of the sect will be able to use this method. Moreover, I've already ordered all disciples to practice body cultivation. Naturally, the demon race doesn't have to. When they heard Zhao Hai, Wen Wenhai and Bai Zhiyun understood what Zhao Hai meant. Bai Zhiyun excitedly said, "Sect Lord, what you mean is that in the future, all disciples of the sect will be able to tattoo formations on their bodies. When the time comes, these formations can be activated on the skin. When the time comes, the disciples will be able to increase their defenses?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct. Not only can it increase a disciple's defenses, but it can also increase a disciple's offensive capabilities. However, if the body isn't strong enough, then it's absolutely impossible. If a disciple wants to use this method, then their body must reach a certain level." When Wenhai excitedly said, "So you want boss to practice body cultivation?" "Ha ha ha. Boss, this method is really good. Very good. This way, the combat strength of the disciples can be improved a lot. This is definitely a good thing, especially for the demon race. Although their offensive capabilities aren't weak, they lack a long-range attack method. If we can increase their long-range attack method, then their combat strength would be greatly improved. This is definitely a good thing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, this is definitely a good thing. Therefore, I want to promote it throughout the sect. However, the prerequisite is that the disciples of the sect must practice body cultivation. After all, there are still some disciples in the sect who aren't up to standard. If their body cultivation isn't up to standard, then they won't be able to use this method." When Wenhai nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled, "All right, we'll have to wait for a while before we can get a result. Zhiyun, you go back first. Wenhai, stay behind, I have something to ask you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and smiled, "All right, we'll have to wait for a while before we can get a result. Zhiyun, you go back first." Bai Zhiyun nodded, then he stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before turning around and leaving. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what's the matter? Aren't we just waiting for the result?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "You should be careful when dealing with Bai Zhiyun in the future. We treat them as our own people, but they don't treat us as their own people. We need to observe them for some time. Although they haven't made any moves yet, that's because we're much stronger than them. Moreover, we've already divided all of their disciples. Because of this, they're very obedient. If one day they become strong enough to ignore us, then it's hard to say what would happen to them. Because of this, I'll slowly weaken their strength in order to integrate the entire beast race into our Sea Exploring sect. Do you understand?" When Wenhai nodded and said, "Boss, rest assured, I understand." "Right, boss, if you're so worried about them, then why did you tell them about this method? Isn't this just increasing their strength? Humans can use all kinds of artifacts, but the demons can't. This is because they need to be in their human form to use artifacts. If they attack us in their human form, then it would be the same as using their intelligence to attack us. Then they would certainly lose. If they use their true form, then they wouldn't be able to use artifacts. We can use artifacts to deal with them. This is why our Sea Exploring sect can defeat them. As long as we pay attention to them in the future, then it wouldn't matter. After a few generations, the demon race would be thoroughly integrated into our Sea Exploring sect, then we wouldn't have to worry about them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Our Sea Exploring sect can defeat them. As long as we pay attention to them, then it wouldn't matter. After a few generations, the demon race would thoroughly integrate into our Sea Exploring sect. In the next few days, everyone in the sect knew that Zhao Hai had ordered all disciples to learn body cultivation techniques. No matter who they were, they had to learn at least one body cultivation technique. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Scouring Sea sect. Although the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect didn't quite understand what this meant, it wasn't a big deal for them. To be honest, most of the disciples of the Scouring Sea sect had already learned some body cultivation techniques. Now, they were just picking them up to practice. It wasn't a big deal, so naturally, it didn't cause any disgust. 12 days later, news came from the Ox tribe that all the formations on Niu Ping's body had been tattooed. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately rushed to the Ox tribe. He didn't dare let Niu Ping use the formations right away. He wanted to see if there were any mistakes in the formations. If there were any mistakes, then it would be a big deal. If there were any mistakes in the formations, then there would be two situations. The first would be a good situation, but if there were more mistakes, then the formation wouldn't be able to be activated. The second situation would be that there were fewer mistakes in the formation, but it could still be activated. However, after activation, there would be an explosion, which would be very dangerous. If the formation wasn't tattooed on a person's body, then it would explode and kill the people around it. But now that it was tattooed on a person's body, if an explosion were to occur, then the person wouldn't be able to survive. This was equivalent to having a bomb inside the person's body. How could the person survive if the explosion occurred? Zhao Hai quickly arrived at the Ox clan's residence. When he arrived, he immediately called Niu Ping over to Li Mingxing's room. Originally, Niu Ping wanted to give Zhao Hai a room in the Ox clan's residence, but Zhao Hai didn't agree. He couldn't always stay in the Ox clan's residence, it was useless to give him a room. Li Mingxing's courtyard wasn't small, he could just live here, he didn't need another room. Niu Ping and his grandfather arrived at Li Mingxing's room. After looking at the two, Zhao Hai could see that Niu Ping's grandfather was very tired. He knew that Niu Ping's grandfather had done his best to tattoo the formations as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was very moved, he turned to Niu Ping's grandfather and said, "Elder, I've troubled you." Niu Ping's grandfather quickly replied, "Young master, you're too polite. It's no trouble at all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I won't be too polite. Niu Ping, let's go to the courtyard and restore your true body. I want to see the formation's progress." Niu Ping nodded, then the group went to the courtyard. Then Niu Ping restored his true body. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he slowly flew up. He discovered that Niu Ping's body was now covered with tattoos. These tattoos were very beautiful and looked very mysterious. Moreover, some of the colors were heavier while some of the colors were lighter. However, they all looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded, then he carefully looked at the formations on Niu Ping's body. He discovered that the formations that he gave to Niu Ping's grandfather were all embedded on Niu Ping's body. Moreover, they were arranged very well. Not only were there no mistakes, they were also very beautiful. There were even empty spaces that could be used to insert other things. This was very amazing. Zhao Hai nodded, then he carefully looked at the formations on Niu Ping's body. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Good, very good. Elder, your craftsmanship is very good. Niu Ping, let's go. We'll go to the mountains and find a place where there are no people. Then we'll see how powerful these formations are." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Niu Ping nodded, then turned into his human form and led Zhao Hai and the others to fly towards Oxhead Mountain. Although Li Mingxing followed, before leaving the academy, he sent someone to inform Niu Gang. He didn't want Niu Gang to think that something bad had happened when they tried to test the formation. Before long, the group arrived at an empty mountain in the Oxhead Mountains. After the group stood on top of the mountain, Zhao Hai turned to Niu Ping and said, "All right, this place is fine. You can give it a try. It doesn't matter if you transform into your true body or not." Niu Ping nodded, he didn't transform into his true body. Instead, he directly activated two defensive formations on his body. These two formations were placed in front of his chest and back by his grandfather. Now that they were activated, two energy shields appeared on Niu Ping's body. These two shields looked very thick. One could see at a glance that their defensive strength was very good. Zhao Hai nodded. These two shields weren't as simple as they looked. In fact, they had a certain rebounding ability. If you hit a shield, the shield would be able to reflect the energy back. Moreover, these two shields were slowly released by the formations. Their defensive strength was very strong. If a Supreme Elder didn't use the power of law, then they would only be able to break one shield at most. They would need 2 attacks to completely break the 2 shields. If they used the power of law, then needless to say, these formations wouldn't be able to resist. But even so, they were still very strong. With Niu Ping's strength, he could rely on 2 shields to block 2 attacks from a Supreme Elder. This was already very rare. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Ping and said, "Continue." Niu Ping nodded, then he let out a low shout as he directly activated the 2 offensive formations on his arms. These 2 offensive formations were actually very simple. One was a fire element offensive formation while the other was a wind element offensive formation. One had great destructive power while the other had fast attack speed. These 2 formations were actually very common. One was the fire dragon technique while the other was the wind blade technique. However, these 2 formations were sent out by the formation team. When the fire dragon was sent out, it turned into a 1,000-meter-long fire dragon. This fire dragon moved back and forth in the sky with extraordinary might, just like a real fire dragon. As for the wind blade formation, it was even more simple. It was just a wind blade without any special characteristics. However, the destructive power of this wind blade was very huge. Its attack power was very strong, comparable to a Supreme Elder's full-strength attack. Most importantly, its speed was very fast. Within 100 meters, one could raise one's hand and the wind blade would arrive. It was extremely fast. The fire dragon circled in the sky a few times before finally hitting a small hill. The hill was directly hit by the fire dragon, creating a huge crater that was more than 10 meters deep. The hill disappeared, showing how strong the fire dragon's destructive power was. That wind blade left a deep crack on one of the mountain peaks. You couldn't even see how deep it was. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the offensive power of these 2 formations. However, Niu Ping and the others were very shocked. They didn't think that the offensive power of these 2 formations would be this strong. Zhao Hai said, "Try the acceleration formation. You need to pay attention to this formation. You need to practice it more. Otherwise, when you fight in the future, you will feel very uncomfortable using it." Niu Ping nodded and then activated the acceleration formation. The acceleration formation didn't show any external signs. It only felt that the energy around Niu Ping wasn't right. Other than that, it didn't feel anything. Niu Ping tried to move but found that his body seemed to have become very light. Moreover, when he wanted to move forward, it felt as if someone was pushing him from behind. When he took a step forward, he was already more than 10 meters away. He wasn't used to this and almost fell down. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Good, very good. You need to practice this acceleration formation more in the future. It's best if you practice it while flying. As for the other formations, you don't need to practice them too much. Offensive formations are very powerful, but they also require a lot of energy to activate. Moreover, with your current strength, you can't fully control these formations. If you use them too much, it might hurt your body. Therefore, it's best if you don't use them too much. Once you reach the Dao fusion stage, these formations would be the most suitable for you. Remember, formations are just tools, they're your last resort. Don't use them during normal times, understand? Do you understand?" Niu Ping's excitement slowly calmed down. Then he said, "Yes, I understand. Young master, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you remember. Let's go back." The group nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai back to the academy. Upon arriving, they saw Niu Gang and the others waiting for them. Niu Gang had a worried expression on his face. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others return, his expression relaxed. He immediately went forward and gave Zhao Hai a salute as he said, "I've seen the young master." "Young master, how did the experiment go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It was very successful. The formations on Niu Ping's body have all been tested successfully. However, you can't put other formations on his body in the future." Niu Ping and Niu Gang's grandfather nodded. Jiao Hai looked at the other oxen and smiled. Let's go back. Niu Gang, come with me. Niu Ping, old man, you can go back as well. Niu Ping and Niu Gang's grandfather nodded. They knew that Jiao Hai had something to discuss with Niu Gang and the others. Therefore, it was time for them to leave. Jiao Hai, Niu Gang, and Li Mingxing went to Li Mingxing's room. After the three sat down, Jiao Hai opened his mouth and said, the experiment this time was very successful. Niu Ping's performance was also very good. This makes me very happy. This means that the method of tattooing formations is indeed feasible. In the future, our sea exploring sect's disciples will be much stronger. Li Mingxing and Niu Gang stood up, then they cupped their fists towards Jiao Hai and said, congratulations sect master, young master. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to say that. For us, this is a good thing. Today, I came here to talk to you about something else. Niu Gan, do you know about the giant deer tribe? Niu Gan smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Niu Gang stared for a moment before his expression changed. He quickly stood up and said, young master, please forgive me. I actually forgot about the ice field. Jiao Hai waved his hand and said, I don't blame you. Tell me, what happened there? Regarding the ice field, Jiao Hai was actually very concerned about it. This was because the ice field was very dangerous. He didn't want such a place to exist in his domain, a place that could affect people's minds. Such a place was simply too dangerous. Because of this, Jiao Hai was very concerned about this place. He asked Niu Gang about it. Niu Gang was a member of the ox race. Once they recognize you as their lord, then they wouldn't betray you. Therefore, Jiao Hai was very assured about their loyalty. He didn't believe Bai Zhiyun, but he believed in Niu Gang. Hearing that Jiao Hai didn't blame him, Bull Terrier stood up and sat down under Jiao Hai's gesture. Then he opened his mouth and said, young master, it's like this. The ice field is a world that has been deliberately forgotten by the demon. The reason why it was forgotten is because there's a demon living in the ice field that can confuse people. No one has ever seen the true face of this demon, but his strength is very formidable. Everyone who enters the ice field would be confused by him. Once they return to their sex, they would develop their own forces and become kings. What's even more frightening is that their strength would increase in a short period of time, and at an astonishing speed. The reason why their strength increased so quickly is because they would pray to the demon. The second reason is that they can offer sacrifices to the demon in order to gain strength from the demon. In order to deal with the people who were confused by the demon, the Holy Gate and the Will sect stopped fighting and even formed an alliance to a certain extent. In the entire demon spirit world, there are only a few races that weren't affected. Among them, the giant deer race was the least affected. As for our bull race, we weren't affected much at that time. But because we have Bullhead Mountain as our fief, and because we aren't suitable for living in the periphery of the ice field, we stayed here. On the other hand, the giant deer race was sent to the periphery of the ice field. They lived there for generations and now have little contact with the outside world. It's precisely because of this that we forgot about their existence. Bull Terrier nodded and said, the giant deer race is a race that was deliberately forgotten by the demon spirit world. There are only a few races in the demon spirit world that weren't affected. Jiao Hai nodded and said, what you said is similar to what Bai Zhiyun said. He also said that he forgot about the existence of the ice field. It seems like the ice field is a very dangerous place. If I have time, I'll go and take a look. You mustn't, young master. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Niu Gang's expression changed. He immediately jumped up and shouted to Jiao Hai, young master, the ice field is too dangerous. There are supreme elders who have comprehended the power of laws. After entering the ice field, they were confused by the devil. Young master, you mustn't go. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you, what do you want us to do? Young master, you mustn't go. Seeing Niu Gang's reaction, Li Mingxing's expression also changed. Li Mingxing had been in contact with Niu Gang these past few days, so he knew what kind of person Niu Gang was. Niu Gang was a very honest person. He wouldn't lie, nor would he exaggerate. Therefore, what he said was true. In other words, the ice field was very dangerous. Li Mingxing quickly stood up and said, Sect Master, the ice field is very dangerous. Sect Master, it's not good for you to go there. Sect Master, you are now the Sect Master of the Sea Exploring Sect. If something happens to you, then the Sea Exploring Sect will be finished. Sect Master, please reconsider. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, you can rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I won't rashly enter the ice field. However, I must go and take a look at the giant deer tribe. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Niu Gang and Li Mingxing relaxed. Then the two nodded. If Zhao Hai wants to take a look at the giant deer tribe, then that's fine. Niu Gang replied, young master, the relationship between the Julu tribe and the Yi sect isn't very good. Their fighting strength is very strong, but their relationship with our Niu tribe is pretty good. We've always had some contact with them. Every year, our Niu tribe would trade with them. It can be said that the relationship between our two tribes is the best in the entire Yi sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. When I go to the giant deer tribe, I'll have you accompany me. After all, I still don't know the giant deer tribe. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Niu Gang quickly said, young master, it's not that the giant deer tribe is unreasonable. It's just that the place they live is too harsh and too obscure. Therefore, they don't know what happened to the Yi sect. Young master, please don't blame them. It can be seen that the relationship between the ox tribe and the giant deer tribe was very good. Otherwise, Niu Gang wouldn't speak up for the giant deer tribe. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't mean to blame the giant deer tribe. I'm just curious about what kind of tribe they are. They can actually survive in this world of ice and snow for such a long time. When Bull Terrier heard Zhao Hai, he let out a sigh of relief, then he opened his mouth and said, young master, the giant deer tribe really doesn't have it easy. But because their character is very similar to our bull tribe, the two of us can get along very well. Their tribe is very suitable for living in a world of ice and snow. Their bodies are covered with thick hair. Their hooves are very big, so they won't sink in the snow. Most importantly, they eat almost everything. It's precisely because of this that they can live comfortably on the edge of the ice field. Zhao Hai nodded and said, now that you mention it, I want to go and take a look even more. However, we'll have to wait for an opportunity to talk about this in the future. Niu Gang, there's something I need you to do this time. In fact, it's between you and Li Mingxing. Listen carefully, this matter is very important. Niu Gang quickly replied, yes, young master. Please instruct us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this matter is actually aimed at the Yi sect. I don't fully trust Bai Jiyun, at least for now. Although I have transferred all of the Yi sect's disciples out, leaving only 1/3 of them, the remaining people were selected by me. They are all very loyal to Bai Jiyun. If something happens, these people will only listen to Bai Jiyun and not the sect. For the sect, this is a hidden danger. Therefore, I will give you a task to secretly pay attention to their movements and see if they take any action. If they dare to take any action, inform me immediately. You don't have to make a move, just inform me, understand? Do you understand? When Niu Gang and Li Mingxing heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then Niu Gang's eyes lit up and he said, young master, rest assured. I understand what to do. Zhao looked at Bull Terrier and said, Bull Terrier, remember, I want you to do things in secret. You must not let Bai Jiyun know that you are monitoring him. You can't even change your attitude towards him. How you get along with them in the past, how you get along with them in the future. As long as you secretly pay attention to their movements, you will be fine. Do you understand? Bull Terrier nodded. Niu Gang nodded and said, yes, young master, rest assured. I understand. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Li Mingxing and said, Mingxing, you are very meticulous. This matter will require your help. Moreover, there will be a lot of people coming to the Oxhead Mountain to comprehend the Dao character. You must secretly observe them. Do you understand what I mean? Li Mingxing replied, yes. Sect Master, rest assured. I understand what to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, it's good that you understand. Although Bai Jiyun has surrendered, I still feel that there's something wrong with him. You just need to secretly observe him. Most importantly, don't let him know that you're observing him. Understood? Li Mingxing replied, yes, sect master. We understand. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, before the matters of the monster spirit realm and the ice field are settled, I won't attack the spirit realm. The spirit realm is very strong, I don't want any accidents to happen. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. The two nodded at the same time. Then Zhao Hai turned to Niu Gang and said, Niu Gang, I want you to remember that the Ox tribe has a lot of supreme elders. Moreover, you have comprehended the power of laws. You must keep this a secret. Even if people know about it, you can only let them know about a small part of it. The rest of the experts can't be known. You are the troops that I left behind. When the time comes, you will play an important role. Niu Gang happily complied. Naturally, he was very happy to be able to deal with Bai Jiyun. After all, they didn't have a good relationship with the White Flood Dragon tribe. If Zhao Hai can deal with the White Flood Dragon tribe, then they would be happy. Zhao Hai looked at Niu Gang, then he said, Niu Gang, can you think about what is important to the sect that you forgot? Or is there something important to the White Flood Dragon tribe that you didn't remember? Niu Gang was stunned for a moment. Then he sat there quietly and carefully thought about the White Flood Dragon tribe. After some time, his eyes lit up and he said, Sect Master, now that you mention it, I remember that the White Flood Dragon tribe wasn't a Flood Dragon tribe at all. They were just a branch of the Snake tribe. Then one day, for some reason, a lot of experts suddenly appeared in their tribe. Moreover, their entire tribe began to evolve and eventually became the White Flood Dragon tribe. Slowly, people forgot that they were from the White Flood Dragon tribe. As for why they had such a change, I heard that it was because of a treasure of their tribe. But as for what kind of treasure it is, I don't know. Then when did this change begin? Where did that treasure come from? I don't know about this person because it's been too long. However, I still know a little about him from the historical records left behind by the clan. I heard that a long time ago, before our demon race flourished, the continent was still under the rule of our clan. Then, one day, a meteor appeared in the sky. Then, the human race slowly weakened while our demon race flourished. Legend has it that at that time, a small meteor fell into the demon world. Later, it was obtained by the White Flood Dragon clan. Their treasure seems to be that small meteor. Meteor? Zhao didn't expect this, but he heard something different. The smile on his face disappeared, and he gently frowned. When did the meteors appear in the sky? Zhao asked. When did the meteors appear in the sky? Zhao asked. Niu Gang didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. He thought for a moment before he replied, according to the historical records of the demon spirit realm, it was 1,000 years before the demon race flourished. 1,000 years later, the demon race flourished. Because of this, there was a song that was passed down. It said, fire illuminates the sky for 1,000 years, the demon race flourishes today. Zhao Hai nodded and said, where did the meteor land in the end? Niu Gang shook his head and said, nobody knows. Because the demon race hadn't flourished at that time, there were no records of this matter. However, there were 2 lines in the song that were passed down. It said, fire illuminates the sky in the extreme north, the blood of the human race flows dry. The ice god is furious, sending divine water to freeze the world and extinguish the fire. Therefore, the meteor should have landed in the ice field. This is because the only place that fits the song is the ice field. Zhao Hai stood up and gently stomped on the ground. Then he said, so the changes in the ice field should have started at that time. So we must go to the ice field. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Niu Gang and Li Mingxing's expressions changed. They stood up and said, Sect Master, Young Master. Without waiting for them to speak, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there's no need to say anything, I understand what you mean. However, this matter must be done. I'd been suspecting that the Sword Spirit Realm was split up for a reason. I heard that the Sword Spirit Realm and the Spirit Realm were separated because of different ideologies. Later on, when I came to the Demon Spirit Realm, I discovered that the Demon Spirit Realm was divided into 2 because of different ideologies. This made me feel that something was wrong. Now that Niu Gang said this, it confirmed my point of view. The Sword Spirit Realm wasn't an accident, it was deliberately done by someone. It can even be said that someone schemed against us. When Niu Gang and Li Mingxing heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't know what to say. They didn't think that this matter would be this serious. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You might not believe it, but if you think about it, you'll feel terrible." The sword spirit realm and the spirit realm were separated because of different ideologies. At that time, the great beings believed in each other and separated the two realms. This proved that the great beings of that time were very powerful. Just a few of them were enough to separate a realm. But whether it's the sword spirit realm or the demon spirit realm, are there still such great beings? Are there still people who can do this? Now that all the great beings have joined forces, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to separate a realm. Why? Is it because we've become weaker? Is it because we're not good enough? But why are there still people in the sword spirit realm and the demon spirit realm ascending? Could it be that the great beings of ancient times didn't need to ascend? Zhao Hai's series of questions left Niu Gang and Li Mingxing at a loss for words. They realized that there was indeed a problem with what Zhao Hai said, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. But later on, due to various reasons, the sword spirit realm was very strong and could accommodate countless experts. But later on, the sword spirit realm was divided into several smaller realms. Because of this, the laws of heaven and earth would naturally weaken. Naturally, it would be impossible for the sword spirit realm to be as strong as the sword spirit realm in the past. This is why the sword spirit realm and the sword spirit realm are much weaker compared to the sword spirit realm. The most important reason for this is the problem with the laws of heaven and earth. But this isn't natural. Someone must have been plotting against the sword spirit realm. Someone must have discovered how strong the sword spirit realm was, so they used all kinds of means to tear the sword spirit realm apart, making a powerful realm weak. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The sword spirit realm is a lot stronger than the sword spirit realm. But this isn't natural. Someone must have been plotting against the sword spirit realm. Someone must have discovered how strong the sword spirit realm was, so they used all kinds of means to tear the sword spirit realm apart, making a powerful realm weak." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The sword spirit realm is a lot stronger than the sword spirit realm. Someone must have discovered how strong the sword spirit realm was, so they used all kinds of means to tear the sword spirit realm apart, making a powerful realm weak." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The sword spirit realm is a lot stronger than the sword spirit realm. Mingxing, you should know how terrifying the demon sword saint is. He was able to make Grandmaster Huide, who had been guarding his Buddhist heart, lose his Buddhist heart. But if the demon sword saint did this alone, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it. He's too weak. Therefore, there might be stronger people involved. They wouldn't just watch the sword spirit boundary become stronger. In other words, they might have been paying attention to us. Once we become stronger, they might make a move. The ice field might be a foreshadowing that they buried. Just like the demon sword sect in the sword spirit boundary, once they make a move, they would be very terrifying." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The demon sword sect is very powerful. Once they make a move, they would be very terrifying." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, Li Mingxing's expression changed. He knew how terrifying the Saint Monarch of the demonic sword was. At that time, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention and fell into the Saint Monarch of the demonic sword's trap. Naturally, this didn't mean that the Saint Monarch of the demonic sword injured Zhao Hai. Instead, it meant that Zhao Hai didn't pay attention and allowed the Saint Monarch of the demonic sword to affect other people, including eminent monks like Grandmaster Huide. Li Mingxing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, is this true? Are they really that powerful?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's very possible. But do you know what's important now? It's the White Flood Dragon clan. If the legend is true and the White Flood Dragon clan really obtained the meteor fragment, then the White Flood Dragon clan is related to the thing in the ice field that can affect people. They might even be similar. If that's the case, then the White Flood Dragon clan won't sincerely surrender to us. Young master, what are we waiting for? Let's directly kill the White Flood Dragon clan and wipe them out completely, so that they won't harm others." No, the White Flood Dragon clan has ruled the Yi sect for many years. Their status among the disciples of the Yi sect is still very high. If I deal with them now for no reason, it will cause great dissatisfaction among the disciples of the Yi sect. Even the Holy Gate will have a reaction. They will think that I want to eradicate them. That will be even more troublesome. Do you understand? Sect Master, what you mean is that we should secretly monitor the White Flood Dragon clan. As long as we catch the real evidence, we can properly deal with the White Flood Dragon clan? If I didn't guess wrong, then the White Flood Dragon clan's treasure might be able to affect a person's mind. Those who have been in contact with the White Flood Dragons for a long time might be affected. If that's the case, then it would be troublesome. I'm not too worried about the Ox tribe. If the Ox tribe is affected, then I'm afraid they wouldn't disobey the will of the White Flood Dragon clan. Moreover, the Ox tribe has my Dao character protecting them, so they shouldn't be affected. However, the other people in the Mind sect might be affected. It seems like after I go back, I need to research something that can restrain this effect as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. I'll return to Sky City in the Sword Spirit world and deal with this matter. You too, remember, don't speak about what we talked about today. Don't tell anyone about it, understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, that's what I meant. But we still need to be careful. If I didn't guess wrong, then the White Flood Dragon clan's treasure might be able to affect people's minds. Therefore, people who have been in contact with the White Flood Dragons for a long time might be affected. Li Mingxing and Niu Gang quickly replied, yes, Sect Master, Young Master, can rest assured. We definitely won't speak of it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, remember what I said. Monitor the White Flood Dragon clan, but don't let anyone discover you. Alright, I'll be leaving. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly left the room. When Li Mingxing and Niu Gang came out of the room, Zhao Hai had already disappeared. Niu Gang turned to Li Mingxing and said, Dean Li, what do you think we should do about the young master's instructions? Li Mingxing thought for a moment before replying, it's best if we don't do anything right now. Recently, the sovereign has been visiting the Ox clan too many times. I'm afraid that the Ox clan has already been noticed by others. If we do anything now, we might be discovered. Therefore, we shouldn't do anything right now. Don't tell anyone about what the sovereign said today, not even those closest to you. It's best if you forget about him. It won't be too late for us to take action after a while. Niu Gang thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, alright, then I'll treat it as if this matter didn't happen. I'll go back first. I still need to talk to the clan about the Azure Thorn formation. Li Mingxing nodded and said, right, you have to think like that. You have to treat this matter as if it doesn't exist. Don't think about it at all. We'll talk about it later. The sect master has instructed us to not expose ourselves. Therefore, we can take action later, but we can't take the risk of being discovered by them. Niu Gang nodded and said, alright, you're more thoughtful than me. I'll listen to you on this matter. Alright, then I'll go back. Then he left Li Mingxing's courtyard and flew towards the new city. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to Sky City. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai, Ding Chunming, Long Ding Tian, Jia Yiming, and the other higher-ups of the Exploring Sea sect to Sky City. Then he told them about what he heard from Niu Gang today. In the end, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, whether or not this matter is as I expected, we still need to prepare. Therefore, I'll be going into seclusion with Laura and the others to research how to make something that can resist the influence of the Azure Thorn formation. Because of this, I'll leave the matters of the Exploring Sea sect to you. Wen Hai, you'll be in charge of the overall situation. As for the others, you'll need to help Wen Hai. I believe that it wouldn't take long for us to come out. When that time comes, I'll go to the Giant Deer tribe and see if there are any changes. I'm worried that the Giant Deer tribes will have been shaken. Once I return, I'll make arrangements to deal with them. Do you understand? Everyone knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter, so they replied, yes, we understand. Sect Master can rest assured. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai handed over the matters of the Exploring Sea sect to them. Therefore, they were already used to it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, I'll leave the Exploring Sea sect to you. Remember what I said. After that, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others into seclusion. Although it was called seclusion, it was actually called seclusion. Actually, it was called seclusion, but it was actually called seclusion. Inside the space, Zhao Hai began to research what to use and what formations to guard people. This was very important. After entering the space, Laura and the others couldn't help but frown. They hadn't encountered this kind of situation before, so they didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry. We've also encountered this before. Just treat him as a stronger version of the demon sword saint. I think that he must have been restricted by something, so he couldn't come to the sword spirit world. Therefore, he used this method to influence people. This is actually a method to arouse a heart's devil. Just treat this method as a heart's devil, it's just that the heart's devil is strengthened." When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but stare. Then Laura's eyes lit up as she said, "If Brother Hai says so, then I know what to do. In order to deal with heart demons, as long as we have 1,000-year-old cold jade, we can add some formations to it. Not only can it help people stabilize their minds, it can also act as an early warning. Once it detects heart demons, then the cold jade would react. With this, there shouldn't be any problems. What do you think, Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Actually, Brother Hai, I don't know how to deal with heart demons." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's not just the higher-ups of the sea exploring sect, it's also the same for the ordinary disciples. Everyone needs to carry a jade token with them. Now that my understanding of the Tao of runes has deepened, I can leave runes on the jade tokens. That should be enough." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded and said, "All right, then let's do that. I think we can use the name of changing the tokens of our disciples. While we're at it, we can also change all of their tokens. This way, nobody would be suspicious. What do you think, Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then it's settled. We'll make a lot of these jade cards, and then we'll use them as an excuse to change the identity cards of the disciples. This way, we won't arouse any suspicion, and our goal will be achieved." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then we'll make a lot of these jade cards." Now that he had a goal, everything became easier. For Zhao Hai, the 1,000-year-old cold jade was nothing more than a treasure to be found in the space. Not to mention the 1,000-year-old cold jade. Even the 10,000-year-old cold jade could be found in the space. However, the 10,000-year-old cold jade couldn't be taken out. He wasn't afraid that the space wouldn't have any, but he was afraid that if he took out the 10,000-year-old cold jade, other people would think that it was a supreme treasure, which wouldn't be good. Using 1,000-year-old cold jade to make an identity card was something that only Zhao Hai could do. Other people wouldn't even dare to think about it, it was too wasteful. One must know that 1,000-year-old cold jade was a top-quality refining material. Who would be willing to use it as an identity card? Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't let the disciples of the sea exploring sect know that it was 1,000-year-old cold jade. Because of this, after making the identity cards, he had to disguise them so that they wouldn't be discovered. Because the space had the universal manufacturing machine, it was very easy for the machine to make identity cards. Therefore, the production speed was very fast. However, because Zhao Hai needed to replace a lot of identity cards, it would take some time for the process to be completed. Zhao Hai calculated that it would take about a month. Zhao Hai didn't plan to go out. He already said that he would go into seclusion, so he would let Wen Hai and the others manage the sea exploring sect for a month. Zhao Hai also wanted to see what would happen in the sea exploring sect while he was gone. If something really happened, then he would be able to deal with it when he goes out. Zhao Hai and the others had been busy recently, so they didn't have much time to spend with Laura and the others. Therefore, they took advantage of this month's time to take a good rest and spend some time together. Naturally, Laura and the others were very happy. Although the scenery inside the space didn't change, they were still very happy to be able to stay together with Zhao Hai. During this time, although Laura and the others were managing the sea exploring sect, they still felt that the happiest time was when they were inside the space with Zhao Hai. However, they were also very clear that although they were the happiest inside the space, they couldn't stay inside forever. They needed to keep moving forward. Only in this way would they be able to know what was out there, what was out there. Only then would they be able to know what was out there, what was out there. Only then would they be able to know what was out there. However, resting in the space for a while was very good for them. They liked this feeling very much, they were very happy. After a month, they prepared their identity cards and came out of the space. However, they discovered that there were no changes in the Sea Exploring sect. Everything was normal. There were no problems with the Sea Exploring sect under Wenwenhai's control. Everything in the Sword Spirit Realm and the Demon Spirit Realm were also normal. At this time, the Demon Spirit Realm's branch had been divided. The formation covering the entire Demon Spirit Realm had also begun to operate. Everything was on the right track. For the Sea Exploring sect, there was no better news than this. The Chicken Heart Ridge branch was now occupied by a lot of disciples. With the Chicken Heart Ridge as their base, a large amount of land was opened there. Moreover, the land had already been transformed into spirit fields. The same was true for the Wolf Ivory Mountain and the Holy Gate branch. A lot of the original disciples of the Holy Gate had been transferred away. However, under the management of the Blue Dragon, the Holy Gate's disciples were doing very well. The Holy Gate's disciples had also accepted the fact that they were disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, the Sea Exploring sect was very good to their disciples. Because of this, the Holy Gate's disciples were already used to this identity. In the Oxhead Mountain, the Ox tribesmen were still living their old lives. However, the Ox tattooing masters had become the most respected profession in their clan. A lot of Ox tribesmen were already determined to become tattooing masters. In the Eastern Sea branch, the fierce Tiger Daoist was still in charge. The place was also doing very well. Everyone was busy opening spirit fields and mines. As for the E-sect branch, there were no problems. Bai Zhiyun seemed to really want to become a hall master of the Sea Exploring sect. He managed the E-sect in an orderly manner. The people sent by the Sea Exploring sect didn't find anything wrong with Bai Zhiyun. Everything was normal. Zhao Hai didn't find it strange. Even if Bai Zhiyun really had a problem, he wouldn't make a move at this time. If he made a move now, he would be courting death. Therefore, Zhao Hai was sure that even if Bai Zhiyun wanted to make a move, he would wait for a while before making a move. Now, he would be very obedient. After understanding the situation of the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai directly ordered all the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to change their identity cards. This matter was very important for the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. Although the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect didn't understand why they had to change their identity cards, they heard that the new identity cards had some additional functions. It was more suitable for the disciples to use than the old identity cards. All the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect happily changed their identity cards. The matter of changing the identity cards was very smooth. Zhao Hai also asked the E-sect branch to change the identity cards of the disciples who were loyal to Bai Zhiyun. He wanted to see if there was any reaction on those identity cards. If there was a reaction, then there was no need to change them. If there was no reaction, then it wouldn't be too late to change them. With this change, they found that the identity cards really had a reaction. The identity cards flashed with bursts of red light, so Zhao Hai immediately took back the identity cards and replaced them with ordinary identity cards. However, these disciples were all ordered by Zhao Hai to be closely monitored. In addition to the disciples of the E-sect branch, Zhao Hai also found that many of the higher-ups of the E-sect were the same. When they changed their identity cards also flashed with red light. This meant that their minds were also affected by external forces. Such people must be closely monitored. This time, changing the identity cards was tantamount to a census. All the problematic people in the Sea Exploring sect were found out, especially those who had been invaded by external demons. When it came to people, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were still pretty good. Except for the demon cultivators of the E-sect, the other disciples of the Sea Exploring sect really didn't find out that they had been invaded by external demons. This was really rare. The demon cultivators of the E-sect branch didn't find out about this. This was because their identity cards looked the same as the identity cards of the other disciples. Therefore, they naturally didn't think that this identity card was actually not that simple. The matter of the E-sect branch had now come to an end. The next step was to collect evidence of the E-sect branch. As long as they found evidence that they wanted to harm the Sea Exploring sect, then Zhao Hai would be able to deal with them. However, this was obviously impossible to do in a short time. At this time, Zhao Hai had another thing to do, and that was to visit the giant deer tribe in the periphery of the ice field. He didn't need to use the E6 transmission formation to go to the giant deer tribe. Because of this, Zhao Hai went to the ox tribe. Not only did he want to go through the ox tribe, he also wanted Niugung to go with him. The ox tribe and the giant deer tribe had a good relationship. Having Niugung follow him would make it more convenient for him to communicate with the giant deer tribe. There were no changes in the ox tribe. When Zhao Hai appeared in the transmission formation, Niugung led the elders of the ox tribe to greet him. Li Mingxing also followed, and even Niu Ping's grandfather came along. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. There's no need to be so polite. Go do what you need to do. Niugung, how has the ox tribe been recently? Niugung quickly replied, replying to the young master, the ox tribe is doing very well. Moreover, because they're learning formations faster, they're also improving the land faster. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, we don't need to rush things. We need to make them truly learn formations. Understood? Niugung nodded. Zhao Hai followed Niugung and the others to the ox tribe's meeting hall. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Niugung and said, Niugung, I came this time because I want to go with you to the giant deer tribe. You have to come with me this time. After all, I'm not familiar with the giant deer tribe, so I need you to explain it to me. Niugung quickly replied, young master, you can rest assured. I'll make arrangements for the tribe and then immediately go with you. I won't delay the young master's matters. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then you can go and prepare. There's no need to be too anxious. It doesn't matter if we go to the giant deer tribe a day earlier or a day later. Make arrangements for the tribe. Niugung nodded, then Zhao Hai went to Li Mingxing's courtyard. Li Mingxing was waiting for Zhao Hai in the courtyard. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, he quickly invited Zhao Hai to the living room. After the two sat down, Li Mingxing poured a glass of water for Zhao Hai and said, Sect Lord, we haven't been monitoring Bai Zhiyun's group in this period of time. This is because you've been coming to the ox tribe a lot recently. If we monitor Bai Zhiyun at this time, then we might be discovered by him. Therefore, I didn't have Patriarch Niugung take any action. Once Bai Zhiyun isn't paying attention, then it wouldn't be too late to take action. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you did the right thing. It's not suitable to monitor Bai Zhiyun and the others right now. I've visited the ox race many times, so Bai Zhiyun must have noticed it. Additionally, the ox race and Bai Zhiyun aren't on good terms with each other. Therefore, he would pay special attention to the ox race's situation. If the ox race were to make a move at this time, they would certainly be discovered. Then they would know that we're monitoring them, which would make things even more difficult. This time, I changed the identity token to confirm that Bai Zhiyun and the others have been invaded by external devils. The result is very obvious, they have been invaded. Therefore, we can now begin to plan how to deal with them. However, we still need to pay attention to the method, we can't act recklessly. When Li Mingxing heard Zhao Hai, he was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed as he asked, Sect Master, did Bai Zhiyun and the others really get invaded by external devils? Zhao Hai nodded and said, our new identity cards have the ability to stabilize the mind and prevent external devils from invading. At the same time, they also have an early warning function. As long as someone is invaded by external devils or is about to be invaded, this formation will emit a red light. This time, whether it's Bai Zhiyun or his companions, as long as the jade card gets close to them, it will emit a red light. Therefore, I can now confirm that Bai Zhiyun and the others are indeed being invaded by external devils. Li Mingxing's expression turned ugly as he said, it seems like everything Bai Zhiyun did before was fake. He wants to slowly destroy our sea exploring sect from the inside. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, his idea is good, but it's not up to him to decide whether it will succeed or not. It's up to us. If we didn't know about this matter, then it's fine. But now that we know, their plan naturally won't succeed. However, this also confirms my previous guess. The sword spirit boundary might have been schemed against by someone. Li Mingxing said in a deep voice, just as Sect Master said, the sword spirit world should have been incomparably powerful back then. If it could still be schemed against under such circumstances, then wouldn't the person who schemed against the sword spirit world be even stronger? Sect Master, who do you think schemed against the sword spirit boundary? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I still don't want to think about this problem. Mingxing, you said it yourself that the sword spirit boundary was extremely powerful back then. Who else can scheme against the sword spirit boundary? I'm afraid that there's no one in this layer who has such strength. Li Mingxing's expression completely changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, do you mean that it's someone from the upper realm? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's just a guess. No one knows what's going on. Forget it, let's not think about it. We'll slowly find out about this matter in the future. Li Mingxing's expression was still ugly. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, there's no need to worry. Even if the Ascenders are plotting against the Sword Spirit Realm, they would only be plotting against the previous Sword Spirit Realm, not the current Sword Spirit Realm. The Sword Spirit Realm now belongs to our Sea Exploring sect. In the past, the Sword Spirit Realm was made up of several sections. But now, the Sword Spirit Realm belongs to our Sea Exploring sect. Even if the Ascenders want to scheme against the Sword Spirit Realm, they wouldn't be able to personally come here. Otherwise, the laws of the world would suppress their strength. When the time comes, it would be hard to say how much strength they would be able to display. When the time comes, we might be able to deal with them. Li Mingxing didn't say anything, but his expression still wasn't good. One must know that Li Mingxing and the others were very afraid of the upper realm. They wouldn't be as indifferent as Zhao Hai. At this time, Niu Gang came in from outside. When Zhao Hai saw Niu Gang, he immediately said, Niu Gang, how is it? Have you taken care of the clan's matters? Niu Gang gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, yes, young master. I've already handed over the clan's matters. We can now head to the giant deer tribe. I've already sent a message to them, we can go now. Niu Gang nodded and said, all right, young master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and turned to Li Mingxing and said, Mingxing, you don't need to think about those things. Just teach the children of the Ox tribe well. You don't need to worry about anything else. Li Mingxing nodded, then he said, Sect Master can rest assured, I'll do my best. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, remember my words. Niu Gang, let's go. Although Niu Gang didn't know what Zhao Hai said to Li Mingxing, he could tell from Li Mingxing's expression that it was something important. Niu Gang didn't say anything, he just nodded and led Zhao Hai towards the transmission formation. It didn't take long before the two arrived at the transmission square. Upon arriving at the transmission square, the two immediately went to a prepared transmission formation. Then they immediately activated the transmission formation. A white light flashed as the two disappeared. In the next moment, the two appeared in another transmission formation. This transmission formation wasn't very big, it can only transport about 50 people. It was a small transmission formation, and it was actually built on ice. Zhao Hai looked around and saw several tall people standing next to the transmission formation. These people were even taller than the Ox tribe. They were wearing snow-white fur clothes that looked very warm. However, the fur on their clothes was very long, making them look even taller. It gave people the feeling that a group of polar bears were standing there. In front of these people was a cultivator who looked about the same age as Bull Terrier. This cultivator was very tall, more than 2 meters tall. His muscles looked very sturdy. When he saw Bull Terrier and Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted them. But he only looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed at Bull Terrier. He opened his arms and patted Bull Terrier's body. Old Bull, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to be this strong. This really surprised me. When did you break through? You actually comprehended the power of law. Not bad at all. It can be seen that the two were old friends. Moreover, their relationship was quite good. Because of this, Bull Terrier didn't become polite, he gave Zhao Hai a hug and then said, Old man, we haven't seen each other for a few years. It seems like your strength hasn't made any progress. I also broke through recently. Come, let me introduce you, this is the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, the Lord of the Ox tribe. Sect Master Zhao Hai, my strength has improved thanks to the young master. It was the young master who helped us. When the giant deer tribe member heard Niu Gang, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. However, he didn't show much respect. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you the one who led the sea exploring sect to destroy the sect?" Zhao Hai didn't take offense, he just smiled faintly and said, "That's me." Niu Gang said that your tribe doesn't communicate with the outside world. It seems like he's wrong. You seem to be very knowledgeable about this matter. Ha 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 ha, although our giant deer tribe lives in this bitter cold place, we are still very concerned about the outside world. Naturally, it's impossible for us to not have any news at all. You've done well to destroy the sect. Ha 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 ha, how satisfying. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he looked at the giant deer tribe member and said, "Oh? Interesting, aren't you from the sect? I thought that you would hate me for destroying the sect. I didn't expect you to be so happy. What's there to be unhappy about? Our giant deer tribe has almost nothing to do with the sect ever since we came here. Moreover, our giant deer tribe has always been at odds with the white flood dragon tribe. I'm happy that you destroyed the sect. What's the meaning of your visit this time? Could it be that you want to destroy our giant deer tribe? Old Ning, you've gone too far. How dare you talk to the young master like that? Come, come, come. Let me teach you a lesson." When Niu Gang saw Old Ning talking to Zhao Hai like that, he couldn't take it anymore and was about to make a move. When Old Ning heard Niu Gang, he stared blankly. Then he looked at Niu Gang and saw Niu Gang glaring at him. It seems like Niu Gang was really angry. This made Old Ning stare blankly. He thought that Niu Gang was forced to surrender to Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Niu Gang would protect Zhao Hai. This was something he didn't expect. Old Ning looked at Old Ning and coldly snorted. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, don't be angry. He's just a scoundrel. He's called Ningli, the patriarch of the giant deer tribe." Zhao Hai sized up Ningli, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm not angry. I can see that he's talking to me like that because of you. He thinks that I forced you to become my servant. Hee hee. Patriarch Ning, I came this time to take a look at your giant deer tribe. Secondly, I want your giant deer tribe to officially join my sea exploring sect. Thirdly, I want to think about the situation in the icy field." When Ningli heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything for a while. Then he looked at Niu Gang and said, "All right. Sect Master Zhao Hai, please follow me. Let's talk inside." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked with Niu Gang and Ningli towards an igloo. This place didn't look any different. The only difference was that there was a tall flagpole in front of the igloo. Hanging on the flagpole was a pair of large antlers. The igloo had a special characteristic, it was that it was circular. Although it was very tall inside, the entrance wasn't very big. Zhao Hai, Niu Gang, Ningli, and a few other elders of the giant deer tribe entered the igloo. When they entered the igloo, they had to squeeze inside. The igloo was made of huge ice blocks. It looked crystal clear and very beautiful. Inside the igloo, it was very warm. There were no chairs or anything like that, only some animal skins were spread on the floor. People could just sit on the animal skins. In the middle of the igloo, there was a brazier. On top of the brazier, there was an iron wok. Meat was stewing in the iron wok. Bursts of meat aroma spread out from the milky white meat broth, making people unconsciously drool. After Ningli invited Zhao Hai and Niu Gang to sit down, he personally took out several bowls from the brazier. Then he filled the pot with broth and gave everyone a bowl. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He received the broth and drank a mouthful. The broth was very rich and very tasty. After drinking a mouthful, one would feel warm all over. Moreover, one could see that the broth was made from good beast meat. The taste was very good. Niu Gang also wasn't polite. After drinking the broth, he placed the bowl down and said to Ningli, "Old Ning, you and I are old friends. I won't be polite with you. The young master is very strong. Moreover, he is very fair and takes good care of us. This time, I came with the young master because of the matter that the young master talked about. Also, I want to persuade you to come with me and join Zhao Hai's banner and become the young master's servants." Niu Gang's words didn't only make Ningli stare, even Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that Niu Gang would have such a plan. Stuli looked deeply at Niu Gang and said, "We'll talk about this later. Let's talk about Sect Master Zhao Hai. Sect Master Zhao Hai, you said that you came to our giant deer tribe for 3 reasons. First, you came to take a look at our giant deer tribe. What do you mean by that?" Zhao Hai said, "Nothing much. I just want to see your environment and see if you've been affected by the evil intent in the ice field. This is what I want to see. Therefore, I came to take a look at your giant deer tribe." Stuli nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The second thing you said is that you want our giant deer tribe to join the sea exploring sect. I want to know, what will you do if our giant deer tribe doesn't join the sea exploring sect?" Zhao Hai looked at Stuli and said, "I'll send an army to force you to surrender. If you don't surrender, I'll slaughter your entire tribe." Zhao Hai's words were domineering, causing Stuli to stare. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. "Aren't you afraid that I'll make you stay here today?" When Niu Gang heard this, he suddenly stood up and stared at Stuli as if he was about to attack. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand. "All right, Niu Gang, sit down. There's no need to be so agitated. Patriarch Stuli, to be honest, I don't believe that you have such strength. It's not that I, Zhao Hai, am confident in my own strength. I believe that you won't be able to keep me here. Therefore, I'm not worried at all. If I, Zhao Hai, was really that weak, then I wouldn't have been able to conquer the Holy Gate, force the surging Yi sect, and take over the entire demon spirit realm." Stuli looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good. Sect Master Zhao Hai, you didn't lie to me. Very good. I can see that you're sincere in coming for our giant deer tribe. Come, have another bowl of meat soup." Then he personally picked up Zhao Hai's bowl and poured a bowl of meat soup for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Stuli, he couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "You and the ox tribe are friends. Only people with similar temperaments can become friends. The ox tribe's temperament is very straightforward. I believe that you are the same as well. So I won't beat around the bush. I'll be frank with you." Stuli nodded, then he said, "Sect Master Zhao Hai, what do you mean by your third point of wanting to take a look at the ice field?" Zhao Hai replied, "The ice field is a very dangerous place. Sooner or later, we'll have to deal with it. But now is not the time, we're not ready yet. Therefore, I want to see if there are any signs of evil in the ice field. If there are any signs, then we'll have to prepare to move you away." Stuli stared, then he nodded and said, "That makes sense. I didn't think that Sect Master Zhao Hai would want to deal with this matter. I want to know, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's very simple. When I'm ready, I'll enter the ice field and see what the source of the evil will is. As long as I can solve the problem, the evil will naturally be solved." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Enter the ice field alone? You're saying that you'll enter the ice field alone? That's very dangerous. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for Niu Gang and the others stopping me, I'm afraid that I would have already entered the ice field. But I can't be anxious now, because there are some things that I have to deal with in the sea exploration sect. If I don't deal with those things, then I can't enter the ice field." Niu Gang looked at Stuli and said, "Old Stuli, the young master came this time to see you. Your life here is too bitter, and there are too few resources. After joining the sea exploration sect, you will know the benefits. The young master is completely different from those fellows from the Yi sect." Old Stoli replied, "Although our giant deer tribe lives in the periphery of the ice field and is almost isolated from the rest of the world, we are still people of the Yi sect. Since the Yi sect has surrendered, what reason do we have to not surrender?" "Sect Master, you're thinking too much. Our giant deer tribe has long been part of the sea exploration sect." When Zhao Hai heard Stoli, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, very good. It's good that you can think this way. Today, I brought some identity cards. Take them with you. Not only can these identity cards help you cultivate, they can also play a defensive role. If there really is an evil intent invasion, they can also play a defensive role." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and gave it to Stuli. Stuli received the spatial bag, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, are you telling the truth? Are these identity cards really that useful?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. I've already tested it and it's very useful. Therefore, you can take these identity cards with you in the future. As long as there's a red light on the identity card, it means that there's an evil intent invasion. You have to be extra careful. Stuli quickly said, "Thank you, Sect Master. These things are really useful to us." After he finished speaking, he took out the identity cards and took one for himself. He then distributed it to everyone. Then, he handed the bag to an elder beside him and instructed that elder to distribute the identity cards. At the same time, they also recognized the identity cards as their masters. Niao Gang looked at Stuli's expression and smiled. Then he said to Stuli, "Old Stuli, what do you think of my previous proposal? What do you think of becoming the young master's servant tribe?" Stuli replied, "This matter isn't something that I can decide on my own. I need to discuss it with the people in the tribe first." Bull Terrier wanted to say something, but Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Bull Terrier, forget it. Patriarch Lai, besides coming here to see you, I also have something else to do. I want to leave a character here so that you can look at it and comprehend it. If evil spirits invade, then this character can protect you for a period of time. Then you can immediately withdraw." Bull Terrier nodded and said, "Don't worry." When Niao Gang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you, young master. I thank you on behalf of Stoli." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Stoli and said, "Patriarch Stoli, you can choose a place." Stoli didn't understand why Niao Gang was so excited when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to leave a word. However, he still opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master, please come with me." "How big is the word you want to leave?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, 10 square meters. Stoli stared, but he still nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to ask Sect Master to come with me. Outside of my tribe's residence, there's an iceberg that hasn't melted for 10,000 years. Sect Master can leave the word on top of that iceberg." Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked out of the igloo. When he arrived outside, Zhao Hai had time to carefully look around. Although he looked around before, all he could see were igloos. There was nothing special about this place. Now, he could finally take a good look at his surroundings. Stoli led Zhao Hai and the others to fly towards the giant deer tribe's residence. The giant deer tribe's population wasn't as large as the ox tribes. At this time, the giant deer tribe's population was less than 10 million. But even so, they still occupied a large area. This was an incomparably large ice surface. On the surface of the ice, one could see many igloos. Countless giant deer tribe members were busy working here. At this point, Zhao Hai wanted to know what the giant deer tribe lived on and what they ate. But at this time, they left the giant deer tribe's residence and arrived outside. Sure enough, not far from the giant deer tribe's residence was a very tall iceberg. This iceberg was very tall, but it also looked very strange. The iceberg looked like a huge wave, but when the wave reached its peak, it froze. Because of this, the wave was very tall, about 1 kilometer in height. Stunned led Zhao Hai to the side of the iceberg and said, "Sect Master, this is the place. I don't know how many years this iceberg has been formed, but because of this iceberg, the place where our people live is safe. After passing through the iceberg, there are a lot of beasts inside. We usually hunt on the other side of the iceberg, it's also our main source of food." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded. He already thought that the giant deer tribe might rely on hunting for food. But if such a large tribe relied on hunting for food, then even if there were a lot of beasts here, wouldn't their food be insufficient? However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Zhao Hai flew towards the iceberg and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and took out his golden pen. After adjusting his breathing, the pen in his hand moved as a large Dao character slowly appeared on the iceberg. As soon as the Dao character was formed, Zhao Hai felt a powerful force coming from the character. It drove the spiritual qi in his body to circulate. This made Zhao Hai stare at the scene. Cough. A light cough was heard. Stunned Li's spirit was shaken, and he immediately woke up. He immediately understood that he had been fascinated by the word. This was something he didn't expect. In the past, when Zhao Hai said that he would leave a character here, they would be able to comprehend it and protect their clan. He didn't believe it, but now, he believed Zhao Hai's words. The character that Zhao Hai left behind contained the great Tao, it could make people indulge in it. Zhao Hai looked at Stoli and said, Patriarch. Stoli, this character will be left here. You can look at it and comprehend it. But if there are any changes to this character, then it means that the evil intent has erupted. You must immediately leave this place. Do you understand? Zhao Hai didn't leave this character for the giant deer tribe to comprehend, it was to deal with the evil intent. However, there wouldn't be any problems if the giant deer tribe were to comprehend it. Because of this, Zhao Hai said this. Stuli quickly replied, yes. Rest assured, sect master. I will make the necessary arrangements. This time, Stuli's tone was a lot more polite. Moreover, Stuli's aura was filled with respect. It could be seen that he was very convinced of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led the way towards the giant deer tribe. After arriving, he followed Stuli to his igloo. After everyone sat down and drank a bowl of meat soup, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, Stoli, since the matter here has been resolved, I won't say anything else. We'll stay here for a day. Tomorrow, I'll bring some disciples from the sect to take a look and help you understand the management of the sea exploring sect. At the same time, I'll tell you about the children of the giant deer tribe as well as their schooling. I won't explain these things to you. Arrange a room for me so that I can rest. I'll let Niu Gung explain the rest to you. Stuli nodded and personally arranged a large room for Zhao Hai. After sending Zhao Hai to rest, Stuli invited Niu Gung to his room. At the same time, the elders of the giant deer tribe also arrived. After everyone arrived, Stuli looked at Niu Gung and said, Old Niu, tell me, what's going on? Is the sect master really that strong? Did your ox tribe really become the sect master's servant? Niu Gung looked at Stoli and chuckled, Old Stoli, it's not that I want to criticize you, but do you really think that it's that easy to become the young master's servant? If it weren't for our many years of friendship, I wouldn't have asked the young master to accept you as a servant. Do you know how many people in the sect want to become the young master's servant but are unable to do so? Do you think that you can become the young master's servant just because you want to? Even if you want to, the young master doesn't want to. Stoli looked at Niu Gung in confusion and said, How can this be? No matter how strong the sect master is, our entire tribe has already surrendered to him. Why wouldn't he be willing? Niu Gung sneered and said, The young master's strength isn't something that you can imagine. Our ox tribe has undergone earth-shattering changes. The young master left the word Tao in our tribe. Within a month, more than 20 supreme elders who have comprehended the power of law appeared in our tribe, causing our tribe's strength to increase greatly. Moreover, our tribe now has its own academy where all our children are studying. Most importantly, the young master has changed all of our land into spiritual fields. In the future, we can harvest around 10 crops of spiritual rice in a year. Moreover, the young master has also found a way to allow our disciples to easily learn the art of arrays. All of these changes were brought about by the young master. Let me tell you, there are so many people who want to become the young master's servant, but how strong can your giant deer tribe be? The young master has the ability to manipulate people. With just a single order from him, who knows how many experts would work for him? What's there to be proud of with just your giant deer tribe? When Stoli heard Niu Gung, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Niu Gung and said, Old bull, is what you said true? Has your ox tribe really become that good? What are spiritual fields? 10 crops of spiritual rice in a year? You're not dreaming, are you? What are you dreaming about? Although our ox tribe's land hasn't been completely transformed into spiritual fields, there are still many places that have been transformed into spiritual fields. We can harvest spiritual rice once a month. How many times do you think we can harvest in a year? Old Stoli, do you know why I made you a servant? It's because your giant deer tribe's temperament is similar to our ox tribe. The young master likes straightforward people like us. Once we become the young master's servant, we won't betray him. Otherwise, do you think the young master would accept you? Zhao Hai sat in his igloo and quietly listened to the conversation between Niu Gang and Tuli. Just like what Niu Gang said, he liked the giant deer tribe very much. This was because the giant deer tribe was similar to the ox tribe. They were straightforward people, right was right and wrong was wrong. Because of this, Zhao Hai liked them very much. But in general, the giant deer tribe was more scheming than the ox tribe. This was something that could be seen when Zhao Hai first met them and they tried to probe Zhao Hai. But no matter what, the giant deer tribe was still a race worth accepting. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't oppose Niu Gang's words. He wanted to accept the giant deer tribe as a servant race. The reason why Zhao Hai stayed behind today was to give Niu Gang time to persuade Tu Li. Zhao Hai believed that as long as he wasn't there, Tu Li and Niu Gang would have a lot of things to talk about. Naturally, Zhao Hai guessed correctly. Niu Gang and Tu Li had a lot of things to talk about. Niu Gang was currently trying to persuade Tu Li. Although Zhao Hai's igloo was some distance away from Niu Gang's igloo, Zhao Hai could still easily listen to their conversation. Even if he wanted to see what they were doing, he could still do so. However, Zhao Hai didn't look. This was because he knew that Niu Gang was an expert who had comprehended the power of laws. His senses were very sharp. If he really looked at what Niu Gang and the others were doing, then Niu Gang might be able to sense it. Because of this, Zhao Hai just listened and didn't look. Now that he saw how effective Niu Gang's persuasion was, Zhao Hai didn't look at the sea anymore. To be honest, accepting the giant deer tribe as a servant race was good. But if he couldn't accept them, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhao Hai didn't lack such a race. He had a lot of races that he hadn't released yet. If he released all of them, then not to mention the demon spirit realm, even the sword spirit realm and the spirit realm would be destroyed in an instant. This was especially true for Zerg and the xenomorph race. These two races were pure killing machines. Not only can they kill, they can also evolve. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't dare release them, they were too dangerous. Although he had the space, he didn't need to worry about these two races betraying him. But once they were released, then it would mean extinction. Not only would they kill other races, they would also eat them clean. The destruction of an entire realm was too terrifying. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't release them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't really care about the giant deer tribe. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't very enthusiastic about this matter. No longer paying attention to what Bull Terrier and the others were saying, Zhao Hai took out his formation and sent a message to Laura and Wen Hai. Not only did he send them the coordinates of the giant deer tribe, he also sent them information about the tribe's situation. The giant deer tribe was very good, they weren't invaded by demons. No wonder Bull Terrier said that the giant deer tribe was the least likely to be invaded by demons. Sure enough, the giant deer tribe wasn't easy to be invaded by demons. It seems like Bull Terrier was right. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The reason why Zhao Hai told Laura about the giant deer tribe's situation was because he wanted to tell her to pay attention to the situation when she sends her disciples to the giant deer tribe tomorrow. She also wanted to tell them to bring more useful things. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to bring anything. Zhao Hai also discovered that the things that the giant deer tribe burned were mostly wood and dung. It can be seen that the things that they burned weren't very rich. Because of this, it was necessary to bring some formation furnaces to the giant deer tribe. At this time, a lot of people from the sea exploring sect were using formation furnaces. However, most of them only used them for cooking. Moreover, these formation furnaces were too small, they weren't suitable for the giant deer tribe. The most suitable formation furnace for the giant deer tribe was the one that Zhao Hai gave to the beastmen a long time ago. These formation furnaces were actually called magic furnaces. They were like fire basins and could be placed on the ground. Moreover, the furnace didn't only produce heat, it would also produce flames. Not only could it be used for heating, it could also be used to roast meat or make soup. This kind of formation furnace was the most suitable for the giant deer tribe. Zhao Hai didn't need to make these formation furnaces. He had a lot of them in the space, all of them were prepared for the beastmen. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to prepare anything. He just had Laura and the others take them out from the space and bring them here. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai gave Laura and the others a little time to prepare. This was because the best gift for the giant deer tribe could be given at any time. Moreover, there were plenty of them. After a night of silence, the next morning, a large number of cultivators arrived at the giant deer tribe's territory through the transmission formation. The appearance of these cultivators made the giant deer tribe very lively. One must know that the giant deer tribe didn't have many people in the past. Now that there were so many people, the giant deer tribe couldn't help but feel surprised. Zhao Hai led Niu Gang and the others to wait at the transmission formation. When these people arrived, Zhao Hai immediately went forward to greet them. When the leader saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Ling Yu has seen the sect master." This Ling Yu was the hall master of a branch of the sea exploring sect. However, his branch's location was quite special. It was in the sea and had been dealing with the sea beasts. This time, Zhao Hai sent him to the giant deer tribe's territory. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, did you bring the things?" Ling Yu immediately replied, "Yes, sect master. I brought the things." Then he took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the spatial bag and opened it to take a look. Then he nodded and said, "Niu Gang, arrange for them to rest. Ling Yu, come with me." Niu Gang advised him a lot yesterday. He also knew how powerful Zhao Hai was. Now, he was no longer against becoming Zhao Hai's servant. The giant deer tribe was different from the giant deer tribe. The giant deer tribe was suppressed by the giant deer tribe. The giant deer tribe was different from the cattle tribe. Although the cattle tribe had been suppressed by the sect, they were still able to live a good life. However, the giant deer tribe was different. The giant deer tribe lived in this bitter cold land. Although they were used to living here, they didn't produce much every year. Therefore, their tribe's resources were never enough. Every year, some of them would go hungry. It was precisely because of this that they hoped to have a strong person to rely on. In the past, they weren't too sure about Zhao Hai. But now, they completely believed in Zhao Hai. Rather than saying that they believed in Zhao Hai, it was better to say that they believed in Bull Terrier. Zhao Hai had a calm expression as he led Niu Gang to the room that Niu Gang was in yesterday. After entering the room, Zhao Hai directly sat on the main seat. Naturally, no one was dissatisfied with this. The giant deer tribe was now a member of the sea exploring sect. Naturally, Zhao Hai would sit on the main seat. After Zhao Hai sat on the main seat, he looked at Niu Gang and said, "Niu Gang, I sent these people today to help you manage the giant deer tribe. If you have any problems in the future, you have to discuss it with them. Do you understand?" Niu Gang stared, then he turned to Ling Yu, who was sitting beside Zhao Hai. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, sect master. My giant deer tribe has decided to become sect master's servant tribe. I wonder if sect master is willing to accept us?" Zhao Hai looked at Jolie and said, "Jolie, you have to think about it. If you become my servant, then the lives of your people will be mine. Even if I tell you to die, you can't go against me. Are you willing?" Jolie nodded, then he looked at Jolie and said, "Jolie, you need to think about it." Niu Gang replied, "We are willing. Sect master, please accept us." Then he directly knelt before Zhao Hai. The other members of the giant deer tribe also knelt before Zhao Hai. Yesterday, when Bull Terrier and Selly spoke, they were all present and heard it. They also knew that Zhao Hai was very strong, and they had already discussed it yesterday. They wanted to join Zhao Hai, so they acted like this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Originally, I didn't want to accept any more servant tribes. But since your giant deer tribe was introduced to me by Niu Gang, then I'll accept you. In the future, you will be my, Zhao Hai's, servants." When Niu Gang heard Zhao Hai, Niu Gang quickly knelt before Zhao Hai and said, "Many thanks, young master." Niu Gang greets the young master. "Not bad, you even know how to address me. Did Niu Gang teach you? Get up." Zhao Hai waved his hand. When they heard Zhao Hai, Niu Gang nodded and stood up. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them sit down. After they sat down, Zhao Hai took out the spatial bag that Ling Yu brought and gave it to Niu Gang and said, "Niu Gang, these are some things that the sect prepared for you. In a while, distribute them to your people. In the future, the giant deer tribe won't have an academy here. I think the giant deer tribe's house can be moved to the ox tribe's academy. In any case, they can live there. Niu Gang, are there any problems?" When Niu Gang heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replying to the young master, "There's no problem. The Ox Tribe's academy was remodeled from the old city. It's very big and can allow many children to study there. There's no problem at all." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Ling Yu and said, "Ling Yu, What you need to do in the future is to help Niu Gang manage the giant deer tribe. Let them know about the rules of the sea exploring sect. Also, pay attention to the changes in the ice field. If you discover any abnormalities in the words I left on the ice mountain or your identity cards, inform me immediately. At the same time, organize people to evacuate immediately. Understood? Ling Yu stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Yes. Rest assured, sect master. Ling Yu understands. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave this place to you. If there's anything you need, just report it to me. The sect will pay special attention to you. Jolie, let me tell you, although your giant deer tribe is my servant, you're also part of the sea exploring sect. You have to abide by the rules of the sea exploring sect. Don't think that just because you're my servant, you can act recklessly. If you really do, then I won't let you off easily. Yes, young master. We definitely won't act recklessly. Seeing Zhao Hai's bull terrier leave, Zayli felt as if he was dreaming. Now, he had actually become Zhao Hai's servant. This made him very surprised. At the thought of this, he could not help but turn his head to look at Ling Yu. Ling Yu stood there with a calm expression on her face, and no emotions could be seen on her face. Stunned, he turned his head to Ling Yu and said, Elder Ling Yu, what should we do next? Ling Yu turned her head to look at Zayli, then she smiled and said, Patriarch Zayli is too polite. You are the patriarch of the giant deer tribe, Ling Yu will listen to your orders. However, I think that the resources left behind by the sect master should be distributed to the other clansmen as soon as possible. This way, the lives of the giant deer tribe would become more convenient. Zayli stared. Zhao Hai gave them a spatial bag before, but he didn't have time to look at it. Now that he heard Ling Yu, he immediately took out a spatial bag and scanned it with his spiritual force. He couldn't help but stare. This was because the cold storage bag was actually filled with spatial bags. He didn't know how many there were, but in short, there were a lot of them. With a thought, a spatial bag appeared in Zayli's hand. He scanned it with his spiritual force and found that it was filled with spatial bags. This made him even more stunned. Then he immediately took out another spatial bag and scanned it with his spiritual force. This time, his expression changed. He became very excited. It was no wonder that he was so excited. This was because the spatial bag was filled with grains. Bags of grains were exuding spiritual chi. It was actually spirit rice. Upon seeing the spirit rice, Zayli couldn't help but become excited. One must know that the giant deer tribe didn't have enough food every year. Although they wouldn't starve to death, they would always be half full. This gave Zayli a headache. Now that so many grains appeared, he was very surprised. Ling Yu looked at Zayli, then she smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Zay, this time, I didn't just bring you grains, there are also other things. Take a look. Shuli nodded and began to take out the space bags one by one. Then, he slowly looked at them. Inside these spatial bags, there were a lot of grains. There were also some spatial bags that contained fruits and vegetables. Moreover, these things were spirit plants. One must know that these things were very rare in the giant deer race. Because of the weather, fruits and vegetables didn't grow here. It has been a long time since the giant deer race had eaten these things. This made the giant deer race very surprised. Then, he looked at some of the space bags and found that there were some biological products in them. Moreover, there were many kinds of them. They were very good daily necessities. This made him very happy. Finally, he took out some braziers from his spatial bag. These braziers weren't very big, they were smaller than the braziers they used. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that these braziers were made of an unknown material. They were very light in his hand and had beautiful patterns on them. Stundley took out a brazier and placed it in his hand. He didn't know why the brazier was so complicated to make. Ling Yu smiled and said, This is something that the sect master specially prepared for you. It's a type of formation brazier. As long as you put a bit of spiritual energy into it, the brazier can be activated. Then the fire inside the brazier will continue to burn, it will never go out unless you turn off the brazier. Do you see it? Ling Yu said. Here, as long as you touch it, the brazier can be turned off. If you don't touch it, the brazier will continue to burn. Zayli stared, then he was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the brazier. Then he poured a bit of spiritual qi into it. As soon as the spiritual qi entered the brazier flashed with a red light. Then with a bang, a flame appeared on the brazier. Then the flame grew bigger and bigger until it turned into a large flame. Moreover, the flame was very stable, it didn't look like it would extinguish at all. Zélie and the others stared at the brazier. Then Zélie's face turned happy as he said, "Good stuff, this is really good stuff. Elder Lung, does this brazier need to be replaced with spirit stones? How long does it take to change the spirit stones?" Lingyu smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. Patriarch Zé, this brazier doesn't need to be replaced. It can continue to burn. There's no need to change the spirit stones." Zélie stared, then he said, "No need for spirit stones? Then where did this flame come from?" Lingyu shook her head and said, "No one knows about this, but I heard that it was researched by those fellows in the Sexarray Hall. However, no one knows what those fellows have researched." Zélie nodded, then he looked at the brazier in his hand and said, "It's really good stuff. As long as we have this, we won't have to worry about burning anything." Lingyu smiled and said, "Patriarch Zé, why don't we distribute these things?" Zélie quickly said, "Right, I should. I'll distribute these things right now." These things were very important to the giant deer tribe, so they had to be distributed immediately. After the items were distributed, the giant deer tribe immediately became happy. It was as if they were celebrating the new year. After all, they didn't have such good things before. However, because the giant deer tribe had a lot of people, it took 2 days for the items to be distributed. After 2 days, everything was distributed. Zélie and the others let out a sigh of relief. After dealing with this matter, Lingyu and the other disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect began to teach the giant deer tribe the rules of the Sea Exploring Sect. When the giant deer tribe heard that they could receive so many things as disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect, they were overjoyed. They didn't think that joining the Sea Exploring Sect would bring so many benefits. Then, Lingyu began to organize the Zhu clan and sent their children to the Ox clan to learn with the Ox clan's children. In the beginning, Zélie was still worried about the children, so he went to the Ox tribe to take a look. Although he trusted the Ox tribe, these children were the future of the giant deer tribe. He couldn't ignore them. However, after seeing the Ox tribe, Zélie was relieved. The environment of the Ox tribe's academy was very good, much better than he expected. Not only could the children learn a lot, but they also didn't have to worry about food, clothing, and shelter. There were also children of the same age who could play with them. This made Zélie feel relieved. When Zélie arrived at the Ox tribe, Nyogung naturally wouldn't let him leave immediately. Nyogung led Zélie to tour the Ox tribe. At the same time, Nyogung told Zélie about the Azure tattooing formation. Zélie had only heard about it from Nyogung before. Now that he saw it, he was very surprised. The giant deer tribe was the same as the Ox tribe. They didn't have any advantage in terms of technology. Therefore, if the Azure tattooing formation was successful, then it would be very beneficial to the giant deer tribe. When Zélie returned to the giant deer tribe, he was already completely loyal to Zhao Hai. This was because he had seen how powerful Zhao Hai was. He knew that following Zhao Hai would be very beneficial. After Stunley returned to the giant deer tribe, he also told them about his experience in the Ox tribe. The giant deer tribe was startled and happy at the same time. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this formidable. After they were completely convinced by Zhao Hai, Lingyu and the others' work became much easier. The giant deer tribe didn't have any conflicts with the rules of the Sea Exploring Sect before, but now, they didn't. This was another advantage that Lingyu and the others had. However, Lingyu didn't come to the giant deer tribe just for this. Although he was also monitoring the ice field, he also had other tasks. That was to solve the problem of the giant deer tribe's food supply. This might not seem like a big deal, but it was actually a big deal. The giant deer tribe had more than 10 million people. If they didn't produce anything and only ate, then the amount of food they ate every day would be a huge number. If they relied on the Sea Exploring Sect to provide food, then it wouldn't be a problem. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. All the cultivators of the Sea Exploring Sect had to do sect missions. The Ox tribe also had to plant food. On the other hand, the giant deer tribe didn't have any sect missions, they only had to watch the ice field. this wasn't good. Perhaps the giant deer tribe would slowly become lazier and lazier. Because of this, Leng Yu had another task. He wanted the giant deer tribe to be self-sufficient. He also wanted them to find a way to feed themselves. Hunting beasts was a method that the giant deer tribe used in the past. They could also use it now. However, this method couldn't be used as the main method. This was because the uncertainty of this method was too great. Because of this, he needed to think of other ways to solve this problem. However, the giant deer tribe was limited by their environment. What they could do was very limited. First of all, they couldn't plant anything. This was because the giant deer tribe's territory was actually a huge sea of ice. There was no way for them to plant anything. If they couldn't plant anything, then there was no way to raise anything. You can raise beasts, but beasts also need to eat. You can't just let them eat ice, right? Because of this, raising them was also impossible. However, Zhao Hai also gave Leng Yu an idea. It was to raise fish. Zhao Hai had used this method before in the Lost Soul Empire. Raising fish required a high-temperature fire in the water. This would increase the temperature of the water and then raise other fish. However, after Leng Yu tried it, he discovered that this method wouldn't work. This was because the temperature of the ice field was too low. Even a high-temperature fish wouldn't be able to survive here. If this method didn't work, then he could only think of other methods. After Leng Yu understood the giant deer tribe's situation, he finally decided to plant a special herb in the ice field, the ice crystal flower. This was an ice-type plant that only grew in the ice field. However, it was very rare. If this ice crystal flower was successful, then it would be of great help to the sea exploring sect. Naturally, the sea exploring sect didn't lack the things that the giant deer tribe needed. The harvest of Zhao Hai space in a single day was more than enough for the giant deer tribe to use in 100 years. The reason why Zhao Hai had the giant deer tribe do this was to give them something to do. In the past, the giant deer tribe were worried about food every day. Therefore, they had to hunt and do other things. But now that they had enough food, what would they do if they stopped? Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to give them something to do. Hunting was a necessity, and at the same time, planting ice crystal flowers. The giant deer tribe didn't oppose this matter at all. They had lived in the ice field for many years, hunting had already become a part of their lives. Even if Zhao Hai didn't allow them to go, they would still secretly go. As for the ice crystal flower, it was a very good thing. It was just that they had never succeeded in growing it before. Now that Leng Yu wanted to try it, they naturally wouldn't oppose it. Leng Yu was very attentive to the matter of planting ice crystal flowers. He directly reported to Zhao Hai and told him that the giant deer tribe wanted him to plant ice crystal flowers. Not only did Zhao Hai not oppose, he even gave his full support. He even sent some spirit plant masters to help Leng Yu. In this way, the giant deer tribe was on the right track. At this time, Zhao Hai returned to Sky City and took control of the sea exploring sect. However, most of Zhao Hai's energy was spent on deciphering the heaven and earth runes. At the same time, he also paid more attention to the situation of the ice field and the sect. A year slowly passed by. The development of the demon spirit plane was normal. Zhao Hai no longer went to the demon spirit plane, he didn't even go to the ox tribe. However, the sea exploring sect had introduced a new benefit, the azure tattooing formation. After a year of research, the azure tattooing formation could finally be implemented by the entire sect. This was very important. At first, the disciples of the sea exploring sect didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted them to become body cultivators. But now that the tattooing array had been introduced and explained to them, they immediately understood that the reason they cultivated body cultivation was to use the tattooing array. The human race's ability to accept things was the strongest, let alone a method that could allow them to increase their strength. Therefore, this tattoo array formation was immediately implemented in the sea exploring sect. In the beginning, only the cow race had tattooists. It wasn't easy to implement the tattooing formation in the entire sect. But slowly, tattooists began to appear in the human race. Moreover, their tattooing skills weren't any worse than the cow race tattooists. In fact, they were even better than the cow race tattooists. In the end, a large number of human tattooists began to appear. Moreover, the materials used for tattooing were improved several times. Finally, after a year of the Sea Exploring sect's tattooing array formation, more than half of the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect had tattooed arrays on their bodies. But to be honest, the demon race had an innate advantage when it came to tattooing arrays. They could tattoo a lot on their bodies. On the other hand, even if the disciples of the human race wanted to tattoo more things on their bodies, they wouldn't be able to do it too much. This was because the surface area of their skin was limited. However, the tattooing arrays started to change. The tattooing arrays of the human race became smaller and more exquisite. The number of tattoos on the human race's body slowly surpassed the number of tattoos on the beast race's body. But soon, people discovered that the best number of tattooing arrays on a person's body was not more than 8. 8 was the maximum limit. In fact, it was best to have around 5 tattooing arrays. Naturally, there were only these arrays. As for the others, they weren't limited. For example, tattooing some words on one's body wouldn't have any effect. In this way, it took 2 years for all the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to have tattooed arrays on their bodies. In other words, 3 years have passed since Zhao Hai and the others conquered the demon spirit realm. In these 3 years, besides tattooing all the disciples, there were also changes in the demon spirit realm. The sword spirit realm had already been developed very well by the Sea Exploring sect. However, the development of the demon spirit realm was still very primitive. For example, it would take a long time to transform the land of the Oxhead Mountain into spiritual fields. There were also other things that needed to be transformed. Therefore, 3 years wasn't a long time. At this time, the land of the Oxhead Mountain had already been transformed into spiritual fields. The farmland of the Chicken Heart Ridge had also been transformed into spiritual fields. The demon spirit realm had also been developed. As for the giant deer tribe, there was also good news. After more than a year of experiments, the giant deer tribe was finally able to grow ice crystal flowers. Ice crystal flowers were top-quality herbs that could be used to make ice or water attribute pills. This was very important to them. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that Bai Zhiyun and the others hadn't made any moves in the Yi sect. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. After 3 years, they still hadn't made any moves. Their patience was really good. The current strength of the Sea Exploring sect was more than twice as strong as it was during the war with the monster spirit world. The number of disciples from various clans added up to more than 7 billion, and this was only the number of disciples who could fight. Such strength was enough to make people feel afraid wherever they went. Naturally, Zhao Hai hadn't been idle during these 3 years. In addition to monitoring Bai Zhiyun and studying the heaven and earth runes, most of his attention was still on the ice field. However, Zhao Hai's method of monitoring the ice field was somewhat different. He had already sent the silver flowing needle to the ice field. The silver flowing needle was just like a surveillance camera. It didn't have any thoughts, so it wouldn't be affected by malice. Therefore, Zhao Hai placed the silver flowing needle in the ice field. However, the more he went towards the ice field, the more surprised Zhao Hai became. Although the silver flowing needle hadn't yet entered the depths of the ice field, from some traces, the ice field should have been a huge sect. This was because there were countless frozen spirit beasts, cultivators, herbs, and even rooms and plants. However, after so many years, the ice field had become a huge frozen world. Everything there was sealed in ice. Moreover, it wasn't just a day or 2. Because of this, the ice was very thick. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's silver flowing needle, he wouldn't have known that there were things inside the ice. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. What kind of place was the ice field? Why would such a huge sect be sealed in ice? What was going on? However, Zhao Hai still commanded the silver flowing needle to fly towards the ice field. However, the deeper it went, the colder it got. Moreover, the resistance also increased. It seems like there was a very powerful aura that didn't want people to come close. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai paid more attention to the ice field. He wanted to know what was inside the ice field. In any case, the thing inside the ice field wasn't something ordinary. If he could solve it as soon as possible, then it would be for the best. Besides monitoring the ice field, Zhao Hai was also constantly comprehending the heaven and earth runes. Every day, he would make a little bit of progress, And this little bit of progress was very good. This would make him even more powerful, allowing him to comprehend the heaven and earth runes even more. At this time, Zhao Hai was able to comprehend the heaven and earth runes. He had completely grasped the golden runes. These golden runes were very high-level runes. They were made up of several thousand different runes. These runes could be regarded as a set of high-level rune inheritances. They were very powerful. These runes could change into a myriad of forms. They were just like characters. However, they were different from ordinary characters. Each of these characters had a huge amount of power. And when they were combined together, their power would be even greater. It can be said that comprehending these runes was very important for Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was sure that these runes came from the upper realm. This was because each rune was equivalent to a type of formation. In other words, each rune was a type of formation. This was something that Zhao Hai couldn't think of before. To the people of this world, the power of law was already the peak of power. And the runes he obtained were equivalent to the power of a formation. Then, how many types of power of law did the person who invented these runes control? Zhao Hai didn't dare to imagine. However, what made Zhao Hai even more surprised was how powerful these heaven and earth runes were. He might not even be able to comprehend 1/10,000th of a single rune. Yet, he was able to comprehend the entire golden rune system. Just how powerful were these heaven and earth runes? It was too astonishing. Naturally, controlling the golden runes was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Now, as long as he wanted, he could use these runes at any time to form a protective shield in front of him. If one wanted to attack Zhao Hai, they would have to break these runes first. And this was something that no one in this world could do. Although the heaven and earth runes couldn't display their full power due to the restrictions of the heaven and earth runes, this was already enough. Most importantly, after comprehending these runes, Zhao Hai was finally able to simplify his spells. At this point, he had already written the golden runes into the golden book. As for the heaven and earth runes, Zhao Hai also wanted to write them into the golden book. However, this was simply impossible. Whenever he wanted to write the heaven and earth runes into the golden book would feel overwhelmed. If he really wrote them, then the golden book would be destroyed. Because of this, Zhao Hai was certain that the heaven and earth runes were incomparably powerful. They were much more powerful than anything he knew. Besides Zhao Hai, the ones who obtained the most benefits were Laura and the others. Although Laura and the others were strong in the past, their cultivation methods weren't suitable for them. This was especially true for their attacking methods. However, they couldn't find a suitable method to attack. But after Zhao Hai comprehended the golden runes, Zhao Hai taught them how to use them. After learning the golden runes, they were finally able to fully comprehend them. At this point, their fighting strength was a lot worse than Zhao Hai's. However, in the entire sea exploring sect, nobody was their opponent. Even Ding Chunming, a gifted person, wasn't their opponent. At the same time, after understanding the golden runes, Zhao Hai also began to standardize the runes used by the sea exploring sect. He removed some of the useless runes. This might seem inconceivable to some people. This was because most sects would slowly increase the number of runes they had. However, Zhao Hai actually removed some of the runes. Wasn't this weakening their own strength? In fact, this wasn't the case. In the process of comprehending the heaven and earth runes, Zhao Hai fully understood that the more runes one had, the better. There were some runes that didn't need to exist. Therefore, Zhao Hai made some refinements to the sea exploring sect's runes. At the same time, he also added some runes to make the sea exploring sect's rune technique more reasonable. If the study of runes was divided into 3 stages, then it would be divided according to the 3 realms of Buddhism. The first realm was to see mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. This realm belonged to the stage where one had just learned about runes and knew very little about them. Their understanding of runes was also very poor. Therefore, it was like seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim. The second realm was to see mountains not as mountains and water not as water. As you know more runes and have a deeper understanding of runes, you would find that runes were different from what you imagined at the beginning. He found that each rune seemed to have a special meaning. However, the meaning was not right. That was to see mountains not as mountains and water not as water. The third realm was to reach Zhao Hai's level. It was like seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. In other words, in this realm, one would slowly reduce the runes one had learned to the most reasonable level. It was as if the runes had returned to their origin. This was like seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. Now, Zhao Hai should be at the second level, where he could see mountains not as mountains and water not as water. He found that the runes that he had summed up before were not completely correct. There were still many mistakes, but he still couldn't completely correct these runes. Therefore, even though he was at the second level, he was still stronger than most cultivators. Most cultivators were still at the first level. They only understood the surface meaning of runes, but they couldn't even touch the second level. When Zhao Hai can truly comprehend the runes of heaven and earth, he would be able to reach the third level, where he could see mountains not as mountains and water not as water. At that time, he would be able to truly pursue the origin of runes, and be able to truly control runes. But for now, Zhao Hai's strength was enough. He could use the runes he comprehended to run amok in the world. One must know that after Zhao Hai improved the runes of the sea exploring sect, he discovered that some of the runes he comprehended had turned golden. These golden runes weren't present in the golden runes he saw. This allowed him to have a clearer understanding of the power of runes and laws. Zhao Hai calmly stood in front of his study and said, "It's finally begun. I've been waiting for 3 years. Hee. They're really patient. They actually waited for a long time before making their move." Standing beside Zhao Hai was Laura. Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, what are you going to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Nothing much. It's been 3 years. I have complete control over the demon race. Even if I make a move against Bai Jiyun, what can he do? Even if he wants to resist, can he resist? Do you think that the demon race's disciples would follow them and oppose the sea exploring sect? After 3 years, they've already regarded themselves as disciples of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, I want to cut the Gordian knot and deal with them directly. After that, I'll go to the ice field to take a look. Now that I have a rune protecting my body, I can't be invaded by evil spirits. I want to see what's in the ice field." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she nodded and said, "All right, then we'll do as Brother Hai says." "Brother Hai, when do you plan to leave?" Zhao Hai replied, "Let's start tomorrow. I want to see what Bai Jiyun has to say this time." Zhao Hai's operation this time was to see Bai Jiyun. After 3 years of dormancy, Bai Jiyun finally made his move. The identity cards of the higher-ups that Zhao Hai sent to the Esex branch lit up in red. Obviously, Bai Jiyun was preparing to deal with them. When these people discovered the change in their identity cards, they immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew about this matter. And with the information that Zhao Hai had collected in the past 3 years, he was now able to deal with Bai Jiyun. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to bring along the Blue Dragon and the others. Then he would show them the evidence before dealing with them. And just like what Zhao Hai said, in these 3 years, he had already turned the demon cultivators of the demon spirit realm into people of the sea exploring sect. Now, even if Bai Jiyun and the others wanted to rebel, or even if the Blue Dragon and the others wanted to rebel, the demon cultivators wouldn't follow them. This was because in these 3 years, the sea exploring sect's disciples had been treated very well. These demon cultivators had completely regarded themselves as disciples of the sea exploring sect. The next day, Zhao Hai directly took Ding Chunming and the others to the Esex branch. After a while, Zhao Hai arrived at the Esex branch. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Esex branch, he saw Bai Jiyun. When Bai Jiyun saw Zhao Hai, he quickly saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings to the sect master. May I know why the sect master is here today?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There are some things that I want to tell you. Let's go in. After a while, the Blue Dragon and the others will all come. We'll talk when they arrive." Bai Jiyun responded and led Zhao Hai into the Esex conference hall. When Zhao Hai arrived at the conference hall, he sat on the main seat and closed his eyes to rest. When Bai Jiyun saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he didn't dare to say anything and could only stand silently to the side. After a while, the Blue Dragon and the others all arrived. In addition to them, Niu Gang, Tu Li, and some other elders of the demon race, as well as some branch hall masters of the sea exploring sect were all present. After everyone entered the conference hall, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and slowly glanced at everyone. Everyone was standing there with their backs bowed. Zhao Hai finally fixed his gaze on Bai Zhiyun and said in a deep voice, "Bai Zhiyun, do you know your crime?" When Zhao Hai said this, everyone was stunned. Except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Even Bai Zhiyun was the same. He also looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion. After a while, he said, "Sect Master, what crime have I committed?" Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun and said, "Bai Zhiyun, you're really good at enduring. It's been 3 years, a whole 3 years, and you haven't made any moves. Did you think that after 3 years, I wouldn't pay attention to you anymore? So you finally made a move. Bai Zhiyun, let me ask you, what's the matter with the external devil invasion?" When Bai Zhiyun heard Zhao Hai, his body couldn't help but shake. However, he still said, "Zhiyun, I don't know what the sect master is talking about. Our sea exploring sect hasn't been invaded yet." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun and smiled faintly, "Bai Zhiyun, I've been planning this for 3 years. Today, it can finally be put to use. Everyone present, take out your identity cards and see if there are any changes." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they immediately took out their identity cards. However, they discovered that their identity cards were shining with a red light. This made them stare. Then the faces of the blue dragon and the others changed. Each and every one of them looked at Bai Zhiyun with an unfriendly expression. But Bai Zhiyun obviously didn't know this. Bai Zhiyun also took out his own identity card, but there was nothing on it. He was stunned, then he raised his identity card and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master, my identity card isn't red. This really has nothing to do with me." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun and said, "Bai Zhiyun, do you remember that 3 years ago, our sect had a large-scale operation to change identity cards? In fact, the identity cards that were given to you had already begun to glow red. This proves that you were indeed invaded by external demons at that time. However, I didn't deal with you at that time because you led the E-sect to surrender. If I dealt with you, what would the Blue Dragon and the others think? What would the other disciples of the E-sect think? Besides, you didn't do anything at that time. I thought that in 3 years, you would be able to refine your inner demons. I didn't expect that after 3 years, not only did you not refine your inner demons, but you were also controlled by them. You even started to attack the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. That's why I appeared here. 3 years ago, in order to make you unable to find out that your identity cards were different from the others, your identity cards were specially made. Your identity cards won't glow, and they are different from the identity cards used by others. Do you understand now?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Azure Dragon and the others couldn't help but stare. Then their complexions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this patient. He had been waiting for 3 years for such an opportunity. This was too fierce. Zhao Hai had been waiting for 3 years for this opportunity. Zhao Hai had been waiting for a long time. Bai Zhiyun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, you said that I was invaded by external demons, so I was invaded by them? Do you have any evidence? Even if you are the Sect Master, you can't just falsely accuse me." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Zhiyun and smiled slightly. "Bai Zhiyun, it seems that you still haven't given up. Then I'll let you see the evidence. You seem to have renovated the E-sect's conference hall, right? It's very good, especially the magic lamp above your head. It's really beautiful." After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed to a magic lamp at the top of the hall. The shape of this magic lamp was very beautiful. The lamp was inlaid with various gems. These gems really didn't have much use for cultivators. They could only be used for decoration. Therefore, in the cultivation world, no one would pay attention to these things. In the middle of this magic lamp, there was a huge red gem the size of a person's fist. It was red like blood and was very beautiful. But now, when Zhao Hai mentioned the magic lamp, Bai Zhiyun's face changed. Then he saw Zhao Hai reach out and the huge red gem on the magic lamp was already in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai looked at the gem, then nodded and said, "Yes, this should be the heirloom of your White Flood Dragon clan, right? I've heard from Miao Gang that your White Flood Dragon clan used to be the White Snake clan. Later on, when the demon race flourished, you all obtained an heirloom treasure. Since then, your White Flood Dragon clan slowly rose up and became a large clan among the demon race. This gem should be the heirloom treasure of your White Flood Dragon clan, right? Bai Jian looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes slowly turned red. Then he said, "It seems like the sect master knows a lot of things." When he said this, he no longer had any respect for Zhao Hai. 1,000 years before the rise of the demon race, there was a meteor that crossed the sky. Then the human race slowly declined while the demon race slowly grew stronger. Finally, the meteor fell into the far north. The far north was lit up by fire, but it was eventually extinguished by the demon race. If I'm not wrong, that meteor should be something that can affect people's minds. At that time, the people of the Sword Spirit realm didn't know about it, so they were affected by the meteor and had internal strife. In the end, the far north was destroyed by the demon race. According to the legends, the White Flood Dragon race obtained a fragment of the meteor. In other words, this thing is a part of the meteor, something that can affect people's minds. Am I right? Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jian's expression and smiled faintly. The things I know are a lot. In ancient times, the Sword Spirit realm was incomparably powerful, but the Demon Spirit realm was just a part of the Sword Spirit realm's Spirit Beast Mountain. There were also some powerful sects here. But later on, for unknown reasons, experts from other realms schemed against the Sword Spirit realm and stole something from the Sword Spirit realm. It was said that the White Flood Dragon race obtained a fragment of the meteor, which means that this thing is a part of the meteor. Am I right? Bai Jian looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. Yes, you're right. But this thing is not as simple as affecting people's minds. It also has an inheritance. It can be said that the reason why the demon race was able to prosper was because of this inheritance. Unfortunately, the inheritance of this heirloom automatically dissipated. When our White Flood Dragon clan obtained this gem, we only obtained the Flood Dragon scripture, and there were no other benefits. My White Flood Dragon clan has been carefully guarding this person's secret all these years, but I didn't expect that you would know about it. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, originally, the strength of the demon world would be much stronger than it is now, but you were affected by this heirloom. You forcibly divided the unified holy sect into a sect, making the two sects fight each other constantly weakening the strength of the demon world. Am I right? Or, in fact, you received instructions from some people. They asked you to do this in order to prevent the demon world from being unified? Bai Jian looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Zhao Hai, you really are a genius. Unfortunately, you weren't born at the right time. If you were born in ancient times, then the Sword Spirit realm might still have a glimmer of hope. But now that you've appeared, only death awaits. The more talented you are, the more people would want to kill you. They wouldn't allow you to gather the Sword Spirit realm. You're right, someone told me to do this, but I don't know who it is. This is because the White Flood Dragon clan's inheritance is to destroy everything that can make the Demon Spirit realm stronger. Because of this, the Demon Spirit realm became what it is today. But I didn't expect you to be prepared for this. But even if you were prepared, it would still be useless. Today, I'll let you know how to use the White Flood Dragon clan's heirloom. After Bai Jian said that, the red gem in Zhao's hand suddenly turned into a red smoke. The smoke flew directly towards Bai Jian and was inhaled by Bai Jian's nose. After inhaling the smoke, Bai Jian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, do you really think that you can win? Let me tell you, you can't. Today, I'll let you know the true fighting strength of my White Flood Dragon clan. Then his figure moved as he rushed outside. Zhao Hai didn't stop him, he just followed him outside. When Zhao Hai arrived outside, he discovered that there was a white flood dragon flying in the sky. This white flood dragon had 2 red claws and a red horn on its head. Zhao Hai looked at the flood dragon and said, Bai Jian, I really didn't think that your White Flood Dragon clan's heirloom would be used like this. Interesting, it seems like your fighting strength has increased a lot. The White Flood Dragon coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. Today, you're dead. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Then the White Flood Dragon's figure moved as it rushed towards Zhao Hai. Ding Chunming was about to step in front of Zhao Hai when Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all of you, step back. You aren't his opponent. The energy in that gem is very strong. After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved to meet the White Flood Dragon. When the white flood dragon saw Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of surprise. Then he became excited as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm going to kill you today. I want to see if a sea exploring sect without you is still a sea exploring sect." Zhao Hai nodded. "Ha ha ha, then you can try. I also want to see if you can kill me." After saying that, Zhao Hai's mind moved and golden runes appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's entire body was surrounded by these golden runes, making him look very mysterious. When Bai Jiyun saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he was stunned. Then he sneered and said, "I want to see how strong your rune Dao is." After saying that, Bai Jiyun opened his mouth and a red light shot towards Zhao Hai. This red light also contained the power of laws, so its speed was extremely fast. As soon as it was launched, it had already reached Zhao Hai's side. Boom! With a loud sound, the red light directly hit the runes on Zhao Hai's body. One of the runes on Zhao Hai's body disappeared, but the red light also disappeared at the same time. When he saw this, Bai Jiyun's huge snake eyes flashed with shock. He had used his full strength. How could it only destroy one rune on Zhao Hai's body? How was this possible? Could it be that each of the runes on Zhao Hai's body contained the power of laws? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jiyun and said in a deep voice, "The power of laws has also been improved. It seems that this is really a good thing. If I'm not wrong, that gem is actually a crystallization of the power of laws, right? It's really a good thing." When Bai Jiyun heard Zhao Hai's words, his face couldn't help but change. Then, he said in a deep voice, "So what? Take this." After saying that, his figure moved and rushed straight towards Zhao Hai. The two claws in his hands went straight for Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jiyun's appearance and smiled slightly. Then, he waved his hand and golden runes appeared in his hand. In an instant, they formed a long golden whip and went straight for Bai Jiyun's body. Because this long whip was made of runes, it looked very mysterious. However, it didn't seem to have any power. It seemed to be light as a feather. However, Bai Jiyun, Zhao Hai's opponent, clearly felt the horror of the long whip. Although the long whip looked light and didn't look like a whip, but more like a ribbon, when the long whip was waved, he could even see the surrounding space distorting. It was as if the space couldn't withstand the long whip's waving. If he was hit by the long whip, he was afraid that he would be finished. Thinking of this, Bai Jiyun naturally didn't dare to take Zhao Hai's attack head-on. His figure moved and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, he opened his mouth and shot another red light straight towards Zhao Hai. After the long whip in Zhao Hai's hand missed its target, it strangely turned and went straight towards Bai Jiyun. Bai Jiyun had to change his direction again. At this time, Zhao Hai had already blocked Bai Jiyun's power of law. At the same time, the long whip in his hand shook and directly turned into a sky full of runes, shooting straight towards Bai Jiyun. When Bai Jiyun saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. He immediately spouted red smoke from his mouth. Then the smoke surrounded his body. In the next moment, the smoke turned into red crystals that surrounded Bai Jiyun. At this time, Zhao Hai's runes hit the crystals. After a loud explosion, the crystals on Bai Jiyun's body were all broken. Bai Jiyun's mouth was bleeding, his body was also dripping with blood. It seems like he wouldn't be able to survive. Bai Jiyun looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you're very strong, you're really strong. I overestimated you, but I still lost to you. Very good, but you won't have it easy either. Just wait, your sea exploring sect will be destroyed soon." Then the light in his eyes slowly disappeared as he fell from the sky. Zhao Hai looked at Bai Jiyun, then he said, "Chunming, go and kill all those who were invaded by the external devils. Also, kill the White Flood Dragon clan. Don't leave a single one behind." Ding Chunming nodded and then directly passed down the order. They were already prepared. Those disciples who followed Bai Jiyun and were invaded by the outer demons were all killed. As for the White Flood Dragon clan, not a single one was left. All of them were killed. The reason why Zhao Hai was so ruthless was because he had no other choice. The White Flood Dragon clan had already been invaded by the external devils. The external devils had already infiltrated their bloodline and were passed down from generation to generation. Now, even if one of the White Flood Dragon clan survived, the external devils would continue to be passed down. This was a huge hidden danger. Because of this, Zhao Hai gave the order to exterminate the White Flood Dragon clan. Zhao Hai wasn't relieved after exterminating the White Flood Dragon clan. After exterminating them, he paid attention to the situation of the White Flood Dragon clan. He discovered that the White Flood Dragon clan's bloodline actually carried a trace of contamination. This was very terrifying. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to personally eliminate the bloodline of the White Flood Dragon clan. Only after eliminating all of them did he feel relieved. However, this matter wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai believed that Bai Jian's last words weren't as simple as cursing him. Something was definitely going to happen, and the place where it would happen would most likely be the ice field. Because of this, after dealing with the White Flood Dragon clan, Zhao Hai immediately rushed to the Giant Deer clan. At the same time, he gave the order for the Giant Deer clan to immediately move towards the Demon Spirit realm. Although the Giant Deer clan didn't know what was going on, they were still Zhao Hai's servants. Naturally, they didn't have any objections and immediately prepared to move. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had the Sea Exploring Sect's most elite army move to the ice field. Moreover, they were already preparing to enter the depths of the ice field. But before the Giant Deer clan could completely move, and before the Sea Exploring Sect's army could reach the ice field, the Dao character that Zhao Hai wrote on the iceberg suddenly emitted a red light. Then the entire iceberg began to shake. Then the red light turned white, and the white light soared towards the sky. At this time, a large amount of blood-red light appeared in the depths of the ice field. This light slowly converged into a large blood-red cloud that swept towards the Giant Deer clan. When the Dao character emitted red light, Zhao Hai had already arrived at the iceberg. Beside him stood Ding Chunming, Long Ding Tian, Tai Shi, Shui Ji, Xing Cheng, Che Rong, Niu Gang, and Zali. Zhao Hai looked at the blood-red cloud and sighed, "It's finally begun. I think that the thing in the ice field must be related to the blood crystal that Bai Jian obtained. Since the blood crystal was used and destroyed, the thing in the ice field would immediately know. Therefore, it activated. But what makes me feel strange is why it didn't activate before. Could it be that there's something in the ice field that's suppressing it?" Ding Chunming replied, "Young master, according to the ancient legends, it's possible. Didn't the ancient legends say that when extreme cold appears, a great fire will be extinguished? Then could it be that there's something that's suppressing it, preventing it from displaying its full strength? If that's really the case, then wouldn't everything make sense?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, if that's the case, then it would make sense. Alright, you arrange for the Giant Deer tribe to evacuate as soon as possible. At the same time, activate the sex formation. Have Laura take control of the formation. This time, I must go to the ice field and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll be taking a look at the Giant Deer tribe." Ding Chunming didn't oppose this time. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what if an army attacks us? Won't you stay?" Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "It's fine, I'm relieved with you here. I don't need to stay." Ding Chunming's meaning was very clear. He wanted to know what would happen if Zhao Hai went to the ice field alone. Actually, he was still advising Zhao Hai not to enter the ice field. However, Zhao Hai knew that he had to enter the ice field. When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but say, "Young master, you have to be careful. We must protect this place." Ding Chunming also knew that persuasion was useless, so he simply stopped. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Chunming, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll leave this place to you. But remember, you can only defend and not attack. Moreover, you must use formations to defend." Ding Chunming nodded, but he was still puzzled as he asked, "Young master, do you think that there will be a lot of people attacking us? I'm afraid that there aren't many people in the ice field. Why would they attack us?" Zhao Hai sighed, then he said, "No, you're wrong. There are a lot of people in the ice field. The ancient records aren't very comprehensive, but it's not like there aren't any people in the ice field. In ancient times, the ice field was a large sect. But when the disaster struck, most of the people in the sect couldn't escape and died in the ice field. If the things in the ice field are really terrifying, then the sect would be able to get those people out and form an army to attack us. Moreover, What you're going to face this time is very formidable, so you have to be careful. So you have to be very careful. When Ding Chunming heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said, "Young master, is what you said true? Is there really a large sect here?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Did you think that I didn't do anything in the past 3 years? I've already seen some places in the ice field. There's a large sect here, but it's been sealed by ice. You have to be careful. This time, the enemy you'll be facing might be an army of undead. Do you understand?" Ding Chunming said in a deep voice, "Yes, we understand. Please rest assured, young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll tell Laura that we need to make some changes to the formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with those undead." "Alright, let's go back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go back." Ding Chunming and the others nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai back to the giant deer tribe. Zhao Hai sat in his own igloo while the others followed him. After everyone was seated, Zhao Hai turned his head to Sherry and said, "Sherry, after the giant deer tribe moves to the continent, you need to manage them well. This time, I'll move them to the ox tribe's territory. This way, your 2 tribes can take care of each other." Sherry nodded and said, "Sherry, after the giant deer tribe moves to the continent, you need to take care of them." Jolie nodded, then Zhao Hai turned his head to Bull Terrier and said, "Bull Terrier, take care of Jolie and the others. After this matter is over, have Jolie and the others move back." Bull Terrier nodded. He knew that this wasn't because Zhao Hai treated the giant deer tribe unfairly. Instead, it was because the giant deer tribe had been living in the ice field for a long time. They were already used to living there. Therefore, having them go back was the best choice. Jolie was very happy to hear Zhao Hai's words. He was afraid that after Zhao Hai had them move out, they wouldn't be able to go back. This wasn't what they wanted. Zhao Hai turned his head to Ding Chunming and the others, then he said, "Although killing Bai Zhiyun and exterminating the white flood dragon tribe didn't cause too much resentment, you still need to be careful. The ox tribe and the giant deer tribe will be under your command. If anyone dares to make a move while I'm away, kill them immediately. Understood?" Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Don't worry." Ding Chunming immediately stood up and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "This time, things might not be that simple. If someone really ordered Bai Zhiyun to do these things, then there must be someone watching us. Therefore, we need to prepare for the worst. Enemies might really attack us. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Ding Chunming and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Alright, go and prepare. Evacuate the giant deer tribe in the shortest time possible. Although this place is still within the range of the sex formation, it will soon become a battlefield. It's not suitable for ordinary people to live here. Also, transfer more supreme elders to this place. Anything can happen here, we have to be careful." Ding Chunming nodded and said, "Alright." Ding Chunming stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Young master, you think that people from the outside world will attack us? Are you a character like the demonic sword saint?" Zhao Hai replied, "There is such a possibility, but we have to guard against it. Don't forget how the sword spirit realm was destroyed. Even if they can't come with their true bodies, they can still make a law crystal. That's very dangerous. Therefore, we need to prepare for battle from now on. Understood?" Ding Chunming nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Niu Gang and Bailey and said, "Niu Gang, Bailey, you two understand. You are my servants, so you must listen to my orders and listen to my wife's orders. If you don't listen, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll only say this once, and I'll only give you one chance. Understood?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Niu Gang and Bailey quickly knelt before Zhao Hai and said, "Young master can rest assured, we will listen to young master's orders." The two had already seen Zhao Hai's methods, so they were now loyal to Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't be disloyal. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, that's good. Alright, you can go and prepare." The group nodded before they turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't stay here, nor did he enter the ice field. Instead, he returned to Sky City and told Laura and the others about his speculations. He also told them about his speculations and told them to be careful. Actually, Laura and the others didn't need Zhao Hai to tell them what to do. However, Zhao Hai still gave them instructions out of habit. In fact, he wasn't really worried about Laura and the others. Laura and the others had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. They had experienced a lot of things, so there was nothing for them to worry about. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Laura and the others. At the same time, Zhao Hai directly dealt with Bai Zhiyun and even exterminated the White Flood Dragon clan. This caused the beastmen in the sea exploring sect to be shocked. This made them understand that Zhao Hai wasn't just a soft-hearted sect master, he wouldn't hesitate to kill people. Originally, the beastmen were still thinking that Zhao Hai was just looking for an excuse to exterminate Bai Zhiyun. Actually, Bai Zhiyun didn't do anything. It was just a sign that Zhao Hai was going to attack the beastmen. However, they quickly changed their minds. This was because something happened in the ice field. This made the beastmen believe in Zhao Hai. If the White Flood Dragon clan didn't have any problems, then why would something happen in the ice field after Zhao Hai exterminated them? If one were to say that this was just a coincidence, then nobody would believe it. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about what the beastmen thought. The most important thing right now was to deal with the ice field. After returning to Sky City, Zhao Hai told Laura and the others to pay attention to the sea exploring sect. At the same time, he also told Laura and the others to add some light attribute energy to the beast spirit realm's formations. Actually, this light attribute energy was what cultivators call the yang energy of the yin and yang energy. The reason for adding yang energy was actually very simple. When Zhao Hai saw the blood cloud, he could clearly feel the killing intent inside. Moreover, the yin attribute energy was very thick. Because of this, if they add yang energy to the formation, then they would be able to restrain the blood cloud. This would be very beneficial for the beastmen. Moreover, yang energy was also very effective in restraining negative emotions. On the other hand, the ice field was like an inner demon that would affect people's minds. Because of this, it was necessary to arrange this kind of energy. After giving these instructions, Zhao Hai went to the giant deer tribe. At this time, the giant deer tribe's people had already left. The sea exploring sect's elite army had also arrived. The formation had been activated, and a lot of yang energy had been added to it. The ones in charge here were Wen Hai, Ding Chunming, and the others. With this, Zhao Hai could feel relieved. After being assured of the situation here, Zhao Hai prepared to enter the ice field. Ding Chunming and the others knew that they couldn't persuade Zhao Hai, so they didn't try. They sent Zhao Hai to the iceberg where Zhao Hai wrote his words. Then they watched as Zhao Hai entered the ice field. At this time, the Dao iceberg had already become a dividing line. North of the iceberg, in the depths of the ice field, were blood clouds that covered the sky. The blood clouds carried a faint mist that floated towards the Dao iceberg. South of the iceberg was the area of the sea exploring sect's formation. This area was still calm, so when the blood mist reached the iceberg, it was immediately blocked by the white light emitted by the Dao character. However, Wen Hai and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that although the Dao character left behind by Zhao Hai was very powerful, it might not necessarily be able to block the blood mist. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have made them prepare for battle. It was precisely because of this that they became even more careful. Wen Hai even asked Laura and the others to take charge of the formation. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others couldn't compare to Laura and the others in terms of controlling formations. Because of this, Wen Hai directly asked Laura and the others to take charge of the formation. Laura and the others didn't oppose, so they directly took charge of the formation. Instead, they had Wen Hai return to Sky City and take charge of the sect's overall situation. However, nobody was worried that something would go wrong. Wen Hai had been following Zhao Hai for a long time and had always been his assistant. Most of the time, Wen Hai was in charge of the management of the sea exploring sect. This was because Zhao Hai didn't like to deal with things personally. Because of this, having Wen Hai stay in Sky City and manage the sea exploring sect didn't cause too much of a stir. 5 days after Laura and the others arrived at the periphery of the ice field, the blood cloud covered the sky as it attacked the iceberg. After 5 days, the iceberg collapsed as the blood cloud rushed towards the sea exploring sect's formation. At this time, Laura commanded the Scouring C-Sex formation to release bursts of golden light to block the blood cloud's attacks. When the blood cloud hit the Scouring C-Sex formation, it was like a piece of butter that had been placed on a hot pan. Black smoke came out of it as the blood cloud seemed to have met its natural enemy, so it immediately retreated. Upon seeing this, Laura and the others couldn't help but let out a long breath. Zhao Hai's previous arrangement was really useful. Zhao Hai had them add some Yang attribute energy into the formation. Laura and the others also added some Buddhist and Taoist energy into the formation. This energy was very useful, it seemed to be able to restrain the blood cloud. When the blood cloud met the formation, it didn't dare to move forward. This made the group much safer. However, the blood cloud continued to attack the formation. Although the formation was able to restrain the blood cloud still continued to attack the formation. Moreover, Laura and the others were able to see a lot of beasts inside the blood cloud. All of these beasts were huge in size, but they all had some special characteristics. They were all shriveled up, as if they didn't have any flesh or blood on them. This was because these demonic beasts had been sealed in the ice for too long. Because of this, their flesh and blood had completely disappeared, turning them into dried corpses. Therefore, this situation occurred. Although these beasts had turned into dried corpses, their fighting strength wasn't weak. These beasts had huge bodies, so when they attacked the formation, they seemed to be very powerful. Laura sent some of the Sea Exploring Sect's large artifacts to collide with these beasts. However, they weren't able to do anything to these beasts, which was beyond her expectations. After Laura analyzed the situation, she understood that the demonic beast corpses had been sealed in the ice for many years. Although their flesh and blood had disappeared, their bodies seemed to have been tempered and became incomparably hard. Because of this, they weren't afraid of the impact of large artifacts. This had brought them a lot of trouble. However, Laura also had a way to deal with them. Don't forget that in addition to large artifacts, they also had energy cannons. Although their large artifacts were useless against the corpses, their energy cannons weren't necessarily the same. This was because the energy cannons emitted could be changed, depending on the energy source used. Because of this, Laura ordered all of the cannons to be replaced with Yang attributed energy. Then they began to attack the corpses. Since the Sea Exploring Sect had a lot of energy cannons, this attack was very powerful. Large amounts of golden energy beams directly hit the blood cloud. Even if they couldn't find the corpses, the blood cloud's offensive was still greatly affected, causing it to slow down. Upon seeing this, Laura relaxed. The blood cloud had covered the sky, which made her somewhat worried. Now that it was blocked, she could finally relax. At this time, Zhao Hai had already gone deep into the ice field, or rather, he had gone deep into the blood cloud. Because the entire ice field was now covered by the fire cloud, he was now inside the blood cloud. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the blood cloud, he felt that the blood cloud was full of malice. This malice wasn't just directed at him, it was also directed at him, drawing out the evil thoughts in his heart. All kinds of inner demons had appeared. If an ordinary cultivator entered the blood cloud, then it wouldn't take long for them to be assimilated by the evil thoughts, turning them into one of the evil thoughts. All of the truth, kindness, and beauty in the world would cease to exist, only the evil thoughts in the heart would remain. In other words, this person would be controlled by the inner demons, completely going mad and turning into a killing machine. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai himself had also learned devil path techniques. The techniques he learned from the Heavenly Demon clan were a type of cultivation technique that fed on inner demons. The inner demons were his nourishment. He could absorb them and turn them into his cultivation, improving his own cultivation. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to use runes to protect his body. However, he discovered that if he did so, it would cause the surrounding evil thoughts to constantly attack him. Although these attacks couldn't immediately break the runes, it would greatly increase his consumption. This was definitely not a good method. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly used the devil path technique to let the evil thoughts enter his body. At the same time, he used the devil path technique to refine the evil thoughts and turn them into his cultivation. In this way, the surrounding evil thoughts would no longer target him. Although he still had the inner demons in his heart, he wouldn't consume too much energy. On the contrary, after refining the inner demons, his spiritual energy, and even his soul had improved. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't fly towards the ice field. This was because the surrounding evil thoughts had already regarded him as one of their own. Naturally, they wouldn't attack him. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that there were a lot of dried corpses in the blood cloud. They were moving towards the direction of the sea exploring sect. Most of these dried corpses had the appearance of demonic beasts. Moreover, their bodies were very large. Upon seeing these dried corpses, Zhao Hai knew that they were going to attack the sea exploring sect. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He believed that Laura and the others would be able to deal with it. If they really can't handle it, then he could return at any time. Because of this, he wasn't worried. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel that these dried corpses were relatively low level. They didn't have any thoughts, they could only act according to orders. They were the same as the skeletons that Zhao Hai made in the beginning. However, these dried corpses were much stronger. If these dried corpses had thoughts, then they would certainly attack him. But at this time, these dried corpses didn't attack him. They just kept moving towards the direction of the sea exploring sect. From this point, one could see that these dried corpses didn't have any thoughts. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry. Zhao Hai didn't attack the dried corpses. There was no need to do so. If he were to attack the dried corpses, then it wouldn't be good if he were to be besieged. Therefore, he decided to let Laura and the others deal with the dried corpses. Zhao Hai's only task right now was to move forward and find the thing that can influence the minds of the people. As time passed by, Zhao Hai continued to move forward. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation in the ice field. At this time, some of the frozen beasts and cultivators had already turned into dried corpses. They entered the blood cloud and headed towards the direction of the sea exploring sect. As for the dried corpses of the cultivators, they didn't have any thoughts of their own. Moreover, they weren't very strong. It can be seen that even when they were alive, they weren't very strong. However, Zhao Hai didn't take this matter lightly. His current location was just the periphery of the great sect. The people here should be weak, or even ordinary people. Because of this, their strength shouldn't be very strong. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to know if there would be any powerful dried corpses in the ice field. Or maybe there would be some with thoughts. No matter what it was, as long as it was strong and evolved, then it would have its own thoughts and become smarter. These dried corpses were no exception. As he flew forward, Zhao Hai kept track of the time. After 5 days, he still hadn't encountered any thinking dried corpses. At the same time, Zhao Hai counted the number of dried corpses that were heading towards the sea exploring sect. The total number had already exceeded 1 billion, maybe even 1.5 billion. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Although these dried corpses might not necessarily be a threat to the sea exploring sect, the thing in the ice field that could control so many dried corpses was still a very serious matter. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he slowly flew forward. He could clearly feel that the blood cloud wasn't simple. And the thing that could create this blood cloud was even more extraordinary. After flying for another 3 days, Zhao Hai was already somewhat numb. The number of dried corpses he encountered along the way had already exceeded 2 billion. This number was very frightening. One must know that the total number of disciples in the sea exploring sect was only 8 billion. But now, there were 2 billion dried corpses. This was truly frightening. On this day, while Zhao Hai was flying forward, he suddenly felt that he was being watched. He couldn't help but stare before he immediately stopped. Then he looked around and saw a dried corpse staring at him. This dried corpse was different from ordinary dried corpses. Unlike ordinary dried corpses, the eyes of these dried corpses were blood red. It looked very frightening. When Zhao Hai stopped, the dried corpse also stopped. The dried corpse wore a Taoist robe and held a sword in its hand. The sword looked very new and was very sharp. The corpse looked at Zhao, then raised its sword and pointed it at him. Zhao suddenly felt a spiritual force enter his body. He immediately used his own spiritual force to connect with that spiritual force. Then he heard a voice in his mind. Quickly turn around, or die. Zhao said. Then he heard a voice in his mind. Quickly turn around, or die. When Zhao Hai heard the dried corpse, he stared for a moment. Then he immediately understood that the dried corpse thought that he was one of them. However, the dried corpse's thoughts were very simple. Therefore, it thought that Zhao Hai was one of them. When it discovered that Zhao Hai was one of its kind, it was naturally very angry. Therefore, it decided to threaten Zhao Hai. Zhao smiled, then with a thought, he rushed forward and threw a punch at the mummy. Zhao thought that his punch would be enough to kill the mummy, but he didn't expect that the mummy would also move. The mummy raised its long sword, and without retreating, it went straight towards Zhao. Zhao's eyes were wide open, but he didn't think that his punch would be enough to take the life of the mummy. He didn't think that as soon as he threw the punch, the mummy also moved. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't think that the dried corpse would react this quickly. However, he didn't care. He had the Iron Buddha lotus body protecting him. Therefore, he didn't have to dodge the attack. Instead, he went straight for the sword. At the same time, his fist also went straight for the dried corpse. Clang! The sword hit Zhao Hai's chest. However, the sound of metal colliding was heard. Then the sword bent and finally shattered. Then Zhao Hai's fist landed on the dried corpse. With a bang, the dried corpse was sent flying. However, unlike what Zhao Hai expected, the dried corpse didn't explode or die. It was actually fine. One must know that although Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength, the strength behind his punch was still very great. However, the dried corpse was actually fine. This was very surprising. However, the dried corpse was also sent flying by Zhao Hai's punch. It didn't look good either. Zhao Hai directly rushed towards the dried corpse. This time, he didn't attack the dried corpse. Instead, before the dried corpse could react, Zhao Hai moved his hand and directly sent the dried corpse into the space. As soon as the corpse entered the space, it was immediately subdued by the void. Then it was directly thrown into the hell space to fight with the undead. The reason why Zhao Hai received this dried corpse was because its reaction was very strong. Its defense was also very strong. Most importantly, it had some spiritual wisdom. Zhao Hai might be able to use it in the future. As for the dried corpses from before, Zhao Hai didn't want to receive them right now. This was because if he did, Hong Yun would discover him and attack him. Although he might be discovered, Zhao Hai wanted to do an experiment. He wanted to see if the dried corpse could be subdued by the space. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could get any information from the dried corpse. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed. He didn't get any information from the dried corpse. Although the dried corpse had some spiritual wisdom, it was only following orders. It didn't have any information to give to Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was disappointed, he didn't take it to heart. In any case, he was already here. Sooner or later, he would be able to find the thing controlling these dried corpses. Moreover, Zhao Hai was almost certain that the thing controlling these dried corpses was a law crystal. This law crystal should be the same as the law crystal in the Demon Sword sect. It might even be stronger. Now that Zhao Hai was looking for it, as long as he found it, everything would be easy. The ice field was very large. However, after Zhao Hai encountered the first dried corpse, he became even more careful. He moved in a curve so that he wouldn't be noticed by too many dried corpses. Even so, Zhao Hai was still able to encounter several dried corpses. However, whenever he encountered these dried corpses, he would avoid them in advance. Zhao Hai had already released his silver needles. Whenever he saw a dried corpse with blood-red eyes, he would immediately avoid them. This was because he knew that if these dried corpses were to see him, then it would be unavoidable for him to fight. Now that he was encountering more and more dried corpses, if a fight were to break out, then he would be besieged. This was something that he didn't want to see. The deeper he went into the ice field, the more intelligent corpses he encountered. This caused Zhao Hai's speed to become slower and slower. This was because he had to avoid the intelligent corpses. If he didn't, then he would be besieged. Only by avoiding the corpses would he be able to get closer to the center. Half a month after Zhao Hai entered the ice field, the corpses in front of him were already intelligent. However, their numbers had also decreased. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that the number of corpses he encountered in the ice field had already exceeded 3 billion. To be honest, this number was quite scary. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He was confident in the sea exploring sex formation. The formation was personally arranged by him, so he believed that the formation would be able to block these corpses. Moreover, he now knew that Laura and the others were guarding the periphery of the ice field, so there was nothing to worry about. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't very worried. On the contrary, he was worried about his own situation. This was because he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the thing that controlled the corpses. At the same time, he also felt that he had been discovered by that thing. Before, because he was still far away from that thing, he wasn't targeted by it. But now that he was very close to it, it began to notice him. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai had this feeling, a large number of corpses gathered around him. These corpses were all intelligent. When they surrounded Zhao Hai, they immediately attacked him. They didn't say a single word to Zhao Hai. Some of these corpses had weapons in their hands while others didn't. They directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. Their speed was very fast, and Zhao Hai could feel that their strength was very great. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't hold back. With a thought, a long saber appeared in his hand. Then his body was surrounded by runes. This time, the long blade that Zhao Hai took out had completely changed its appearance. There were runes on the blade, and at the end of the handle, there was an eye-like thing. This eye-like thing was still moving, and it looked a bit scary. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what to do." This saber was something that Zhao Hai refined in the past 3 years. He gathered some things from the space in order to refine this saber. The body of the saber was originally made from Jade Doll's body. At the same time, it also absorbed a lot of treasures from the space. The style of the saber was still the same as the Tang saber. The body of the saber was straight, but it was very heavy. With the saber in hand, Zhao Hai's temperament changed. His entire body emitted a murderous aura. The murderous aura that came out of his body was as viscous as blood. The surrounding blood clouds were all pushed to the side. The corpses were also affected by the murderous aura, they became very cautious. Zhao Hai roared. Then he directly attacked the corpses. Wherever the long saber went, the corpses couldn't stop him. Because of this, the corpses that were hit by the long saber were all injured. The reason why the corpses were injured and not dead was because they weren't easy to kill. Even if Zhao Hai chopped off their heads, they still wouldn't die. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he coldly snorted and said, "I've heard." As the words came out of his mouth, his saber flashed with a golden light. Then when Zhao Hai's long saber slashed at the corpses immediately issued painful cries. The places that were hit by the long saber felt like they were being burnt. Moreover, it didn't take long for the wounds to catch fire. The fire slowly spread to the corpses, turning them into fireballs. Zhao Hai killed his way forward. However, he quickly discovered that there were too many corpses in front of him. At this point, he was surrounded by at least tens of thousands of corpses. With this kind of reward, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill his way out. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he said, "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. I'll accept this gift." After he said that, Zhao Hai directly put away his long saber. Then the runes on his body shined even brighter. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and loudly said, "Go." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the runes on his body flew out. All the corpses that were hit by the runes were fixed in place. They couldn't move at all. After the corpses were fixed, Zhao Hai's mind moved. The corpses were all pulled back to Zhao Hai's side by the runes. Then Zhao Hai took out a ring and stored all the corpses inside. Then, he released the runes again and froze the mummy. Then, he put the mummy back into his ring. Everything was the same as the last time, and the speed was very fast. Before long, all of the cultivators around Zhao Hai were taken into his spatial ring. In fact, the spatial ring was just a decoration for others to see. In fact, all of the corpses had already been subdued by the space. The reason why Zhao Hai used the ring as a cover was because he didn't want to expose himself. One must know that there was a law crystal here that was controlling the corpses. Who knows if the person who released the law crystal could still see the law crystal? If the person who released the law crystal could still see the law crystal, then Zhao Hai would be able to use the space to store the corpses. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the ring as a cover. Although Zhao Hai's strength was formidable, the older one was, the more timid they would become. Zhao Hai was very clear that he was very strong, but there were still people who were stronger than him. In this layer, there were already people who could tear through spatial barriers, not to mention people from the higher realms. If he was discovered by someone from the higher realms, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai was very clear that he was very strong. After storing the corpses inside his ring, Zhao Hai flew forward. Before long, another batch of corpses appeared in front of Zhao Hai. There weren't as many corpses this time, but they were very strong. According to Zhao Hai's calculations, these corpses were almost at the void refinement and Tao perfection stage. Besides the fact that they didn't comprehend laws, they weren't any different from the Supreme Elders. However, these corpses weren't able to gain any advantage against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai directly released his runes. These runes contained the power of laws, so the corpses couldn't break free. Therefore, they were directly trapped by Zhao Hai's runes. Then Zhao Hai stored the corpses inside the space. Just like last time, he used his ring as a disguise. In this way, Zhao Hai kept moving forward. After collecting several batches of corpses, he felt the boundless malice in front of him. Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. He released his runes and protected himself as he flew forward. After flying for about half a day, he suddenly discovered that there was a bright red light in front of him. Then he saw that on top of a huge iceberg, there was a huge red crystal about 2 meters in diameter. It was releasing red smoke. It seemed that this was the place where the blood cloud was formed. However, there were also several cultivators sitting on top of the iceberg. These cultivators didn't look like corpses. Each of them wore a blood-red robe and had a sword on their back. All 5 of them had red hair and red beards. They looked terrifying. At this time, the 5 of them stood up. Their blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Hai. Their eyes were full of malice. At the same time, Zhao Hai could feel a trace of law on their bodies. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 cultivators and then at the red crystal. He was sure that the red crystal was the root of all of this. Moreover, as Zhao Hai thought, the red crystal was much stronger than the law crystal that Zhao Hai saw in the Demon Sword sect. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "It seems like I've found the right person this time. Come, let me see what these puppets of yours can do." The crystal seemed to know what Zhao Hai was talking about. Suddenly, it emitted a red light. Then it split into 5 red lights and directly fell on the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators suddenly opened their mouths and roared. Then they all took out their swords and slashed towards Zhao Hai. Along with their slashes, 5 blood-red sword chis flew towards Zhao Hai. These 5 sword chis weren't ordinary sword chis, they were the power of laws. If an ordinary person were to encounter this kind of power, then they wouldn't be able to block it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't move. The sword chi slashed the runes in front of Zhao Hai. After a bang, the sword chi disappeared. A few of the runes in front of Zhao Hai also disappeared. Then the 5 cultivators sent another 5 sword chi towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still didn't move. Zhao Hai could see that the 5 cultivators were puppets controlled by the law crystal. The law force they sent out was the energy provided by the law crystal. They were just shooting out the law crystal's energy. Zhao Hai looked at the law crystal and said, "Your method is good. But I really want to know how much energy they can release. This energy is very destructive. If they release it a few more times, then I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the laws. In the end, they would be annihilated." The law crystal flashed as if in response to Zhao Hai's words. Then the 5 cultivators sent out more law force towards Zhao Hai. Both sides were in a battle of attrition. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. After 3 years of tempering, his body had become very strong. Moreover, this rune technique was different from ordinary law force. Ordinary law force had to be sent out from the cultivator's body. If something went wrong, the cultivator's body would be very fast. However, the rune technique wasn't the same. The rune technique didn't have high requirements for the cultivator's body. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of this battle of attrition. He could send out as many runes as he wanted, it wouldn't affect him too much. Boom! The 5 cultivators finally exploded. They had shot out too much law power. Their bodies couldn't bear it and finally exploded. However, the law crystal was still there. At this time, the law crystal was flashing red as if it was in a hurry. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Originally, he thought that the 5 cultivators would be able to deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be the one to exhaust the 5 cultivators. How could he not be surprised? Zhao Hai looked at the law crystal and smiled. How is it? Is there any other way? In fact, Zhao Hai was the only one who came here. Otherwise, other cultivators would have died. They wouldn't even be able to reach this place. Therefore, the law crystal's defense wasn't good. It was just that he provoked the wrong person this time. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have any problems. One must know that the ice field was currently filled with evil thoughts. Besides people like Zhao Hai who had the ability to refine heart demons, it was impossible for others to survive in the ice field for a long time. If an ordinary cultivator stayed in the ice field for a long time, they would have already been assimilated and turned into a puppet. How could they reach this place? In fact, because Zhao Hai could refine heart demons and he cultivated a devil path cultivation method, the corpses treated him as one of their own. Because of this, the billions of corpses didn't deal with Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to safely reach this place. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would still be fighting the corpses, not to mention coming here. Even if Zhao Hai could come here, he would have exposed his space. Moreover, Zhao Hai had comprehended the Tao of Runes, allowing him to release so much law power. With so much law power, he was able to block the attacks of the 5 cultivators. If it was someone else, then they would have already died under the attacks of the 5 cultivators. One must know that the 5 cultivators were able to release hundreds of law power. This was something that was impossible to achieve in this layer. From this, one could see how powerful they were. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was facing a law crystal. Although this law crystal was very powerful, it couldn't directly release its law power. Because of this, it made the 5 cultivators act as puppets in front of it. At this time, the law crystal was very anxious. It wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, but it couldn't do anything about it. If there was anything it could do, then it could only self-destruct. However, if it really did self-destruct, then it would destroy Zhao Hai. At the same time, the blood cloud and the corpse would disappear. This was a suicidal move. Now that the law crystal had its own wisdom, it naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at the law crystal, then he smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, you're very useful. I'll take it back and study it." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out the corpse storage ring and received the law crystal. Just as Zhao Hai received the law crystal, a loud sound was suddenly heard in the sky. Then everything returned to normal. In the next moment, the red clouds in the sky slowly turned into ice before they turned into red snowflakes that fell to the ground. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He was paying attention to the situation inside the space. After the law crystal entered the space, it immediately calmed down. Then the space gave Zhao Hai an answer. There was a trace of psychic force inside the law crystal, but it had already been erased by the space. Zhao Hai noticed that the space erased the law crystal and not subdued it. This made Zhao Hai understand that the external force inside the law crystal wasn't the law crystal's own wisdom. It should be the person who made the law crystal. He left a trace of psychic force inside the law crystal and was discovered by the space. The space's way of dealing with psychic force was to erase it instead of subduing it. Because of this, Zhao Hai was certain that if Zhao Hai didn't use the storage ring as a tool, then the space would have already discovered the existence of the space. A law crystal that had its consciousness erased by the space was just an ordinary law crystal. There was nothing special about it, so Zhao Hai felt relieved. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't have time to refine the law crystal. He needed to deal with the matters of the ice field first. After Zhao Hai received the law crystal, he finally discovered that something was wrong. The ice in the ice field wasn't naturally formed, it was actually man-made. It seems like the ice here was made by a law crystal. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that it was impossible for law crystals to form in the demon spirit realm. So who made this law crystal? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel curious. First, he took out the law of communication and asked Laura and the others to guard the sea exploring sect. They shouldn't enter the ice field because of the disappearance of the blood clouds. Although the blood clouds had disappeared, they had turned into red snowflakes that fell to the ground. These snowflakes were also infectious. If people were to be stained by the blood, then they might get infected. Because of this, the disciples of the sea exploring sect couldn't enter the ice field right now. Secondly, the dried corpses shouldn't be touched. Zhao Hai was preparing to take the corpses into the space. Although some of the corpses didn't have any intelligence, it didn't matter. Zhao Hai had a lot of soul fires in his hell space. Zhao Hai could give the dried corpses some intelligence. Because of this, the dried corpses were still useful to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't allow Laura and the others to enter the ice field. After telling them these things, Zhao Hai looked at the iceberg in front of him in a daze. Actually, Zhao Hai already knew that this iceberg used to be a huge palace. This palace was very huge, it was obviously the headquarters of the sect in the ice field. But now, this huge palace was completely sealed inside the iceberg. Inside this huge palace was a huge formation. Zhao Hai had seen this formation before, it was a huge ice element formation. At the 108 nodes of this formation were 108 cultivators. These 108 cultivators were all frozen, but their faces were very lifelike. At the same time, on each of their eyebrows was a blue crystal. If Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, then these were law crystals. However, these law crystals were much smaller compared to the evil crystal. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately understood what was going on. These people might have used some kind of secret method to form law crystals. Then they provided energy to the ice formation below. This was how the ice formation was formed, and how it didn't melt even after 10,000 years. The reason why they created this ice field was probably to deal with the law of evil thoughts crystal. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he moved his hand and patted the iceberg. The iceberg was about 5,000 meters tall, it was very huge. However, when Zhao Hai's palm hit it, cracks began to appear on the iceberg. Then more and more cracks appeared on the iceberg. In the end, the iceberg shook and shattered into pieces. At the same time, the hall inside the iceberg was also exposed. This hall was a Chinese-style building. The entire hall had 9 floors, and each floor was about 9 meters tall. Including the base, the height of the hall was a total of 108 meters. In front of the Great Hall was a huge square. The square was several acres in size and was very majestic. The Great Hall was very well preserved. However, Zhao Hai knew that there was a large formation inside the Great Hall. The 108 cultivators were sacrificed for the cause of the Great Hall. Zhao Hai slowly landed on the square in front of the hall. Then he walked into the hall. The ice inside the hall had completely melted. Only a huge formation could be seen. In this formation, there was a cultivator sitting on each node. Every cultivator had a law crystal on their forehead. However, the law crystal was only the size of a thumb. Even so, the energy emitted by this formation was very powerful. Zhao Hai also noticed that inside the main hall, there was a small hall where a cultivator was sitting. This cultivator was holding a jade slip in his hand. Zhao Hai didn't go to the cultivators in the main hall, but instead went to the small hall where the cultivator was sitting. The cultivator in the small hall looked relatively young. His face was very peaceful as he sat there. The jade slip in his hand was also in his hand. It seemed like it was prepared for the future generations. Zhao Hai glanced at the cultivator and reached out to take the jade slip. Then he used his spiritual force to scan the jade slip. He wanted to see what was written on it. Yuzhonghai sect's number 1 core disciple, Wu Liangzi, started cultivation at the age of 10. At the age of 20, he reached the peak of the qi refining realm. At the age of 20, he successfully broke through to the qi refining realm. At the age of 25, he broke through to the void refining realm. At the age of 35, he reached the Dao integration realm. He was the #1 genius disciple of the Xianxia sect and was internally designated as the next sect master. However, when you were 70 years old, there was a sudden change. A meteor in the sky crossed the Spirit Beast Mountain and entered the boundary of the Xianxia sect. Finally, it stopped above the Xianxia sect and turned into a huge crystal. After the sect master and elders examined it, they found that this crystal contained a supreme evil intent. At that time, a large number of disciples in the sect were invaded by the evil intent and fell into the demonic path. If they couldn't control this crystal, a great disaster would befall the spirit world. The sect master and elders tried many ways but failed. This evil intent crystal had a huge power and was being released from the Xianxia sect. It affected the entire spirit world. The sect master and elders finally decided to activate the sect's 10,000 miles ice sealing array. With the sect's disciples as the sacrifice, the sect master and elders themselves as the sacrifice, they condensed the law crystal and used it as the energy of the array to seal the evil intent crystal in the Xianxia sect. Although the billions of lives in the Xianxia sect would be destroyed in the future, the spirit world would be preserved. The sect master wanted to activate the array and wanted me to bring the sect's disciples away. However, I was determined to sacrifice myself, so how could I leave? I recorded this in a jade slip. If the juniors can see this jade slip, they will know what we did at that time. In my spatial ring, there is the inheritance of my Xianxia sect. I hope that the juniors will be able to pass down the inheritance of my Xianxia sect. This was a letter. It wasn't a very long letter, but this letter let Xianxia know what happened here. To be honest, when Xianxia saw this letter, he was really shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such people. For the safety of the entire spirit world, they would rather sacrifice billions of their own sect's disciples. At the same time, Xianxia also understood why the evil intent crystal hadn't moved for so many years. It turned out that this was the reason. Although the letter was written lightly, Xianxia was sure that at that time, the matter must have been very urgent. The Xianxia sect must have been a very powerful sect at that time. Later, one day, they saw a meteor appear in the sky. It directly passed through the 10,000 Beast Mountain and entered the ground of the Xianxia sect. Finally, it stopped above their sect. Then they found that the meteor had turned into a crystal, and this crystal was full of evil intent. At that time, they thought about how to deal with this crystal, but they found that they couldn't do it. The worst thing was that there were already disciples in their sect who were affected by the evil intent crystal, causing them to suffer from chi deviation. Moreover, they discovered that this evil intent had already begun to spread outside the Blue Sea sect, spreading to the entire continent. In this situation, the Blue Sea sect's sect master made a decision. They would use the lives of the Blue Sea sect's disciples as a sacrifice, using themselves as a sacrifice. Finally, they would use a secret technique to condense law crystals to provide energy for this 10,000-mile ice sealing array. Finally, this array would freeze the Devil Law Alliance. This way, although they would die, the spirit realm would be fine. Their method could be said to be successful. They really froze the evil intent crystal. However, they didn't know that the evil intent crystal had caused some people in the spirit world to suffer from heart demons. In the end, the spirit world suffered a great disaster. If it weren't for them, then the sword spirit world and the monster spirit world would no longer have any living creatures. It would have become a world where evil spirits run rampant. After being frozen, the evil intent crystal would still send out evil intent. However, it was very small and couldn't be released outside the ice field. However, before entering the Xianxia sect, a piece of the evil intent crystal had fallen. That piece should be the evil intent crystal's backup plan. In the end, it was picked up by the White Snake clan and treated as an ancestral treasure. When Xianxia destroyed the ancestral treasure, the evil intent crystal sensed it and slowly woke up. It broke the ice and released a red cloud, wanting to attack the sea exploring sect. In the end, it was restrained by Xianxia. If it weren't for the Xianxia sect's sacrifice, then the spirit world would have already faced the same situation as the sea exploring sect. At that time, whether it was the sword spirit world or the monster spirit world, it wouldn't have been as difficult as it was today. The inheritance of the spirit world would have been severed. At this time, Xianxia really wanted to know who would be so ruthless as to use such a method to deal with the spirit world. This method was even more terrifying than directly destroying all living creatures in the spirit world. It can be said that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, then sooner or later, the evil law crystal would have appeared. At that time, the demon spirit realm would have turned into a land of demons. It might not even be a land of demons, but a land of puppets. At the same time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The people of the Azure Sea sect were truly amazing. They were actually able to see how terrifying the evil law crystal was. They even sacrificed billions of people in order to seal the law crystal. This was truly amazing. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he took the ring on Wu Lianzi's hand. It should contain the inheritance of the Azure Sea sect. After that, Zhao Hai took the law crystals from the 108 cultivators and then cremated them. At this point, the matter of the Blue Sea sect had been resolved. Now, the next step was to deal with the ice field. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he took the law crystals from the 108 cultivators. The ice field was formed because of the 10,000-mile ice formation. But after so many years, the ice field had slowly formed. Who knows how many years it would take for the ice to melt. Because of this, it didn't matter if there were people in the ice field or not. But in any case, the red snow in the ice field must be taken away. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately made his move. With an intention, he released a large number of silver needles. These silver needles began to collect the ice and snow of the ice field into the space. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to take the ice of the ice field to the space was because he was worried that the evil spirit was very formidable. Moreover, the evil spirit had been in the ice field for many years. It was impossible for it to not have any influence on the ice. Zhao Hai originally thought that the ice of the ice field would melt on its own. But after thinking about this, Zhao Hai felt that he couldn't let the ice of the ice field exist anymore. He needed to take all of it. Only in this way would he be able to guarantee that the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't be taken advantage of by the evil spirit. Although the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were now equipped with identity tokens to prevent the evil law crystal, Zhao Hai was still worried. After all, there were still a lot of beasts that didn't have identity tokens. If those beasts were to be invaded by the evil law crystal, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, this matter needed to be thoroughly resolved. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai began to collect the ice and snow of the ice field with the Blue Sea sect as the center. The evil law crystal was then concentrated by Zhao Hai's space. Then through the demonic paths cultivation method, Zhao Hai was able to completely refine the evil law crystal. At the same time, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others help him absorb the ice in the ice field into the space. Laura and the others could also collect the ice of the ice field. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately started to move. However, just as Zhao Hai said, collecting the ice of the ice field into the space was dangerous. Because of this, they didn't ask the Sea Exploring sect's disciples to help them. Instead, they took the ice of the ice field into the space. Although the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect didn't understand what was going on, they didn't ask much. They just looked at Laura and the others collecting the ice. They couldn't help at all. At the same time, they were also very puzzled. After collecting the ice for a while, Zhao Hai would melt some of the ice. Then he would try to see if there was any evil energy left in the ice. If there wasn't, then he would stop. Just like this, Zhao Hai collected about 50 meters of the ice field. Only then did Zhao Hai stop. However, Zhao Hai still decided to arrange a formation in the ice field in order to maintain the state of the ice field. As for the place where the giant deer tribe lived, Zhao Hai had already thought about it. In the future, the giant deer tribe would move to the Blue Sea sect. The Blue Sea sect was a huge sect, so it wouldn't be a problem for the giant deer tribe to live here. The Blue Sea sect's headquarters was actually a large island. It was a very large island that the giant deer tribe could grow and breed. The other parts of the ice field could also be used to raise fish, ice attribute herbs, and other things. However, this transformation would take a long time. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others had a lot of things to do. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry too much about this. After spending a few months, he collected all the ice that contained evil energy into the space. After arranging the formation, he had the giant deer tribe move back. Just like Zhao Hai said, the giant deer tribe had already adapted to this environment. If they were to live in another environment, they would feel very uncomfortable. It might even affect their cultivation. After all of these matters were taken care of, a year had already passed. In other words, Zhao Hai had dealt with Bai Zhiyun and the others for a year. What was left was the long process of transforming the ice field. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter. He still had another matter to attend to, and that was the evil spirit law crystal. He had to deal with it. Zhao Hai nodded. Although Zhao Hai said that he had to deal with it, he couldn't wait any longer. After dealing with the matters that he needed to deal with, the remaining matters would be left to Laura to deal with. Now, he could properly deal with the evil energy law crystal. However, before dealing with the evil energy law crystal, Zhao Hai also did something else. This was to collect all of the corpses into the space. At the same time, he placed the Azure Sea Sex Inheritance into the Sea Exploring Sex Inheritance. Placing the Azure Sea Sex Inheritance into the Sea Exploring Sex Inheritance was very simple. Zhao Hai just needed to classify the Azure Sea Sex Inheritance into the Sea Exploring Sex Inheritance. As for the corpses, Zhao Hai already had them form an army. However, most of the corpses didn't have any intelligence. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to have them enter the hell space and plant their soul fires in them. This would awaken their intelligence and make them learn some things. This way, if Zhao Hai needs them in the future, he would be able to release them. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want to see such good materials go to waste. These corpses had been frozen for who knows how many years. If one were to count, then they should have been frozen for more than 80,000 years. As for how long they were frozen, Zhao Hai didn't know. Because of being frozen for a long time, these corpses had become very powerful. Their flesh and blood had been integrated into their skin and bones. This made their skin and bones contain powerful energy, making them very tough. If they could learn something in the hell space, then their fighting strength would immediately improve. They would become a considerable force in Zhao Hai's hands. Moreover, because of being frozen for such a long time, these corpses had already developed a very powerful ice attribute. In the future, they would be able to cultivate ice energy with twice the result with half the effort. In the past, Zhao Hai would use creatures from the space to help him in battle. However, he didn't do so in these two planes. This made Zhao Hai feel uncomfortable. Now that he has an army of corpses in his hands, it would be much easier for him to use them. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to do this himself. As long as he threw the corpses into the hell space, he didn't need to worry about anything else. After dealing with the corpses, Zhao Hai no longer cared about them. He was now able to focus his attention on the evil law crystal. In the evil law crystal, there was still a trace of divine soul. It might be the divine soul left behind by the person who released the law crystal in order to control it. However, after it entered the space, it was erased by the space. At this time, the evil law crystal had turned into an energy crystal. Moreover, it was a law energy crystal. Law energy has always been a very powerful energy. It's similar to the laws of the world. The reason why it's similar to the laws of the world and not the true laws of the world is because this kind of law is something that one can comprehend. It's a kind of law that one can research, it's not the true laws of the world. The laws of the world were incomparably powerful. As long as a person could comprehend the laws of the world and learn some of them, they would be able to run amok in the world. The law crystal was this kind of energy. It was something that a person could comprehend and condense into a crystal. Because of this, the energy contained in this crystal was very powerful. In comparison, one could see how much energy was contained in the law crystal that Zhao Hai obtained. Take the Azure Sea sect as an example. The Azure Sea sect was a powerful sect in the sword spirit realm. There were a lot of experts in the sect. At that time, they might be stronger than the supreme elders of the sea exploring sect. However, in order to use the ice formation, they had to sacrifice the entire Azure Sea sect as well as their own bodies in order to condense a law crystal. The law crystal that they condensed was only the size of a thumb. On the other hand, the law crystal that Zhao Hai obtained was a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. This showed how powerful this law crystal was. In fact, Zhao Hai had kept one of the law crystals of the Azure Sea sect for research. As for the other law crystals, Zhao Hai had placed them in the Sky City. He had specially left a side hall in the Sky City to allow some elders who had reached the Tao integration realm in practice to enter the side hall to comprehend the law crystals. This way, they would be able to comprehend the power of laws. However, there was also a problem with these law crystals. They could only help people comprehend the power of laws of the ice or water attribute. They weren't of much help to the power of laws of other attributes. If people of other attributes wanted to comprehend the power of laws, they would have to look at Zhao Hai's Tao character. The Tao character written by Zhao Hai was suitable for all attributes. Zhao Hai was sitting under the 100 Spirits tree inside the space. In front of him was a huge red crystal. Zhao Hai looked at the red crystal. This red crystal was constantly releasing energy. This energy was very strange, it was filled with evil thoughts, it could even cause inner demons. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's heavenly demon arts, then he might have already been affected by this energy. Zhao Hai wanted to know how many types of evil thoughts were contained in this crystal. Therefore, he slowly reached out his hand and placed it on the crystal. Then he closed his eyes as he transferred his mind force into the crystal. Then he slowly inserted his mind force into the crystal. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to do so. Instead, he slowly reached out his hand and placed it on the crystal. The law crystal itself was a very powerful energy body. Therefore, if one wants to use thought force to communicate with the law crystal, then they would need to increase the speed of their thought force to a very high level. As Zhao Hai's thought force and the law crystal's thought force reached the same level, Zhao Hai felt an explosion in his thought force. Then Zhao Hai discovered that he seemed to have become a bystander, watching a movie. In this movie, there was a person who was born in a cultivator clan. He was a genius since he was a child, he cultivated very hard and was very famous. However, when he was 10 years old, his clan suffered a huge change and was destroyed overnight. At that time, because he was too playful, he went outside to play and escaped. But when he returned to his clan was already dead, and his clan's things were also looted. This matter had a huge impact on him. With his aptitude, he joined a devil sect. While he cultivated, he also investigated the matter of his clan's destruction. After he finished his investigation, he discovered that it was the devil sect that destroyed his clan. And the reason why the devil sect wanted to destroy his clan was because of a treasure in his clan. After knowing about this matter, he began to think of ways to deal with this devil sect. However, because he cultivated too quickly, he developed a trace of an inner demon. This inner demon made his character become more and more greedy. As long as he wanted something, he would do everything possible to get it. Moreover, he would never be satisfied. What made him the happiest was that every time he got something in his hand, he would feel incomparably happy and excited, and even his cultivation would be greatly improved. This discovery made him wild with joy, and he began to become even more greedy. He collected all the treasures in the world, and collected everything that caught his eye. In the end, his greed wasn't only focused on material things, but also on power. He wanted a higher position. He wanted to be respected by tens of thousands of people. Therefore, he began to slowly climb up the ranks of the devil sect. Finally, he became the sect master of the devil sect. However, this wasn't enough. He wanted the entire world. Therefore, he began to lead the devil sect on expeditions. He destroyed one sect after another. Finally, he conquered a realm. However, he still wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. Therefore, he conquered one realm after another. But in the end, he found that this couldn't satisfy him. He wanted more. He wanted to live longer. He wanted to be stronger. Therefore, he began to ascend. When he ascended, he arrived at a more wonderful world. The people here were more powerful. He wasn't the strongest, so he was very careful as he climbed up bit by bit. He was still greedy, but he hid his greed and didn't let others know about it. When he used his greed to gain power and strength, he had already comprehended the law of greed. This was an incomparably powerful law. He could arouse the inner demons in people's hearts. And all those who were aroused by his law would eventually fall into the demonic path and become his puppets. They would collect things, and the satisfaction they felt when they obtained those things would become the origin power they cultivated, making them even stronger. As he grew stronger, he became more greedy. In the end, he got more people to help him collect things and influence more people. Finally, he separated a part of the law and condensed it into a huge crystal. Then he sent this crystal out. Finally, this crystal fell into a world and was sealed by ice. When it reached this place, all the images disappeared. Zhao Hai also took back his thought force. However, he now knew what law he obtained this time. It was the law of greed. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhao Hai heard of this law. He didn't think that there would be such a law in this world. This made Zhao Hai feel that a door was opened in front of him. He finally understood that everything in this world could become a law. As for whether this law of greed was good or evil, it was hard to say. Some people said that greed was the original sin. This was because all the sins of humans originated from greed. If you don't want money, then you want sex, then you want fame. There would always be one thing that you coveted. And greed was the root of all of this. Because of this, some people said that greed was the original sin. However, there are also people who say that greed is the driving force behind human progress. In fact, this is also true. Take cultivators as an example. If cultivators didn't want to live longer, would they become cultivators? Obviously not. Only when you covet something will you do everything you can to get it. And it is precisely because you covet something like this that you will work hard towards this goal. In the end, you will do everything you can to achieve this goal. And in this process, you will naturally promote the progress of society. Therefore, greed is also the driving force for human progress. Therefore, there was no right or wrong in greed. It just depended on where you use it. Just like a knife, you can use it to kill people or to cut vegetables. The knife wasn't guilty, but the person was guilty. In the same way, greed wasn't guilty, but the person was guilty. If you covet money, then you can earn it. You can use proper methods to get the money you want. Of course, you can also use crooked methods to get the money you want. It all depends on how you do it. You can also be greedy for fame. You can slowly build up your reputation through your own actions. In order to keep your reputation, you must pay attention to your words and actions. Such a person will slowly become a saint in the eyes of others. Of course, you can also use other methods to build up your reputation. However, the reputation won't last long. Therefore, greed was not guilty, but the person was guilty. The law of greed was also not guilty, but the cultivator's own heart demon. However, the reason why the cultivator's heart demons were aroused was because of the law of greed crystal that Zhao Hai was facing. The person who condensed this law of greed crystal wasn't a good person. Therefore, this law of greed crystal naturally had a trace of evil aura. And this trace of evil aura was even more likely to arouse the heart demons in people, causing them to sink into the devil's path. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he looked at the law of greed crystal, smiled faintly, and muttered, "Fortunately, it fell into my hands." If it fell into someone else's hands, then wouldn't they create an incomparably powerful devil? Haha. Alright, I'll refine you today. Refining law crystals was completely different from refining other things. Zhao Hai only needed to refine other things. But when it came to refining law crystals, he needed to comprehend it himself. Through his own comprehension, as well as the refining of spiritual qi, he was able to refine the law crystal into his body. However, before refining the law crystal, Zhao Hai went to greet Laura and the others, telling them not to worry about him. At the same time, he also told them that it might take a long time before he comes out of seclusion. Naturally, Laura and the others didn't say anything, they just told Zhao Hai to be careful. They weren't too worried about Zhao Hai. One shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai was currently inside the space. Inside the space, there was nothing that could hurt him. Even if Zhao Hai refined a large piece of law crystal, it still wouldn't be able to hurt Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai greeted Laura, he began to slowly comprehend the law of greed. The law of greed was very interesting, it was a very powerful law. This law had a special feature, it allows you to develop your own believers. After your believers obtain this law, as long as they satisfy the conditions of greed, their strength would increase by a large margin. And while their strength increases, the person who gave them the law would also receive great benefits. This was equivalent to having countless subordinates working for you. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the law of greed, but he didn't want to waste his time. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he calmly comprehended greed. He slowly integrated his spiritual qi into the crystal. At the same time, he also mobilized his original power of law to probe the crystal. Zhao Hai's original power of law was actually destruction, which was different from greed. Greed wasn't equal to destruction. It can even be said that greed and destruction were opposites. If a person destroys everything, then what would they be greedy for? Wouldn't that mean that there was nothing left to be greedy for? But at the same time, greed also had a trace of destruction. In the process of being greedy, one would certainly destroy a lot of things. Because of this, the law of greed and the law of destruction had some similarities. As Zhao Hai's comprehension got deeper and deeper, the law of greed slowly shrunk. The energy inside was also slowly being absorbed by Zhao Hai. In fact, all of this energy was absorbed by Zhao Hai's law. At the same time, Zhao Hai's law was also slowly changing. Although Zhao Hai had comprehended a lot of laws before, he wasn't able to fully integrate them. And in general, the amount he comprehended wasn't as much as the law of greed. Now that he was integrating the law of greed into his own energy, his law of greed would naturally change, and the change would be huge. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. In his mind, his laws should be able to fuse together. After all, he was the one who came up with these laws. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fuse them together. But now, his laws weren't able to fuse together. What's going on? Fusion, how can I fuse them together? Zhao Hai's mind was filled with thoughts. He really wanted to think of a way to fuse all the laws together. Only in this way can his strength reach its peak. If Zhao Hai wanted to fuse with the law of destruction, then he would need to absorb and digest all of the law's power. But now that he had absorbed all of the law's power, there was no way for him to fuse with it. Although on the surface, his law's power seemed to have been fused, this wasn't the case. In fact, his law's power hadn't been completely fused. If Zhao Hai's previous law's power was like a watch, a mobile phone, a wallet, and so on, then when he comprehended the law of destruction, it seemed like he had fused all of these together. But in fact, this wasn't the case. In his bag, these things were still separate entities. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to fuse all of the things inside the bag together. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai didn't think that this was the case. Instead, he just put all of these things into a bigger bag, making it seem like they were fused together. But in fact, this wasn't the case. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to fuse the things inside the bag together. However, it wasn't easy to achieve this step. One must know that what he was fusing now wasn't any other cultivation method, but the power of laws. The power of laws was incomparably powerful. How could he fuse so much power of laws together? This was indeed a problem. At this time, Zhao Hai also discovered that his laws were slowly changing. Because of the excessive greed, the proportion of greed in his laws was too large. If this continued, the other laws would be suppressed. After the fusion, the laws would no longer be the law of destruction, but the law of greed. This was absolutely impossible. But what should he do now? What should he do? Only by fusing all the laws would he no longer be afraid of the law of greed. What should he do? Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a situation, the power of greed. To put it bluntly, it was the power of thoughts. Your actions were controlled by your thoughts. The reason why you were greedy was because you wanted to be greedy. Greed was just a thought, but it could turn into a law. Then can other thoughts also turn into law? Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something, the power of greed. Fusion was one of Zhao Hai's thoughts. In other words, can Zhao Hai also turn fusion into a law of destruction? And then use the fusion to fuse all the law of destruction together? As soon as he thought of it, Zhao Hai immediately began to comprehend the power of fusion. This fusion wasn't an ordinary fusion, it was a fusion that completely absorbed and digested. It was a fusion that turned all the powers into one. But at the same time, when you want to use these powers, they can also change into the form of this power. It was like turning your watch, mobile phone, wallet, and computer into a smartphone. Your phone can be used to watch, surf the internet, pay, receive money, and make calls. All of these functions were gathered together. This was the power of fusion. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately began to comprehend the power of fusion. Comprehending laws wasn't something new for Zhao Hai. He had already comprehended a lot of laws. Therefore, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai to figure out how to comprehend the power of fusion. The power of fusion wasn't that complicated, but it also wasn't that simple. Fusion was to fuse all the powers together and turn them into a power that you want. This power can become any kind of power that you want. This was the power of fusion. As Zhao Hai's comprehension continued to deepen, he felt that he had comprehended a trace of the fusion law. Then this trace of fusion law began to fuse with other powers. Every time he fused with another power, his own power would increase. Slowly, all of Zhao Hai's laws were fused with the power of fusion, turning it into an incomparably powerful force. At this time, Zhao Hai only had two powers left in his law of destruction. One was the power of fusion, and the other was the power of greed. The power of greed was very large, it was able to compete with the power of fusion. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to use the power of fusion to slowly fuse with the power of greed. Just like a millstone, he was slowly grinding the power of greed. Time passed little by little. The power of greed was being ground down little by little before it was finally fused with the power of fusion. Time also passed little by little. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that the power of greed was still increasing. Zhao Hai immediately understood that the power of greed outside hadn't been completely absorbed. Now, it was undergoing its final absorption. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. As the power of fusion got stronger and stronger, the speed at which he was fusing with the power of greed also got faster and faster. In the end, Zhao Hai felt that the power of greed was completely fused with him. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt that a golden rune had entered his law of destruction. Moreover, it was being slowly fused with by the power of fusion. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood. Weren't these golden runes the runes from the runes that he had just comprehended? If he could fuse these runes with his law of destruction, then it would be great. As soon as he thought of this, one rune after another slowly fused with Zhao Hai's law of destruction. Zhao Hai's law of destruction also turned golden. When the last golden rune fused with his law of destruction, Zhao Hai finally let out a sigh of relief. Just as he wanted to see what changes were happening to his fusion, the heaven and earth rune in his mind suddenly moved and directly rushed into his law of destruction. As soon as this rune entered his law of destruction, it was like a powerful force that directly rushed into the heaven and earth rune. But at this time, the heaven and earth rune was unable to fuse with the rune. Instead, the heaven and earth rune was slowly fusing with it. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He really didn't know what was going on. Why was this happening? Why was the heaven and earth rune slowly fusing with the heaven and earth rune? What would he do if the heaven and earth rune was completely fused with the heaven and earth rune? That was the law of destruction. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking of a solution, he suddenly discovered that the heaven and earth rune was completely fused with the heaven and earth rune. The heaven and earth rune was still the same, but there was a faint golden color on it. As the heaven and earth rune disappeared, Zhao Hai also felt the heaven and earth rune move slightly. Then, a large amount of comprehension regarding the heaven and earth rune appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. All kinds of information regarding the heaven and earth rune also appeared in his mind. As Zhao Hai was quietly comprehending, he forgot about time, space, and everything else in this world. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finished comprehending everything that he had comprehended. Only then did he react and remember his name and everything about himself. After recovering, Zhao Hai immediately wanted to see what was going on with his law of destruction. He understood that his law of destruction was still fused, but it was much stronger than before. It can be said that all of Zhao Hai's power had been fused together, including his bloodline power. All of his bloodline power had been fused with his law of destruction. Then when his law of destruction entered the heaven and earth rune, the heaven and earth rune was still the same. In other words, if Zhao Hai didn't use his power, then no matter who looked at him, they wouldn't be able to see any power in his body. But when Zhao Hai wanted to use his power, his power would become incomparably powerful. It was as if all the power in the world could be used by him. This feeling was very strange. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that something was missing. Zhao Hai immediately took a look and discovered that something was missing. Jade Baby was missing. Jade Baby was a strange creature that Zhao Hai found. It could absorb energy. But later on, Zhao Hai used it as a weapon. Moreover, it was very useful. Even when Zhao Hai upgraded his sword, he used Jade Baby as the main body. But now, Jade Baby had actually disappeared. Zhao Hai noticed that it wasn't only Jade Baby that disappeared. Even the law crystal that he prepared to study in the Azure Sea sect had also disappeared. Along with it, there were also some spiritual objects inside the space. There were even some precious metals that Zhao Hai didn't integrate into the Iron Buddha lotus body. After these precious metals entered the space would produce a lot of them, making them very precious. However, Zhao Hai's Iron Buddha lotus body was already enough, so he didn't integrate those metals. But now, those metals had actually disappeared. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately thought that all of this was related to his fusion law. Now that his fusion law had turned into a heaven and earth rune, it was very possible that all of these things had been integrated into the heaven and earth rune. What should he do in the future? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes. He wanted to feel the heaven and earth rune and see what he should do in the future. He believed that the heaven and earth rune would give him an answer. His guess wasn't wrong, the heaven and earth rune did indeed give Zhao Hai an answer. But after seeing this answer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. It turned out that all of this was because of the heaven and earth rune. Because he obtained the heaven and earth rune, and because he comprehended the heaven and earth rune, these things happened. The heaven and earth rune wasn't as simple as Zhao Hai thought. It can be said that the heaven and earth rune was an origin rune. What is an origin rune? The answer was the origin rune of the universe. In other words, this origin rune was the origin of the universe. It was a rune that was produced by the origin of the universe. Some people would say that how could the origin of the universe be a rune? You're right. The origin of the universe isn't a rune. It could be anything. A drop of water, a speck of dust, a gust of wind, or a seed. All of these could be the origin of the universe. It's just that the form they take is different. But Zhao Hai obtained the origin rune of the universe. He was the origin of the universe, and he was also a rune. This wasn't wrong, because these two situations could coexist. Zhao Hai obtained the origin rune and comprehended it. However, it would take a long time for him to fuse with the origin rune. This was because his understanding of the origin rune wasn't deep enough, and his strength wasn't strong enough. Therefore, it was impossible for him to fuse with the origin rune. But now, the situation was different. Because Zhao Hai had comprehended the fusion law, the origin runes were directly integrated into his law. Since the origin runes were the source of everything, the fusion law didn't fuse with the origin runes. Instead, it fused with the origin runes. This caused Zhao Hai to be able to use any cultivation method, weapons, and everything else in the form of runes. For example, when he wanted to use the jade doll had already been integrated into his origin rune. When he wanted to use the jade doll would appear in his hand. Then the jade doll would take the form of the jade doll, allowing Zhao Hai to use the jade doll. And if he wanted to use the Iron Buddha lotus body, the origin rune would also release a rune. This rune would then fuse with his body, allowing him to use the Iron Buddha lotus body cultivation method. It seems like these runes didn't bring him any benefits. In the past, he could freely switch between cultivation methods. But now, he needed runes to do so. In fact, this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai could now feel the benefits that the origin runes brought him. It was a fusion, a true fusion. Now, he could use multiple cultivation methods at the same time. Because of this, Zhao Hai could use multiple cultivation methods at the same time. He didn't need to switch between cultivation methods at all. Instead, he could stack the power of multiple cultivation methods together. It can be seen how powerful this method was. For Zhao Hai, the benefits of this method were huge. It can be said that Zhao Hai was now invincible in this realm. Even if he were to meet the cultivator who released the law crystal, Zhao Hai would still be able to win. Zhao Hai was standing in an empty space. His body looked like a normal person, there were no changes. However, his hands were iron black. At the same time, his body was surrounded by green gas. He looked very special. Zhao Hai looked at his body and frowned. Then a rune flashed on his body. In the next moment, he was completely restored. All the abnormalities on his body disappeared. However, only Zhao Hai knew that his body was blessed with the Iron Buddha Lotus Peak Cultivation Method, the Power King Divine Art, the Dragon Tiger Golden Body Cultivation Method, and even the Medium Poison Technique. He even added some curses to his body. In other words, although Zhao Hai's performance seemed normal, he was actually an unbreakable Vajra curse virus. Moreover, all of these were added to his body by the runes. Moreover, because he wasn't very proficient in using the runes, he could only add a few cultivation methods to his body. Once he became more familiar with the usage of the runes, he would be able to add everything he knew to his body. That would make him even more powerful. Moreover, these were only ordinary cultivation methods. They hadn't reached the realm of comprehending laws. When it comes to using the power of laws, Zhao Hai could also use the runes to support himself. This was the most terrifying part. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then a golden light flashed on his body as he received all the runes. Then he muttered, "It seems like the next step is to comprehend the power of laws. The more I comprehend, the higher my chances of perfecting my origin runes. If I can perfect my origin runes, then that would be great." Zhao Hai nodded, then a golden light flashed on his body as he received all the runes. The reason why Zhao Hai said this and didn't just rely on comprehending the origin runes was because he knew that if he relied on himself to comprehend the runes, then it would be too slow for him to truly comprehend the origin runes. Since everything in the world could be reflected in the origin runes, then he would comprehend everything in the world. Once he comprehended the laws of the world, then these laws could be turned into runes and integrated into the origin runes. This was equivalent to comprehending the origin runes. To put it simply, to directly comprehend the origin runes, one had to start from a very difficult problem and work backward to find a way to solve the simple problem. And to comprehend the laws from all things in the world and then integrate them into the origin runes, one had to start from the simple problem and work on the difficult problem bit by bit. The difficulty of this could be imagined. Because of this, Zhao Hai was doing two things at the same time. On one hand, he was comprehending the laws of the world. On the other hand, he was comprehending the origin of the world. These were two paths, but the final destination was the same. After completing the experiment, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he returned to the space and found that Laura and the others weren't there. Zhao Hai didn't worry about it. Then with a thought, a rune appeared in his hand. The rune turned into a golden book and a golden pen. At this point, almost everything that Zhao Hai possessed could be made out of runes. And these things weren't illusory, they were all real. Zhao Hai looked at the golden book and the golden pen. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. I'm already used to it. But it seems like I need to be faster in the future. Otherwise, people would find out that these things are made out of runes. Then it would be troublesome." After saying that, Zhao Hai opened the golden book and looked at its contents. Then he put the golden book away and flew out of the space. Then he returned to his room in Sky City. Before this, Zhao Hai told the people from the Sea Exploring sect that he was going to close up in his room. Because of this, it was natural for him to come out here. When he arrived at the room, he saw that it was covered in a thick layer of dust. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He had been in seclusion for a long time, a full 5 years. This was the longest seclusion he had ever been in. During these 5 years, he didn't even see Laura and the others. This was the first time he was in seclusion. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as all the dust in the room disappeared. Then Zhao Hai tidied up his clothes before he went out of the room. When Zhao Hai came out of the room, he saw Laura and the others coming in. Each of them had a pleasantly surprised expression on their faces as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "I've made you worry. My seclusion took a long time this time." Laura and the others smiled. Then Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, in the beginning, we were really worried. But we got used to it. We also know that you're fine, so we're no longer worried. Brother Hai, let's go. I'll tell you about the current situation of the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the others and said, all right, let's go. If there's nothing important in the sea exploring sect, then we'll return to the space and rest for a while. Laura smiled and said, all right, then we'll wait for a while. We'll tell you about the current situation of the sea exploring sect. Then we'll return to the space to rest. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Laura and the others to the study. After they arrived at the study, Laura and the others sat down as they drank tea. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, the sea exploring sect is developing very well. The giant deer tribe has settled down in the ice field. Moreover, their medicinal fields and fishing grounds have all been built and are now officially in use. Therefore, you don't need to worry about anything. All of the disciples of the sea exploring sect have been blessed with tattooed formations. Moreover, the tattooed formations are now different from before. The human tattooed formations are now almost the same as the beast men. This is because the human tattooed formations have shrunk in size. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've already guessed this. But can the beast men also shrink their tattooed formations? In the end, wouldn't the beast men have more tattooed formations? Laura shook her head and said, that won't do. After the tattoo array has shrunk to a certain size, it can no longer be shrunk. If it continues to shrink, it would affect the use of the tattoo array. Because of this, the number of tattoos that the humans and the beast men can inscribe is the same. After all, most of the time, the beast men need to live in human form. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. That's good. What else? Laura replied, a few days ago, we did a count. The number of combat disciples of the sea exploring sect has exceeded 10 billion. However, it still hasn't reached 11 billion. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone as he said, I didn't expect the sea exploring sect to have so many disciples. Very good, very good. How are the sect's supplies? Laura smiled and said, the sect's supplies have a large surplus every year. In addition to a certain amount of reserves, we also increased the benefits of the disciples. Everything is developing very well. Zhao Hai nodded and said, how about the beast men? Have they fully integrated into the sea exploring sect? Brother Hai doesn't need to worry about this. The beast men have fully integrated into the sea exploring sect. They now consider themselves as part of the sect. They no longer recognize the existence of the Holy Gate and the E-sect. Moreover, in the past 5 years, I've also refined the demon spirit realm. I've also subdivided the great halls of the demon spirit realm so that the size and strength of the great halls would be the same as the sword spirit realms. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good, very good. The division in the demon spirit realm is really big. After refining it, I can feel relieved. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, you've done a good job. Laura smiled and said, our sea exploring sect is now on the right track. Everything is becoming more prosperous day by day. However, there's still a problem. Everyone's desire to fight is a bit too much. Zhao Hai stared, then he was puzzled as he asked, desire to fight? Is it aimed at the spirit realm? Laura nodded and said, right, it's aimed at the spirit realm. Now that everyone knows that we have the coordinates of the spirit realm, everyone wants to attack it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this matter can be put on the agenda. We need to take the spirit realm. We need to make ourselves stronger. There are still a lot of enemies spying on us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Laura said, right, there's another good thing. It's about your medium technique. This technique has been improved by Jin. What do you think? Zhao Hai stared, then he said, improved by Jin? How? Laura smiled and said, Jin can now use the medium technique on a large scale. At the same time, she can make these spells contain a variety of forces. What do you think? Isn't Jin good? Zhao Hai's face was full of joy as he said, good, very good. I didn't expect Jin to be so diligent. How is her strength? Has it improved? Of course. Xianxia's strength has increased a lot. His usage of magic techniques has also reached a very high degree. Right, there's another thing. Qing Fong has now reached the rank of Supreme Elder. He even comprehended the power of law. Brother Hai, you wouldn't be able to guess what kind of law Qing Fong comprehended. Zhao Hai nodded. Qing Fong comprehended the power of law? Is it related to formations? Formations can be practiced to the pinnacle. One can also comprehend the power of law. Ha ha ha, Brother Hai, you guessed wrong. The law Qing Fong comprehended isn't the power of formations, but rather the power of defensive laws. Qing Fong's current defense can be said to be the best in our sea exploring sect. His law doesn't have any offensive properties, it's just that his defense is very strong. If he stands there motionless, then no one would be able to break his defense. But because of this, his offensive power seems to be lacking. The 9 black turtles are very mild-tempered. Isn't it interesting? When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, right, it's very interesting. I didn't expect Qing Fong to comprehend a law. Interesting, very interesting. End of chapter 5195. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.